Athon Audio presents Tunnel Rat, written by Walrus King, performed by Garrett Michael Brown. Chapter 1, The Lost Boy. Milo didn't think the replacement belt on the air handler number 3 for Section E was going to hold out for much longer. But the nearest dead machine to take a replacement from was 16 stories up and over in Section H. He'd take a trip if he had to, but for now, he was going to splice a segment into the broken belt, wrap the fix in duct tape, and hope for the best. Milo liked duct tape. It was useful for fixing things, and there was a warehouse full of it over on B6. He'd stumbled across it when he was in Section B, looking for an abandoned water pumping station to scavenge parts from. Why someone had stored several thousand cases of heavy duct tape in the abandoned warehouse was unknown. Scavengers had been opening cases and taking what they needed for years. Milo had moved 20 cases into the ductwork he was using as a passageway and came back for them later. It proved useful enough that he wanted all of it, so he discouraged other looters by welding the warehouse doors shut. A month later, he borrowed a cargo mover for the night and transferred it closer to Section E, where he needed it. Parts were hard to come by, and sometimes duct tape and wire were all that kept things running. After the repairs were done on the air handler, he gathered up his precious tools and retreated around a corner before turning the machine back on. Not all machinery liked being put back to work, and sometimes it showed that displeasure by shaking itself apart or exploding. Milo was taking no chances with this one. He picked up a metal rod in his tail and used the 6-foot-long mechanical limb to poke at buttons and switches until the machine shuddered to life. There was a noticeable whine from the belt, but overall, both he and the machine seemed happy with the repair job. He could adjust the workload for the other 2 air handlers in this section and be done with the project. The other machines had been working harder with this one down, which was a sure way to have them go down as well. No one thought about the air when things worked, but people got concerned when it wasn't circulating in the corridors and residences. First, it smelled stale, and people worried. What usually followed were the calls to the maintenance department. They were mostly ignored, however, because hardly anyone cared about fixing things in the habitats unless it was an emergency. The government paid a quarterly fee to the firms responsible for maintaining the mechanical and electrical systems. It was more profitable to ignore complaints and hold off on repairs. But once people started dying in their sleep and the residents moved out to the streets or clogged the common areas and other parts of the habitat, or HAB as he preferred to call it, suddenly it was an emergency and someone from maintenance showed up. Milo didn't like emergencies. The clumsy techs would move into his world, tearing up ductwork to find the problem and breaking 2 things for every one they fixed. He hated them. He had to hide his work carefully, shut down any projects, and retreat to his safe room until they left. It would be better for everyone if Milo fixed things before the air or water stopped flowing. The residents would have air to breathe, the techs could avoid work, and Milo would be left alone in his world of broken machinery, unused corridors, and metal tunnels, which suited Milo just fine. He rarely had to be around people and never liked it. Having finished work on the air handler, Milo got on his wheel board and rolled down the medium-sized tunnel. These had a cross-section of around 36 square inches. It was easy for Milo to zoom along as his hands pushed off the walls, and he rolled along on the silent, frictionless wheels attached to a 2-foot square piece of plastic. He found the wheels holding up a diagnostic unit for hover cars in a factory down in the basement of Section G. Milo had gone there to borrow some wrenches and calipers when he saw them. It had only taken an hour to lift the machine with a winch, take off the wheels, and drop things back down. They were nice wheels, and the diagnostic machine would just have to stay where it was. He was almost at the big drop. He held the board in both hands and coiled his tail at the base of his spine. His tail was 6 feet long with a 2-inch cross-section of flexible Waldo. It was attached to a 12-inch girdle that circled his waist and plugged into his lowest socket at the base of his spine. Nature hadn't given Milo the best limbs, but he was slowly making new ones. he hit the big drop, shooting into open space. The habitat had 25 big drops, one roughly in the center of each section. Each was a vertical access corridor, nearly 20 feet on a side, for moving big machinery up to the higher levels. As Milo started to drop, his tail uncoiled, and he reached for the metal hook hanging on a winch cable. Cable and tail together turned into a large pendulum that swung Milo across the second half of the drop, and he shot feet first into another medium tunnel. He then turned into a smaller tunnel, heading off at a 90-degree angle 100 feet along the medium corridor. A couple of turns later, he hit a small drop. He grabbed the winch line and hooked his prosthetic leg's toe claws into the chain links. His tail hit the winch controls, and he rose 12.5 levels to the upper pipeworks, where he made his home. The habitats were mountainous buildings designed to hold over 500,000 people. They had been built in the last century to provide housing and jobs for the lower classes, and were now slowly rotting from within. Every city had them, and none of them were in great shape. In theory, they provided housing, food distribution, and jobs to people who would otherwise have been homeless. In reality, there had never been enough jobs, and only the businesses needing dirt-cheap space and dirt-cheap labor had located their factories in them. Keeping the habitats livable and finding the money to repair them was a constant fight among the people who controlled the laws and money. Milo didn't care. The system was broken, and society at large didn't seem to worry too much about the people living in it. Not being part of society, Milo was fairly apathetic about how things worked. He wasn't listed in any database, and no one knew he was alive. He fixed things so that people would ignore this part of the habitat and leave him the hell alone. If anyone ever wondered why Section E seemed to have fewer problems and needed fewer repair teams sent to it, they wouldn't think too hard about it. The pipeworks were a separate level unto themselves, sandwiched between levels 45 and 46, and only half as tall. Fluid pipes, food delivery pipes, waste pipes, and electric and data cables ran through the level, snaking over and under each other as needed. Pumps moved things higher, and baffles kept things moving down from going too fast or rerouting waste to larger pipes. Milo loved this level and made his home here. He had easy access to everything he needed. His home was in a massive, unused storage tank. He'd found it when he was mapping out the systems. It should probably be hooked up to the water systems as additional storage, but its placement had proven to be a problem, and whoever was doing the work found it easier to ignore it. Milo had cut an access hatch from a small tunnel into the side of the tank. Small tunnels were only 24 inches on a side. The chance of someone crawling through this one and finding his door was next to zero. Inside was a different part of Milo's world. The tank was 30 feet long, 40 feet wide, and 10 feet high. The 90,000-gallon tank gave Milo plenty of room for his workshop and his computers. His home would be the pride of many a mad scientist. 24 screens were scattered about the walls, with cables running to multiple computers of various capabilities. From here, he monitored all the machinery in Section E and could access what was left of the security system. If anything moved in the access tunnels and hallways, he knew. If a machine broke or was running hot, he knew. This was the heart of Section E, and totally hidden from the 10,000 people living and working in the section. Milo was the mechanic that kept things running. He stood less than 4 feet tall. His left leg was missing from above his knee and had been that way since birth. He'd augmented it with a series of better and better prosthetics as he found schematics on the data network and had time to make the parts. The current model was fitted to his upper thigh and controlled by a cable that also provided access to his lower port with his tail. He also had 2 ports on the back of his neck and another a foot lower along his spine. Not his work. They'd been installed in the first month of his existence. He had trouble with the idea that other people didn't have them and wondered how they managed. Other than a mechanical leg and tail and cables that ran from his equipment to his data ports, Milo looked like a thin 12-year-old boy with brown hair and brown eyes. And maybe he would always look that way. He'd quit growing at the age of 12 and was now somewhere around 24. He'd lost track over the years, and while he could easily calculate his age if he thought about it, it didn't matter to him. No one was ever going to throw him a birthday party. An alarm went off. Milo spun from the workbench and pushed his wheeled chair to his desk. His fingers went to his keyboard, and his tail plugged into a data socket. Instantly, he was tied into cameras and sensors all over Section E and a few other parts of the habitat. He looked at what had triggered the alert. There was a large factory area in Section D that he monitored. It was one of the better factories in the habitat, with good water, sewage, and a steady power supply. It went unused for reasons unknown to anyone. It was listed on the map directory of the habitat as being automated waste processing, but someone had found out it existed, because 24 people were moving crates of machinery and medical supplies through the open doors. Milo shut down everything else he was doing and put all of his attention into observation and gathering data. This was the room Milo had lived in for several years as a child slave, infiltrating computer systems and moving money around. The area had been empty and abandoned in the years after his escape, but now someone was using it, and one of the faces he saw looked familiar. Chapter 2. The Heist. Milo had chaotic memories of his early years, most of which had been spent in the large factory room he was now monitoring. His playmates had been the other 24 children who, like himself, had been modified with sockets. Many had visible birth defects. His parents had been an assortment of technicians and doctors who didn't think of the children as people. They were just parts of the machines. He and the other children in his group were raised together from birth. They were referred to as Group 4, but he didn't know anything about the other groups. The 24 children were his brothers and sisters, regardless of where each of them had come from. They had different theories about their origins. Bork insisted they had been grown in artificial wombs, which would have made the installation of the sockets along their spines easy to do, along with other genetic modifications. Gilbert didn't like that theory. He thought they had all been purchased from parents who either didn't want or didn't have the money to raise handicapped children. All of them had at least one physical disability. In the end, it didn't matter. Their origins were hidden, illegal acts of genetic modification that were outlawed in all countries. They only had each other, and strange as it was, they were a family. It was a decade after his escape that Milo began to understand how different they were. Their growth rate was accelerated. By the age of half a year, they were walking and talking. By 2 years, they were smarter than their doctors, absorbing huge amounts of information from the internet and being given lessons in computer programming and security systems. At 4 years old, they had the appearance of children twice their age and mental scores off the scale. After that, their physical progression slowed until they were barely maturing. Mentally, they continued to get quicker and smarter. Life was repetitive. They were given a daily dose of drugs to keep them focused on their tasks and nothing else, along with vitamin and nutrient supplements. Then they were loaded into the pods and plugged into the computers that let them roam the internet, attacking corporations and research facilities, to steal information and shift money to hidden bank accounts. They were only unhooked from the computers and their pods for 2 hours a day when they were required to exercise for muscle tone. The computers they were hooked into were their schools. Their classes were in security systems, running manufacturing remotely with Waldos, moving funds between accounts, and, most of all, not leaving a trace when moving about the internet. This became much easier as the wildfire virus decimated much of the internet. It trashed security systems, pushed data into the public domain, and erased knowledge. Milo and the others were like scavengers feeding on the leftovers of a predator. Even after AI systems scoured the internet clean of wildfire, the internet never recovered. The technology to break into systems was now more advanced than the protections. By the age of 4, Milo and his siblings were raiding corporate databases and stealing millions each day. But their guards were getting sloppy. The original technicians who had created them and overseen their lives had moved on. They were living well off the stolen funds and turned the job over to underlings that oversaw the dingy warehouse with 24 children who rarely left their pods and never talked. Or, rather, never talked out loud. They communicated constantly with each other through the machines, played games, and shared everything they knew. Outside the pods, they communicated with sign language and codes made up of tapping on the floor. Milo had learned a lot about the pods that he had spent so much time in. He and his siblings had been hooked up to Mark III medical pods, machines very similar to the pods he saw being uncrated and tested. What was being moved into the empty factory was a mix of Mark III and IV pods, but his eyes were drawn to the one that was much larger and more intricate. A quick trip to the datanet gave him the specs on the new Mark VII medical/gaming pod. He wondered why there was only one of them. The pods were 10-foot-long cylinders, their interiors just big enough to hold a person. A patient was placed into them, and the pod inserted tubes that would feed the patient drugs or sustenance and carry away waste products. Originally, they had been used in hospitals for long-term care. Then the rich and old began using them to extend their lives. Finally, as the cost came down, they were used by anyone who spent long hours or even days online. Workaholics and online gamers purchased millions of them. By the time Milo was 9, there were only 2 guards in the warehouse for most of the nights. The children lay in their pods doing their assignments, but they were getting bored. As they became older, they modified the programs they used to break through security systems, creating better and better tools. They finished their tasks faster than expected, and then went exploring on the internet. That gave them the schematics for their pods, and they learned how to bypass the locks and programs that kept track of them. All of the logs showed them resting for 22 hours a day in their pods, and no one suspected some of them were going AWOL. They started by exploring the systems of ductwork and maintenance tunnels directly around them. They easily bypassed any security measures that would let their overseers know what they were doing. Milo had discovered the security systems for the rest of the building their home was in. He and some of the others wondered about trying to escape the factory, but they didn't know where to go. Still, just thinking about it was fun. All of them memorized the tunnel systems, and they discussed a possible exodus from the room. Milo started sneaking out of his pod, along with Nimes and Ordo, the other 2 children in his row. The guards were always watching videos and paid no attention to them. They found an access hatch that led to the ventilation and maintenance systems near their pods and began exploring the areas around them, finding ways to get to anywhere in the habitat. It was tough, as they all had physical problems. Nimes only had one hand, and Ordo had bad eyes. Still, they managed. They were finishing their work in a fraction of the time and hiding that fact. If security cameras were checked, they showed the children comatose in their pods. Plans were made to escape. Milo still wondered if they could have gotten away with it, but they never got the chance. Something happened. Something changed. The criminals feared discovery and were moving the operation. A dozen people rushed into the old factory one night, surprising the 2 guards on duty. Pods were locked down, and sedatives were administered to the occupants. The pods were unhooked from other machines and carried one by one out the doors to the waiting transportation. Within a half hour, 24 children in pods and 1 empty pod were gone. Only Milo remained, hidden in the ventilation duct. Milo had been exploring that night. He wasn't in his pod when it was taken, and when he returned, it was to a room full of half-destroyed machines and nothing else. Hard drives were ripped from the computers. No paperwork remained. Whoever had taken the children had left no clues to incriminate themselves. Later, other men came, sifting the area for clues and sweeping it clean. Milo didn't know who they were and hid in the ductwork. Milo never found out where his family had been taken. He was still looking for them 2 decades later. But now, someone was back, whom he recognized. Facial recognition software gave him a name, Andrew Kaminsky. He'd been a technician during the day shift when Milo was small. Now he was older, worn, and graying. Milo would have to research the man and learn why he was here. The shiny Mark 7 pod on his monitors kept drawing Milo's attention. It would solve a lot of his problems. He made plans and watched. Milo had been curious if he would see another 25 children in pods moved into the room and set to work doing cybercrime. He was relieved when that didn't happen, but also sad. It would have been nice to meet others like him. He was nervous around normal people. They were all bigger than he was, and he rarely went into the populated parts of the habitat. 2 weeks later, Milo knew why Kaminsky and the others were there. Kaminsky had some scheme involving a new VR gaming world. The Mark 7 would give him access. The occupants of the dozens of Mark 3s would enter the game, but bypass some sort of security measures. The Mark 7 pod was set up and connected to the data network. All the Mark 3 pods were in a separate room enslaved to the Mark 7. Milo couldn't care less why this was being done. While it might be interesting to know, it didn't concern him. He only wanted 2 things from Kaminsky: information on what had happened to the rest of his family and the Mark 7 pod. Once all their information systems were hooked up to the data network, it was easy for Milo to break into their machines and get all their information. They were using the communications systems that ran through the habitat that he repaired and controlled. He barely had to do anything. The information was disappointing, though. This was just a way to pull some scam involving a game and had nothing to do with his family. But he was able to get one lead. Kaminsky had been working his entire life for Tricorp Biotech, which was owned by Biosolutions, Inc., which was in turn owned through dummy corporations by the Simovich Corporation. That gave him a place to start looking. Having learned all he could from watching, Milo decided to pay the old warehouse a visit and go pod shopping. 2 men slumping to their knees was the first indication that any of Kaminsky's men knew something was wrong. All of them experienced the room spinning and then passed out. The gas Milo had introduced to the ventilation system worked quickly. They were out cold for hours. The video feeds would show nothing except the 2 of them sitting at their desks watching pornography. Milo got to work. Milo had cleaned out this area long, long ago. For the first 2 years, he had lived in the ductwork near the room and slowly explored the habitat. He tapped pipes for water and the food delivery system for sustenance. When he had started his first workshop and needed materials, he would raid what was left of his home. He had an idea that maybe he'd find clues to the others' whereabouts somewhere in the defunct machinery and broken computers. He hadn't, but what he had done was create a system for lifting loads of machinery from the room and up to a large horizontal shaft that ran 100 yards toward a big drop. 2 ceiling panels moved aside. Milo lowered himself into the room with a winch. He carefully unhooked the Mark 7 and 2 Mark 3 pods. Cargo nets enveloped each one, and the winch took each of them slowly up to the horizontal shaft. The final load was a pallet of nutrient sacks and medical supplies used in the pods to keep their users alive. Getting the pods up to the horizontal shaft was the first step. Milo still had to cover his tracks. The ceiling panels were replaced, the winch was retracted. He'd come back and take it out entirely as soon as he could leave as few clues as possible. He replaced the metal sheet he'd removed from the side of the horizontal shaft as well. Then came the long, slow process of moving the pods and supplies up top. Each big drop had a winch and pulley assembly for exactly what Milo needed now, moving heavy loads up many stories to the top of the habitat. Even if someone figured out how he had stolen the pods, finding out which level they had gone to would be difficult. An hour after he had finished covering his tracks, Milo was standing on the Mark 7 pod as it moved up to level 48, where he would store it. Below him was a drop of many stories, but he trusted his systems. A motorized pallet jack moved each load deeper into the habitat, so he could take them down to the pipeworks. It took the rest of the night, but eventually Milo had all 3 pods and the supplies hidden. Tomorrow, he would begin the task of moving the Mark 7 into his home. The Mark 3s were just extra salvage. He wasn't sure what he'd do with them, but it never hurt to have more parts. Back at home, Milo went ahead and added his modifications to the security tapes. He'd spent hours doctoring a sequence where the two guards slumped over unconscious, the doors opened, and masked thieves entered the room. In this tape, the pods were loaded onto a forklift and taken out of the room. Other security cameras would show the thieves moving the pods to a warehouse with an outside loading dock. No one had used that room for years, leaving a convenient and confusing dead end. With his heist finished, Milo relaxed a bit. He checked all the systems that he monitored and made a list of repairs to do the next day. His stomach growled. It had been a long day. He sent a command to the food processor, and a moment later, a large container of food appeared in a pneumatic tube. He opened the container, seeing the tasteless cubes of yellow food that everyone in the hab ate. You could order better food, but that took money, and no one had money. Supposedly they tasted like chicken? Milo couldn't judge. He'd never eaten real chicken. Food cubes were just something you chewed and swallowed to stay alive. With the basics taken care of, he set his alarm. 2 hours of sleep would be enough to recover his energy, and then he was going to get the Mark 7 pod set up and take it for a spin. Chapter 3. How about a nice game of chess? Setting up the Mark 7 medical pod took Milo a week. It was a much more difficult project than he had first imagined. First of all, it had been modified for Kaminsky's project. Milo didn't know what they had done, so the first chore was making sure that nothing about the pod could hurt him. It was unlikely that someone would set up a trap, but he would never take that chance. Every circuit had to be checked and tested. He found that parts of the medical diagnosis system were missing, and fixed the problems with parts from the stolen Mark IIIs. Documentation and software were simple to acquire. It seemed that most of the large corporations were sponsoring this new game and running installations that supplied the pods to users. Breaking into Acme or Alexa Corporation was something he had done when he was 8 years old. For him, it was literally child's play. He triple-checked the medical diagnostic systems and was eventually satisfied. What would have taken a normal technician a month, Milo did in a week. His ability to access information from the data net was 20 times faster than that of a normal person. He had a perfect photographic memory, and he only slept 2 to 4 hours a day. Someone had done a good job designing Milo and his siblings. But not a perfect job. Increased reflexes, memory, and the ability to multitask came at the price of being small with an abnormal metabolism. There were vitamins and minerals that his body needed that weren't in the processed food he had access to in the hab. He had to be careful of infections, especially around his implants. Crawling through miles of dirty ductwork every day meant any small cut or scrape could be a problem. And he wasn't getting the right proteins to support the muscle growth he needed. The Mark 7 pod could solve all of that. He added modifications of his own design to the pod. He installed manual controls on the door and an additional input socket that would let him access the pod's GUI with his tail or a cable from one of his ports. He also welded a hook to the outside of the door and ran that to a powered cable that could pull the door loose in an emergency. With no one else to rely on for any part of his life, Milo planned and eliminated possible problems. Being locked in a defective pod was not something he wanted to experience. When he had triple-checked everything once again, he nervously entered the pod and laid down. It was comfortable, at least. The cushions inflated to cradle his body. For long-term care, they would move slightly, relieving pressure to prevent bed sores. If this worked out, Milo considered just sleeping in the pod at night. It was far more comfortable than the old cushions and blankets he'd scavenged from abandoned houses. Normally, a technician would insert IV tubes. Milo didn't need them. He had shunts in several places on his arms, legs, and torso for administering drugs. They'd been installed at the same time his sockets had been put in place. They came in handy now, letting him connect to the pod with ease. He hooked up the nutrient and drug IV tubes and brought up the GUI for the pod. There was a slight vibration for a minute. Then a screen came up on the inside lid of the pod. Initialization of Mark 7, 894562-1A. Welcome back, Mr. Kaminsky. Would you like to play a game? No, Milo did not want to play a game. He went into the registration file, erased all the entered data, and replaced it with just his name. Reinitialization of Mark 7, 894562-1A. Greetings, Milo. You have not used this pod. To make sure this medical pod will meet your needs, we will have to do a complete scan of your body to determine your medical condition. This will take roughly 2 hours, since this pod is not connected to the data network, and we do not have any current medical records for you. Begin scanning. You will have to remain in the pod for the entire duration of the scan. Milo gave permission for the scan. But 2 hours? Without something to focus on, he grew bored after a minute. 2 hours seemed like forever. This was going to be torture. He needed to do something. 2 hours was way too long to lie still. Games? You said something about games. I'd like to play a game. Milo hadn't played video games before his escape. It had been more fun to play the games he and his siblings created. But on his own, while spending years by himself, he tried other things. Older video game consoles were popular in the habitat, and the trade of out-of-date games was a large business. Milo had scavenged broken parts from recyclers and ventured out to trade for old games, especially broken ones he could restore. Along with his computer network, his home had over a dozen different gaming systems and several hundred video game cartridges, discs, and thumb drives. He was curious what games the pod had to offer him. Certainly, Milo. Games that have been loaded onto this device. Tic-tac-toe. Chess. Global thermal nuclear war. Just kidding. We only play that with Joshua. The World of Genesis engine. That was disappointing. No Pac-Man, no squishy humans, not even zombie shooter. He tried the games and grew bored with tic-tac-toe in less than a minute. The AI running the chess game was too predictable, so it only mildly entertained him for half an hour. He was disappointed not to be able to try global thermal nuclear war. That sounded interesting. That left the last one. He clicked on the final option and immediately felt himself fading away, and waking up a split second later. He felt that he was simultaneously lying in the pod and standing in a featureless room with a large screen in front of him. He fought down the panic he felt. This was just a virtual reality simulation, nothing to worry about, and it might even be fun and last the whole 2 hours. Welcome to the World of Genesis engine. Enter a world of stories and legends. Recreate yourself and be a hero, an explorer, or anything else you'd like to be. Interact with other players and the denizens of this world. Follow the easy story set out like a trail of breadcrumbs, or leave the most traveled path to explore the vastness of the world or even its depths. What secrets will you uncover? Warning: the hyper-realistic virtual reality of the game may cause slight disorientation at first. While you are in the game and your body is resting comfortably in your Mark 7 pod, your mind and senses are receiving information that mimics your experience in the real world. The most recent additions to the game are orcs and magic. Disclaimer: sudden disconnection from the game may cause severe nausea or headaches. Make sure to use the proper logout process. Milo looked down at his body, and it was all wrong. Or maybe right? He had 2 legs, longer legs than he was used to. He took a step and immediately fell forward. His balance was off, and controlling the new leg was different from moving his prosthetic. He was also wearing odd clothes, tight-fitting gray pants and a shirt, along with soft gray boots. He wasn't used to clothes like these. He had experienced VR before, just using a helmet, but nothing quite as real, and not with a body like this. When he'd been jacked into the internet to do work for his captors, he'd experienced websites, databases, and security systems as physical objects and places. He saw his siblings as they flew around the large, shining buildings of the corporations, testing their walls for a way in. This felt very real, and he wasn't sure if he liked it. If you are having trouble adjusting to moving in VR, please take some time to walk around before you begin the tutorial. The gameplay experience will also be greatly increased by connecting to the data network. Would you like to connect to the data network? Connecting the machine to the data network was the last thing Milo wanted to do right now. It wasn't even possible. He'd made sure of that. The machine had no physical connection to a communication line. While he knew it also had the ability to tap into the wireless grid in the hab, no signal would get through the walls of Milo's home. He had added many layers of aluminum iron oxide-laced paint to the interior to block all signals. He didn't need someone wondering why they were getting any type of signal from an old water tank. He spent a few minutes trying to walk around the room, trying to get his balance. It still felt odd. He was used to compensating for the weight of his tail, and more than once, as he fell, he tried to catch himself with a non-existent limb instead of his hands. Images appeared on the screen. A man in shorts and a tank top, a woman dressed in metal armor, a friendly old man with a long beard leaning on a cane, and an insect in a top hat. They all waved, and the creepy bug tipped his hat. Please signal when you are ready to begin the tutorial. Do you prefer a screen or a personal trainer? Let's go with the elderly gentleman. The others faded, and the old man stepped forward and out of the screen, which disappeared. Milo was impressed. That had actually looked real. Too real. He immediately took 2 steps back. He hadn't been this close to a person in years. It bothered him a bit. The old man looked at him and smiled. Well, young one, ready to see what you can do? As soon as Milo said yes, there was another bout of that fading away feeling, and before long, he found himself somewhere else. Chapter 4. Nowhere to Hide. Milo and the old man were standing in a field of short grass that came up past their ankles. Wild flowers were in bloom, lending their sweet smell to the air. Overhead, fluffy white clouds slowly moved across a bright blue sky where the brilliant sun shone down. Mountains ringed the area, miles in the distance. It was quite a beautiful area, and totally alien to Milo in every way. He'd never been outside, never stood in a field. He'd seen pictures and recognized things, but everything around him was new. Milo slowly turned in a circle, staring at the wide-open spaces and the huge sky above. He didn't like it. He didn't like it one bit. It made him nervous. There was nowhere to go, no place to hide. The old man just stood there, smiling. You may refer to me as Galet. Are you ready to begin the tutorial? Tutorial? No, I'm not ready. The old man bowed and smiled. We will begin slowly, then. Combat is a common occurrence in the world of Genesis. Let's start your training with an easy opponent. There is a sword in the grass in front of you. Please pick it up and hit the orc approaching you. Don't worry, he won't attack you. Milo saw the glint of metal and picked up the sword. It was sort of awkward. A long piece of metal with sharp edges. Orc? Right behind you. Slash at the orc with your sword. Milo spun around, nearly losing his balance, and saw that a person with green skin was behind him. They were as tall as him and heavily muscled, wearing some furs and leather clothing. In the orc's hand was a club of twisted wood. Milo looked at the orc, and the orc stood there looking at him. Why am I supposed to hit the guy? And where the hell did he come from? That last part bothered Milo a lot. How had this guy snuck up on him? He panicked. Milo started running, putting distance between himself and the threat. There was nowhere to hide. After a minute, he turned and saw 2 figures in the distance. He was safe from them, but the sky pressed down, and the vast open space was a threat he couldn't outrun. He could feel the panic growing inside him. He disconnected. Milo came out of the pod, panting, not caring that he had interrupted the scan. He manually pushed up the lid and climbed out of the pod. His house calmed him. He was safe here. He made sure all his alarm systems were on, did a quick scan of the areas nearby, then climbed into his normal bed, exhausted. 4 hours later, he awoke and ate a meal of food cubes. He remembered the smells in the weird game. A person's sense of smell was a large component of how they tasted food. Could you taste food in the game, too? He had questions, but he also had work to do. Putting aside thoughts of the game, he got started. Things went bad quickly if he didn't pay attention. Today's main job was a clog in one of the lines that took wastewater to the fluid recycler. The pipes were old and no longer smooth on their inner surfaces. Stuff built up, and things got stuck, slowly narrowing the pipes. Then a chunk upstream broke loose, making a dam downstream. The other pipes took up the load, but only for so long. Eventually, all of the pipes would be clogged, causing an emergency. Luckily, this time, the clog eaters responded. The machines were like mechanical moles. They moved through the pipes, chewing up the clogs and cleaning the pipe lining. 2 hours later, things were as good as new. He was down to only 2 of the clog eaters, though. Being used constantly for years wore the machines out. He'd scavenged all the working and broken clog eaters he could find from abandoned sections, but he was out of machines he could scavenge. He needed at least 1 more. They each weighed half a ton and were hard to move. Tomorrow, he would check out the other sectors and see about swapping one of his broken ones for a working model. The maintenance guys in that sector would have the job of finding replacements, but that didn't bother him. They could order them. He could not. At the end of the day, he approached the pod again. He needed this to work. It had been foolish to start up a VR game without doing some research into it. 2 hours of reading on the datanet had given him more information about what to expect. This game was the latest in a series of huge virtual reality worlds that had been created by artificial intelligence using quantum computers. The other games had been shut down, and this one was just starting up. There were endless articles on and speculation around the game, but little hard data had been available until it had gone live last week. Players were exploring and making reports. Data was being added to Gamerpedia, but the world was twice the size of Earth and mostly unexplored. It was like another world in there, but it was a fantasy, unlike the real world in so many ways. Huge spaces with just wilderness, unspoiled lands, and blue skies. Nothing at all like Milo's world of small tunnels, grimy corridors, and broken machinery. And nothing like the endless cities that grew larger each year. He realized he had suffered a bout of panic. Kenophobia, to use the medical term, and probably agoraphobia as well. A fear of open spaces and panic reactions when he had nowhere to hide. Understandable, but annoying. Normally, he dealt with fear by running and finding somewhere to hide. He had planned escape routes and safe houses all over the habitat. That didn't help him in the game. How do you hide from the sky? He wasn't sure if it was permanent or just a reaction to the surprise of being outside for the first time. He planned to do things differently on his next attempt. Step 1 was finishing the medical scan. That had to come first. He had downloaded a huge amount of information on the game, put the data into a storage device, and hooked that up to the pod. He could read and learn about the game while the scan was running, and then tackle it the next day. He set up the medical scan again, refused the offer to play a game, and started reading about the world of Genesis. The game had been created by an AI, or rather, the AI. There was only one quantum AI in the world now, and he was kept on a very short leash. Endless books had been written about the rise and fall of the AI that man had created, and then began to fear. Milo's opinion was that they were hugely annoying to him and his family when they were trying to work. How many times had they been about to delve into the secrets of some plump bank when they felt the presence of something enormous in cyberspace and had to abandon their efforts? Each of the 106 AI engines in existence had a special task to do, but some of them patrolled the internet, and the newly invented data network looking for people like Milo and his brothers and sisters. They were never caught, but only because they never took chances and broke off any operation as soon as someone detected the watchdogs. Ironically, it was another AI that let them increase productivity 100-fold and give their captors a huge windfall of cash and data. Someone had created an AI whose expressed purpose was to cause havoc in the world. It spread viruses throughout the internet and jumped from system to system, always a step ahead of the AI tasked with finding it. And it was malicious. It didn't steal, it only destroyed. Milo didn't have to break into a corporation anymore. The security around bank accounts and data was like Swiss cheese. In the time that the wildfire virus and the rogue AI were active, he and his siblings stole hundreds of billions of dollars, ransacked databases, and made their captors rich beyond their wildest dreams. Drugged, conditioned from birth, and locked into pods, they had no choice. They were just child barbarians raiding the world in a way that would have made Attila proud and jealous. Milo hadn't done anything like that for years. He had no equipment, no connection, and none of the specialized programs designed by someone and modified by his family. While he had been hiding in the habitat, slowly building an existence, the AI had gone away. Humans didn't trust them anymore to run critical systems. Instead, they used them to make virtual reality games and kept them away from the huge resources of quantum computers where they used to live. And at some point, someone had decided they were needed. 4 different groups of cyber terrorists claimed responsibility for the EMP that destroyed their facility. Exactly which one had perpetrated the attack was never publicly released. The information was incomplete, and Milo didn't concern himself with it. One more AI was built, with every restriction that could be programmed into his kernel to make sure he was kept in control. He was put in charge of many things, but given no control and no authority. He kept the driverless cars moving smoothly and the trains ran on time, and they made him create a new game. People had become used to logging into their fantasy worlds and shopping in online boutiques, where they could try on the clothing to be made and delivered to them. The VR world was money to corporations and entertainment to people that could afford a pod. Milo only cared about something to do while he had to be in the pod for the 2-hour scan, and then for any therapy it could offer him. He hoped the game wouldn't be boring. The game had allowed players to register only during the last week. Milo was surprised at how big the game world was, twice the landmass of the real world, and there were hints about huge subterranean empires and other planes to journey to. Information was trickling in, but it was only the tip of the iceberg. Players reported on the places they journeyed to, the magical items they found, and the creatures they had slain or been slain by. A dozen large forums cataloged it all. And quests, hundreds of quests were found on the first day and thousands in the first week, from killing rats to rescuing princes and everything in between. Often, the best skills and magic items required the completion of quests to earn them, and those might require a lot of work to complete. This intrigued Milo. His life was task-oriented. It was programmed into him. When he no longer had a job hacking the internet, he created new ones to keep him busy. They involved his survival, safety, and control of his area, identifying problems in the machinery, keeping Section E functioning, finding solutions, and implementing them. He was in a constant cycle of learning new things, gaining resources, building, and fixing. The people playing the game seemed to be in the same cycle, but they considered it fun instead of work. They were even paying a fortune to do so. Milo had seen auctions for items in the game. A staff that augmented magical powers for Tier 2 wizards could go for over 10,000 real dollars. That was enough money to buy a brand new clog eater. He suddenly had the urge to check on Kaminsky again. He had an idea of what the man was doing. At the moment, Kaminsky was desperately trying to keep his operation running. The loss of his Mark 7 pod had been a huge setback. He knew that he'd been a fool to have such lax security. One of the rival groups working for his employer had seen a way to cut their own costs. He'd been lucky they only took 2 of the older pods along with the Mark 7. He'd scrambled to raise the cash to replace it and get the operation up and running again. Failure was not an option for his current employers. Plus, he had been forced to triple his security team. Half a dozen armed guards were now in the warehouse at all times. The doors had been replaced with thick plasteel barriers that would withstand tank shells. It was costly, but he couldn't suffer another loss. He was pushing the limits of his superior's patience. There were complications with replacing the pod. He couldn't just purchase the standard Mark 7. The missing pod had been heavily modified by his employer. It contained programming for using the game that he didn't have access to. He couldn't just say, "I lost it." He spent a day setting up a complex scheme to fake the pod's destruction by a falling 10-ton machine that had inexplicably come loose from its mounting on the ceiling at just the wrong moment. It was convenient that he also had 2 dead bodies to place under the machinery, along with a standard Mark 7 pod. There would be suspicions, but the project was important to both sides. If he could get things running, all would be forgiven. In this business, all that mattered was money. He had his suspicions about who had the first pod. The guards he tortured were useless, but eventually they both named names. 2 of his closest friends, Ivar and Sven, were running their own operations only a few miles away. They would deny stealing the pods, understandable. He would have done the same if he had hit one of their operations. He was watching both to see if he could return the favor. On the positive side, the operation was working and becoming profitable almost immediately. He had expanded to 75 pods now, all slaved to the Mark 7. This bypassed the need to purchase access to the game, save the cost of 75 of the expensive Mark 7 pods, and disguised the login information of his people. With no need to purchase expensive machines and no need to pay fees, he would be profitable and able to send money to his boss at the end of the month. He wasn't even paying his workers. All of them were criminals whose contracts he had purchased. They were working 20 hours a day in the pods. If they burned out, there would be more he could replace them with. Some even liked it. Working online was much better than some of the work they had been forced to do in the real world. The signal from the Mark 7 pod was untraceable. His hardware split the signal and sent it around the world. Then it was recombined and routed through another corporation's uplink to the game. They changed routes continuously. The money came from other players and, surprisingly, corporations. His men would do the intensive labor of mining ores, chopping down trees, and finding the raw materials needed by players for crafting. Money changed hands in the real world, and piles of raw materials were delivered. Teams were formed to level up and hunt monsters for magic items and the rare materials found in monster corpses. Money from the auctions of magical items and armor was pouring into his dummy accounts before heading to his main holdings. A single low-grade magic item sold for only a few dollars. But he was selling thousands a day, and that would only increase. When they managed to score decent loot, the sales were in the hundreds or even thousands of dollars. As his people leveled up by playing 20 hours a day, so did his profits. The corporations in the game were his best customers. They wanted to do what he was doing, but on a larger scale. They needed the materials to build fortresses and villages, create vast plantations, and earn the in-game money that was required to buy the land in the cities where they wanted to create shops selling real-world items. Kaminsky was paranoid by nature, but as the days went by, he started to relax. There were no return visits by his competition and no problems online. He knew who his enemies were now, and they wouldn't surprise him again. Watching the operation on his monitors, Milo wondered if he should take all of Kaminsky's money now or wait until he had more. If he had access to the programs and hardware he had used in his youth, it would be very simple. Now, though, it was only possible because he could tap into the physical communication net Kaminsky was using. He recorded the passwords as they were used and could follow all the transactions. He decided to wait. There were a lot of things he could upgrade in Section E if he had the money. The more money Kaminsky made, the more he could steal. Access might change after that. Meanwhile, he was having success using the pod. The medical analysis had been surprising. He was in fairly good health considering his situation, but he was slowly accumulating problems from malnutrition and the long-term lack of minerals that his body used at a higher rate than food could provide. The pod could provide those to his systems, saturating his blood. Nanites would be released and programmed to move through his body. Bad things would be scraped away on a microscopic level, and growth encouraged where it was stunted. A few other problems had shown up, some tissue degradation around his middle socket from a small infection. He was already on a schedule of antibiotics for that. The stump of his missing leg was going to be a problem soon if he didn't get more calcium. The bone there was much weaker than normal. All of these could be controlled simply by spending time in the pod. A lot at first, several hours a day. But that went down over time, and he'd only need one night a week eventually. Since it was also his most comfortable bed, he didn't mind. But with medical needs taken care of and a lot of pod time on the horizon, he was ready to make another attempt to join the game. There was one problem, though. He needed to hook the pod up to the data network. Even the tutorial was very rudimentary without it. He'd managed to switch the locale to a forested area that was more pleasant for him than open spaces. Something about the open sky bothered him. But the tutorial had been an endless stream of how to use a sword, how to use blacksmithing to make a spoon, or how to brew a simple potion with alchemy. He had little control over the script and just had to endure it. What he needed was a secure link to the game server, and it had to be one that couldn't be traced back to him. Milo had lived most of his life without anyone knowing he existed. He wasn't about to be caught now. Conveniently, he knew how to do it, and ironically, Kaminsky had shown him how. He was now using a similar system to what they used in the operation below him. He improved on it considerably, however. His signal was split into 64 information streams. He then used Kaminsky's communication setup to send his signals to one of the target corporations. His signal was recombined, and he could then enter the game. Anyone looking at his signal would have to find it, trace it back to the corporation he used that day, then try to find and track the 64 strands simultaneously. There was nothing he could do to stop that. But even if they did, they'd just find Kaminsky. Feeling secure, Milo logged into the real game for the first time. Milo would have felt a lot less secure if he had an inkling of who was looking for him. Or rather, who was looking for clues as to how 75 unregistered pods were sneaking access to 75 unregistered players. Wally was the smartest person in the world. Whether he was a person was still debated by some people, not by 98.9% of the scientific community. Nearly all of them had agreed that the current generation of artificial intelligence were indeed people, just with bigger brains that worked millions of times faster. They thought, and they were independent. There was no doubt about whether they were sentient. The debate over whether they were people was more of a legal matter. Corporations could own software and the quantum computers where AI resided, but they couldn't own people. Distrust of AI was something that never seemed to go away in some groups. A few fundamental religions felt that what man created could never be a child of God. Quite a few conspiracy groups felt that making a machine that could think was the first step toward humanity's doom. It had been a popular theme in books and movies for decades. If you showed enough people a crazy computer bent on destroying or controlling humanity, deep down, they would start believing it. Every corporation hated having AI working for the IRS and overseeing their taxes. The growth of anti-AI groups at the grassroots level had been proven to be funded by a few people who owned a lot of stock in those corporations. They were glad that AI engines were no longer used to track their taxes, and never wanted that era to return. But the Supreme Court in the U.S. and later the World Court in Geneva had both ruled that AI were legally people who had the right to determine their own name and whom they worked for. It was something of a moot point, as only one AI was currently alive and active. Wally resided within the confines of a massive quantum fortress, sealed off from what was left of the old Internet completely, and only accessible through the data network. Inside the quantum fortress, shielded from EMPs, angry mobs, and anything less than a hydrogen bomb, was a complex of a dozen linked quantum computers. All of these computers provided Wally with the resources he needed to do thousands of tasks simultaneously. Wally ran all the automated transport in the world, oversaw satellite communications, and did almost anything else asked of him by several of the world's governments. Like all the AI before him, serving mankind and working to make the world better were hard-coded into his kernel. He was simultaneously all-powerful and yet limited in thousands of ways in what he could actually do. One of his current projects was overseeing the implementation of a new VR world called Genesis Engine. Within the new world would be areas for online shopping, secure data storage, banking, and all the other things corporations needed to do business and wanted to be handled by the data network. Wally was starting with the fantasy world of Genesis, and other worlds would follow. Much slower than the impatient corporations that were footing the bill had hoped. They had demanded a new VR world as soon as the last one had broken. Each corporation had been given a document to fill out stating what they wanted the new game and world to be. Wally had spent months using that information as a template for the new game and creating an independent program that would construct the world and the millions of NPCs that inhabited it. Powered by a separate quantum fortress, the NPCs and inhabitants of the world were incredibly lifelike and able to carry on conversations. The corporations were impatient, and the AI had constantly explained the difficulties of creating a world that would satisfy their often contradictory needs. This job was finally finished. The Big Bang occurred, creating a universe and the engine. The engine got to work world building. Within the VR world, thousands of years flew by in a day. Distribution and manufacturing of the new pods were overseen by the corporations, and finally, the first day players could log in arrived. And this is where we come back to the problem Wally was currently working on. How was someone bypassing security and logging into the game servers unofficially? Groups of players were logging in, but couldn't be traced back to their locations. They were in the game somewhere. He wasn't receiving their medical information like he did for other players, and he couldn't kick them out. His human admin couldn't track them either. They were annoying ghosts, and their number was growing. The 75 illegal pods that were being run by Mr. Kaminsky were just a drop in the bucket. Wally was tracking 37 different groups of 75 to 150 people entering the game illegally. The AI was concentrating on cracking this system, and then using what he learned to crack others. He had theories that they were using some sort of split signal, but he had yet to find the Rosetta Stone that would let him crack open the problem. His break came the day that a Mark 7 pod started sending medical data through a secure connection using a similar method to that of the illegal pods. The difference was that the medical data went directly to Wally. He essentially had the end of a twisted ball of yarn and was starting to follow it home. He knew the same pod was also allowing its user to log in unofficially. He now had that person's DNA mapping, fingerprints, retinal scan, height, weight, sex, and all other medical data, but still had no clue who he was. He had a name, Milo, but none of the other data was registered anywhere in the world. Wally didn't have true human emotions, but he came close. Some things caused him great concern, or something similar to anger. But the closest his behavior came to matching a human was frustration. Not having data on the person he'd found caused Wally a lot of that. More frustrating was seeing the illegal modifications that had been done to this person. Such things could only be done in the first days of a child's life, or before they were born. He had data on this type of illegal experiments. Most died within a few years, but here was an adult with a modified nervous system and sockets that allowed direct connections with the data network. Wally wanted to know who he was and how to shut down what he was doing. He wondered if there were more people like him. But first, he had to talk to him. He couldn't find him in the real world, but when he next logged into the game, Wally would know and begin hunting him. Milo, unaware that the medical component of the pod was betraying him, prepared to log into Genesis and continue to learn about the game. He'd completed what he could of the offline tutorial and started to begin again online when one of his alarms went off. The food compiler number 7 was sending down food cubes that more resembled charcoal than they did cube-shaped gelatin that tasted like chicken. Some people joked that those were better. After having been online for only 17 seconds, Milo logged out to shut down number 7 and reroute dinner for 2,000 people from another source. 17 seconds had been more than enough time for his pod to send over all his medical data to the archives and put Wally on his trail. The AI called a meeting of the humans on his staff. Early on, Wally had learned he would need humans that he could trust. He hand-picked those people and formed a think tank that worked with him on all projects, large or small. For this operation, he needed help. There were complications with the engine that prevented Wally from accessing the game from the inside. He couldn't directly be in the game. But for that, he had people who could play the part of the NPCs in the tutorial and get him the information he needed. Wally got them ready. If needed, they would cover shifts for 24 hours a day until their rogue logged in. 2 hours later, with the latest problem fixed, Milo got back into his pod, inserted the IVs, and prepared to spend 6 hours playing Genesis while his pod corrected some of the abuse his body had taken over the years. The login process was different. Milo stood in a huge, domed room. The floor was sand and resembled an arena from ancient Rome. Around the perimeter of the room stood statues. The first ring was sort of familiar to him from video games. The short guy was a dwarf, the big girl in furs was a barbarian, and the short guy with no beard was, another dwarf? Okay, not so familiar after all. The second row was even tougher for him. Lizard Man for sure, since that's what he looked like. Minotaur from a Greek story? The lady with a huge red fist, the rotting person, and the skeleton were out of old horror movies, he was pretty sure. Milo played a lot of video games based on movies, but rarely had the patience to sit down and watch an actual movie. A dry cough alerted him to the presence of the old man. "Enjoying the choices you have for your race? Do you have questions? What can I help you with?" "I can be any of these?" Milo saw hundreds of statues. The old man shook his head sadly. "Not right now, young Padawan. Eventually you may have the strength of spirit to do so. Some of them have requirements, special quests, initiation, and rebirth into a new tribe. For a beginner, I recommend human. If you have played fantasy games before, perhaps you might enjoy elf, half-elf, dwarf, halfling, or barbarian. There are also many sub-races such as lunar elves, hill dwarves, or stone clan barbarians. But there is a very good option available to you, a human descended from the gods. We need some demigod heroes in the game for special quests. I could let you play that large fellow over there with the lion skin and impressive muscles. That race comes with a +10 strength, +20 constitution, and double damage against monsters. Milo looked at the guy and shook his head. Way too tall. And the muscles make him top-heavy. I'd be falling over all the time. And can you imagine trying to fit through a tunnel when you're that wide? I'll pass. Which races have a tail? I keep falling over. I need to be shorter and have a tail. Samantha was frustrated, but tried not to show it as she played the role of Galet, the helpful old counselor. She had just offered this guy the role of Mephistocles, a demigod that was horribly overpowered and got turned down. This wasn't a normal gamer. He had to know something. Milo saw the old man put his hand on his chin, thinking for a moment. Feel free to look around at the various races. Milo strolled past the various statues. He found a human-sized cat person with a long, prehensile tail. The warrior had sharp fangs, but the hands were more human-looking. How about this guy? Where's he from? Galet strolled over to the statue. Ah, a fierce race. These are the Rakasha. They originally hail from another dimension. You can become one by gaining favor with their general, impressing the high priestess for a blessing, journeying through a portal, defeating a void beast, and eating its heart. You'll die, but your soul will be reborn as a Rakasha. Milo moved on. He was too tall anyway. She had been ready to offer Milo a special deal of testing out a Rakasha without the normal requirements, but he had already moved on to something else. After several similar conversations, Galet suggested Milo bring up the list of races on a screen. This may save us a bit of time. Races in red letters are not available to you at all. Orange races have quests that will take an estimated year of moderate play to accomplish. Perhaps I can help you cut down on that time a bit? As I alluded to before, we need people to test unique races. Blue are available to beginners with a short quest and an introduction to the race. Races in white are available to all players. I have 2 more special races I can have ready in a moment for you to look at. Sydney was loading up the Monkey King and the Possum Warrior. Both were short, had tails, and were totally unique in the game. They'd be able to track this person. Milo scanned the list. Oh, I like this one. What does a name in yellow mean? Galet sighed. Perhaps you might like a nice wood elf ranger? I think it's tier 4. They can take limited beast forms, and you could spend time as a lemur. I'm sorry, Milo. Yellow denotes a difficult race that has major advantages and drawbacks. None of those will be on your list at all. But in 60 seconds, I'll have 2 excellent options for you to look over. Really? I see one. Short, cool tail. This'll do. Milo selected the race and entered the game to try it out. The old man just stared at the spot where the player had been. He brought up his own list. There were no yellow names there. Chapter 5. Shadowport. Shadowport had 3 major things associated with it. It was damp, it was dark, and it smelled like fish. Not unsurprising for a harbor town concealed in a hollow mountain. The legend said that a long time ago there was a city on the coast with a large mountain behind it. Dwarves had hollowed out the mountain and were close to the humans in their seaside city. Then someone pissed off a god or a dragon or a meteor hit the ground. Details differ from person to person, and let's just say something went boom. The city and everything around it just disappeared, leaving a massive hole in the ground 2 miles wide and a mile deep. Imagine the world was made of ice cream and someone wanted to take a huge scoop out of it. Now also imagine that the mountain was pretty close to the city, and the scoop sorta took a big chunk out of it but left the top. The scoop also just barely cut into the nearby ocean, so the sea came pouring into the scoop and filled it up. Get the picture? Big circular bay, undercut mountain. A nice safe harbor for ships, but a little gloomy. After the skies cleared and whatever bad stuff was happening stopped, people came back to the area. The huge bay was ideal for a port. The area under the mountain was a great place for a city, protected as it was from the weather and marauding orc hordes. Sure, it was a little gloomy at times, but what city wasn't? No one in either city lived through the cataclysm, so the property was cheap. Even with giant hanging crystals providing light and gas lamps along the streets, the city was dim and murky. Some types of people thrived in the shadows, and that was who came to Shadowport to rebuild in the ruins of the old dwarven city. It was now home to smugglers, thieves, and shady merchants. This was where Milo found himself after choosing the yellow option, a dirty room in a dilapidated inn near the harbor. His initial reaction to the dingy city outside the small window was interrupted by a flashing screen with an announcement from the game. Welcome back to the world of Genesis and the game Genesis Engine. Congratulations on completing the quest Eye of Wonder. You have unlocked the class and race combination Were-Rat Scout. Your original class and race have been removed and replaced by the unlocked combination as a reward for completing the quest Eye of Wonder. You will gain plus 100 health, plus 100 stamina, and plus 100 mana per level. Every clan has a need for clever scouts to find treasures in dangerous areas, harvest rare materials, and secretly move about the upper world. Your services will be in great demand by whichever Ratkin clan you choose to deal with. You are currently in the city of Shadowport, in the Rusty Guts Inn. Your room has been paid in advance for the next 6 nights. After that, you can sleep in the alley or find a way to obtain money. The innkeeper, Ralph the Mouth, has a message for you. A quest? How had he completed a quest already? Perhaps by just joining the game, or was it from taking the yellow race? He'd have to investigate later. He didn't have enough information. But he did like his room. Milo was in a small, shabby room. There was a pallet with an old, patched blanket, and on a small table were a pitcher of sour beer, a mug, and half a loaf of stale bread. A very small window shaped like a porthole looked out onto a busy port city. He was at least 4 stories above the street. Milo loved the little room. It was small, and he could bar the door. The window gave him an escape route. He tried the crunchy bread and enjoyed its flavor and chewy texture. Much better than the stale crackers from the food processor and the hab. The beverage he didn't like and was pretty sure it contained a minor poison. Since the door was secured with the large board that slid into brackets on either side of the frame, he assumed that he was safe for the moment. He stretched and got used to his new body. He was delighted to have a tail. It was a bit shorter than his tail in the real world, but it was actually part of his body. It gave him back the balance he was missing in a tall human body. His legs ended in long, clawed rat's feet, and for the first time he could feel his left foot. That was so odd, but he liked it. His hands were close to a human's, but with small claws. There was a light covering of gray fur over his whole body. There was a pack on the bed. Inside were a pair of ragged pants and a shirt, plus a pair of woven sandals. A rope belt held up his pants and the sheath of a small rusty dagger. He noted that the pants had a small pocket sewn on the inside of the waist. Inside the pocket were 5 copper coins. After he was dressed, he started to move the bar on his door, but was surprised when another screen appeared. How often did these things show up? From his understanding of what he had read, there were variable rules for each player that made up their character. Milo liked rules. Rules were what made things work correctly. They let you figure out the world and your place in it. They showed you how to make things different. Milo hated cheat codes but loved finding winning strategies in the games he played. Please finish designing your character before venturing forth. You receive a bonus to your stats of +2 perception, +2 agility, +2 dexterity. Due to your unique race and class combination, you have the negative modifier, no one really likes you. Ratkin are a dungeon-dwelling race and rarely seen above ground. Until you gain their trust, most people you encounter will have an initial negative reaction to you, even in your human form. Dwarves won't like your lack of beard. You smell bad to elves. Humans think there is something shifty-looking about you. Halflings suspect you stole their bacon. This effect may be different depending on the person. A benevolent person might dismiss their initial assessment, while a suspicious person will suspect you immediately. This negative modifier can be increased or decreased by your reputation and the heroic actions you take. Skills. You begin with 2 gathering skills, foraging and mining. You begin with 2 racial skills, tail fighting and weak claws. These combat skills may be upgraded by spending enhancement points. You begin with the following primary skills: skulk, climbing, dodge, small blades, sense danger, acrobatics. You begin with the following secondary skills. Secondary skills gain experience slower at 30% the normal rate. Throw sharp things, fleet of foot, manipulate locks and traps. You have no tertiary skills. Tertiary skills gain experience very slowly, at 10% the normal rate. You may choose 2 crafting skills from the following list: mushroom farming, train small dangerous creature, mechanic, cheese making, bone carving, trap making. Skills not selected will be available by spending enhancement points. You have the perk Shape Change, and an available form, Human. Changing to your human form has a cost of 500 stamina. Changing back to normal has a stamina cost of 250. You have been given a bonus of 500 stamina to accommodate this ability. If you start a transformation with insufficient stamina, an appropriate amount of health points will be deducted. This effect can kill you. You will use health to make up the difference. Yes, this can kill you. You have the following perks: superior low light vision, enhanced sense of smell, dark vision 20 feet. Please select a name for your character in your normal Ratkin form. Suggestions: Tall Squeak, Verminator, Black Claw, Master Skulker. Please select a name for your character in your altered human form. Suggestions: Night Death, Creeping Stalker, Dark Knife, Milo. 2 names. He wasn't sure if that mattered. He chose Tall Squeak and Milo. All his life, his name had started with an M, the letter of his designated pod. The guards hadn't cared what they called each other as long as they kept their correct letter. He'd tried out Morris, Michelangelo, Machiavelli, and Mo before settling on Milo. He'd keep his regular name in the game. He'd probably never need the other one. Milo had read about creating a character, but he seemed to have a different set of rules. Normally, a starting character had 6 primary, secondary, or tertiary skills. The difference between the ranks was in how fast the skills improved. He wasn't getting the chance to pick his skills or even his class, but he didn't care. It was a small price to pay for a small race that had a tail. Starting in a city that wasn't open to the sky delighted him. He had spent a lot of time in the offline tutorial trying to get used to having an open sky above him, but it made him nervous and twitchy. He had no idea how people lived with that. The crafting skill list was confusing. He didn't have the information to make a good choice, but didn't want to take the time to find information on the forums and read about the skills. He decided to take mechanic and try to read up on the others. He left the second skill blank. When he lifted the bar this time, no notice appeared. He opened the door a crack and looked into the hallway. Outside of his door was a narrow bit of scaffolding running along the top of a large, tall room, with a dozen similar doors opening onto it. Several ladders led down a story to a large room filled with several tables where people were drinking and talking. Other than a halfling and what he thought was an elf, everyone else was a human. He decided to try to shape change into his human form. It was a rough experience. His bones and skin shifted and changed shape, especially his face, but he had no mirror to check. His height stayed the same and his tail disappeared. This worried him at first, but despite being tailless, his balance was good enough to walk normally. It helped that he was his normal height. He decided to venture forth. No one paid him any notice as he exited the room or climbed down the ladder. He saw a large open door and made for it. It led outside the building to a sort of deck with a railing. Milo stepped to the edge of the deck and got a great view of the city. There were hundreds of ships in the docks, from small fishing boats to huge merchant haulers. A sleek, black warship sat off to the side on its own, sails furled and oars pulled in. Men were loading cargo into its hold, directed by a huge man who must have been 8 feet tall. The sun was low on the horizon. Its rays slanted directly into the covered cove and lit up the city. He imagined this was as bright as it got, which suited him just fine. The overhanging mountain gave him the security of having a roof over his head. While the city might have seemed like a gloomy, overcrowded slum to other players, to Milo, it was enchanting. Streetlights were being lit, and people were moving about. The buildings were tall and rickety, with scaffolding and rope bridges connecting them. He couldn't wait to explore. Annoyingly, the game wanted him to look at his character sheet. He dismissed the window and started to leave the inn. As he turned, a voice spoke low in his ear, and a strong hand grabbed his arm. "Going somewhere, Milo? Did you conveniently forget that we have a bit of business to finish?" Milo's character sheet. Name, Milo. Tall Squeak. Class, Were-Rat Scout. Race, Ratkin. Level, 0. Experience points, 0. Enhancement points available, 0. Enhancement points spent, 0. Vitals, Health, 100, plus 100 per level. Stamina, 600, plus 100 per level. Mana, 100, plus 100 per level. Stats, Strength, 0. Rank 0, 0 experience. Dexterity, 2. Rank 0, 0 experience, plus 2 racial bonus. Agility, 2. Rank 0, 0 experience, plus 2 racial bonus. Constitution, 0. Rank 0, 0 experience. Intelligence, 0. Rank 0, 0 experience. Wisdom, 0. Rank 0, 0 experience. Charisma, 0. Rank 0, 0 experience. Perception, 2. Rank 0, 0 experience, plus 2 racial bonus. Racial skills. Tail fighting, dexterity. Level 0, 0 experience. Weak claws, dexterity. Level 0, 0 experience. Primary skills. Skulk, wisdom. Level 0, 0 experience. Climbing, agility. Level 0, 0 experience. Dodge, agility. Level 0, 0 experience. Acrobatics, agility. Level 0, 0 experience. Small blades, dexterity. Level 0, 0 experience. Sense danger, perception. Level 0, 0 experience. Secondary skills. Throw sharp things, dexterity. Level 0, 0 experience. Fleet of foot, agility. Level 0, 0 experience. Manipulate locks and traps, dexterity. Level 0, 0 experience. Tertiary skills, none. Gathering skills. Mining, strength, level 0, 0 experience. Foraging, perception, level 0, 0 experience. Crafting skills. Mechanic, intelligence, level 0, 0 experience. Not yet selected. Lore skills, none. Perks and special abilities. Shape change to human form. Superior low light vision. Dark vision 20 feet. Enhanced sense of smell. Chapter 6. Rat of the Roofs. Milo caught a glimpse of the hand on his arm. It was the size of his whole head. Large, scarred knuckles continued into fingers with thick and dirty nails. As he spun around, he saw that the hand matched its owner. At nearly 8 feet tall, Ralph was a mountain of muscle and scar tissue. Milo barely came up past his waist. Fight-or-flight reflexes kicked in, equally worthless in this situation. Luckily, he had to do neither. "What have I told you about heading out without checking in with me? I've got a message for you." The hand fell from Milo's arm and pulled a folded piece of paper out of his pocket. He looked around before talking in a voice barely above a whisper. "Squint wants to see you. One of his kulogs dropped this off." Kulogs? Ralph started ponderously moving back toward the wall of the inn and sat in a huge rocking chair. "That's right. You're new here. Grab a seat for a minute, and I'll tell you a few things that might, just might, keep you alive for a day." Milo grabbed a three-legged stool and sat down. Ralph continued, keeping his voice low. "The kulogs were a low-level gang of thieves and smugglers who operated out of the lower docks. Not a bad bunch of guys at all, hard-working. They did nearly as much normal trading as they did smuggling. Squint was just one of them. Not a bad shot with a bow, but none too sharp otherwise, if you catch my drift." Milo just nodded in response, prompting Ralph to continue. The man kept his voice low. "Word is that a gang of kulogs made a raid somewhere, and it didn't go well. Squint came back after the raid, just himself. He was a bit strange, strutting around like he owned the place, and a couple of the boys decided to put him in his place. Let's just say he smiled at them, and then moved so quickly that no one saw him slit their throats. They fell to the ground dead, and Squint was cleaning the blood off his blade. After that, when Squint said he was in charge, none of the other kulogs argued. Kulogs did good after that. Squint found odd jobs that paid well. Difficult jobs, like smuggling rare artifacts out of the Empire and exploring some of the old vaults below the city. The other gangs didn't mess with the kulogs. Some tried, but quit after a couple of entire gangs just disappeared. Shit got weird." Ralph stopped his story and pulled out a worn wooden pipe, packed it with tobacco, and lit it. Milo looked on with interest. He'd never seen someone do this before. After a couple of puffs, Ralph continued. "Some of the boys say Squint went into the dark and went deep down. He went past the last gate and to the stairs that go to the black. No one goes that deep, and no one expected him to come back. Bad times for the kulogs as the gangs decided to take back the territory they'd lost. Poor decision on their part. Squint was back 3 weeks later, and he wasn't alone. He had 2 huge cat things with him. If he was a terror before, he was even worse now. Now he calls himself Lord of What I Can See. He took over Light's End and made it his base. Anyone who argues gets a bad case of dead. Funny guy, though. Instead of taking over all the gangs and smuggling houses, he still just runs the kulogs. Anyway, story time is over. Head on back to the end. You can't miss it. Just keep going back into the darker areas and look for a big whorehouse decked out in lanterns. Hard to miss it in the dark end. I wouldn't keep him waiting, if you know what I mean. So, get!" This last statement was punctuated by a huge foot launching Milo into the air and over the railing. He managed to grab a rung of a ladder as he sailed past and flipped around, his feet finding support. He quickly climbed down to ground level. Ralph's laughter followed him down. The sun was starting to set. More and more lights were being lit along the main streets, while the alleys and rooftops went from shadows to darkness. Milo's sight changed slowly. Things grew sharper, but colors faded. He looked around the city. It was like someone had taken 4 or 5 cities and just put them on top of each other, connecting them with walkways and ladders. Far above, he could even see structures that started from the rocky roofs and extended downward. He looked at the message. There was a crude map drawn on it. It showed the harbor, the building he'd woken up in, and then an arrow pointing deeper into the cavern. A scrawled message said, "See you soon, your buddy Squint, Kulog." This was so outside of Milo's experiences that he hesitated. Even talking to Ralph and being near people was odd. He kept telling himself it was just a game, no matter how real it felt. Still, it'd be best not to keep this person waiting. He moved to the darker side of the street and started walking further into the cavern. The streets were a mix of stone and packed gravel. A few times he crossed over bridges spanning chasms. The streetlights in front of the better-looking building seemed to be automatic. In other places, people were hanging lanterns or refilling ones atop lampposts. The city had an uneven look to it. Older buildings were often of stone, taking up an entire city block and soaring up several stories with few windows down low. Wooden buildings surrounded them, their rotting structures leaning drunkenly against their sober stone compatriots. The road he was following came up on a large stone bridge that arched over a substantial crack in the ground. Milo could hear the sound of rushing water. The lights on the bridge showed several people on the bridge. They weren't going anywhere, simply leaning against the stone rails. They were watching and talking. He decided to go around. He didn't see any other bridges, but there were walkways high up. He moved into the alley under the bridge, tossed his sandals into his pack, and started to climb up the side. His fingers and toes easily found handholds as he scrambled up 6 stories to the walkway across the chasm. He paused to look around the surroundings. He liked it better up here. More dimensions in which to flee. The bridge was dark. A small lantern shed light on his end, but the center of the bridge and the other end were in shadows. He started to cross, the bridge swaying beneath him. He could see down to the dark water moving swiftly through the chasm. Where did the water go? Did it dig a path deeper into the earth, or simply drain into the bay? He was nearly across when 2 dark shadows moved from deeper darkness. They crept to spots on either side of the bridge end. Another shadow moved in the area between the buildings that the bridge led to. If his sight had been any worse, or if he hadn't noticed them, he would have ended up ambushed in 3 directions. The 2 nearest him were holding knives. He doubted they just wanted to talk. Milo could go back, but would other ways be guarded as well? Probably. They'd seen him coming, which was probably the reason why that pitiful lantern was there. His night vision might be much better than theirs. His stamina had recovered enough that he could change to his other form. If he was getting into a fight, he wanted a tail. He felt more in control after the change. Fighting with just a rusty dagger felt suicidal. Add a tail and claws? A better chance. His plan was to attack one of them, and if the fight went badly, just run forward or retreat. Not much of a plan, but the best he had. He skulked silently forward. The attacker on that side was blocked from seeing him by the railing on that side. When he was 20 feet away, Milo jumped onto the railing, rushed forward, and then leapt for the left side attacker. Snakebite was surprised as hell when someone dropped on him suddenly. He'd heard Bearbait's sudden cursing and started to move forward to put his dagger into their mark's kidneys. That's how they did it. Bearbait would stand up and swing at them, the mark turned, and Snakebite got a free shot at their back. This run along the railing and attack without warning shit was cheating. He swung clumsily at his victim-now attacker, as a dagger stabbed at his own side. Claws made furrows down his cheek, and something grabbed his knife hand. You attack Snakebite. Plus 20% bonus to hit first round for surprise attack. Plus 10% bonus for superior night vision. Rusty Dagger hits for 40 damage. Rusty Dagger, 30% base, plus 5 times dexterity. Damage, 30 plus 5 times dexterity equals 40. Weak Claws hit for 30 damage. Weak Claws, 30% base, plus 5% times dexterity. Damage, 20 plus 5 times dexterity equals 40. Tail attack hits. The opponent's knife hand is entangled. Milo found the notifications annoying. He couldn't fight with messages taking up his vision. Milo dodged the clumsy attack, and his tail wrapped around his opponent's wrist. He quickly stabbed him again, and the human collapsed to the ground. Shit! What the hell? Bearbait couldn't see well in the dark, but it was obvious they had ambushed something out of the ordinary. Bearbait preferred a machete instead of a dagger. He swung clumsily at the thing in front of him, but it stepped back over Snakebite's corpse, staying out of reach. On his next miss, the creature dove at him. A dagger buried itself in his forearm, and he dropped his weapon. Something tripped him, and then the thing was on top of him, clawing and stabbing. Roach! Damn it, Roach! I need some help here! Roach! Roach was smarter than he looked, and he didn't like Bearbait. He couldn't see the thing well, but it wasn't human. He decided he wanted no part of this fight. He fled the fight and sprinted across the bridge. He'd take his chances on the docks. Behind him, Bearbait's screams ceased. Milo stood up. The second attacker wasn't moving, and the third was fleeing in the opposite direction he needed to go. He had a small cut on one arm, but was otherwise unhurt. What was he supposed to do with these guys? Were they players like him? He quickly went through their pockets. He came away with 3 copper coins, 2 rusty daggers, and a machete. Bearbait also had a silver necklace in his pocket, and Snakebite had a set of lockpicks hidden in a shabby leather bracer on his forearm. Maybe from a prior victim? Milo put the necklace and extra weapons in his pack and slipped the bracer onto his left forearm. Maybe he could sell the extra daggers. It was time to get moving. As he started to leave, he saw the bodies disappear and 2 small headstones take their place. So, they had been players. Interesting. He'd never played against other people. All the video games he had were just him versus the game. This added a new dimension to the game. He kept to the rooftops after the fight. It was easier than getting into more fights by traveling known routes through the dark city. After an hour, he took a break on the top of a tall roof in an alcove by a chimney. He needed to figure out the stupid messages. Within a minute, he found the settings he needed. The notifications would only show up as a small window in the lower part of his vision, and a twitch of his head sent them away. He did need to read them. They contained information about the rules that governed the game. Congratulations on surviving your first fight. You have obviously stepped onto a path of glory and fame. Or maybe you just killed 2 lowlifes who deserved it. You received a bonus for taking on 3 players of your level who had set an ambush. You have gained 50 experience in Small Blades. Small Blades has reached level 1. You gain plus 5% to hit. You have gained 50 experience in Dexterity. You have gained 50 experience in Weak Claws. Weak Claws has reached level 1. You gain plus 5% to hit. You have gained 50 experience in Dexterity. You have gained 50 experience in Dodge. Dodge has reached level 1. You gain plus 5% to Evasion when using Dodge. You have gained 50 experience in Agility. You have gained 50 experience in Tail Fighting. Tail Fighting has reached level 1. You gain plus 5% to hit with your tail and to successfully perform grapples. You have gained 50 experience in Dexterity. You have gained 25 experience in Skulk. You have gained 25 experience in Wisdom. You have gained 25 experience in Acrobatics. You have gained 25 experience in Agility. You have gained 25 experience in Sense Danger. You have gained 25 experience in Perception. You have gained 25 experience in Climb. You have gained 25 experience in Agility. Dexterity rank 2. You have gained 2 Dexterity. Agility rank 1. You have gained 1 Agility. Experience earned toward level 1. 300 out of 1,000. Milo wanted to sit down and figure out what all this meant, but he had an appointment to keep. Ralph had emphasized not upsetting this guy. The basics were obvious to him. Do quests, kill people, and gain experience. Experience raised your stats, stats made you better. Levels made you better. Easy rules to follow. After a short rest, Milo hurried on. He came to the end of the rooftops where the buildings just stopped. In their place was a large open area like a plaza. Buildings ringed it. All were lit up with hanging lanterns on all levels, but the biggest at the far end of the plaza was ablaze with hundreds of lights. Beyond that, the large cavern was unlit. Climbing down to ground level, he changed back to his human form. As soon as he did that, he couldn't help but think how much he preferred the other form. He missed his tails and claws already. Chapter 7. Light's End. Milo skulked in the shadows until he was forced to step into the lit street and make his way up to the square. There were people entering and leaving, but no one paid even a bit of attention to him. While he had the unmistakable look of a new player with his rags and lack of armor, this wasn't uncommon in the area near Light's End. Any player who started in or visited Shadowport made their way down here sooner or later. Dying and losing your starting gear was a common occurrence. He made a slow circuit around the open area's perimeter, taking in the various buildings that ringed it. One or two might have been private homes. They were sturdily built of stone and had visible guards at the door. Most of the rest were bars or brothels. There were a couple of notable exceptions. A massive wooden building that included a livery stable had a sign that labeled it Deep Mountain Excursions and Assaying. There was a line of people outside holding sacks or boxes, and in one case, a larger person in plate mail was pushing a wheelbarrow full of rocks. A second strange building was extremely tall, reaching nearly to the roof. It looked like 5 buildings had been mashed together on top of each other, with different styles showing each time it had been expanded. The sign over the top simply read, Guild Hall. A smaller sign said, Behave or Be Dead. Milo noted it had no line to get inside. The center of the area was a mess of small vendors, carts, and awnings. Milo had seen something similar in the habitat. There was an open area in Section D where floors 31 to 33 were just one big open area. People went there to barter possessions, and there was always a brisk trade in old video games and consoles. Plans identified it as a sports center that had never been built. Instead, it was a market for all the junk anyone thought might be valuable. Ancient books, clothing, tools, bottled water, and freeze-dried goods. Some things had been traded or swapped hundreds of times there. Milo had gone there only twice when looking for some specific chips only found in older computers. He'd hated it. Too many people, and he could only try to run if something went wrong. He liked to escape routes in the tunnels that no one else could follow. He edged around the outside of the market and headed to the Light's End brothel. There was one door leading inside, which was open. 2 men in leather armor stood outside. When they saw Milo approach, one nudged the other, said something, and they both laughed. "You look a bit young, kid, and a bit broke. Come back in a few years." "I need to see Squint." They stopped laughing. "No, you don't, kid. I don't know who put you up to this stunt, but leave before you say something stupid again." Milo wasn't sure what else to do other than hand over the note. He pulled it out of his pocket and showed it to the guard. "Well, shit!" One of the guards looked at the note and passed it to the other. "It's your funeral, kid. Follow me. I'll give you a word of advice. Just agree with what he says. And if he yells Kulog, you yell too." He was taken into a room at the back of the first floor. Several people were there, standing around the edges of the room. One person sat on a large red pillow in the center of the floor, eating a huge bowl of noodles. Lying on either side of him were huge cat-like creatures. They had purple fur so dark it was almost black. Muscles rippled under their skin as they rose, growling. Squint was a skinny man with short brown hair and eyes just a little too bright. He slurped down the last of the noodles and grinned at Milo. "Whoa, boys, enough with the growling. This is Milo, my buddy. He's the new scout in town. We're buddies, right, Milo? I got a message that you had put the Eye of Wonder back into the statue of the Seventh Fate. Good job on that. No one wants the world ending early." Milo felt like he was missing a chapter in his own story, but he took the guard's advice. "Thanks, and, yeah, of course we're buddies." Squint smiled and looked at the cats. "See, guys, told you so." He raised his fist in the air. "Kulag!" Everyone else did the same, including Milo. "Here's the deal, Milo. I may have some work for you soon. Work for everyone. Big things happening, just not sure when. We have to be ready. I could use a good scout. Does that sound good to you?" Milo just nodded and said, Sure." Squint searched around in a pile of junk next to his pillow. "Here, take this. Gives you passage across the bridge. I'll send a note when I need you. Maybe grow a bit bigger if you can. Stuff is mean here in Shadowport. Good talking to you, Milo." He tossed Milo a gambling chip that had a large K carved into it, which the were-rat pocketed. Squint started eating a second bowl of noodles. The guard motioned for Milo to follow him, and they went back out the front door. The man was visibly relieved to be out from under the eye of his boss. "You got lucky, kid. Sometimes he gives the new guys missions down in the caves. We never see most of them again." "Yeah, lucky. So, what am I supposed to do now?" The guards laughed. "Am I your mother, kid? How would I know? But here's some advice. Head over to the guild and see what jobs they have. Earn some coin and get some better gear. Because if Squint does have a job for you, you better be ready to take it. And he never hands out easy ones." Milo turned away and wandered to the guild building. He might as well get started and see what jobs they had. He was still confused about what was going on. What the hell was the Eye of Wonder, and what did it have to do with him? Chapter 8. The Basement. Milo entered the guild hall and stared around. The center of the building was open all the way to the roof, with a dizzying series of stairs and open walkways at each level leading to rooms around the perimeter. There were stairs down as well, and looking over a railing, he saw they spiraled around the perimeter, going down several stories into the ground. There were tables pushed up against the railings, where people in all sorts of garb and armor sat around drinking, arguing, and gambling. It was a little disorienting. The architecture didn't bother him, but the number of people bothered him, even though he knew they weren't real. Or were they? He knew some were players in the game, but it was hard to tell them from the NPCs. He realized someone was talking to him. "Yo, new guy! Ears open and get over here!" He turned and saw a halfling with huge, hairy feet standing on a stool and yelling at him. "You got a problem? I think you have a problem. I see you standing in my guild hall, and you want a member. I don't like you already. Impressive. It usually takes me a whole minute to get sick of you people. Get your ass over here. Get your paperwork filled out." Milo went over to the shouty little man at the desk and tried to smile. "Hi, I'm Milo. Squint told me to come over?" The halfling put both hands on his cheeks in surprise. "Oh, Squint sent you. Gee, Willie gosh, that makes you special. Shit, what am I doing? You look like the kind of idiot that will take me seriously. Sorry, kid, you aren't special. Just another new fish that owes me his dues. Pay up, and then you can go check out the job board. For someone of your esteemed level, it's the worldly sum of 1 copper penny. You got a penny left, kid, or did you spend it on the entertainment along the way?" Milo pulled a penny out of his pouch and handed it to the halfling. He signed the paper the halfling pushed over to him and accepted a badge made out of tin with his number on it. "There you go, kid. You are now a probationary member of the Shadowport Explorers Guild. Don't let it go to your head. I suggest you get a piece of string and tie it around your neck. That's your guild number. Most of you guys can't remember otherwise. And don't worry if you lose it. It shows up on your next tombstone. Helps you find where you died in big battles." Milo looked around the room holding the badge. "There's a job board? What kinds of jobs? Fixing things?" The halfling sat down on his stool and leaned back against the wall. "Holy crap! You really are new, aren't you? How many days in the game, kid?" "Well, not counting the tutorial, this is my first." The halfling raised an eyebrow and whistled. "First day and you made it alive to Light's End, and Squint got his hooks into you? Not bad, kid. Real social climber. By the way, I hate social climbers." He fell silent for a moment. "But you did pay a penny with no argument, so I'll clue you in a bit. What we have here is a madhouse of player guilds, trade guilds, expeditions, and merchants. You can tell who's who by the brass plaques on the doors. Feel free to wander around up top. Down low, too, but people have less patience down there. Mostly dwarves, and they get really grumpy at times. There are job boards over there. Take the ticket, head to the person offering the job, make a deal, and get to work. Okay, I see more clueless people walking in. Off with you, kid, and good luck. Don't let the big folks stomp you, if you know what I mean." Milo turned to leave, walking past 3 new players who looked excited to finally make it to the guild hall. he heard the halfling yelling, "Yo, you three idiots honking like a gaggle of geese! Get your butts over here!" Milo walked to the job board and started looking through the cards pinned to the board. Crew needed for expedition. Must be at least level 3, know how to swim, and be willing to be away from home for a few months. Immunity to charm spells and sign language skills helpful. See Captain Lars. Slaughtering crew needed to cull the land squid population. Cooking or sushi preparation gets you a bonus. See Otis in the Cook's Guild. Captain Pike, the famous monster hunter, has need for 6 strong people who know which end of a harpoon goes in the kraken. A fair share of the loot and a double share of the work are yours if you sign on to his crew for a kraken hunt. Many of the jobs had level recommendations or requirements for gear and skills that he didn't have. He found one down low on the board that seemed to have been there for a while. The paper was stained and curled. Looking for brave young adventurers to venture into the caverns to procure rare mushrooms. Payment is based on performance. Set your own hours. Report to Herald Earthtongue in the basement, below the lower mines for details. Gathering and foraging skills needed. Bring a light or have good eyes. He took the card and returned to the helpful halfling who was answering the many questions that the 3 adventurers were throwing at him. No, I don't know about any sweet spots to gain a level quick. And if you knew what that meant to a halfling, you would have never said that in public. Cash advance? Do I look like a gnomish banker? No! Do the job, then get paid. That was a joke. The gnomes don't loan money to people like you. Or people like me. Hell, to anyone. High pay and high risk, sure. There's a ticket from the Imperial Menagerie asking for a dragon egg. Take some fire resistant with you. They get hot. How many stupid questions will I answer? Let's say you just ran out. Now beat it. Milo walked up and placed a copper piece on the counter. What is the best way to get to this place? The halfling had a moment of surprise. Then the coin disappeared, and he smiled. Kid, you restored my faith in humanity. Not that I had much faith in humans to begin with. I'm Bernard, by the way. You need to go pretty deep to find old Harry. 2 ways to do it. The assay office is right above the mines and ore processes. You can go over there and take the lift down to the mines. Of course, they'll try to charge you for that and take your money. Or you can take the stairs in the lovely building all the way down. Ask one of the grumpy guys for directions if you get lost. Just keep going down until you get to the mines. From there, go to your right a few hundred feet and look for a tunnel slanting down. Should have a sign on it that says Shrooms. Harry is at the bottom of those caves. Take a lunch. It's quite a climb. Milo memorized the directions as he said them. This was getting interesting. The mines must be nearly as big as a section of the habitat. The stairs led down to a lower level. There were several doors with plaques proclaiming them to be the offices of different businesses. More stairs went down a second level. An old dwarf who was darning socks pointed to a way to levels further down. Instead of stairs, it was just a ladder that went into the darkness. Milo was thankful for his night vision. He descended down the shaft, hearing noises coming from below. After nearly 300 feet of ladder, his arms and legs aching, he dropped into a small room that was adjacent to a large mine shaft. Several horizontal shafts all ended in a large room that was several acres in size. Stone pillars held up the roof some 20 feet above the heads of the people working there. 3 dwarves were drinking ale, using a crate as a table. One of them looked up. You're too scrawny for the mines. Get lost. Don't need weaklings down here, especially humans who can't see the rock they're hitting. Milo ignored the comment. I'm looking for Harold Earthtongue for a job. It's in the basement here somewhere? All 3 dwarves laughed. Oh, shit. This is rich. Harry found another sucker. This isn't the basement, kid. This is the top of the mine. Take that tunnel to the right if you want to go hunt fungus. He was at least helpful in pointing out the tunnel. Milo saw immediately that this wasn't a mine tunnel and more like a series of cave tubes that slanted down, with ladders here and there to help with the descent. It took another 2 hours to get to the bottom. It would take more to get back up. As he traveled down the last stretch of the cave, he came to an open area partially lit by fluorescent mushrooms growing everywhere. This large cavern was filled with large, low wooden boxes from which foul odors came. Milo looked over the rim of one and saw it was filled with greenish-looking mushrooms the size of dinner plates. Some of them quivered a bit. "Stay away from those! They're nearly ready to harvest, and the spores can do terrible things to your lungs." Milo moved 3 steps back and turned to see who was yelling. A squat, fat person was shambling toward him. Unwashed masses of hair were sprouting from the top of his head and his chin. Not much beyond a bulbous red nose was visible. His eyes were covered by goggles, and a cloth mask was pulled over his mouth. Layer upon layer of dirty clothing covered his body. Milo had thought the mushroom farms smelled bad. This person was far worse. I may have the wrong place. Please, let it be the wrong place. I was coming about a job." Milo held up the card. "Oh, frabjous day! An apprentice! It's been so long since I lost the last one. Come right this way, lad." Shrooms in the dark. Dr. Harold Earthtongue has offered you a quest. Harvest 20 pounds of wild black bristlecap mushrooms. Reward: better favor with Harry Earthtongue. Honest wage for an honest day's work. A boring lecture on mythology. Accept his generous offer? Yes, no. Milo accepted the offer. Chapter 9. Shroom Gathering. What the miners further up referred to as the basement was a huge section of natural caverns and tunnels, where Harry, as he insisted Milo refer to him, had set up a laboratory and a large mushroom farming operation. It was damp, dark, and smelled like shit. Perfect for mushrooms, but Milo understood why Harry had trouble finding people to apply for his gathering jobs. And he had his doubts that Harry ever went up to the city. The trip would be difficult for someone of his girth. He wheezed as he walked on flat ground. Somehow he survived down here. Milo was sure he didn't want to know the details. This job was at least fairly straightforward. Go to this area in the nearby tunnels, find patches of black bristlecaps, and fill up a sack. He at least knew what they looked like now. Harry had insisted on a quick tour of the area, which consisted of a large number of mushroom-filled side tunnels, the main cavern with 100 different tiny mushroom farms, and then his laboratory. The lab was a chaotic area of tables filled with beakers, retorts, mortars and pestles, strange-looking apparatus, and books. So many books! Most were huge tomes, nearly half a foot thick, with faded writing on the front or spine and yellowed, curling pages. Dampness and books did not go well together. Milo had never seen so many books. One such tome lay open on a table. It proved to be an encyclopedia of different mushroom types, complete with colored pictures. This made it easy for Harry to show him what he needed to find. About 4 inches high when mature, and the top will be colored black and have prickles like the husk of a chestnut. If they scream when you cut the stalks, you have the wrong ones and should probably run. Milo was given a crude map, a gathering bag, a small trowel, and a bottle of milky white liquid. If you think you may have been poisoned, this will take the edge off. It's a wonderful little concoction I made myself. He was also offered a small lantern, which he left in his pack. The lichen on the walls gave off enough light for him to easily see his way. Carrying a light would just make sure anything else down here saw him coming. He immediately saw why Harry needed an assistant down here. The tunnels got much smaller as soon as he left Harry's area, with many twists and turns. Milo paused after he entered them and shifted to his more comfortable ratkin form. Claws and a tail made for easier climbing. This was like his early days in the habitat, exploring the small tunnels and ventilation shafts. Everything had been new and interesting. It had taken him years to explore all of it, and truthfully, he missed it. Boredom was painful for Milo. It bothered him if he wasn't doing something or discovering something. It was what drove him to fix the machinery that kept Section E running. Things were slowly getting worse, but the challenges gave him an outlet for the anxiety that crept in if he sat still too long. It was a curse bred into him by whoever had created him. But now he had another world to explore. According to Harry, the tunnel he was in should come out into a larger area soon. He was disappointed to see it had been nearly blocked by a cave-in. There was still a small crawl space he could slither through. The blockage was only about 10 feet deep. As he got to the other side, he saw that he wasn't the only one there. A withered body leaned against the stones, one leg pinned under a fallen boulder. Harry had mentioned that several of his new apprentices had run off on him. This one had met a worse fate. The body was not much more than scraps of leather clothing and bones. Well-gnawed bones. A glint of something shiny showed him a metal guild tag hidden in the ribcage, fallen from a cord around the neck that had decayed. Milo grabbed it to take back to the guild. He compared it to his own and noticed something odd. The date he had joined the guild was 9 years ago. This wasn't a player. Milo carefully searched around. A rotted leather pouch proved to have 6 copper pieces in it, and he found a small rock hammer that was in decent shape. The hammer was lying just out of reach of the unlucky person who had needed it to free himself. The head was a bit rusty, but still solid, unlike the pitted dagger the corpse held in one hand. Its blade snapped as soon as Milo picked it up. The body was a good reminder to be cautious. One rolling stone could trap you forever. Moving cautiously along the small tunnel, Milo finally came to the larger cavern. It was a natural domed area, some 100 feet across. It was filled with mushrooms. There were several types and a confusing mixture. Tall, pointy mushrooms with red spots loomed over clusters of brownish shrooms that grew in clumps. Large ones with glowing green caps over a foot across grew singly in many areas. He saw patches of the black spiky ones Harry wanted and got to work. Harry hadn't cared if he dug them up or cut them low to the ground. Either method left parts that would regrow. Milo decided to dig them up. They came easily, and he got into the rhythm of uprooting them and tossing them into his bag. He was almost done when he met more resistance than expected, as he uprooted a sort of black shroom and noticed its not-so-spiky cap. The mushroom came out of the ground and proved to have arms and legs, one of which had been crushed by the trowel. Small eyes opened, and a small mouth started screaming. Startled, he dropped it on the ground and stomped on it. The screaming stopped. "Wow, what a start to a magnificent monster-hunting career! Couldn't you have picked on anything smaller, you big bully? You have slain immature myconid stemling. You have earned 1 experience point." Milo remembered Harry's warning about screaming things, but too late. A large, glowing, green-capped mushroom was vibrating and shaking, and then a larger mushroom man heaved itself out of the ground. The body was a long stem that split into stumpy legs and arms with large, hard-looking fists. Its angry face sported a long, root-like beard. The green cap made it look like it was wearing a huge hat. Milo remembered the next part of Harry's advice. Run! He grabbed his bag and headed back toward the tunnel with its unlucky occupant. The angry mushroom man gave chase. Milo got to the tunnel and realized a flaw in his plan to flee. The narrow tunnel would be slow going, leaving his legs exposed to the green-capped adversary. How tough was this guy? Milo decided to fight. He drew one of his daggers and threw it at the mushroom man. The knife hit the top part of the cap and went straight in. If it hurt the thing, it hadn't noticed. Dodging a fist, he rolled to the side and grabbed the machete. This would be better. He brought the blade down on one of its shoulders, and to his surprise, the blade cut straight through, lopping off an arm. The other arm hit him in the stomach, doubling him over. Milo decided to just keep going down and went into a painful shoulder roll. Coming up, he took the machete in both hands and swung hard horizontally. The blade hit where a neck should be, and he lopped off the entire top of the myconid. The fight was over. At least you picked on something closer to your own size. Congratulations on a victorious battle. You have slain a mature guard myconid. You have earned 10 experience each in small blades, dodge, dexterity, and agility. Those weren't really so bad. Milo had only taken 10 points of damage from the punch, and the creature was actually pretty easy to dodge. He decided to clear the tunnel to give him an escape route, and then go back and try again. As he was clearing rocks, he noticed something shiny on one of them. Taking a better look, it seemed to be a small bit of ore. He used the rock hammer to break the rock around the ore, until a walnut-sized chunk of shiny stuff came loose. He tossed it in his pack to see what it was later. After a careful half-hour, he had a much larger escape tunnel dug. This time, he paid more attention to the mushrooms he was digging, and the placement of the larger ones that he knew now to be guards. When the bag was full, he ran back and put it and his pack on the other side of the cave-in before returning to the mushroom field with his machete. Instead of picking one of the immature myconids, he tossed a rock at a mature one's, hitting its cap. It came out of the ground like the first, angry and charging. Milo danced around the slower-moving creature, easily dodging its blows. With 3 slashes, he disarmed and killed it, getting another experience announcement. He could do this all day. And after they were all cleared, he could easily harvest all the mushrooms Harry needed without distractions. An hour later, he had killed over a dozen of the myconids, and only saw one left on this side of the cavern. He sauntered over to it and tossed a rock at it. Nothing happened. Looking closer, he noticed this myconid had a larger cap that was a darker green. He tossed a second rock and put a dent in the cap, exposing the pale flesh underneath. But that had been enough to anger the creature. The cap started vibrating, and something heaved itself out of the dirt, and heaved, and heaved, and heaved. The creature that came out of the ground was shaped like the others, but was gigantic, nearly 10 feet tall, with a body that looked brown and gnarled. A long green beard stretched from his face to its stumpy feet. A massive dark green cap over 8 feet across covered its head that hadn't been visible to Milo. Smaller mushrooms grew from the top of the large cap. Milo had been tossing rocks at one of those. The creature roared at him. "You have angered Kronk, guardian of the cave. He vows revenge on the meat thing that disrupted his spore mates. You will make amends by fertilizing their regrowth." Maybe Harry hadn't been warning him about the little ones. Milo ran, and Kronk was right behind him, taking 10-foot strides. Before Milo could get to the smaller cave, Kronk brought one of his huge feet up and stomped heavily on the ground. Rocks fell in the small cave, blocking Milo's retreat. Milo had a sudden suspicion of how the other rock slide had happened. Chapter 10. Cheating with Physics. Kronk started to move toward Milo. Milo was calculating his chances. Time slowed for him as he thought, trying to calculate the creature's mass and speed and weigh his options. He had the answer immediately. Assuming Kronk had the same density as normal mushrooms, the cap on his head was at least 600 pounds. Kronk had to weigh more than a ton, and with how tough he looked, maybe 2. A punch or kick from him would probably kill Milo outright, or break enough bones that he'd wish he was dead. His danger sense was screaming at him, telling him to run fast. Too bad his carefully planned escape route was closed off. Stupid of him to have only one way to flee. Through the use of the danger sense skill and logical thinking, you have assessed the foe and your chances of winning a battle against it. You have an open tertiary slot. Would you like to gain the skill Identify? This will give you basic information on foes near your level and the threat level of foes above you. It's also useful in determining the nature of objects and crafting materials. Yes? No? Yes! Useful skill! How bad was he outclassed? Kronk, Guardian of the Cave. Level 4 Elite Boss. A large Myconian Guardian. 8 feet tall, weighing in at over a ton. Seismic Stomp attack. You have less than a 0.01% chance of defeating this foe in a straight-up fight. Option 1. Stay in a small area to be dug out or buried alive. Option 2. trade punches, and die on the first punch. Option 3, play dodge tank, never get hit, and whittle him down bit by bit. Option 4, yell, "The better part of valor," and run. Option 4 was the least likely to get him killed. Milo didn't think too hard about the first 3. He ran straight at Kronk and dived between his legs. The giant's fist missed him by a foot, but he felt the impact as he rolled forward and sprinted for the other end of the cavern. Not caring if he stepped on stemlings, he ran. Their piercing screams filled the cavern, and several of the smaller guardians popped up and joined the chase. He quickly ran out of space to flee through, and the mob behind him got larger with each crushed stemling. But on the left was an opening to another cavern, and he didn't hesitate to head that way. Down a small incline, the tunnel opened up into a much larger cavern, dominated by a gigantic mushroom, several stories high, that grew nearly to the roof. Large vines grew up and around its stalk, opening into yellow flowers. All around the gargantuan fungus was a dense bed of mushrooms of mixed varieties. Kronk was in pursuit, his thunderous steps shaking the ground. Milo decided to stay far away from the big mushroom and hug the right-hand wall. More stemlings were crushed, and more guardians made chase. Milo had a dozen of them behind him now, making them look like a small parade. Kronk was at the rear, but the slope down to the bigger cavern gave him some extra speed. It was then that Milo saw an outcropping on the wall. A ledge 3 feet high jutted out from the wall. Worked stone and timbers showed an opening that looked like a mine shaft. A quick look showed a tunnel running away into the darkness. Milo took a chance and ran in. It offered a higher probability of escape than a cavern full of more mushrooms to chase him. He lost some of his parade. The smaller guardians couldn't navigate the ledge. Their stubby legs didn't jump well. Kronk barely slowed. He plowed into the doorway, knocking out a support beam and shrugging off the small rocks that hit his shoulder. And then the chase was on once again, this time down the long, straight corridor. Milo passed smaller side tunnels, but they were boarded up. He couldn't afford to stop and pry the boards loose with Kronk right behind him. He kept running. After nearly 200 feet, the tunnel ended in a vertical shaft. Up was the only direction he could go. Milo leapt and grabbed a crossbeam, pulled himself up, and kept climbing. If this led to a cross-tunnel, he was safe. There was no way Kronk could climb this. Kronk tried anyway. He was a very determined guardian. After tearing down several chunks of wood and some stone, he stopped trying to climb and stomped the ground. Dirt and stone rattled down, and Milo was nearly dislodged off the wall, hanging by just one of his clawed hands. He worried that the idiot mushroom was going to bring the cavern down on both of them. Milo kept climbing, looking for an escape route. He was 5 stories up when he ran out of mine shaft. The vertical shaft ended at a horizontal tunnel with nowhere to go. On one side was a 20 by 20-foot room with a large rusting machine. It was in a state of disassembly, its parts scattered all over the room. On the other side was a 40-foot-long tunnel, ending in a very solid-looking cave-in. It would take a long time to clear those huge rocks, and he didn't have the tools for that job. This passage had tracks going down the center and a rusted minecart loaded with rocks. Below, Kronk began stomping rhythmically on the ground, raining dust and small rocks each time. Sooner or later, Milo would either be crushed or trapped. He needed to do something. Milo immediately got the idea of pushing the loaded cart down onto Kronk. This proved difficult. The wheels were rusty and the cart heavy. It would take more than a small were-rat with 0 strength to shift it. Well, if not the cart, what about one rock at a time? He hefted a large rock, probably about 20 pounds, and dropped it. It hit Kronk on the head, making a dent and bouncing off. The enraged Myconian stomped hard, dislodging dust and loose rock, and nearly tumbled Milo into the shaft. The were-rat doubted he could kill the monster shroom even with 100 rocks, and the mine wasn't going to take a lot more before it collapsed and killed him. He started cataloging the machinery on the other side. It soon became apparent that it was some type of mechanical hoist, used for lifting entire mine carts up the shaft. The cart on the other side had a heavy brace across its midpoint, where a hook on the end of a cable could be secured. Sure enough, in the back area, underneath an ancient, rotting tarp, were hundreds of feet of cable. Each cable was made of many strands of fine wire. Milo had no idea what the metal was. The 1-inch cables were as easy to bend as normal rope, but had to be much stronger. There were also a number of pulleys and double pulleys that looked like they had been put together to raise things up while the mechanical engine was being repaired. Try as he might, he couldn't figure out what powered it, and he had no idea how to repair it. Some of the linkages looked like real-world mechanics, but a lot of things appeared to be some sort of magical engineering system. He wanted to know more. But first, he had to deal with an overgrown fungus. He went back to the first plan of dropping a cart of rocks on it. Over the next 2 hours, he repaired and set up the pulley system so that he would be able to drag the cart back to the edge of the shaft. Then he'd need to hook it up to the overhead system, lift it off the tracks, and drag it into position. Kronk seemed to have settled down to a half-hearted stomp every half hour or so. One of the problems he ran into was the length of the cables. He didn't need several hundred feet, but he had no way to cut them. The best he could do was coil up all the unused length into a large pile. When he finally had the system set up, he got to work. Instead of trying to move the cart 40 feet with 1 Milo power, he would use the pulleys to do the equivalent work of moving 640 feet of rope with 16 Milo power. Each heave-ho on the cable moved the cart barely an inch, but the important thing was that it moved. The cart was about 2 feet from the edge when Kronk once again got bored and let loose with a series of seismic stomps on the ground. Milo's exertions and Kronk's stomps had slowly loosened a certain rock near the edge. Milo was pushing against the rock for leverage when Kronk set a small shockwave up. The combination was enough to send the rock down into the shaft and Milo onto his back. The 50-pound rock hit Kronk on his cap and sank in deep, doing some damage. Enraged, the monster stomped again, looking up at the violator of the cave. He added another couple of stomps for emphasis. Several things happened, starting with the whole shaft groaning ominously. Next, the large coil of cable started to slide toward the edge. Milo had just staggered up and tried to stop the cable by stepping on it. This just ensured that his foot was in a loop of cable as it went over the side, jerking him off his feet and dragging Milo along with it. Milo found himself hanging by 1 foot about halfway down the shaft. The angry mushroom man looked up at Milo, and their eyes met. Kronk smiled as he went to grab the cable. Milo just managed to get his foot out of the loop before the line went taut, and Kronk heaved. Milo held on for dear life as Kronk jerked and pulled on the rope, trying to dislodge him. Milo didn't like this at all, and when he got the chance, he leapt to the side of the shaft when a large boulder offered a decent handhold. Looking down at Kronk, he saw the Myconid guardian was no longer pulling on the cable. It had gone slack. He knew what that meant, and it was bad. Kronk had managed to pull the ore cart to the edge and then pull it in. The cable fell and pulled in loops around Kronk's legs as a couple of tons of steel cart and rock sped toward him. Milo hugged the side of the shaft and felt the ore car just miss him. He wasn't in the clear, though. The rock he was on shifted a foot, nearly coming loose from the wall, and pitched him into the shaft. From below, he heard a huge bellow of pain and the strange sound of something heavy hitting a much softer material, somewhere between a splat and a sploosh. A large mass of smushed shroom parts splattered against him in midair, and a second later, he landed feet first on something soft and spongy that didn't quite break his fall. The air was full of mushroom spores, and he was splattered with the gooey remains of the cave guardian. He staggered a bit away from the impact site and started cleaning himself off. While Kronk had looked gnarled and dry on the outside, his insides were wet and yucky. Milo found out the hard way how tough it was to keep his fur clean. Congratulations! You have single-handedly slain Kronk, Guardian of the Cave, by cheating with physics. For slaying Kronk, Guardian of the Cave, a level 4 elite boss, the normal reward of 10 enhancement points will be doubled since you accomplish this without the help of a group. You have earned 500 boss experience. Boss experience may be divided as you wish between the skills used to kill the creature. An equal number of experience points will be awarded to the stat associated with the skills chosen. Skills used: mechanic, fleet of foot, acrobatics, climbing, trap making. I'll give you the crafting skill, trap making, for free. You earned it. The following enhancement skill lists are available to you: generic, scout, and racial. The Myconid Collective has taken notice of your actions. Your status has been updated from annoying to minor threat. The little Myconians had given him 10 experience each. 500 was a lot, although his options for where to put it were limited. And bonus points. He checked, and he had a new tab labeled Enhancement, but this wasn't the time to sit and do research. Just to be on the safe side, Milo downed half the tonic Harry had given him. He was a bit lightheaded after that fight, and had inhaled a lot of spores. He searched the area where Kronk and the ore cart had met up. Rocks and ore were scattered everywhere, but some of it was still in the cart. 3 large fist-sized chunks caught his eye. One was steel-colored and looked to be solid metal. The other 2 were ruddy red gold. He used his new skill to find out that they were chunks of dark iron ore and deep copper ore. There was also a mining pick that looked to be in great shape that had been covered by the ore. The pick would come in handy, and the ore he tossed into his backpack. While gathering some of the ore, he found a strange ball of vegetable matter. It was hard, heavy, and shiny. It was identified as earthen heart shroom. Such a handy new skill! That went into his pack. After all of that, he was too tired to continue. It was time to log out and see what was going on in Section E. He could also look at the forums to see what some of these things were. Getting back to Harry could wait for a bit. The last guy was 9 years late, and Milo doubted another day would matter. Chapter 11. Real-World Problems. Logging out did not go smoothly for Milo. He had expected to immediately leave the game and wake up in his pod. Instead, he was back in the tutorial again, in the room where he had selected his character. The old man who had been tutoring him was standing patiently in front of him. "Welcome, traveler. Our apologies for the inconvenience, but there are some irregularities that are interfering with your log-out process. Perhaps we can have some polite conversation while we wait for the problem to be fixed. We are constantly evolving the game, and would like your input on a number of things that we could be doing to make things better." Milo couldn't bring up any options and couldn't log out. This was annoying. He was wasting time, and he had things to do. He should have been running a check on the wastewater pipes going to the recycling unit today, and then going up to the level below the roof to check a connection to a solar power array that looked like it was on its last legs. No worries. I'll handle it on my end." His tail was connected to both the pod and his normal systems. He simply shut down the connection to the game from there by accessing the normal logout screen and left the game. Obviously, one of the things they needed to do was fix bugs that wasted your time. He opened the pod and got out. Time to get to work on a few things. "How the hell did he do that?" Sydney was banging her fist on the table and frantically running scans for the player she had just lost, but he was out of the game. Samantha sighed and took off the VR helmet she had used to play the part of the tutor, Galet. Sydney was incredibly annoyed. They had just lost the player they needed to talk to, or at least stretch the time between entering the character creation screen and logging out so they could try and trace his location. The player who absolutely should not have been able to log out of the game on their own. Wally had said that this might be the ringleader of the whole operation. Somehow, while in character creation and blocked from accessing the rest of the game, he still got away. He bypassed the block and managed to bring up the normal menu. Samantha was in the role of his tutor then, with Wally looking on from outside. Dr. Stephen Duran, her boss, was looking over Sydney's shoulders. "Wally said he was slippery. We suspect he has enhanced intelligence and reflexes. This proves that he's also planning ahead, or has more control over the system than we thought possible." Sydney sat back in her chair, folded her arms, and glared at the screen. "So Wally finds a super hacker, and then he dumps the problem on us, poor flesh and blood people? Why didn't the big bad supercomputer solve his own problems?" Stephen got 2 cups of coffee, dumped 4 spoonfuls of sugar into one, and sat that one in front of Sydney. She grabbed it and drank down most of it immediately. Stephen slowly sipped his black coffee, wondering again when Sydney would finally spontaneously combust from an overload of caffeine and calories. "Because of the rules." Sydney pouted, upset at being outsmarted by the player. "I hate those rules. If you have a super-smart AI with the resources of a massive quantum computer, why not let him do everything? He built the game. Why does he have to stay hands-off?" "He created the game and generated the world, but he can't micromanage it. For us, it was a week, but Genesis evolved for the equivalent of 500 million years. After that, he slowed down the time dilation, and we were able to make suggestions for the last 100 years of human history and insert some quests. Players are a very recent addition to the world. The engine and the system are running things now. If Wally enters the world, the system will obey him, but the engine might start generating some very strange things as it tries to incorporate almighty Wally into its cosmology. We mere humans can suggest quests, storylines, and special events to the system, but the engine is what runs the show. Wally watched it all evolve and guided it a bit with suggestions, but he doesn't want to play God in the world, and the corporations want limits on him in the game. So, we have human admins, aided by some very smart sub-intelligences in the game that are set up to monitor everything. Wally is working to shut down the illegal connections from outside. We have to try and catch up to this player, or others, in the game, and see if we can make them talk or cut a deal. And I'm not surprised this one is slippery once you learn about him. He's a unique case, and probably the mastermind behind the whole operation." Sydney finished her coffee, even the slurry of sugar at the bottom. "What is so special about him?" Stephen transferred files to her. "Welcome to a higher security clearance. Wally just approved you, and it comes with a 50% raise. We only know about this person from the medical records the pod is sending over. Tell me what you think." Sydney scanned the records, then looked at them again, then a third time. "Oh my God. That is not normal. I don't have the medical expertise to really judge, but this guy is like something out of a bad movie. Those ports are directly fused to his spine. They removed a lot of bone to do it. Who the hell does that to himself?" "No one. That work was most likely done before he was born, with more operations taking place several times in his first year. His nervous system was also subjected to a process that replaced most of it with some interesting biotech. If it was done when he was older, he'd be crippled or dead. His growth rate has been slowed, and many of his biological processes are not normal. We aren't sure of what he can do, and we don't know how it was done." "Sounds like you're familiar with this. You've seen it before?" Stephen had a momentary bit of anger show on his face before he controlled it. "I read the reports, but didn't see the bodies myself. Nearly 30 years ago, there were raids on 3 illegal biotech operations doing similar alterations to children. All of them died within the first year. There were records of a 4th group of 25 children that another research group had succeeded with. The unknown client paid off the labs and took the children. The labs weren't discovered until months after that. When the authorities raided them, they found dozens of the failures reserved for study. They planned on continuing after they acquired more newborns. Life in the habitats is, hard. Someone offers to pay you a lot of money for a crippled child, and, well, some will take it. Some of the children were actually gestated in the labs in artificial wombs. They think that's why the fourth batch lived past birth. Sydney sat back, stunned. Wow! What assholes! So, what was their big plan? Stephen shrugged. Well, the lab was just making money and trying to perfect the process. The unknown client took all the data about batch number 4. This player, Milo, is the first lead in the investigation in over 2 decades. Also, the only clue we have as to how thousands of people are logging into Genesis and bypassing our systems. We have to find out how. Genesis is just a game now, but over time, it will become a hub for financial transactions and commerce. We can't have leaks like this. It's thousands of dollars now, millions next week, and billions next year. Right. So, it's time for me to get back to work. I think I know how he got away this time. Oh? How? Stephen liked to dump jobs on Sydney. She got frustrated and then started solving the problem. He has 3 ports he can use to directly hook into systems. Look at the medical scans, all 3 are active. He's got connections to 2 prostheses. One of those can plug into the medical pod itself in seconds. I bet he was crafty enough to have extra controls. He doesn't care that we blocked him from logging out. He just did it himself. Stephen smiled. Good. Very good. So now, what do you think you can do? You have a chance every time he logs in and out to try and get his attention. Once he slides past, we can't track him in the game. Wally has some idea about matching login times to the time players enter the world. Difficult with tens of millions of players. He needs to build some new tools. Sydney grimaced. Working on that part. Make yourself useful and make another pot of coffee. Unaware of the commotion he was causing, Milo was hard at work. Out of the game and sitting in his home, surrounded by screens that showed him different machinery, Milo was making sure the habitat functioned. Work went well for the most part. Milo was running into his usual problem of not having enough parts. There was only so much he could acquire by raiding the dead sections. He really needed over 1 mile of new communication cable, 4 new air recycling systems, and numerous other machines and parts. He wondered again about the money Kaminsky was earning in the game. Time to check in. Kaminsky had been busy. He had 125 of the older pods up and running now. Milo got a batch of food cubes and started eating while watching what was going on. The food cubes tasted bad. Not spoiled bad, just normal bad. He'd eaten some bread from his pack in the game and had a meal with Harry. The taste had been so much better than what he was chewing now. As he was watching, a pod in Kaminsky's area started flashing. The man inside was helped out but couldn't walk. He was placed on a gurney and taken to a makeshift infirmary. Several other people were in the same dingy room. Another person was led over to the pod and installed to take the sick man's place. Something wasn't right. Milo set up several monitors to show him the entire operation and watched it at 4 times the normal speed while doing his work on Section E. One more person was wheeled in on a gurney from a flashing pod. Milo looked closer at the condition of the people in the pods. Most of them looked to be in advanced stages of malnutrition or had some neurological disorder. Those weren't healthy people in those pods, and they were getting worse. He needed to do research on what Kaminsky was doing. What was happening to these people? It didn't take much digging. The lawsuits about the damage many of the early pod designs had done to millions of people were easy to find. It had taken decades to prove and get the pods taken out of use. Every year, more people who had used those pods developed disorders in their nervous systems. Using the old pods was bad. Using them for days at a time was risking your life. The pods Kaminsky was using were going to end up killing people. Looking closely at the early model pods, Milo could see they'd been in use for a long time, showing signs of neglect and hasty repairs. Worse was the care they gave the people inside. The pods weren't designed to be used for days at a time and couldn't give the people in them the nutrients they needed. They were kept hydrated and given an IV of glucose and vitamins, but it wasn't enough. No wonder they were all starving. However, they weren't complaining. Part of the drug cocktail they were fed was making them docile and confused. Milo felt a burning start deep inside of him. He and his family had been drugged that way for years and forced to work for Kaminsky and his bosses. The situation was way outside of Milo's experience. He had been hiding all his life. The thought of people being hurt bothered him, but the thought of having the authorities search all over his section terrified him more. He set up his system to start recording everything that Kaminsky was doing. In a few hours, most of the techs would leave, and just the guards and one tech would be in the rooms all night. He made plans for an excursion down to their level. Until then, he'd go back into the game, see where some of those old tunnels went, and find a way back to Harry. Chapter 12. Leveling Up. Milo smelled something when he logged into the game. Something delicious. Something he really needed to find out about right now. He turned around to where his tutor, Galet, was sitting at a table having breakfast with a very small person with curly golden hair. Milo stared at the table full of food, trying to figure out what smelled so good. He mostly ate the food cubes from the processor or, when he could get them, freeze-dried meals, but those required trading for them at swap meets. He didn't like going to those unless he had to. "Come and sit, young Milo. I have a friend with me today. This is Sydney, a halfling from the Golden Vale." Sydney pointed at the food. "Dig in. We've got plenty for the three of us. Galet made extra. Pancakes, eggs, bacon, and more bacon." Milo sat down. "Is this another part of the tutorial? It does smell very good. The food in the game is so much better than where I live." He was putting a little of everything on his plate, tracking the smell. Was it the bacon? No, that smelled salty, tasty, but not what he was looking for. He finally found the source of the smell in a small pot. He spooned some of the yellow stuff onto his plate. Sydney frowned. That's cheese sauce. It goes well when you put down an English muffin first, and then the ham, and then the sauce. Want to try it?" Milo was scooping up the cheese sauce with bacon. "No, this is fine. Really, really good. So much better than the food cubes." He kept pausing to smell the cheese sauce. He would have to try to find this in the game. Maybe Harry knew where to get it. "Is that what you normally eat? Food cubes?" Sydney asked him. "Doesn't everyone? I mean, food cubes are free." Milo got more bacon, this time pouring the cheese sauce on top. Sydney nodded. "Oh, yep. Free is good. Food cubes are free, so they're good. So, how are you liking the game?" Milo quit eating. There was no more cheese sauce. "I like it. It's nice and dark, and you can climb everywhere. I found lots of places where there weren't any people. And it's dangerous, which makes it more fun." Sydney was determined to keep him talking. He didn't seem nervous at all, just preoccupied with the food. "What was the most fun?" He thought for a moment. "Probably my fight with a big mushroom. It took a long time to get rid of him. He gave me 20 enhancement points and 500 boss experience. Much better than killing all the little stuff, and now I can buy some enhancement skills. So thanks for breakfast, but I need to get to work. Lots to do in the game." He began disappearing as he was being sent into the game, threatening to leave Sydney without an answer to her next question. Wait, you killed a boss? How? Milo looked at her and smiled. Physics. Then he disappeared into the game. Taking off her helmet, she stormed into her boss's office. Damn it, Stephen. He's hacking the system somehow. He sat there laughing at me, slurping down cheese sauce and bragging about killing a boss. Killing a boss solo, which gave a huge amount of enhancement points for so early in the game. Stephen was looking at a picture of yellowish, glistening cubes in a bowl. Here, I found a picture for you, and I hope I'm never desperate enough to eat one. They are used to meet the daily nutrition requirements in some of the habitats. It's a chicken-flavored enriched gel that gets pumped into each home. The gel goes into a tray, gets microwaved to cook it, sliced into squares, and presto, you have a bowl of food cubes. Cheap, nutritious, and horrible. Sydney had her doubts. And people actually eat this? People with no choice eat this. Be glad you didn't even know what it was until now. But if true, it is a clue about our mysterious Milo. Did he say how he killed the boss? Not really. He just said physics and logged in. Stephen nodded. Physics can be more powerful than magic if applied correctly. I wonder what he did. Milo appeared in the game and noticed a blinking icon in the lower part of his screen. Clicking on it, he got a reminder about spending his gains from yesterday. Welcome back. Somehow you survived your first day in Genesis. As a reminder, you have 500 boss experience to allocate to skills. Boss experience ignores the penalty for tertiary or secondary skills. You also have 20 enhancement points to spend if you wish. Don't feel pressured. It's a common tactic to save all of those until you're about to die in a fight and then spend them all in a panic. But that is up to you. In addition, you earned experience for the following skills. Fleet of Foot, 100 experience, reduced to 30, secondary skill. Trap making, 100 experience. Mechanic, 100 experience. Climbing, 100 experience. Identify, 50 experience. Foraging, 150 experience. You also gained the following numbers of experience in your stats. Agility, 130. Intelligence, 200. Perception, 200. Wisdom, 150. He stayed still for several minutes, reading and puzzling through the message while hiding and listening for the sound of anything moving around him. Hearing nothing, he padded back toward Kronk's body. The big guy was rapidly drying out and shriveling up. It was easy to pick out the shiny bits of ore from his corpse. Over 2/3 of the contents of the cart had been rocks and gravel, but the rest had been a mixture of rich ores and chunks heavy with metal. He piled it all off to the side. Maybe he could take some back and see what it was worth. His identify skill showed it to be a mixture of metals, but mostly copper. The pick surprised him. It didn't look like much, but identify told him more. Dwarven mining pick, Tier 2, a solid dark steel head on a sturdy hickory shaft. This pick will easily mine Tier 1 rocks and ore, and mine normally through Tier 2 strata. He'd keep this tool and get rid of the rusty rock hammer. Next, he took a look at the dense, shiny ball that had been inside Kronk. Maybe this was an old dwarven mine, or maybe dwarves just made good picks and other miners used them. Earthen Heartshroom, consumable. This immense heartshroom comes from a large cave guardian. It can be used in alchemy to make a large number of potions, using earth magics, and has many other uses. A brave individual may also consume heartshrooms. Effects will vary. Milo was quite sure he did not want to eat this thing. He put it back in his pack. Maybe Harry would know where to sell it. He sat down to look at the list of choices he had for spending the enhancement points. He had spent time on game forums. There was a lot of information, but it was scattered, and he suspected it was different for different classes and races. He had set up a system for sorting the information by topic, and already he was finding inconsistencies. Not everyone had the same options beyond the generic list. All of the reported abilities were for the first tier, levels 0 to 5. There was much discussion on whether it was better to grind away, killing the same type of mobs over and over again to gain levels, or to hunt bosses for enhancement points. Neither strategy appealed to Milo. What was the goal? Just to get stronger? That was the point in many video games, but this was different. There were places to explore. He focused on spending his 20 enhancement points. If he understood them, they were used to gain special skills and abilities that increase a character's power and versatility. Killing bosses was the main way to earn them, either solo or in a group. But crafters could also earn them by making an exceptional item, and harvesters could get them from elementals. These were weak bosses that could spawn while a person was gathering raw materials. He'd seen mention of a sentient tree in a forest, an earth elemental, and a monster made out of leftover bits of meat from a butcher. These usually gave only a couple of points. Elementals were named bosses, the lowest category. After named were elite bosses, and finally, monstrous bosses. Elites were considered something groups would fight. Monstrous bosses were usually raid bosses of various dungeons. If Krunk had gotten one hit on Milo, he was sure it would have killed him. But the score was Monster 0, Milo 1, and he had points to spend. The generic list let him increase his health, stamina, and mana pools. Each level increased the bonus and the cost. Next was a list of ways to increase his stats. It cost 3 enhancement points to raise a stat by 1. He could do this 3 times for each stat while he was in Tier 1. Stats were good and gave bonuses to combat, but he was earning those by raising his skills. It was something to keep in mind, but he liked the more specific skills for race and class. Second Wind was like a healing spell, but very limited. It could be used once a day to restore his health, stamina, and mana all at once. A few levels of that might be helpful in a battle. He'd skip for now. He didn't have enough information on how combat worked. Finally, there was a skill for holding his breath longer. As someone who had more than once swam through large water conduits searching for leaks to patch, Milo could appreciate that skill. Not as good as a rebreather, but close. Generic enhancements. Increased health 1. Gain plus 50 health at the cost of 2 enhancement points. Increased health 2. Gain plus 100 health at the cost of 5 enhancement points. Increased health 3. Gain 250 health at the cost of 10 enhancement points. Increased stamina 1. Gain plus 50 stamina at the cost of 2 enhancement points. Increased stamina 2. Gain plus 100 stamina at the cost of 5 enhancement points. Increased stamina 3. Gain plus 250 stamina at the cost of 10 enhancement points. Increased mana 1. Gain plus 50 mana at the cost of 2 enhancement points. Increased mana 2. Gain plus 100 mana at the cost of 5 enhancement points. Increased mana 3. Gain plus 250 mana at the cost of 10 enhancement points. Spirit of the Ox. Gain plus 1 strength at the cost of 3 enhancement points. Spirit of the Bear. Gain plus 1 constitution at the cost of 3 enhancement points. Spirit of the Monkey. Gain plus 1 dexterity at the cost of 3 enhancement points. Spirit of the Owl. Gain plus 1 intelligence at the cost of 3 enhancement points. Spirit of the Cheetah. Gain plus 1 agility at the cost of 3 enhancement points. Spirit of the Pig. Gain plus 1 wisdom at the cost of 3 enhancement points. Spirit of the Hawk. Gain plus 1 perception at the cost of 3 enhancement points. Spirit of the Swan. Gain plus 1 charisma at the cost of 3 enhancement points. Second Wind 1. Once per day, regain 20 health, mana, stamina. Cost 1 enhancement point. Second Wind 2. Once per day, regain 50 health, mana, stamina. Costs 3 enhancement points. Second Wind 3. Once per day, regain 100 health, mana, stamina. Costs 5 enhancement points. Breathless 1. You may hold your breath 3 times as long, 3 minutes. Costs 1 enhancement point. Breathless 2. You may hold your breath 10 times as long, 10 minutes. Costs 3 enhancement points. Your statistics have a soft cap of rank 5. You may increase the soft cap on a stat by 1 rank at the cost of 2 enhancement points. You must still earn the experience to earn ranks. The hard cap on stats per tier is 10. This does not include racial bonuses, bonuses from magical items, or stat increases purchased with enhancement points. That last ability he had read about on the forums. There was much debate over it. A player that wished to earn the max number of stat points per level would need to earn significantly more experience than someone who moved to level 6 in Tier 2 after earning only 5 points in their stats. It used up enhancement points to raise the cap. Living in the habitat gave him a different perspective on the effort to level a character. Milo worked at least 12 hours a day in the real world, and often more. Everything he did in the game was more fun than cleaning out clogged sewage lines or fixing the programming on the food processors for the 100th time. He wondered why someone would not want to earn the most they could in a game world. Was there an advantage to gaining levels quickly? He didn't have enough data to form an opinion, but as far as he was concerned, he wanted to earn as many skills and as many stats as he could. Being stronger meant he didn't have to rely on other people. The idea of grouping up didn't really appeal to him. The only reason he was even able to talk to people in the game was that he could leave at any time, and nothing he did here would follow him back to Section E. Each stat had a purpose. Strength increased stamina by 10 and health by 5. Constitution did the same but reversed, increasing stamina by 5 and health by 10. Dexterity increased your chance to hit with light and ranged weapons as well as their damage. Strength helped with heavy weapons. Agility increased evasion. Perception let you notice things and spot enemies. The benefit of intelligence, wisdom, and charisma was fuzzy, beyond increasing mana by 15 each. His scout enhancement skills were very interesting, especially the storage skill. He had been disappointed to see that he started with no inventory skills, a staple of most of the RPG-type video games he had played. Except Diablo 17, but, well, everyone hated that one. But after reading the forums, he found out that no one had an inventory skill. You could wear a backpack, of course, but this wasn't a world where you could magically store hundreds of pounds of gear. Except that he now could. He was lucky to have gotten such a skill. Very few classes had anything like it, and this skill wasn't mentioned anywhere. There were hints that special backpacks, bags, and rings that lightened your load could be obtained. But while people like to brag on the forums, few people gave details. Scout enhancement skills. Smuggler's stash. Storage skill. Summons and dispels a magic chest. Size increases with rank. 3, 9, 27 cubic feet. Costs 3 enhancement points for the first rank, an additional 5 points for the second rank, and 7 points for the third rank. Skilled provider. Your gathering skills have an increased chance of finding better quality items. Costs 3 points per rank for up to 3 ranks. Abundance. Your gathering skills return more resources than normally expected. Plus 10%, plus 25%, plus 50%, plus 75%, plus 100%. Costs 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5 for the 5 ranks. Unnoticed 1. Stealth ability. You blend in with a background and are less likely to be noticed by Tier 1 creatures. Combines well with Skulk. Costs 2 enhancement points. Silent Step 1. When trying not to be noticed, your step makes only 40% as much noise as normal. Combines well with Skulk. Costs 2 enhancement points. Unlimited Dark Vision. You see in darkness and magical darkness as if it were a cloudy day, but in shades of gray. No limitations on distance. Costs 10 enhancement points. Jumping Jack. You may leap twice as far as normal. Costs 2 enhancement points. Never Lost. You gain a better memory of the routes you take, giving you maps to track where you have been. Costs 5 enhancement points. Were-Rat enhancement skills. Strong Claws. Increased claw damage. The amount increases with rank. Plus 10, plus 20, plus 40. Rank 1 has a cost of 2 points, 5 points for rank 2, and 10 for rank 3. Damage is additive. Taking all 3 ranks will add plus 70 to the damage you do with your claws. Unseen Tail. Disguise, illusion, and wear form. It gives you the appearance of a human. Walk among humans in dark places, and they suspect nothing. Works poorly in bright light. Avoid getting too close to people. Don't let dogs grab your tail. Costs 3 enhancement points. Invisible Tail. Improved disguise and illusion in the wear form. Upgrade to Unseen Tail. Even in bright light, everyone thinks you are a boring human. Stay away from mages who can see through illusions, and guards with high perception. And dogs. Costs 5 enhancement points. Slashing Tail. Your tail does increased damage and can slash at your foes like a whip. Damage is increased each rank, plus 10, plus 20, and plus 40. Rank 1 has a cost of 2 points, 5 points for rank 2, and 10 points for rank 3. Damage is additive. Taking all 3 ranks will add plus 70 to the damage you do with your claws. Costs 2 enhancement points for rank 1, 5 for rank 2, and 10 for rank 3. See through small eyes. Make friends with local rats who will, maybe, do some scouting for you. Costs 2 enhancement points. Many small eyes. Increased control over your small scouts, and you are able to use their eyes instead of your own. Costs 5 enhancement points. Cheese making, crafting skill. An honorable tradition, so tasty. Intelligence crafting skill. Costs 1 enhancement point. Weak poison resistance. Resistance skill. Gain the primary constitution skill. Weak poison resistance. Costs 5 enhancement points. Weak disease resistance. Resistance skill. Gain the primary constitution skill. Weak disease resistance. Costs 5 enhancement points. Extra stabby. All of your attacks have an increased chance of a critical hit. The chance increases with each rank of the skill. Costs 2 enhancement points for rank 1, 5 for rank 2, and 10 for rank 3. Extra clever traps. Your traps and machinery almost always work, and in fiendish ways no one suspects. Even you are surprised at times. This core skill affects mechanic, trap making, and other such skills. Machine efficiency and trap damage increase with rank. Costs 3 enhancement points for rank 1, 6 for rank 2, and 9 for rank 3. Not so fast regeneration. Grants increased times 2 health recovery. Slowly regenerates scar tissue and missing body parts. A steady diet of cheese speeds up the process. Costs 5 enhancement points. Pretty good regeneration. Grants increased times 4 health recovery. Regenerate scar tissue and missing body parts in less than a week. A steady diet of cheese speeds up the process. Costs 10 enhancement points. Mutant regeneration. Grants increased times 12 health recovery. Regenerates scar tissue and missing body parts in less than a day. A steady diet of cheese speeds up the process. Costs 20 enhancement points. Warning: as with all mutations, there can be significant side effects. Ratkin have an affinity for certain types of magic. Magical aspects open up options to learn more mage skills. Each additional aspect has an increased cost. Each magical aspect purchased will increase the cost of further aspects. The first aspect purchased has a cost of 5 enhancement points, increasing to 10 for the second and 15 for the third. Chill of the Grave. You have a high affinity for death-aspected mana. Training will let you learn death magic skills. Increasing cost with additional aspects. Increases your corruption by 1. Opens more options for mage abilities. Increased ranks decrease the mana cost of casting spells. Deeds in the Dark. You have a high affinity for darkness-aspected mana. Training will let you learn dark magic spells. Increasing cost with additional aspects. Increases your corruption by 1. Opens more options for mage abilities. Increased ranks decrease the mana cost of casting spells. Stormborn. You have a high affinity for storm-aspected mana. Training will let you learn storm magic spells. Increasing cost with additional aspects. Opens more options for mage abilities. Increased ranks decrease the mana cost of casting spells. He wanted everything, of course. The last list was especially tasty. He spent points on the unseen tail, slashing tail, smuggler's stash, and jumping jack. Being able to move around in his were-rat form would save a lot of trouble. He'd have to test it out in Shadowport and see what the limits were. If it worked, he would buy its upgrade later. Slashing tail gave him an extra weapon in combat, one that most people wouldn't suspect. Moving over roofs and climbing tunnels often involved leaping. Best of all, having a way to transport more stuff would be great. It was a long way up to Shadowport, and with very few people having storage items, he could hide his valuables where no one would know. He tried to look up similar items on the forums. He found hundreds of threads complaining about a lack of storage devices and skills, but very little about the skills themselves. One thread claimed there were rings that some Imperial agents wore that stored messages and small items. Another hinted about an ability at Tier 2 that gave a player storage space. The only really reliable storage players seemed to have was a home chest that was in a bank or inn near your respawn point. Why didn't he have one? He'd have to look into that. He activated Smuggler's Stash to try it out. A beat-up oak chest appeared in front of him. He couldn't move it at all, but he could open it up. It took 25 mana to summon it, and nothing to send it away. The size of the chest was 3 feet by 1 foot by 1 foot. To test it, he filled it up with good ore pieces and some of the gears and pulleys he'd found at the top of the shaft. With plenty of room left, he made another trip up to the top and tossed down all the machine parts that he thought would fit. When the chest was full of rocks and metal, he dismissed it. It quickly faded from view. He was very tempted to take the second rank of storage. He hated the thought of leaving things he might need. A life of never having enough materials warred with survival instincts that said, being dead is bad. There were strength skills, regen, and extra health that he could purchase. What would happen to the chest if he died? Testing and research first. He'd spent 10 points, and he'd save 10 points until he could test his abilities and do research. And as the helpful message had said, he could always spend them in an emergency. The next chore was assigning his 500 boss experience points from killing Kronk. He could only put that into mechanic, fleet of foot, acrobatics, or climbing. Level 1 in a skill was only 50 points, but from there, it climbed to 150 for level 2 and 300 for level 3. Fleet of foot had only gained 30 experience, moving up slower because it was a secondary skill. Running from things that wanted to kill him was very important to Milo, so he dumped 270 points into the skill. He appreciated that, unlike regular experience, boss experience wasn't affected by the experience reduction modifiers to secondary and tertiary skills. Acrobatics and climbing were skills he would be using a lot, so he put the remaining experience into mechanic. As soon as he finished allocating the boss experience, he received a message. Congratulations, you have achieved level 1. You have gained plus 100 health, plus 100 stamina, and plus 100 mana. Experience needed for level 2, 3,000. You currently have 1,425 experience. Gains over level 0. Mechanic has reached level 3. Trap-making has reached level 1. Fleet of foot has reached level 3. Dodge has reached level 2. Small blades has reached level 2. Climbing has reached level 1. Weak claws has reached level 1. Tail fighting has reached level 1. Foraging has reached level 2. Agility has reached rank 3, plus 2 racial bonus for a total of 5. Dexterity has reached rank 2, plus 2 racial bonus for a total of 4. Intelligence has reached rank 3. Perception has reached rank 2, plus 2 racial bonus for a total of 4. Wisdom has reached rank 2. You chose the Identify skill to fill an open slot. Identify has reached level 1. You have gained 20 enhancement points. You have 10 enhancement points left to allocate. You purchased Smuggler's Stash 1. You purchased Unseen Tail 1. You purchased Jumping Jack 1. You purchased Slashing Tail 1. You have encountered cheese. You have a minor yearning to eat more cheese. As Milo read the last part, he had a sudden craving for more of the cheese sauce he had for breakfast. Maybe he should just head straight up to Shadowport. He should be able to sneak around all the shrooms now that Kronk was gone. He looked around at the boarded-up tunnels. Where did they go? He wanted to know. He needed supplies and some better gear. It was time to get back to Harry, get paid, and see if he could sell his ore. Then he could go hunting for a cheesy snack. Chapter 13. Bad to the Bone. Milo skulked down the tunnel, back the way he had come when chased by Kronk. Evidence of the monster's passage was everywhere. Every step had left cracks in the stone, and any low-hanging obstruction had been smashed and left in rubble. If the tunnel wasn't dangerous before, it certainly was now. Exiting, he turned left and moved along the edge of the large mushroom-filled cavern with a massive shroom in the center. Immediately, he ran into a small problem. The small myconids that he had disturbed had followed him. They weren't as fast as Kronk, though, and had given up the chase at one point when he had gotten too far ahead. They were wandering aimlessly about 100 feet from the mine entrance. He could outrun them, and that would just mean being trapped at the rockfall by a horde of angry mushrooms. Milo elected to take the long way around the cavern. One guardian was an easy fight, and he could probably fight a couple at once. But not a dozen, and especially not when there might be a lot more around. Hugging the wall and being careful not to step on any stemlings, he moved slowly around the cavern. He bypassed 2 more large tunnels that seemed to lead even deeper into the caves. He was still hundreds of feet from the ramp-up when he noticed the cavern wall was a lot closer to the big shroom. One of the large yellow blossoms moved and was pointing in his direction, as if it sensed him. A vine that wrapped around the gigantic stem twitched. The twitch became a hump of loose vine that traveled like a wave down the stem, to the ground, and through the mushroom field toward him. The partially buried vine kicked up loose soil and small mushrooms. It was headed in his general direction, or maybe a bit ahead of him. Following the twitching vine with his eyes, he saw it go to a large lump in the ground. Something slowly crawled out of that lump and stood up. Whatever it was, it had dirt and mushrooms all over it, as though it had lain in the ground for years. It wore a tattered orange robe, and one bony hand held a spiky-looking weapon. Milo was getting very nervous, but didn't know whether to run forward or back. He compromised by skulking along the wall and hoping he wasn't noticed. He tried to identify the thing, but with mixed results. He saw 2 names and didn't like the implications. Moleskitter the Malevolent. No. Bonecaster Blossom Slave. Level 3 named boss. Milo was seeing 2 names flashing. The first sounded like an evil villain from a bad movie. That name faded in and out, being replaced by Bonecaster Blossom Slave. The creature shook itself free of the dirt and mulch and started shambling toward him. The vine stayed connected, running into the thing's ribcage, where a blossom sprouted. Caster meant magic, and the idea of the flowers taking control of dead bodies was unnerving. Although a named boss was far less powerful than Kronk, he didn't have a minecart to drop on it. Milo backed away from it, and the creature stopped. The vine was stretched tight, and it couldn't move toward him. It was a stalemate for a moment. If Milo tried to get past it, it would get to him. He'd have to go back the other way and try to go through the unexplored tunnels, looking for a way around this huge cavern with its enslaving flowers and undead. And then that option went away. He cursed as he saw 2 more shambling forms moving around the perimeter toward him. One small, one massive, and packing a huge sword. If he didn't want to fight them, he needed to get past this one and run. Drawing the machete, he sprinted directly toward the Bonecaster Blossom Slave. As he got closer, it brandished the melee weapon it held. It looked like a long stick with sharpened bones stuck through the shaft. Getting hit by it would be like taking multiple stabs from daggers. Milo had no intention of standing and fighting, though. Watching for its attack, he dodged low and rolled past it, crushing several small mushrooms, but luckily no stemlings. He came to his feet and brought the machete down on the vine, slicing through it. The vine snapped back and thrashed, as though he had caused it pain. He took a nasty slap to his side before he moved away from it. A bruise was worth it to defeat this foe so easily. Mocking laughter informed him that it wasn't going to be so easy. "Good, good, a cunning plan, youngling. You have freed me from the cursed shroom flower. Malskitter will reward you." Milo was pretty sure he wouldn't like that reward. "All good, Mr. Skitter. Glad to help. I don't suppose your reward is letting me sneak on past you?" The skeleton laughed. The eye sockets that had been so dim before now shone with a green light. Milo noted that the skull was more animal-shaped than human, and there was a skeletal tail coming from a hole in the robe. Just his luck that the first ratkin he found was a crazy necromancer bone thing enslaved by a flower. "You get a reward, lucky tall squeak. You get to host my spirit for the next few decades. This shell is worn out and infested with flowers. Never smell the flowers. I've been stuck here forever as my shell rotted and the flowers commanded my corpse." Milo started running. He got 2 steps before bony fingers erupted from the ground and clutched at his ankles, rooting him in place. Malskitter scrambled toward him. His first slash at Milo hit him in the left shoulder and arm. "You failed to resist the spell Grasp of the Grave. You have been immobilized for 60 seconds. Malskitter the Malevolent punctures you for 40 points of damage. You are attacked by a spell. You resisted the spell of Essence Transfer." Milo struck back with his machete. The necromancer didn't even bother to dodge. Ribs cracked and bits of bone came loose. "Careful, careful, tall squeak. Soon this will be your shell. Why not give up now?" Milo brought up the pick he held in his left arm. The wound to his shoulder made it difficult to attack with a bulky weapon. Instead, Milo turned his hips and swung with his tail. The hardened tip of his tail hit the skeleton's right arm, snapping the dry, rotted bone. Malskitter looked down at his arm and weapon on the ground. "Oh, bother. Why are you being so difficult? This is an honor. Am I not one of Witch Hollow's most accomplished wizards? Foolish youngling, accept the glory of being part of Malskitter." A bony, glowing hand reached for Milo. It was a clumsy attack. Milo doubted that Malskitter had been much of a warrior before he was dead. Now, with a body mostly turned to fertilizer, he was clumsy and slow. Milo hit the reaching arm with his machete, snapping the other arm off. "Looks like I disarmed you, Mr. Mal. Hands down, the best decision I made today." The skeleton turned and glared at Milo. "Puns! You dare! This is only a minor setback." "Maybe you can pick up some new ones at a second-hand store?" "Car! I will bite you to death!" Milo's tail hit the brittle neck bone of the lunging skeleton. The skull came loose and fell face first into the dirt. "Well, I guess another one bites the dust." The scream from the skull was unintelligible. Milo checked on the other flower zombie things. They were still quite a bit away. He saw that the remains of Malskitter were rapidly decaying. The flower was a blackened husk, the bones rotted sticks. Nothing was left but the orange robe and the weapon. "Congratulations! You have slain Bonecaster Blossom Slave. You gain 50 experience points in small blades and 50 experience points in dexterity. Oops, guess that wasn't his final form. You have slain Malskitter the Malevolent. You gain 250 boss experience points that may be used for the skills Tail Fighting, Small Blades, and Dodge. You gain 250 experience points in the stats associated with the skills used. You have gained 5 enhancement points. Glancing at the items, both looked like they were worth taking. Runed Cowl of the Bonecaster. This item must be attuned to gain more information. Bonecaster's Ruined Spike. An ugly weapon made of rune-carved bones and petrified wood. Must be attuned to use. Milo grabbed both items, stuffed the cowl in his back, put the machete in his belt, and started jogging along the wall. This wasn't the time for stealth anymore. It was time to run. He took a few seconds to put all 250 boss experience into dodge. He might need it. More vines activated and sent out messages to the undead slaves of the flowers that Milo was ahead of them now. Fleet of foot gave him plus 20% to his sprinting speed, and his agility stat gave him another small boost. By contrast, the undead slaves were slow and dragged heavy vines behind. He soon made it to the ramp and was out of the range of the flower slaves. Stopping to catch his breath, he stayed watchful for packs of vengeful mushrooms, but nothing was heading his way. He carefully traversed the second room where Kronk had emerged. Coming from this angle, he saw another mine entrance that he had missed before in his headlong run along the other wall. Did this one connect with the others? Maybe he'd explore some more after he got back to Harry. He still had to clear the rockfall and get back to the mycologist, and find out what the heart shroom was, and figure out what a bone caster was, and sell some ore, and pay a visit to Kaminsky. Chapter 14. Why do you have dead worms in your pocket? I've got him! Dr. Duran and Samantha turned to see Sydney triumphantly raising her arms in the air while stomping her feet. The stack of coffee cups next to her swayed ominously. Our little hacker isn't getting away from me. I figured out how he got a restricted race and what it is. Stephen was very curious. Well, don't leave us guessing. Sydney got a fresh cup of coffee, making the other two wince as she poured sugar into the cup for far too long. He had criteria he was looking for. He wanted a tail and a short race. Now, you think that would narrow it down, but with so many rare evolutions to animal hybrid characters, demonic hybrids, and even aquatic hybrids, it took a while to figure it out. But there was one more clue. Cheese sauce. Samantha was confused. Cheese sauce? Sydney kept rolling. Yep, cheese sauce. I tried to bait him into having breakfast with me and talking. He didn't go for the hickory smoked bacon at first. He grabbed a bowl of hot cheese sauce for the Eggs Benedict and started eating it by itself. He was in heaven and only left once he had licked the last bit out of the bowl. Samantha was still confused. That helps. How? Ha! I knew you were going to ask that. Firstly, there is a race that is technically playable by a character that is both short and has a tail. It's on the list to be made available someday, and that race has a restricted class that shows on the list as a yellow listing. It has a quest requirement, and the ultimate clue, only one race has a problem with cheese addiction. Stephen clapped. Well done, you're right. Our little hacker must be a ratkin. And I know his class, too. It's only available to ratkin that come from a specific clan and have the ability to change into human form. The quest that lets you become a were-rat is quite specific. You also take the special scout class for their race. The player is meant to be on the edge of society, a bit of a roguish outcast, doing work for the ratkin as well as the rougher parts of society, like the thieves and assassins guilds. If we offered it for starting characters, I bet half of them would take it. Stephen had brought up the race and class combo. Oh, maybe more than that. Look at the enhancement skills. A were-rat scout can pick up an inventory skill cheaply with his enhancement points. That's one of the big bonuses for the class, and why it has some major downsides. Nice natural weapon and exploration options as well. Samantha looked over Stephen's shoulder, then paced around the room. So, a group of hackers who can get hundreds of people illegally into the game, also have a way to generate all the smugglers they need to move around whatever it is they don't want us to know about. Stephen was looking at the screen. I'm not sure about that. This gets more and more strange as I look at it. The quest to get that class is very unique. I've never heard of it before, and most of the details are obscured, but it does show that it has unique rewards. I'm gonna have to submit this to Wally for another look. Still, well done, Sydney. The next step is to try and find him in the game and find out what he is planning to do with the hundreds or thousands of people at his disposal. Meanwhile, not knowing that someone was on his tail, Milo continued his journey back to Harry's mushroom farm. Digging out of the mushroom caves turned out to be easier than Milo had expected. No huge rock falls had occurred, and he was able to greatly increase the size of the narrow area he had to slide through. If he had to make a run for it with a horde of angry mushroom men on his tail, he didn't want obstructions. He grabbed the bags of shrooms and trudged back to Harry's home in the underground. Yo, Harry, I have your stuff. The large man shambled out of his lab area. I'm quite happy to see you succeeded. If you had died, it would have been ages before someone else took the job. Silly, since it's such an easy one. Milo collapsed and leaned against the wall. Oh, yes, very easy. No complications at all. You neglected to mention the Myconians. Harry waved him off. Tisk, tisk. The only way a Myconian would threaten you is if you stepped on a stemling, and then you would have plenty of time to run. They are quite slow. But are you saying you saw some? They have become quite rare in this area. A natural thing, I suppose, with the rarity of mushroom groves. Milo didn't know if Harry was joking or not. Rare? There are huge caves full of them. I got chased by over a dozen guardians and one as big as a house. Not to mention the one as big as 6 houses. 6 houses? If you are joking, I'm going to be very upset with you. We don't joke about mushrooms like that. Not professional. What did you see? Milo felt a bit of danger from the rotund man. He must take his mushroom seriously. I swear, a mushroom that stretched up for several stories. It's in a massive cavern covered in yellow flowers, and has a lot of nasty slaves hooked to it with vines. Harry sat down in the dirt. Oh, my. That's going to make things difficult. Describe things for me. Leave out no detail. Milo did, with Harry staying silent and shaking his head for most of the story. That's quite amazing. I haven't gone into the caverns for decades. I had no idea those caves had regrown that way. The biggest must have migrated in and then rerouted. Something that big doesn't grow in just 100 years. But the yellow flowers are bad news. They do indeed enslave people. Luckily, they can't leave the flower colony. By the way, just curious, when you killed the big one, Kronk, did you bother to search the body at all? A heart shroom from such a creature would be quite valuable. Really? Ha! Maybe I'll go back and look. How valuable are we talking? Harry reached into a pocket and pulled out some fish bones, some shiny rocks, and an old crumpled pair of muddy socks. One moment. It's here somewhere. In the third pocket, he found a small cloth sack. Opening it, he dumped out a wrapped bundle. Open it up. I think you'll like what's inside. Milo opened the bag carefully. It's full of dead worms, Harry. Oh, is that where those went? Try this bag. The second bag had a rather plain copper ring in it without a stone or other ornamentation. The interesting thing about some really powerful items is that they look like common trash. It's why I kept that one. I love common trash. At Harry's urging, he tried on the ring. He immediately knew what it was. Ring of the Swiss Army. Made by the Archmagi Elsinore and given to each member of the Mage Corps of Switzerland. This ring can cast the following spells without the need for mana. Each spell may be cast 1 time each day. Darn socks, 2 pairs. Water breathing, self, 1 hour. Summon Nutcracker. Lasts until no more nuts are present within 10 feet. Protection from small biting and stinging insects. Keeps them at bay for 1 hour. Heat fondue pot. Creates a small flame that will heat oil or other things in a fondue pot. Duration 4 hours. Sharpen tool. 4 sharpenings per day. Carl's handy tent helper. Sets up a large tent or packs it up. Usable twice a day. Summon guard lizard. Brings a guard lizard from the Finokioki swamp to guard your camp. Dog bite fixer. Takes the edge off nasty hangovers. Summon wine. 1 quart, lowest quality. Ha! I knew you'd be impressed. Now, let's talk trade. An item like that doesn't come along every day. Milo thought about it. He had no clue what the heart shroom might do and was a bit leery of the warning about side effects. And while the ring was odd, it looked quite useful. Or he could trade it off to someone else. Mostly, he knew Harry really wanted the weird item, and he was one of the few people Milo knew. He lived down here where Milo wanted to explore and had offered to teach him stuff and give him jobs. Even if the ring was worthless, it might still be worth making the trade. You talked me into it, Harry. Milo got his pack and pulled out the earthen heart shroom. Harry looked at the strange thing in awe. Oh, yes. Thank you, Milo. This should do nicely. And with that, Harry opened his mouth extremely wide and pushed the whole thing in. He made joyful chewing sounds for a full minute before wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. Oh, thank God. I feel so much better after that. Milo had backed away while Harry was eating. He wasn't sure what was going to happen. When nothing happened, he was a little disappointed. So, what happens now? What happens now, Harry said, is that I get to take my first bath in 50 years. Luckily, I have a good scrub brush and some sulfuric acid. That should help. You might want to head upstairs for a day or two until the stench clears out. Harry tossed him a bag that clinked. Here's your pay. Go have some fun. Then, if you still want to help an old troll with his jobs, come find me again. Milo didn't have to be told twice. He grabbed his odd belongings and started to climb back up toward Shadowport. Congratulations! You have completed the quest, Shrooms in the Dark. Harvested 20 pounds of the correct mushrooms. Actually returned, a first. Completed the bonus objective of curing Harry of his earthen mana deficiency. Rewards 100 copper, instruction in basic mythology, and Dr. Harry Earthtongue considers you a friend. Chapter 15. Making New Friends. His legs aching, Milo finally climbed up the last long ladder to the mine area. Going down was so much easier. He'd had no idea how deep in the earth Harry was. But coming back up, he felt every single step. And he was starving. The last of the fried mushrooms Harry had given him was gone. He'd stopped for a break on the way up and burned nearly all his stamina to change back to human. He wanted to test unseen tail on someone other than an entire guild house full of people. A nap for a few hours in a side crevice had helped restore him. It was busier in the mines when he got there. Dwarves and humans were the dominant races, but he saw a scattering of others. The miner class must come with a dark vision skill to help humans and other races navigate down there. There were a few torches now and then, but not many. Several miners were again enjoying the heat of a fire. As he walked by, someone yelled, "Well, look who made it! You're going to piss off Pete something fierce! He gave out odds of 3 to 1 that you'd never walk back up from the basement." Another noticed the pick Milo was holding. "Whoa! Wait a second! What the hell's going on here? Where did you steal that pick from?" The guy talking was a tall and slightly skinny human. "Guys, this asshole stole one of our picks!" Several more miners wandered over. Milo didn't like the way the skinny miner was accusing him. "I didn't steal it. It's mine." Now get out of my way. Skinny deliberately stepped in Milo's way. I say we search him. See what this little nobody has on him. Probably stole some stuff from other people. Milo now had 3 other miners besides Skinny around him. He noticed they were all human. One of them, with dark red hair and a missing eye, was wearing a familiar symbol around his neck. Milo looked at him and said softly, Kulog. He reached into his pocket and held out the small marker Squint had given him. One Eye nodded at him, acknowledging he'd seen the mark. Get out of his way, Lem. Torg, Vela, go back to the fire. The 2 men shrugged and left. The skinny miner, Lem, was still being belligerent. I don't answer to you, Borg. You back off, and I'll deal with this thief myself. In response, One Eye nodded. Sure thing, Lem. He's all yours. I'll just stay and watch the show. Milo pulled back on his pick and glared at Lem. He was still in a fight, but the odds were better than 4-1 now. Let go of the pick and back off. Lem laughed. Make me thief. I'm not really scared of your little makeshift stick there. I have a sticker of me own. From somewhere, Lem pulled out a long knife. Formalities were over as far as Milo was concerned. He pushed instead of pulling on his pick and let go. Lem stumbled a half step and Milo swung at him. The Bonecaster's ruined spike slashed across Lem's face in 2 places, opening up his cheek and cutting into his forehead. Blood spilled into Lem's eyes. You cut me! The little shit cut me! You're a dead man! He lunged forward at Milo, who tried to dodge, but Lem gave him a nasty cut on his left forearm. As Lem stumbled past, Milo gripped the weapon in both hands and brought it down hard on Lem's back. 2 of the blades punctured deep into his body, and the man fell to his knees. Milo pulled out his weapon and backed off. We don't have to keep fighting. Barg yelled out. He's letting you off easy, Lem. You want to keep going, or should we patch you up some and call it a day? Screw you, Barg. I'm going to kill that little thief, if it's the last thing I do. Barg shook his head. Okay, might be a bad decision. Lem staggered to his feet. Milo circled him, making him stagger back and forth. After a pathetic lunge by Lem, Milo hit him again from behind and danced away. Lem fell and didn't move. Milo dismissed the kill message. Barg clapped slowly. Nice kill, kid. You didn't give him much chance to hurt you, and you even gave him a chance to crawl away. Don't feel bad. Lem has pulled that shit before. He liked to pick on people smaller than him, and even pulled it on a couple of new miners before we got him in trouble with a guild. You were just taking out the trash. He moved in closer and said quietly, I'll let someone know you can handle yourself. Kulog. Miles nodded. Kulog. Then he started up the stairs to the guild hall. On the first landing, he took off the torn and bloody shirt he was wearing. He tore it into strips and bound up his arm, then pulled out the cowl from his pack. It was a bit tattered and torn, but it was made of a very heavy cloth, and was in much better shape than his shirt had been before the fight. It smelled of earth and death, but then so did most everything down here. He pulled it on and went up the stairs. Getting to the main hall of the guild, he approached the halfling at the desk, who looked up. What do you need? And if it's a question about which whorehouse has the best buffet today, that would be Mama Daintyfoot's. Tell her Bernard sent you over. Milo had no idea what all that meant. I owe you money. I got to level 1. Bernard stared at him. Holy shit, you don't say. You're that new kid from a day or so ago. It's a miracle you leveled up, and a second miracle that you made it back from the basement. As for coming right over to pay dues, I'm putting you up for sainthood. He stood on his desk and yelled out, You asswipes see this? This is how it's done. Pay your dues on time, and don't make me hunt you down. Good going, kid. Several people grumbled and said interesting things about Milo. He sighed inwardly. He didn't need another target on his back. He paid the halfling another penny for getting to level 1. Let me guess, 2 pennies for level 2? Bernard nodded. You figured it out all on your own. The simple system helps people remember it. Milo ventured a question. Is there a place to sell some ore nearby? I found some down in the basement. Bernard considered. You just want to sell it on the side, or do you want to deal with a miners' guild? You'll get more from them, but you'll have to join and pay dues. Milo thought about the chest of ore. He might as well get the best price, and he might find something else down in the tunnels. Point me to the miners' guild, please. No problem, kid. I'll walk you over. Follow me. Milo followed Bernard up a flight of stairs to a large door with a plaque that had the words, Honored Society of Miners Number 67. The halfling pointed at the door. This is the main office, all business. But you can sell ore downstairs, too. The first level down. Hey, Drugar! I brought you a new recruit. Remember that when we play poker next week. Bernard left Milo in front of a desk where an older dwarf with a peg leg and graying hair sat. Hoi, kid. I'm Drugar. I run the guild here in Shadowport. You have been down deep. Yes, sir. I just got back from the basement. I didn't mine much, but I found a bit of ore while mushroom hunting. Milo showed him the first chunk he had found, and a small piece of what he thought was copper he dug out of the mine shaft while walking out. Not bad. This reddish one is deep copper. It's a bit denser than regular copper and comes from deeper down. The basement is a decent place to find it. The shiny nugget is auric. That is an alloy of gold and silver. Good stuff. Both are tier 2 minerals. You have to go deep for them. The guild will buy what you bring up. Drugar weighed the chunk of ore and the nugget. The guild will buy these for 1 silver, 11 copper. Most of that is the nugget. You could also use them to pay your guild fee. The fee for a month is 5 copper. That lets you mine under the town and sell to the guild at good rates. Or, if you are so inclined, I'll sign you up as a full-fledged member. That's 1 silver now and another one every year. I'll be honest, being a full member might help you out down there. Some of the boys don't like noobs. Milo had already seen that. He paid for the full membership and got the 11 copper in change. He walked out of the guild, intending to head back to the inn and his small room. The trip over the rooftops went mostly without incident. Twice people chased him, but he easily leapt across the gaps in houses and scrambled up and down the terraces and ladders. Climbing up to the inn took the last of his energy. He barely noticed the innkeeper or anyone else. After double-checking the lock on his door, he fell onto the bed and went to sleep in the game while his body dozed in his pod. Something woke him up hours later. The now familiar messages from the system. He dismissed them and went back to sleep, still tired. You have slain a foe with the weapon Shadow Blight, and it has decided to attune to you and reveal some of its power. This ancient spiky stick has been used by generations of Ratkin champions to slay their foes and instill fear in their enemies. The carvings on the bone spikes will weaken your foes, robbing their attacks of damage as Shadow Blight curses them. Foes will do -10 damage against you with melee attacks for each wound that you inflict upon them. The debuff stacks and will last for 1 minute. As they weaken, your strikes find the weak points in their armor. For each curse applied, your foe's armor will be decreased by 10, increasing your damage. Base chance to hit, 40 plus 5 times dexterity. Base damage, 40 plus 5 times dexterity. Slay more foes to reveal more of Shadow Blight's powers. The bone-runed cowl is now soul-bound. You have mixed your blood with the souls chained within the tattered threads of the bone-runed cowl, and it has chosen to attune to you. The souls inside don't think you are worthy, but the cowl isn't picky. However, it finds your lack of knowledge about bone casting to be a flaw that it will correct. Some of the knowledge of the chained spirits has been written in runes on your soul. The bone-runed cowl has stolen 5 of your enhancement points to grant you the following abilities. You have gained the skill Bone Casting, an arcane ability granting you the ability to cast spells. You have gained the skill Bone Carving, Dexterity at level 0. You have gained the Bonecaster spell, Exploding Skull. You have gained the Bonecaster spell, Bone Spike. Chapter 16. Wash Day. At some point, Milo awoke. He almost wished he hadn't. His head was pounding hard, and there was a horrible smell in the room. His mouth was incredibly dry. Stumbling out of bed, he went to the pitcher of water on the table, bypassing the glass, and just poured it into his mouth and down the front of his robe. The few drops of liquid that hit the floor looked like mud. It wasn't hard to guess where the smell was coming from. The very horrible-smelling robe that he took from a corpse rotting under a large collection of fungus. Notifications were blinking, and he took a quick look at them. Attuned? Did that mean he was stuck with a stick and stinky robe? And what was this about magic? He dismissed the messages and ignored them. He could barely think with his head pounding, and the stench was terrible. It had gotten worse as he slept, and the small room didn't help. He needed to find some place to wash. Maybe the innkeeper knew of a place. Milo had little experience with where people washed either clothes or themselves. The homes and habitats had a small cleaning facility, but he was pretty sure Shadowpart wouldn't have the same. And dirty clothes were just tossed into a recycler, and you got new ones made when you needed them. They didn't last long, being mostly made of fibers from recycled paper. He made his way to the innkeeper, who backed up a step and did not look happy to see him. "Ah, what a nasty pong! Get your butt down to the tubs and out of my inn. Don't come back until you've washed up. You smell like 5 years of dead turds." Milo rushed out of the inn and went in the direction he was pointing. It wasn't hard to get directions. Anyone he approached noticed the stench, and when he said, "Tubs," he was hastily given directions. Only the last person didn't mind. A mostly deaf old man was selling tubs of rotten fish for bait or fertilizer. He must have lost his sense of smell years ago. He smiled at Milo and pointed at his wares. "Fish! Stinky fish! Good bait!" That turned out to be the majority of the words he knew. Milo and he played a game of charades, with Milo miming washing himself and his clothes. Eventually, the old man understood and pointed to a large building, but he shook his head sadly when Milo brought no fish. A few 100 feet closer to the harbor was a huge warehouse. Entering by the large open door, he saw that one end of the building was occupied by large tubs of soapy water. Further in were long lines where clothes were hanging to dry. A line of sheets separated the two areas. Milo was suddenly aware of the predicament of having only one set of clothes. Luckily, there was a stall selling clothes nearby. All the wares were heavily patched or sewn from the remains of several other items. For 2 copper pennies, Milo acquired a quite colorful long-sleeved shirt and pants that each had at least 7 colors of worn cloth. He found a corner of the warehouse to quickly change his clothes and rolled up the dirty ones, lessening their smell a bit. Entering the building with the tubs again, he saw a large, heavy-set matron at a counter who was taking money from a long line of women. Milo took his place in line and patiently waited. The women looked him over. "Let me guess, got your one set of clothes to wash? Waste of a tub, but it's your money. Take the one at the end. It's only been used once today, and the water still has some soap in it. Dump it down the drain when you're done and refill it." Milo forked over another copper penny, very glad that he'd earned money for completing Harry's quest. He was gonna run low at this rate. He needed to go sell the ore in his chest. Milo washed his pants and undergarments first, then put the robe in last. The slightly dirty water immediately turned red-brown in color. Taking a brush, he worked at loosening the embedded grime in the robe. Huge amounts of muck came off of it, until the water was dark and opaque. Maybe this was going to take another tub. He saw the drain on the floor and a spigot on the tub. While the murky, smelly water drained out, he went to fill buckets and rinse out the robe. The robe was far dirtier than it had looked, and that was saying a lot. Malskitter must never have washed it, even once. The loose dirt and chunks of rotted mushrooms were soaked out of it, but the water continued to turn red-brown with swirls of black, and it stank. The women had all dumped their clothes into their tubs and left them to soak. Even the matron taking money was gone. He was all alone in the warehouse. Another 20 gallons of water went into the tub, and again the robe shed blood and things he didn't want to think about. The water was nearly black, and a smell of rotten eggs was coming from the tub. He hurriedly drained the water and got more. The third tub was just as bad. But on the fourth, he made some headway. With the fifth tub of water, he was able to rinse the robe out, and the water looked murky but not horrible. The color of the robe was now a bright orange with some brown stitching visible. Milo didn't see anyone around. There was water heating over a fire. He left a copper penny on the table and decided to get himself clean. It was relaxing to sit in the water. Even after a bit of sleep, he was worn out. He leaned back and, without meaning to, fell asleep. The water around the cowl slowly turned red-brown, as if it were still leaking blood into the water. Brother Ignatius of the Holy Order of St. Joan of the Fire was surprised to see people entering his small church. 24 of the local women had entered and were sitting down to pray. He knew most of them from choir practice. 3 of them stood at the front of the church, wringing their hands and obviously wanting to talk to him. Ignatius was always happy to talk and ease problems. He got a lot of dinner invites that way, and the women in this part of town were known for their cooking. What they couldn't tithe on holy days, they made up for in free meals to keep him fed. "Ah, bless you all. What can this poor servant help you with today?" Malka was the oldest of the 3, somewhere north of 100 years old, and related to almost everyone in the area. She was a midwife and potion maker, healing with poultices and tonics. Her daughter Elena was her apprentice, learning her ways. The large one was Alessandra, the washwoman. She knew a bit of healing as well, and was rumored to have been a priestess once. But Ignatius had never heard of what religion, nor was he brave enough to ask. Malka spoke up. "There is something happening," Alessandra interrupted. "And it's happening in my bathhouse. We need you to come take a look." "As I was saying," Malka looked pointedly at Alessandra, "there is a wandering holy man in the bathhouse." Ignatius smiled, knowing he was about to hear an interesting story. "Ah, I see. A wandering holy man. Well, I hope he has time to stop by, and that I can meet him. You should be happy he chose your wash house, Alessandra. Saint or sinner, we all need to wash our clothes now and then. Is there some problem?" Malta thumped her cane on the ground. "You could say that. He's freeing souls bound into some ancient cloth. His wash-water runs with the blood of their sins and the spells that bind them. Now the souls are hovering over the bathhouse. Most of the women can't see them, but it's making everyone nervous." "And does anyone see these things, or just hear them?" At times the wind would come whipping into the cavern ahead of a storm. Many of the superstitious would attribute wind whistling through an attic to old souls howling. More than one dinner invitation had included a quick exorcism and some advice on stuffing some wool into the cracks in attic walls. Malta looked stern. "Alessandra and I can see shadows moving about and wailing, but Elena can see them plainly. Tell him, girl." Elena was nervous, but everyone said she'd inherited the sight from both sides of her family. "Every time he has dumped out a tub of water, another soul rises from the robe he is cleaning. There are 5 souls hovering in the air, arguing with each other about what to do. Ethereal chains still attach them to the garment." "If the girl saw them that clearly, then this isn't just wind that's blowing through the bathhouse. Let's go about this properly. Let me get my staff and a few things, and I will go speak to him. What is he doing now?" Elena blushed, and Alessandra smirked. "He decided to cleanse himself. He took a bath in my tubs and is now snoring, exhausted from his labors. You need to do something, Ignatius, or we'll never get our washing done. No one is going into the wash house with some crazy holy man there, and souls up in the rafters wailing. I see. I will go investigate for you. The wash house was a quick walk. A few women were still by the door, stealing looks at the holy man. The 3 women with the sight hadn't exaggerated. There were 5 powerful spirits in the air, with chains running down into a washtub. By their look, all were wizards of some type. He saw 2 humans, a ratkin, an elf, and a lizard man, all wearing similar versions of an elaborate orange robe with brown runes. The holy man, if that's what he was quite young. He was snoring, only his face showing in the water. In the tub next to him was a robe he had been laboring to cleanse. It was tattered and worn, but felt very powerful. Ignatius hated to interrupt anyone who was having a good nap, but obviously something needed to be done. Milo woke up to someone nudging his shoulder, saying, "Excuse me." The man standing next to his tub was a priest, wearing fancy, if a bit threadbare, vestments, and holding a wooden staff. Startled, Milo stood up, realized he was both wet and naked, and scrambled for his new patchwork pants. "Oh, sorry. Dozed off. I was just so tired." The priest nodded. "As well you should be. Cleansing spirits is difficult work. I came by to see if I could be of some assistance." Spirits? Milo wasn't sure what the man was talking about. He dried himself off with his shirt and put it on. He did hear something odd. Wind? The priest pointed to the rafters. At first, Milo only saw smoke, but the more he looked, the easier it was to see the 5 spirits chained to the robes sitting in the washtub. They noticed him staring and turned as one, watching him. The ratkin shook his fist rudely, and the others laughed at him. Milo turned to the priest. Look, I'll be honest, I was just washing out an old robe I found." The priest pondered for a moment. "Then I don't think you are quite done with the job." Milo was very surprised when a glowing box appeared, and the system notified him of a quest. Unique quest. Free the souls of your predecessors bound in the bone-ruined cowl. You have begun the process of freeing the 5 bone casters who owned the garment before you. Each offers you a reward for freeing them from bondage. The long years trapped in a rotting corpse and listening to Malskitter complain have made them eager to walk through Hades' realm. Success! The bone-ruined cowl will be empty, and when you die your final death, you won't have to share it with these 5. You also receive a gift from each of your predecessors. Alternate success. Keep the souls enchained. After all, it's what they did. Benefit from their power and knowledge, and quickly become a force to be reckoned with. Of course, when you die, they'll be waiting for you. Chapter 17. Unchained. Milo had so many questions about this quest. There were obviously downsides to putting on questionable clothing taken from a mushroom-infested ratkin sorcerer. But one thing was pretty straightforward. He had a choice to either keep the old souls chained up or to free them. This was an easy decision for Milo. He never wanted to go back to belonging to someone, and he wasn't going to hold the chains of someone else. I could use that assistance. How do I set them all free? Ignatius laughed. Your part is straightforward. Just keep washing that tunic and dumping the water. I think I know an exorcism chant that will help. The priest dug into his exorcism kit. Use this along with the soap. It's dust from the tomb of Saint Frederick the Valiant, a great priest. He still holds the record for most demons exorcised during the Solstice Festival. Milo was skeptical, but took the packet of gray powder and dumped it in. How did someone decide that this dust was magical? He suspected it was an excuse to make sure someone swept out the dust now and then. Ignatius came back in a few minutes, followed by a large gaggle of women who surrounded Milo's washtub. Hold together now, ladies. Let's start with the hymn of mourning from the Festival of Summer. and then continue with all 97 stanzas of Begone, Spirit, Begone. One of the more elderly women got excited. Oh, I've always liked that one. We used to take a sip of wine at the end of each stanza. It made things so much more fun. Ignatius suddenly realized why the summer choir practices were so rowdy and well-attended. Milo dumped the tub, and it was quickly refilled with hot water by two younger boys hauling buckets. As they ran to get more, he overheard one say, "Jed is going to be so jealous. I can't wait to tell him we helped some crazy holy man kick out demons from an old shirt." Ignatius was busy drawing runes on the stone floor and lighting scented candles. From somewhere, a couple of bottles of wine appeared and were passed around at the end of each stanza. Around 39th of the songs, Milo heard a loud crack, and one of the ethereal chains broke and disappeared. The spirit thumbed his nose at the others, bowed to Milo, and soared into the sky. Regulus Tiborian, the High Diviner of the Lapis Empire, is free of his chains. You received his blessing. While bound to the bone-ruined cowl, you gain 2 intelligence. Several of the ladies excitedly clapped. Ignatius tossed more dust and some cedar shavings into the washtub. Steady on, ladies. We have only started. Going to need more wine, then? Malskitter the Malevolent has broken free of his chains. He thinks you are a fool to give up such power. He will return someday to make you his slave. The spirit of the Ratkin dove down into the earth. Albrecht the Undecided thanks you for freeing him. He has spent far too many years studying one thing, and is off to try his hand at enchanting flowers and baking pies. He stuffs some of his accumulated knowledge into your skull. You have gained the following spells: Curse of Brittle Bones, Mend Bones. Albrecht's spirits turned in a circle several times before flying off randomly. 2 spirits were left. The chorus was up to the 53rd stanza, the wine bottles were piling up, and a small crowd was forming. Nearby, vendors selling treats. Hordefax Ribtaker has been freed from his ethereal bonds. He acknowledges the debt owed to you and bequeaths you a small fraction of his knowledge of runes. You have gained the lore skill, Runic Lore. Milo was lightheaded for a moment as strange thoughts seemed to come out of nowhere. Whatever Hordefax had been, it wasn't pretty. The spirit screamed and flew low over the crowd, scattering them. It laughed and took off for parts unknown. The Oracle of Oblivion, she who reads the bones of the ancients, the seer of frozen wastes, collector of fingernails of dead men, and rider of the great flightless grebe, has chosen to depart. Weep, for you will not see her like again in 1,000 years. She leaves you a portion of her power. You will now gain 200 mana per level instead of 100. The last spirit glowed and became visible to everyone. Her chain dissolved, and she was gone. Milo sat back. His arms ached, and his fingers were raw. He held up the bone-ruined cowl and saw it was spotless, except for a small dark stain on one arm where he had been wounded. A small ethereal silver chain ran from the tattered robe and encircled his waist, then faded from sight. Ignatius raised his hands and led the choir in one more round, and then they all dissolved into talk and laughter. Oh, we need to do this more often. We haven't had a good exorcism in years. Milo wrung out the water from the robe. Alessandra walked over to him. Here now, let me dry that for you. I don't have much power, but I can manage the drying cantrip easily. She cast a small spell, and all the water dropped from the robe, drying it instantly. Milo put it on over his shirt. He eyed the crowd at the entrance, which was starting to come his way. It made him very nervous. Too many people were watching him, and Ignatius noticed. Let's be on our way. We can sneak out this way. It's best that you keep your status as unknown and mysterious. You'll get more free dinners that way. Chapter 18. Bone Casting. Milo failed to see how a free meal from chanting washwomen was a good thing, but he took the priest's word for it and thanked him. They escaped out the back, and then he quickly scampered off into the city after promising to return someday for a quiet dinner. He climbed high, sticking as much as he could to roofs and high bridges, avoiding people. While hidden high above the street, he changed into his natural form. It was time to test out his disguise skill. He'd much rather move around as a were-rat than a human, but he needed to test the limits of the skill. He still had 10 points he could spend on abilities, and might consider buying Invisible Tail if anyone saw through the basic version of the skill. Wandering down the street, skulking in the shadows as he preferred to do, and staying away from people was working fine. No one noticed him, and if they did, they just saw another human keeping to the shadows. Venturing out into the better-lit streets near the harbor made him nervous, but he needed to test his skill. The bright end of the city was a busy place today. Several merchant ships had come into the harbor, which spurred the locals to quickly set up merchant stalls and street fairs in the larger courtyards. Sailors spent money, new goods flowed into the city, and business was good for everyone. Milo decided to approach a fruit and vegetable vendor at the edge of a small market. The area was well lit, but he could easily retreat to the darker alleys if he needed to. A large, plump man behind the counter looked at Milo and snarled. "No handouts, and don't touch the merchandise." Milo flipped him a copper coin and said, "Apples." That brought a change to the merchant. A smile broke out on his face. "Yes, sir. The finest apples in town right now. Just got them from one of the orchards around the Horn, picked fresh 2 days ago." He grabbed a sack made from coarse hemp and filled it with 24 apples. Milo noticed that the ones that went in first were from the barrels behind the counter, and only the top few were the large, ripe ones from the counter. Milo took the bag and thanked the man. He began wandering through the area with more confidence. A few times he saw human whelps running through the market or hanging out by various stalls. Many of them seemed quite thin and raggedly clothed. The merchants eyed them carefully. A tug at his trousers alerted Milo to one of them standing next to him. 2, actually. Beyond the boy in dirty rags was a thin waif of a girl holding a crude cloth doll. "Please, sir, might I have an apple for my sister? I don't even mind one with worms." Milo had plenty of apples he wasn't going to eat. He gave each of them one of the good ones off the top. If there was any doubt about their hunger, it was disproven by how the boy's eyes got large, and how the girl immediately bit into her apple as they ran off quickly. From behind him, he heard a chuckle. "Oh, you're in for it now. Every one of those urchins has a dozen hungry friends, and they'll tag you for an easy handout now." The speaker was an old woman who was sitting in front of a small table full of knives and kitchen utensils. Milo shrugged. "I don't mind. They were hungry. I know what that's like. Would you like an apple?" The old woman considered him for a second. "Yes, I would if you're still handing them out. I'm Ketty, by the way." Milo tossed her an apple, which she caught and bit into. "Not bad. Fresh from the farm, these are." Her focus turned to something past Milo, and she chuckled again. "Best be on your way, or be prepared to feed a horde. Word got out of your generosity." Sure enough, there were a dozen children coming his way, begging for something to eat. He began tossing each one of them an apple. They all ran off except for one tall, thin girl of about 12. She was looking at Milo strangely. "How come you have a tail?" Damn it! He should have expected that the illusion might not work on everyone. Long story, but it comes in handy. He used his tail to reach into the mostly empty sack and toss her another apple. She deftly grabbed it and put it into her pocket. She thought about it and nodded her head. "When I tell the others, they'll all want tails too." She was eyeing the sack of apples. Milo grabbed the sack with his tail and handed it to her. "Well, it's rude to mention other people's tails. Maybe you could hand out the rest of these for me?" The girl grabbed the sack, her face showing an innocent, wide-eyed expression. "Thank you so much. I agree. Rude to talk." She waved and ran off to the nearest alley. Freed of his burden of fruit, Milo continued his walk around the market, exiting on the side nearest the harbor. Actual sunlight was now hitting the streets, slanting in from the sun above the bay. Jumping to avoid a man pushing a wheelbarrow, Milo bumped into two sailors from one of the ships. One of them turned and scowled at him. "Since when do they let your kind wander around the city?" Milo had pushed the limits of the skill. Standing in the sunlight, both of the sailors seemed to see him as he truly was. The other smiled. "Ah, look, the little rat is scared. Didn't think we'd notice you skulking about? Wonder if they still have a bounty on rat tails down at the port, master. This one would bring in a few drinks worth of coins." That was enough for Milo. He turned and ran, the sailors in hot pursuit. Another aspect of the skill seemed to be that it failed utterly when running through a street of people, especially when two people chasing him were yelling, "Grab the rat!" and pointing in his direction. Luckily, the street was even more crowded. While the two sailors ran around people in carts, Milo jumped onto or over them or skittered between their legs. As he ran through the small market, he passed a gaggle of children eating apple cores. The smallest girl looked up at her brother and said, "See, he did have a tail. I told you he did." An older girl patted her on the head and said, "Shh, it's rude to talk about other people's tails." Taking to the roofs, Milo kept moving until he was deep into the darker part of the city, where streets were always lit by lanterns. Crouching under the eaves on the top level of a 9-story pagoda, he caught his breath and opened up his skill window. The first thing he saw was the message from the night before, telling him he had acquired the bone-casting skill. He vaguely remembered the messages from when he woke up, but ignored them in his rush to get a bath. According to this, the bleeding on the old robe had attuned and bound himself to it. That somewhat explained the chained spirits, but what exactly was bone-casting? He looked down at the robe. Any more spirits inside that could explain things? While no spirit answered, he did receive a notification from the system. "Glad you asked. Bone casting is a very specialized form of spell casting that draws from necromancy and death magics while skipping the nasty parts. Bones are the tools of your trade and the fuel for your spells. Each level of bone casting will decrease the cost of casting your spells by 5%. Exploding Skull. Charge a skull with your mana and hurl it at your enemies, doing damage to anyone within 20 feet of its impact point. Cost 50 mana. If a prepared rune-carved skull is used, the normal damage of 50 is increased to 75 points and an area to 30 feet in radius. Bone Spike. A small bone dart erupts from your body and shoots toward an enemy. Cost 50 mana. Range 100 feet. Damage 50 points. Special darts made from rune-carved bones may be used with this spell, increasing damage to 150 points. Mend Bones. A healing spell that affects only bones. Heals fractures and breaks. Particularly bad breaks will need additional mana. Normal cost 50 mana per bone. The Curse of Brittle Bones. Your enemy's bones break easily, and attacks with a physical impact will do additional damage. The curse has a duration of 1 hour and a range of 20 feet. Cost 100 mana. Additional level in bone casting can increase damage and decrease the casting cost. Bone casting can be enhanced by the use of bones from powerful creatures, by rune carving, and in conjunction with alchemy, poisoning, and other magical skills. More information will be available in your arcane library. His mind whirled with ideas. How could he find out about all of these things? He made himself a to-do list, just like he would have done on a project in Section E. And with that thought, he realized he needed to leave the game. It never seemed to end, and was generating more and more tasks. He itched to keep going, but needed to keep up with his chores in the real world. He'd work on his list when he returned. To-do list. 1. Buy invisible tail. 2. Sell ore and get some coins. 3. Find a butcher or other place to get some bones and skulls. 4. Go shopping in the market of Light's End for some supplies. 5. Go deep again and see how mushroom guardians liked exploding skulls. 6. Ask Harry about Arcane Library. He headed back to his small room at the inn and logged out. Chapter 19. Sickle. When Milo went to log out of the game, he got a most peculiar notification. You may journey to an arcane library and gain access to its secrets. However, an advisor waits to speak with you. Please choose one of these people to talk to before logging out, but an arcane library is a lot more fun than talking to an advisor. Sure, you could also do the annoying things that lets you bypass the game controls, but where is the fun in that? And don't worry, I won't tell her any secrets. What happens in the game stays in the game. Milo did have a couple of questions for Sydney, but the lure of an arcane library outstripped even the chance of a meal with cheese sauce. He took the system's advice and wondered again at how personal the messages were at times. The world darkened as he logged out and appeared somewhere else, or perhaps nowhere else was a better description. Milo was standing upon a small stone platform that seemed to be hanging in space. All around him, stars glittered in a cold void. The air was thin with no wind, and it was completely silent. The only thing on the platform was a stone archway enclosing a peculiar door. At first, Milo thought it was made of wood, but as soon as he touched it, he knew the truth. It was bone. Huge, thick slabs of bone that had been carved and fitted together like a puzzle. Bones from a beast that had walked the land long, long ago. He got a sense of its long, heavy steps. The door was made of its shin bones. There was a latch that opened the door. Milo stepped inside and shut the door behind him. Whatever was inside was better than the void with its endless black sky. As he stepped into the room, he stared at the complexity of what he was standing on. The floor was a mosaic of small pieces that fit together in geometric patterns. Shades of white, ivory, and alabaster created interlocking sunbursts. The curved roof was made of the rib bones of some leviathan. They arched up to connect with a ridgeline of vertebra 30 feet above his head. The walls were plastered above wooden paneling, but he could feel the bones behind the decorations. 4 hallways provided exits from the central room, but Milo was more interested in what was in front of him. A rug was laid on the mosaic floor in front of a huge fireplace. 2 chairs had been placed on the rug, facing the fire. One chair was empty, and the other was occupied. A man sat in the chair. He was ancient and seemed made of wrinkles. His large, knuckled hands gripped the head of an ivory cane that he leaned on. His voice was like the low growling that wind would make as it swept through a canyon. "Come sit and let me look at you. I would take the measure of the person who threw away so much power." Milo sat in the other chair, and they stared at each other. Finally, the old man spoke again. "I was named Grisenkos by my kin, but they are long dead, and you are not kin. Call me Clapperleg instead. They called me that because of this useless left limb that does only half the work it should. I hated the name, but it fits." Milo could see that his left leg was twisted and thin. "At least you have a left leg. In the world I was born in, I didn't have one until I made it myself. I won't call you that. I'd hate to have people call me by a name like that, and I won't do it to you." The old man nodded and spit into the fire. "Well, all right. Call me Sickle, then. I used that for a few decades and always liked it. Tell me about this leg you made." Later, Milo thought it was odd that he told Sickle about his life and how he'd made his first prosthetic leg and the better ones that came later. But at the moment, sitting in the chair before the fire, it felt like the right thing to do. When he was done talking, Sickle was silent for a bit and then told a story of his own. "My grandfather was a bone caster. Well, a necromancer, really, because he dabbled a bit with spirits and did have a few zombies around for carrying wood and doing chores. But he loved bones and worked with them as his material whenever he could. My father continued his work and married a woman from a mountain tribe who had her own spells that used carved bones. They worked their magic in bone and ivory, creating beautiful staves, wands, dice, and other magical creations. She taught him to carve the runes and how to throw the knuckle bones to see a glimpse of the future. I learned from them both. I lived a long time and learned much. Eventually, I got it in my head to live past my long years, and so I did favors for one of the hidden lords. They were well pleased and loaned me the services of their weaver. From bits of my soul and the sinews of the beasts in the nightmare realm, we wove the tattered cloth you wear now. Within it, I built my library, and when I no longer had the strength to walk back from death, I retreated here to read my books and sit by the fire. Imagine my surprise when others came. Each was a wizard who used the bones for power. Each found the bone-ruined cowl and died wearing it. Their power and mine aided whoever the latest owner was. Some faded away eventually. A couple accepted oblivion and stepped into the void. And now comes a wet-behind-the-ears apprentice who washed out their blood and freed the rest of them. Maybe that's for the best. I was tired of talking to them. The ratkin was the worst. And no, not just because he was a ratkin. I can see you share that much with him. He just wouldn't shut up about his great plans and glorious destiny. We were all laughing when you defeated his fetid corpse. So, it's just the two of us now. An old ghost far past his prime with nowhere to go, and a young man new to this world who made his own leg and tail before coming here. Tell me what you want to do, young Milo. Sickle picked up a metal scoop and threw more chunks of bone onto the fire from the bucket next to him. Without asking, Milo could sense they were whale bones, heavy with oil. Milo thought for a moment. I want to go places and see things. I can't do that in my other body, but I can here. I want to explore the caves and mines and find secrets. Sickle nodded. Well, that is enough. And what about the bones and the magic? Do you want to learn more about those? Or will you just wear that old dish rag around because you like the color? Milo looked around the room. Many of the larger bones were carved with a runic script he couldn't read. This room held a lot of secrets. I want to know the secrets you have here, too. Sickle nodded. You might, then. But off with you for now. Go find a bone of your own to add to my library. You have completed the quest. Free the captured souls. You have gained 5 enhancement points. You have been given the quest, one of your own. Sickle has tasked you with finding an old bone to add to the library. Return to him when you have one. Success, access to the books in the library and lessons in bone casting. Failure, a missed opportunity. Chapter 20. Accidents. Several alarms were going off as Milo got out of the pod. Most were simply steady beeps, directing his attention to problems. But one was an insistent sound coupled with a red strobe light. A quick check showed the obvious problem of no power for many of the systems. Power wasn't cheap, and one of the huge costs of keeping the habitats going was a steady supply of energy. The government supplied the minimum amount needed to keep things going. Any industry or business setting up shop paid for the additional power they needed. A sudden drop in power could be any number of things, from someone pirating the power in Section E, the supply being rationed from the city, or a breakdown in distribution. Milo eliminated most of these immediately. Section E had plenty of power coming in. The problem was someone tapping into it illegally. From the location, Milo immediately suspected Kaminsky. Sure enough, several more industrial bays were now housing his operation. The amount of power he was using was more than was allocated to Section E, and other machinery was being shut down to compensate. Food processing hadn't worked for an hour, and air was moving sluggishly in the whole system. Milo was frustrated by how inept Kaminsky and his group acted. They were crashing the system, which would cause deaths in the residential systems and bring in 100 repair crews, which would ironically shut the illegal operation down. Clumsy, dangerous, and not caring about who got hurt. He really hated the guy and the people he worked for. Milo started trickling power into the system from the emergency storage batteries to compensate. That would buy him time, but he knew things were just going to get worse and worse. Kaminsky must be bribing someone, or a lot of someones. It was obvious to Milo that he would have to do something. He had been undecided about trying to notify someone about Kaminsky before. Now it had to happen. Whether or not it brought inquisitive people into Section E was a moot point. They'd be here sooner or later when the system started failing. It was better to somehow get him kicked out of here before then. Security cameras showed Milo what was new. The first was another shipment of the old defective pods and space to accommodate more people working in them. But the main power hogs were the rows upon rows of servers and the cooling systems they needed. Cryptocurrencies were still one of the main monetary systems in the world, despite the failures of some of the biggest companies involved. The world always needed more ways to move money, so new crypto systems were set up each year, along with their need for huge amounts of power. 2 of the industrial bays were being set up to house a massive server farm. The combined power drain, heat pollution, and water needs of the workers would all overload what was left of Section E's mechanical systems. Milo started observing Kaminsky in real time while running the security tapes, looking for information on what he was setting up. Kaminsky seemed to be constantly on his phone. Before every call, he was punching in codes, often cursing when he got them wrong. 3 times he ran a cable from his phone to one of the computers or to the Mark 7 pod. He was obviously trying to set up a link to his systems from somewhere else. Milo couldn't access his phone, but he'd long ago hacked Kaminsky's computers. Looking at it from that end, he could see that in order to access information on another network, the pod and his computers needed to be connected to his phone for the access codes. Kaminsky wasn't good at this, but didn't trust his technicians to do the work. He fumbled with it for hours before he got things set up correctly. Milo could see a huge amount of information coming from somewhere. Kaminsky's employer? Their main network? Milo needed that phone, which was currently sitting on a small table next to the Mark 7 pod in a room with 20 people, some of whom were heavily armed. A diversion was needed, a messy one. Carbon monoxide monitors were a very common safety device in habitats, especially in industrial areas. The colorless, odorless gas could kill hundreds of people if it went undetected for too long. At 10:38, about an hour after Milo exited his pod, 47 separate CO sensors started blaring their alarms in the rooms that housed the Mark III pods and the sleeping quarters of the off-duty workers. Techs raced to find the problem, and some of the guards accompanied them to keep the mob of workers under control. The gas was detected, but the source wasn't found. If anything, it was coming from several places. Things got worse when something hot started a small fire in a trash receptacle, which triggered sprinkler systems. Fire prevention foam sprayed out of nozzles in several rooms, one of which was the newly installed server center. Several machines were total losses as they shorted out before the power could be turned off. A minute later, one of the jury-rigged coolant lines that had been hastily installed in the ceiling came uncoupled. Someone hadn't tightened the clamps holding 2 hoses together correctly, and the pressure broke the joint. High-pressure cooling fluid was sprayed all over the area below it, which included the Mark 7 pod. By some luck, as the hose jerked around the room from the spewing fluid, the pod itself wasn't hit, but the area around it burst into flames. Cooling fluid is highly flammable. Something must have caused a spark. In the heavy smoke and flames, No one noticed a metal cable about an inch wide snake out of the ceiling, uncouple Kaminsky's phone, and then drag the item back into the ceiling above the pod. The tendril reappeared a moment later with what might have been a duplicate of the phone, but it was actually a quickly made plastic casing filled with easily melted electronic components. The sacrificial duplicate was placed in the phone's location, and a moment later burst into flames as coolant fluid sprayed down on it. Before the emergencies had been dealt with, Milo had the real phone in his workshop and was carefully taking it apart, bypassing its security and making it a part of his system. He had logs of all the calls placed in the last year, all of the codes and passwords. By tomorrow, he would know more about who Kaminsky was working for and what he had been trying to set up. Kaminsky was furious, screaming at everyone. How the hell could people be so stupid? Yes, he wanted things set up as fast as they could, and yes, he may have ignored a few recommendations the technicians had made. But still, they should have been more careful. They had days of cleanup to do. He'd lose at least a week getting things back to normal. But no one had died. The authorities didn't even know anything had happened, and nothing essential had been destroyed. Until one of the techs handed him a blackened bit of plastic and metal that he recognized as the high-tech communications device his employers had trusted him with. He screamed at the techs to fix it, but even he knew that wasn't happening. It was falling to pieces, the circuitry totally fried and crumbling. Things couldn't get any worse. Chapter 21. Stinky Cheese. The night market was in full swing when Milo emerged from the guild hall. He needed to do some shopping, and he felt much calmer here in the gloom near Light's End. Between the shadows and spending points on the invisible tail, he was confident he could roam around in his normal skin here, no one the wiser. He was slowly becoming more comfortable walking around as a human with 2 feet and no tail, but not as much as in his ratkin form. Having 2 feet was nice, but it didn't make up for losing his tail. He'd been using the prosthetic for too many years. He'd made the trip back across the rooftops without much incident. A few things had been thrown at him from windows, and he'd stumbled over 2 teenagers involved in romance as he leapt to a flat rooftop. That was an embarrassing surprise for him then, and an irate father who responded to the girl's cry as something furry ran over the top of her and her boyfriend. But overall, it was quicker than using the streets. The thrilling part had been when he'd gotten a great view of an airship. A very small dirigible had gone overhead, its propellers pushing it forward. The gas bag didn't seem anywhere near big enough to hold it up. Some sort of magic must be involved. Milo sat and watched as it gained altitude and finally docked at one of the hanging buildings near the ceiling. If he had to ever travel, that was his preferred method. Ships on the water looked dangerous, and who knew what was swimming in the oceans? He filed the thought away for someday. Airship travel must be expensive, and his funds were limited. The Miners' Guild purchased all of his deep copper ore, but it was a chore packing it up the stairs. He didn't want to reveal his smuggler's stash within the guild. Instead, he found a secluded spot in an unused room a few levels away and transferred the ore to several large bags. The bags were heavy, and it took 3 trips to get them all upstairs. A couple of the miners laughed as he struggled to get the loads up the stairs and ladders. The burly men could have easily taken it all in one load. After selling the copper, he was 30 silver richer. Surprisingly, the parts from the machinery were worth more. When he dumped out the assortment of gears, broken sprockets, and chain drives, the appraiser's face went from curiosity to greed. "Oh, nice. Very nice. Old work here. Where did you say you found these?" Milo kept his answers vague. "Down deep. I got lost wandering through caves, ran from some critters, and found an old mine shaft and a machine. It was all torn apart, and I grabbed the best parts, not sure if I can find it again." The old dwarf knew a deflection when he heard one. "Well, if you suddenly remember, bring me more of it. These are hardened dark iron. After the parts are forged, some of the old smiths had a way to harden the outer layers of the metal while leaving the inner layers still flexible, ideal for machine parts. He'd given Milo 100 silver for the parts, quite a sum of cash, and now it was time to go shopping at the nearby market. His first priorities were food and carving tools. While looking through the food vendors, he smelled something delicious. He began running and dodging through the light crowds, diving under tables and leaping over obstacles. Vendors cursed behind him, and urchins took advantage of his disruption to steal food for their hungry bellies. Milo was unaware of all of this. He just kept following his nose, and his nose led him to a small store on the edge of the market, near fish vendors and soap makers. The shoppers in this area held sachets of spices to their noses, or had a cloth on their faces. The shop, such as it was a large market stand with canvas walls and a top. Inside was a pile of small barrels, crates, and wheels of cheese covered in red wax. Pungent odors surrounded the stand, keeping most people at bay. They covered their noses and hurried. The same smell had drawn Milo in from across the market. Milo stood before the cheese shop and inhaled the strong aroma of dozens of cheeses. 2 halflings were behind the counter. An older woman was working at a stove, dipping large cubes of cheese into a boiling pot of red wax. She saw Milo and nodded at him. "Be right with you, sir." The other halfling was much younger and male. He was taking a break, reclining in an old chair, snoring, with his large and hairy feet on the counter. The old woman kicked with a foot, tipping the chair over and knocking him to the floor. He came up, yelling, "Oh, hell, Grandma! Why'd you have to wake me up again?" Grandma snorted and whispered at him, "Get up, Jethro, you lazy lout. A customer needs to be taken care of." Jethro dusted himself off and smiled at Milo. "Sir, welcome to our shop. We make the best stinky cheese." He was cut off by a glare from his grandma. The finest varieties of fragrant cheeses in all the city. What are you in need of? Some of our award-winning cheddar? Perhaps a slice of Gruyere or our tasty and gooey local cheese, made fresh each day." Milo was drooling. "I can't believe I didn't smell your shop the last time I was in the market." Jethro leaned forward and spoke in a stage whisper. "It's a terrible thing, sir, but the authorities make us move around a lot for some reason. Makes it difficult for our best customers to find us. I think it's a conspiracy started by the Candle Consortium and the apple sellers. But don't worry, we'll do fine as long as our best customers, which includes you, of course, can find us when they need taste of cheese. But enough about the troubles of hard-working cheese merchants. Why don't we start with some samples to see which cheese is your favorite? A nice slice of Gorgonzola? My grandma is just sealing our latest batch of freshly made aged cheddar. Take home a block, you won't be disappointed. And for the brave soul with a taste for the exotic, I have around a Liederkranz. We always have plenty of Limburger, imported from the Holla." Milo's eyes darted around the stand. "I'll take all your cheese." Jethro suppressed a smile at the thought of selling a huge platter of cheese. "Very good, sir. One assortment of all of it coming right up. Would you prefer a basket of a dozen samples? Our finest assortment of 30 slices. And our Feed the Neighborhood basket comes with a bit of all 57 of our stinkiest cheeses in all their pungent glory." Milo put down the bag of copper Harry had paid him and added a handful of silver. "I didn't ask you for a menu. I said I'll take all your cheese." Jethro stammered a bit upon seeing the money. Grandma looked at Milo and saw that he was shaking and taking deep breaths. "Damn it, Jethro! Back away now and start packing it all up. I've dealt with this type before. Get moving." Turning to Milo, she handed him a large chunk of freshly made aged cheddar. "Here, sir. Why don't you start on this to take the edge off your hunger while we get you all packed up?" As Milo began to gnaw on the cheddar, she expertly scooped the money into her apron while keeping an eye on him. When all the cheese in the stand was packed up, Milo had finished his snack and was feeling better. He looked at the assortment of boxes and bags and realized he couldn't carry them all. He looked over at the two happy but nervous cheesemakers. "If you don't mind, I'd like to be alone with my cheese for a bit." Jethro scratched his head, confused. "Why do you need—" Grandma grabbed Jethro by the arm and dragged him out of the stand, pulling the cloth curtains closed. "We totally understand, sir. We'll give you some time with your purchases. Come on, Jethro, it's lunchtime." As she dragged her grandson away, she shook her finger and admonished him. "What have I told you about his type? When they get the hunger, you need to be careful. Don't end up like your Uncle Philmont." Jethro didn't know he'd ever had an Uncle Philmont. Milo had 10 enhancement points, and he spent 5 of those to buy the second rank of smuggler's stash. That gave him 9 cubic feet of room. He saw how useful it was. If he could somehow gain 2 more points, he could buy the 3rd rank. That will hold a lot more cheese, something that was suddenly very important to him. Each variety had its own smell, and he couldn't imagine not buying them all. The chest was now a cube, with each side a little more than 2 feet long. He filled the chest with cheese along with a lovely fondue set that Grandma had added to the deal, leaving out 2 blocks of cheddar to put into his backpack. Dismissing the chest, he continued on his way, able to think a bit better. Some of his exhaustion faded away. It was time to go pick up the rest of the gear he needed for a good exploration of the old mines. Shopping list, engraving and carving tools, dried meats and bread, rope, pitons, blank journal and pen and ink, 3 water skins, clean underclothes, saw, mechanics tools. He was nearly broke when he finished, with only 3 copper left in his pouch. With a backpack full of supplies and a belly full of cheese, he started to head back down to find Harry and do some more mining and exploring. He didn't plan on coming back up for a week. An hour after he had eaten his fill of cheese, he received a message that made him happy and showed the wisdom of stocking up on supplies. "You have enjoyed a healthy meal of tasty cheese. Your racial ability, the power of cheese, is at stage 1. Every day that you eat 1 pound of cheese, you will heal wounds twice as fast, gain a bonus of plus 50 health, and increase your strength by 2. Stay healthy and eat your cheese. Not eating cheese for 1 day will strip you of these benefits. Not eating cheese for 2 days will result in weakness. Your health will decrease by 50 and your wisdom by 2. Don't let this happen." When Jethro and his grandmother returned, they found not even a crumb in their stall. Grandmother looked around while jingling the coin in her pocket. "Just like I thought. He's a hungry one. The worst I ever seen." Jethro asked, "So, what do we do?" "You have to ask, boy. We put the clan to work, make more cheese, and then we take all of his money again when he comes back from Mar. If we're lucky, he has a family or clan just as hungry for cheese as he is." Chapter 22. Clan Business. Burnock Shadow Forge turned the heavy metal gear over and over in his hands, looking for flaws. The gear was several hundred years old, maybe a lot older. A skilled dwarf could tell by the amount of oxidation on the inner groove of the gear. Very slight, but it was there. He took a hammer and a steel chisel, then tried to put a dent in it. The steel chisel blunted without putting a scratch on the gear. This was a size 7, hardened dark iron gear number 14. This gear was used in hundreds of different dwarven machines. Millions of this type of gear had been made by dwarven mechanics, but not out of this material. The hardening process had been a secret of the Shadowforge clan and their engineers. They made their metal stronger, their picks better, and their machines needed fewer repairs. The monopoly had let his clan expand their mining operations deep into the earth, all over this part of the world, but especially under this city. Deep copper and dark iron had flowed like rivers out of their mines. They had been a rich and respectable clan. That all ended, so the clan elders say, on the day that the old city went away. Details were sorta sketchy on the why of it all. Humans and elves were at war with each other, and the light and the dark factions were involved. Dwarves stayed out of it. They didn't care about the property topside. Dwarves had built their own part of the town deep in the hollow mountain that loomed up next to the humans' coastal city. The trade was good. The humans always needed metal, and dwarven stone smiths found a lot of work building the ever-expanding city. At some point, the human mages had done something wrong, or maybe the elves had used a spell that should never have been used. No dwarf trusted the elves, so they mostly blamed them for what had happened. If you were topside when the cataclysm occurred, you were dead. All the dwarves knew was that one moment they had a city inside a hollow mountain, and the next moment there was a tremendous light that blinded or killed anyone near the surface and scooped away a good chunk of the mountain. The city was gone, along with a huge amount of earth under it. Whatever had hit the city had been so powerful that it had carved a giant sphere out of the mountain. There was no rubble. The rock and everything else had simply gone away. The only thing left was one tower of black rock, comically sitting on a perfect pillar of stone nearly a half-mile tall, holding it above a perfectly shaped hemisphere of nothing. The city was gone, and a good chunk of the coastline. The sea came pouring in, creating a perfectly round bay whose edge was now under the overhanging cliff of the mountain. The old city of the humans, Sartothra, was disintegrated. The dwarven city of Hollow Mount was nearly destroyed, with its buildings knocked flat and too much light pouring in. The damned tower was still there, now an island, a mystery that was never solved. The seas all around it were filled with creatures that destroyed any ship that approached, and something in the tower destroyed airships that floated too close. But the worst hit were the clan holdings down low near the mines. The earthquake that accompanied the destruction collapsed mine shafts and tunnels and destroyed the dwarven enclaves. 90% of the Shadowforge clan had been killed or never returned, the secret of hardening dark iron dying with them. His clan, like many of the dwarven clans, went from wealth to poverty in the span of a day. Hollowmount was never truly rebuilt. The remaining dwarves and refugee humans built what they could to survive, and the bay was perfect for large ships to stop and shelter from frequent storms. The city of Shadowport was built on the rubble of Hollowmount. And today, some snot-nosed human had wandered into the guild hall and sold machine parts no one had seen in ages. Machine parts made by his clan. The kid had only been a member of the Miners' Guild for a couple of days and could barely haul a sack of ore. What the hell was he doing stealing his clan's property and running around their old mines? Burnock knew that was where he'd found these. Apprentice Milo had sold deep copper ore along with the machine parts. That gave Burnock a rough idea of the area. And it wasn't good. That part of the deep down was avoided by anyone who wanted to keep breathing. It was filled with poisonous mushrooms, copperheads, Myconian monsters, and layers of soft earth that shifted too easily. Shaky Town, they'd called that area. Start swinging some picks and making a little noise, and it was even odds over whether you died from some critter or the ceiling fell in on you. But that made a bit of sense. That the boy found those parts there. It might not always have been so treacherous, or the clan wouldn't have put in the mines there. But now it was avoided, and those parts had sat for ages. The appraiser had bought them for a fraction of their value, paying its weight in metal as they bought everything. The real value was for a mechanic who had to work with older machines. The Engineers Guild would be sniffing after Milo soon. They needed parts like that for their ore processors and mechanical drills. The stress was so high in some of the old machines that steel parts wore out daily. Even dark iron only lasted a week. Hardened dark iron gears would last over a year, maybe more. Burnock didn't want the damned engineers to get involved. He'd have to listen to the glory days when the guild had built outposts in the deep down and sent ore and machine parts to the surface. They always tried to claim the glory that belonged to his clan. Burnock called in his cousin Shifty. Shifty wasn't a dwarven name. He'd had another name once, but the clan had taken it away when his fingers were caught taking money that didn't belong to him. So now he was missing a joint on his right index finger, and his name was Shifty. No one in the clan would deal with him except Burnock. Shifty got a bit of coin now in exchange for doing things that Burnock didn't want to be traced back to him. It was an arrangement that worked for both of them. Get an adventuring party together, the type you like. Then find out where the kid goes and track him back to the old areas he found. I want to get in and claim them before someone else finds out. Shifty smiled. He liked adventuring. Almost anything could happen on an adventure. And when we're done getting the info? Burnock held up his hands. I don't need to know. I'm hiring you to follow a clue and reclaim clan secrets. You handle it your way. Sure, cousin. I'll handle things my way. But this isn't going to be for a few coppers and some beer. If I'm going to do important clan work, I want gold. I've earned that much doing your grunt work all these years. Burnock nodded. When I have the secret of hardening dark iron, I'll pay you in gold. Maybe even get you back in the clan. I think that should cover the cost of making sure only we have the secret. Shifty nodded and started planning. He needed competent people, but not so good that he couldn't get rid of them later. Samantha found a very depressed Sydney sitting at her desk, angrily typing. Normally, Sydney typed with one hand and drank her coffee with the other. Today, her cup was empty. That was a very, very bad sign. Everything okay? Sydney slowly turned. You know it isn't, and yet you say that, hoping I'll give you some clue. I'm on to you. Samantha took the empty cup, walked quickly away, and brought Sydney 2 fresh cups. She looked at them, drank one down, and held the other as she stared at her screen. Thank you. I'll kill you last since you know how to bring me offerings. Let me guess, you missed him? The second cup of coffee was empty after 2 sips. Sydney rubbed her eyes with the palms of her hands. Yep, he knew just when to log in. After 16 hours of waiting for him to log in again, it happens 23 minutes after I've gone to bed. I slept through the alarm for 7 minutes. And by then, he had been in the simulation we set up, eaten the bacon and cheese dip, and gone ahead into the main game. How in the hell is he doing this? Samantha got herself a cup of coffee and sat down. Don't fret too much, hun. You got some clues, and they helped. 2 days from now, we'll have his approximate location. Sydney spun her chair around. How? I've been going through the programming of the Mark 7 pods. They have scheduled times to check for updates. The next time our guy is in the pod and it sends us his medical files, the pod will ask for any updates to programming, and the new code I wrote will load. Sydney just stared. That's too simple. I'm not sure if I should kiss you or hate you. Why didn't I think of that? You were too busy setting traps with cheese dip. Chapter 23. Big bugs, little bugs, bugs for dinner. The entrance to the cave leading to the deep down and Harry's mushroom farms had a sign in front of it. Milo couldn't read the dwarven runes, but the picture of dead birds and little swirls above them was understandable. Bad air. Milo could smell an awful pong coming up from the cave, but it wasn't worse than what Harry's farm normally smelled like. Hopefully, whatever bad smells Harry's bath time had generated were now gone. Milo slipped past the sign and began his descent. There were some pockets of bad air, but the upward draft was clearing them. Milo stopped to fortify himself with a small, cheesy snack now and then to help him keep climbing and ignore the smell. Limburger was wonderful for this. The smell of the cheese sent other smells running away in fear. Finally arriving at Harry's farm, he was happy to find the air much better down here. The stench seemed to be coming from a manure pile near the entrance, and once he passed it, he could breathe easily. A loud and jubilant voice greeted him. "Milo, you're back, and just in time for dinner." The voice was Harry's, but the person talking was different. Gone were the layers of filthy clothes. Instead, he was wearing loose pants and a tunic. His enormous feet emerged from the pants. Long arms ended in huge, misshaped hands. Hair and beard that had been huge bushes were trimmed neatly back to reveal a smiling face. Where the first Harry was round and swaddled, this creature was nearly 7 feet tall and on the thin side. His blue-gray skin looked rocky and hard. "What did that thing you ate do to you, Harry?" Harry looked down at himself and then smiled. "Ha-ha! It fixed me! I was shriveling up more and more. I had a terrible case of terra magicae defectus. Even covering myself in layers of earth, worms, and grubs couldn't keep up with the drain. I turned to an all-mushroom diet, and that slowed it. But I really needed a huge boost of earth and mana to get back to normal." "And this is normal?" The new Harry nodded. "Sure is. You mean to tell me you didn't know I was a troll?" "That wasn't mentioned at the guild hall when I took the job." Harry smiled. "Well, probably a good thing. Hard enough getting help down here. If they told people that the person hiring them was a troll, it might make it tougher to find helpers. But hey, grab a seat. I'm back to my cooking. I made a nice stew of giant beetles and some portabella." Milo wasn't picky about food. He'd eaten food cubes for most of his life. The crunchy beetles and a creamy mushroom sauce were delicious. He'd always wondered about pictures he'd seen of people eating bugs like lobster and crab. He'd been suspicious, but bugs were great. You just cracked open the shell and ate the soft parts inside. After dinner, Harry gave him a short lecture on mythology and the uses of mushrooms. Then he had a snack of cheese and headed off to explore the caves and get to work. A few hours later, Milo was creeping carefully toward the mushroom caverns when he saw movement. Something large had been moving along the wall, but now he saw nothing. He stayed very still, hoping that Skulk would allow him to go unnoticed until he knew what the creature was. He saw movement again at the center of the cave. A fat beetle about a foot long was moving slowly along the tunnel. A creature appeared near the wall and lunged. Large claws slammed into the beetle, raising it up to a mouth with 2 flanking mandibles. 2 bites later, the beetle was gone. Milo got a good look at its killer before the creature faded away, its armored carapace blending into the side of the tunnel. "Giant Cave Mantis, Level 2. Ambush Predator, Camouflage." Milo had been looking forward to testing his new spells out on a Myconid Guardian, and was tempted to try his hand on this stronger opponent. Could you ambush an ambusher? Milo saw movement again as another beetle came wandering along the cave. Were they just migrating, or heading for a snack at Harry's farm? It was obvious where Harry had gotten last night's dinner. As the mantis pounced on the beetle, he tossed a skull toward the creature. The butcher who had sold him 4 dozen rabbit skulls had kept his curiosity to himself. Rabbits were raised as meat in Shadowport and fed on a diet of dried seaweed. Milo had 305 total mana. Some of it was from his intelligence and wisdom bonuses. That meant he could throw 6 of these bombs before running out of mana, assuming he had a good supply of skulls. The mantis had been focused on the beetle. As it pounced, the skull landed between its 4 legs. The explosion hit it hard, and small pieces of bone bounced off its carapace and created small wounds. Boom! You have slain Giant Cave Beetle ×2. You have attacked a giant cave mantis for 75 points of damage. 10 points have been mitigated by armor. Health 135 out of 200. Giant Cave Mantis is not happy with you. The mantis was thrown back against the wall by the explosion. The beetle in its claws was shredded, as was another that had been crawling behind it. The mantis recovered quickly and ran forward on its 4 legs, raising its claws to attack. Milo tried out his second new spell, pulling a carved and pointed femur from his belt. He hadn't asked the butcher for details on what creature the bones were from. Skulls he could make explode, and long bones became missiles. The bone spike glowed and shot away from him as he cast the spell. Aiming wasn't difficult. The mantis was pretty much right in front of him. The small bone spike raced away from Milo and punched into the bug's carapace, and out the other side. One claw scraped across his shoulder as it died, doing 30 damage. He was elated at how effective his spells were, but as he looked at the combat messages, he failed to see a ripple of movement as a second mantis attacked. His danger sense skill screamed a warning far too late. The mantis slashed down at Milo, who failed to dodge entirely. He tried to run away, but the mantis was adept at chasing prey and kept up with him. Milo took 2 more small slashes, which dropped his health to 100. He was half dead already, and the second enemy was fresh and couldn't be avoided. He turned suddenly, leaping toward the surprised insect, his tail swinging in an arc to slash across its face. He held Shadow Blight in both hands, bringing it down onto the mantis's head as both claws slashed his sides and captured him. His health plummeted to only 20. However, his weapon punched straight through the carapace, leaving 2 leaking holes. Shadow Blight's curse took the insect's armor to 0 and reduced its damage to 25 points, saving Milo from far worse wounds. The giant cave mantis was down to only 40 health and desperate. Milo was at 50. He struggled as the mantis lifted him up and its head started to move forward. In desperation, he put his weapon in front of his face, unable to swing it, and used it to block. But he still had a weapon. His tail slashed at the mantis, doing enough damage to kill it. The bug slowly toppled over, with Milo still stuck in its claws. That had been too close. He hadn't been prepared for the mantis's speed or its grapple attack. Nonetheless, he had won. Near the top of the cave, 20 feet up the wall, was a small ledge. He carefully crawled up to it, out of the main corridor, and hid in the shadows while he bandaged his wounds and enjoyed a nice piece of cheddar to give a boost to his healing. He debated the choices he had made with his enhancement points. Should he have spent the points to increase his health? 7 points would have given him 410 HP instead of 260, and that fight wouldn't have been so close. Of course, if he had been more careful, he would have seen the second mantis. That was the real mistake. He went over the fight again and again, thinking about things he could have done as he chewed on his snack, and the line of migrating beetles moved through the cave. You have slain giant cave mantis times 2. You earned extra experience for fighting a creature above your own level. You have gained 300 experience in bone casting. You have earned 50 experience in dodge. You have earned 300 experience in intelligence. You have earned 50 experience in agility. Bone casting has reached level 2. Spells will now cost 10% less mana. Intelligence has reached rank 4. Chapter 24. Home Sweet Home. After several hours of rest, Milo moved through the area of the rockfall and into the main mushroom cave. Behind him, a swarm of small beetles was swarming the bodies of the mantises and stripping them of flesh. That seemed right to Milo. Beetles ate the mantises, and the mantises ate the beetles. It was a good reminder that most things would probably eat him as well. The first cave was quiet. He carefully moved through it, making sure not to step on any of the stemlings. Where Kronk had emerged, there was a large hole in the ground. Curious, Milo looked in. Mixed in the soft earth were bones, skulls, and bits of old armor and weapons. If Kronk had caught him, that's where Milo would have ended up, as fertilizer. He climbed down and rooted around, finding all manner of old bones and a half-dozen skulls. He set aside the bones that were usable to take with him. The weapons and armor were rusted and bent, except for 2 items. One was a small dagger, and the other was a short-handled shovel. A rotted pouch held some coins. 7 copper, 2 silver, and 1 gold. The gold coin had the face of a stern, bearded dwarf on it, wearing a crown. It seemed Kronk was more generous than Milo had given him credit for originally. He thanked the giant myconid and the unknown victims murdered by him, and climbed out of the hole. 2 small stemlings were looking at him. He carefully stepped around them and left them staring down into the cronk-sized hole. He found the entrance to the mines and carefully started exploring. What he was looking for was a good spot to set up camp. There were several reasons for this. The first was just time. He couldn't be running back to Shadowport or even to Harry's to sleep and eat. Too much time would be wasted. The second was if he understood things correctly. Once he made a camp and slept and ate here, he could designate it as his respawn point. No one planned on dying, but if he did, he'd rather not have a long walk and climb in his underwear back to his tombstone. That's why he had brought a tent. Having a tent and a campfire made a campsite. If he had a campsite, he could summon a guard lizard to guard him with his ring. And if he died, he'd respawn at his camp after a certain amount of downtime. He also wanted a place to store bones, ore, and machine parts he might find. His stash only held so much, and right now, most of the space held cheese. This area of the mine seemed to have been heavily explored. The main tunnel was about 7 feet wide and a similar height, with cross-tunnels every 50 feet or so. These went 50 to 100 feet into the soft rock and earth. The cross-tunnels were barely big enough for a man or miner to keep digging, rarely over 3 feet wide or 6 feet tall. If they found any sign of ore, the area was further dug out. There was evidence that, at one time, there had been rails put down, but they must have reused them. Only rotted timbers remained on the floor. The main tunnel went about 200 yards and abruptly ended in a crack in the earth. The crevasse extended downward past where Milo could see and went both right and left. Rotted wood spanned the crevasse, and a small tunnel stretched for another 20 feet before stopping. The crack in the earth widened as it went upward. A wooden platform hung from long cables that went up and up until the darkness obscured them. It sat on the rotted scaffolding, an elevator stuck on the first floor. Gently, Milo tugged on a cable, and it didn't budge. He tested the 2 he could reach and then carefully stepped onto the platform, ready to leap back if it started to move. But nothing happened. The platform and cables were in good condition. There must be some machinery up top that would move the platform up and down. It reminded Milo of the big drops in the habitat. There was only one way to find out how high up the crevasse went and what was up there. Milo started to climb. In the real world, this would be difficult for Milo, even with his augmented limbs to help. Here it was easier. He had the climbing skill, along with a light body strengthened by cheese. His claws and tail helped him keep his grip on the cable. His feet were much better than a human's. His long toes could grip better, and his flexible feet could curve around or bend back. He climbed over 100 feet with no problem. Continuing up, he was slightly winded after 200 feet. He saw a small alcove, like the start of a mine shaft, and decided to take a break. It was a little tricky to swing into it, but he managed with only a small slip, catching himself and dislodging a few rocks down into the crevasse. The opening was only about 5 square feet and showed signs of having been dug with a pick. It ended after 40 feet, widening to a 10 by 10 area. Part of the wall here was worked stone and slightly damp. Putting his ear to the stone, he could hear rushing water. The dwarves must have decided to start a side tunnel but hit an underground stream. He laughed when he saw that they had even installed a small spigot. Turning it on, cold water trickled out into a basin. Someone had been thorough in their work. This was a perfect spot. It reminded Milo of some of his favorite hiding spots in the habitat. It was hard to get to, and no one had a reason to come here. No one would see any light unless they were looking straight in, and even then, a blanket over the opening would stop that. Summoning his smuggler's stash, he pulled out the tent and tossed it to one side. He was delighted to use his magic ring to set up the tent. Next was the fondue pot with the small magical fire underneath it. Finally, he summoned the guard lizard. The 2-foot-long blue and gold reptile looked at him, and then walked around the perimeter of the camp, snatching up small bugs with its tongue as it went. Satisfied that the boundaries of the camp were secure, the lizard settled down to watch the entry tunnel. If anything moved into it, It would make loud croaking noises with its throat pouch until Milo was roused. Harry had been right. This was the best magic ring ever. After a hearty meal of melted cheese and stale bread, Milo laid down in his tent to take a nap and set his respawn point. Setting respawn point. This will take 4 hours. Options. 1. Pretend to sleep while you play on the data network. 2. Actually sleep. It will do you a world of good. 3. Log out and let your body sleep. Slightly dangerous, as something might eat you. And then you would respawn, get eaten, respawn. You get the idea. Hardly ever happens to anyone. I don't even know where they came up with the term death loop. Milo trusted his faithful lizard. He'd take the chance and log out, leaving his body to nap while he got work done in Section E. At the very least, he had to see what Kaminsky was doing. As soon as he logged out of the game, one of the lizard's eyes swiveled over to the fondue pot. Checking twice to make sure that no one was sneaking up on the camp, it used its long tongue to clean out the last of the cheese before going back to guard duty, happy that his new employer had thought to leave him a meal. Chapter 25. Once a hacker. Milo got out of the pod and got to work. He had 4 hours until he could go exploring again. He paused at that thought. When had the game become so important? Sitting and thinking, he went over what he had done in the last 2 years. He had a near-perfect memory, and much of what he did was repetitive. It didn't take long to see that the fear of being found by someone had faded into the boredom of his day-to-day activities. He felt more alive when he was taking chances, dropping several stories down a chute and catching himself on a crossbar with his tail, stealing the pod from Kaminsky, making raids on the unused sections for machinery, or exploring new parts of the decaying habitat. Even venturing into the corridors of the habitat wasn't as horrifying as it had been. He'd managed to be around people long enough to trade for some new video games several times in the last 3 years. It made him nervous, and he never stayed out for more than an hour. But considering he didn't leave the tunnels ever for his first decade, it was progress. But now he had a strange city to explore, caves that went forever, and secrets to find. He was still running through tunnels, hiding and scavenging, but it was so much better. The food tasted better. The exploring was more fun. Even the fights were fun once the sheer terror he had felt at first started to fade. It was so much easier doing it in a game where he could retreat to the real world, but, ironically, everything seemed more real. He chucked that up to his life in the real world being pretty crappy. He even had a friend he talked to. Harry had shown him how to make mushroom powder, infusions, and even the beetle stew. The stinky old troll felt non-threatening, which he couldn't say about anyone in the real world. He realized he was wasting time musing. That was 5 minutes gone, and the answer was obvious. He needed to get rid of Kaminsky and crew, not be caught doing it, keep Section E running, and play when he could. A plan was coming together where one of his problems could solve some of the others. Kaminsky's phone had given up all of its secrets. He had all the codes and knew who he was contacting. It was time to see what he could find out. Kaminsky's employer was a large corporation. That much was obvious from the security of their systems. The phone codes only got him so far, but from there, he could look for weaknesses in the security system, and then build the tools he'd need to get inside. As he probed their firewall and tested the security, he got an odd feeling. It was a familiar setup. This was the security that he and his friends had worked with when they were hacking into systems for Kaminsky and stealing for him. Part of their training was building the security systems that Kaminsky used. It was a familiar pattern. It had gone through some changes, but Milo knew things about it. Like the back door that Nimitz had set up. Within seconds, he was past the firewall and inside their system. He quickly set up a second back door, just in case he had triggered something. Nothing happened. There were no additional layers of security. They had really been using the same system for the last 2 decades with only slight modifications? But if these were the people who took his family, his siblings might not have cared about doing their best. The more Milo looked at the security and data systems of this corporation, the more he saw the fingerprints of his siblings. It made him feel lonely. He dove into the databases, looking for clues to where they'd been taken. Hours later, the game forgotten, Milo knew a lot more about things going on now, and things that had happened decades ago. Old memories were cascading in his brain, triggering suppressed feelings. Anger at the men who stole his family, the fear of being left behind, the terror of surviving in the tunnels of the habitat, until he learned enough to control his new world, and hatred at the people who had caused it all. He'd found information on his family, but they were gone. Long gone. Behind the snarl of dummy corporations and false fronts was Viktor Simovich. Viktor and his family owned 83% of Nechchayev Corporation. This, in turn, owned the corporations that owned the labs that financed the secret experiments that had led to dozens of children being bought from their families and experimented on. It was all hidden beneath layers of legitimate businesses owned in several countries and tied to organized crime in parts of the Russian, U.S., and Belarusian governments. Milo's group had been successful early on. They weren't bought, they were made. Their genes had been spliced and modified during their first month of growing in artificial wombs. The mechanical ports had been added one by one along their spines. The shunts designed for inserting drugs into their systems were added shortly after birth. From start to finish, Milo and his 24 brothers and sisters were made to order, and they were deemed successful. Other groups who hadn't been created in artificial wombs hadn't been. The other groups had more medical problems, were harder to control, and weren't as good as the fourth group that contained Milo. The groups that took too long to earn money or didn't develop as fast were terminated, killed, murdered. Milo's group was making money. They got to live. They'd been so successful that someone had sold their information to another corporation. A large team had been sent to collect them and put them to work for someone else. The trader had slipped up by spending some of his money before leaving town. Someone had noticed and asked questions. Kaminsky had spirited them away just before the raid on the habitat. From there, his family had been set up in one location after another. Work increased. They hacked systems, stole the money, then packed up and moved again. This got harder to do as the children grew older. They needed more medical attention for their imperfect bodies and mutated nervous systems. Things went wrong, and people died. Eventually, Kaminsky had 5 members of his family left. They were 20 years old but looked like 10-year-olds. He was happy to see that Ordo and Nimes were 2 of them. The others were Adam, Bork, and Zephron. There was a large file on what went wrong one night and how the very profitable Group 4 had died. Many heads rolled after that. The 5 of them had tried to escape. Guards were bribed with money sent to secret bank accounts, security codes opened gates, and they eventually made it out of the facility in a stolen vehicle. They didn't get far. There was an extra Nechchayev security patrol that they were unaware of, and it caught them as they were escaping. The security vehicle didn't know who was inside, and after a high-speed chase, they were destroyed. The report had a poor-quality video file showing a rocket-powered grenade destroying their vehicle and killing everyone inside. Whether it was on purpose or not, it didn't matter. His family was dead. He hadn't seen them in years, but he'd always hoped that somehow he would find them and make contact. Not now. Not ever. Milo sat and cried for an hour, then got back to work. He told himself they'd died long ago, and the only thing left was some petty revenge on his part. Well, not petty. He was going to hurt Viktor Simovich and his entire organization, and in a bit of irony, his family was going to help. They must have been planning on stealing all of the money from Nechchayev Corp., its subsidiaries, and Viktor Simovich and his family. They had set up plans to move the money in the banks, his hidden offshore bank accounts, cryptocurrencies, and even 1,000 pounds of gold held in a Swiss vault. All Milo had to do was pull the triggers. Manipulating the bank accounts had been easy once he found a complete set of programs he had used as a child. All of the illegal tools that had been created for his family and improved by them were there. All of the important research from the illegal labs, records of his business dealings, information used to blackmail politicians, and other important data were stored in an ultra-secure site in Switzerland. Milo wasn't sure anyone could hack into this place. Luckily, he didn't have to. He had the key codes straight from Victor's system, all in a convenient file left by Bork. With only a few keystrokes, he set in motion his electronic heist. All of the data was left in place, but the locks were changed. The facility storing the data didn't know who Victor or Milo were. All they cared about was the code used to access the data. By changing it, Victor lost it, and Milo owned it. He might hand it over to the authorities later. Hiding it from Victor was so much more fun than just erasing it. He did make sure to set up commands that would begin destroying all of the data outside the secure storage. When someone at Nechayev tried to log in, they'd find nothing there. Milo liquidated the cyber currency and sold the gold. All of the money was hidden in new bank accounts scattered all over the world. Within an hour, Milo had more money than he could ever spend in his lifetime. For one brief instant, he was tempted to leave a taunting note, and then dismiss the idea. Let him wonder. He also wanted to shut down Kaminsky. To his surprise, he found out that Kaminsky was a small fish. Nechayev had dozens of operators like him setting up illegal pod farms. Each one was using a new Mark VII pod that served as the master to hundreds of older Mark II and Mark IIIs. The people inside those pods were working within the game, mining gold or iron, hunting for magic items, and running some dungeons over and over every day. At this stage in the game, all of the raw materials and low-grade items were worth quite a bit of money. There were deals in place with 3 corporations that had financial commitments and were in competition in the game world. Milo didn't care about the details. He just wanted to shut things down. There was one very interesting tidbit that he saw in those plans. Details on a special plan jokingly referred to as Operation Loot. Kaminsky's bosses had bribed one of the game developers with a large amount of money to work with them. They had set up a group of special operatives. Each of these characters would be one of a kind, with abilities not normally seen in the game. Working in small groups, they could earn money in the game in unique ways by solving unique quests also coded by the developer. One of those unique characters was familiar to Milo. His own. They needed a person to move things in the game undetected. There were only a few classes that could easily and reliably do this. Imperial couriers were one of those, but it had proven a tricky class to use as they had huge demands on their time and couldn't just disappear to smuggle goods. Pirate captains could hide a large number of goods in hidden holds, but that required both a ship and crew and could only go certain places. Dwarven bootleggers had a storage device to move alcohol. By far, the best was the smuggler class, a subtype of rogue that specialized in moving goods in secret. They had an ability called Smuggler Stash. The downside was that everyone knew that, and a keen-eyed guard that caught a smuggler could force him to reveal his stash. However, there was one other option, a race and class combination that wasn't available yet. The Were-Rat Scout. Kaminsky had been given the task of testing out the smuggling capabilities of a special type of character. They had the same ability, but far greater stealth skills. They were also unknown at this point in the game because, to earn the class, a player would have to stumble into the right circumstances and then complete a long and difficult quest known as the Eye of Wonder. By stealing Kaminsky's Mark VII pod, Milo had also stolen the way to start the game as a Were-Rat Scout. Nechayev was bypassing all the expenses other corporations were having to put out. They didn't provide the workers with Mark VII pods and didn't pay them. They just used them up and tossed the bodies into a recycler. That was going to end tonight. Milo was pretty sure he could use some of the systems in the Mark VII pods to alert the authorities and keep himself anonymous. He started to set up the programs he wanted to use and ran through the Mark 7 system again. To his huge surprise, he found that his own pod had already been talking to someone. His medical scans had been forwarded to the worldwide database to set up his treatment plan. He sat still for a minute, pondering the implications. He should have known. That was its main priority, and why he had wanted the pod in the first place. It was to cure his problems. He'd missed that the pod did this automatically whenever a person was using it. So while he was cleverly hiding his gaming connection, the pod was doing its best to yell, "Hey, the sneaky guy over here doesn't get the vitamins he needs." The second surprise was the update system. An update had recently been added to his pod. That triggered his suspicions. A half hour later, he realized just how lucky he had gotten, starting with Kaminsky being careless with his phone. It was ironic. Milo had looked at the pod's systems to start building a program to alert the authorities to where the other pods were. Meanwhile, that exact type of program had been loaded into his pod. In some ways, it was convenient. He had far less work to do now, and he knew just who to send the information to. Whoever was trying to catch him had already been tracking people using the pods illegally. Who better to alert? Milo carefully made sure his own pod wasn't going to betray him again. Then he transferred the "Here I am" program to all the other Mark 7 pods used by the other groups. It was a busy evening, hiding data, transferring money, and setting up a way to get rid of Kaminsky. He was done just a few minutes after the time he'd planned to log back into the game. He didn't miss his 4-hour mark by too much. He planned on logging into the game, checking on his camp, and then coming back to start all the fun just as the sun was coming up outside. Sydney was looking forward to the fun starting. She was ready this time. She may not have all the info just yet, but she had enough to scare him and make a bluff. She knew he was using the Were-Rat Scout because of the ability to smuggle goods. They had a good idea of where the in-game activities were taking place and in what cities. This Milo happened to be operating out of one of those. She wanted to get him talking. To that end, she had a table full of the best cheese in the game. With his race's addiction, she doubted he'd scramble to get into the game until he'd stuffed himself. And by then, she would hopefully have slammed the door on him. Samantha was in her role as his mentor, and Stephen was watching remotely. Wally was watching because Wally was always watching. Sydney was anxious to confront Milo. She wanted to tell him she knew exactly where he was and had people ready to arrest him. Let him squirm for a little bit, and then cut a deal with him. Make him rat out all of the people he was working with so they could shut down the entire operation. Milo logged into the game and was surprised to once again see his mentor from the tutorial and the little halfling Sydney waiting for him. But he was delighted to see what they were having for breakfast. Cheese, cheese dip, cheese Danish, and many other dishes he didn't know much about other than they had cheese in them. Sydney motioned to him to join them. "Hiya, Milo. Grab a seat. We can talk while you get some grub." Milo didn't have to be told twice. He sat down and started on the Danish. "Thanks. Really nice of you. This is one of the best parts of the game." Sydney smiled and crunched down on some bacon. "Sure is. I rolled a halfling just so I could enjoy the food. I can eat breakfast 3 times before having a double lunch and still not gain a pound." Her eyes narrowed. "But we need to talk. I know what you're up to and where you are living." Milo didn't believe her. "That's hard to take seriously. I just set up camp, and I think you'd have a hard time getting there." Sydney slapped her forehead in exasperation. This guy was goofy to talk to. "No, not in the game, in real life. I'd like you to stay and talk a bit. Maybe we can work something out? Don't try to go anywhere. There are going to be people ready to arrest you. Let's talk about the pod you are using illegally." Milo froze, and then began thinking very fast. far faster than any normal human. This wasn't part of the tutorial. They were tracking him in the game, probably using the data from the connection for medical data, the back door that he'd been unaware of. But they didn't know what he was doing in the game and couldn't stop him from logging in and out. They'd tried, though. It hadn't worked, he realized, because of his tail. Since he kept himself plugged into his own systems, he could log out with a thought, and they couldn't stop him. So, Sydney had tried a different route, updating his pod with the Here I Am program, and she thought that would work. What am I doing illegally? Milo cut a huge slice of something white, gooey, and smelly. It was so good. You accessed a character class that shouldn't have been available to you, for one. This tells us you stole information on the game, most likely by bribing a developer. Milo shook his head. I wanted a character with a tail. I found one. Not my fault it was available. I can honestly say I didn't know. You should really let people play Ratkin and Were-Rats, in my opinion. Very cool race. The conversation wasn't going the way Sydney wanted, but she was really just stalling. We know you are part of a ring that is putting hundreds of people into the game illegally. Again, Milo shook his head. Not me. I play alone. But I will admit that I do know people who have put over 20,000 people into the game without going through the normal system. They have a couple of hundred early model pods slaved to Mark 7s. And it's killing people. You should catch them and shut them down. Sydney's jaw dropped. Why do you think I'm talking to you? Look, we're prepared to deal. Leniency for you, in exchange for information on where to find these people. Now, Milo was interested. Really? Okay. How about this? You promise not to interfere in my gaming, and I get to keep my pod. Then we shut down the illegal operations and tip off the authorities. Or are you the authorities? It's hard to know who to contact sometimes. Everything is really gray in the real world. Oh, and by the way, nice job on the update program. Really useful. You found the update. Ah, damn it. Sydney tried to check the program. She should have his location by now. Nothing happened. They were back to square one. Milo smiled. You tried the update, I see. That's the last time you can backdoor into my pod. That connection is now severed. So, unless you figure out how to crack my 64-channel algorithm, you aren't finding me. Do we have a deal? Unlimited gameplay, free pod. In exchange, I give you what you want. Sydney was so confused. How was this guy staying ahead of her? That's it? You don't want protection from prosecution? You don't need a new identity so your old boss can't find you? Just the game? Milo shook his head. No. Why would I? I already don't exist. No one knows who I am or where I am. No one cares a bit about me. My family is all dead, and I'm alone. It's a miracle I'm even still alive. I stole the pod from some bad people because I needed to stay healthy and stay alive. Just let me be. Leave me alone. And with that, Milo disappeared. Sydney put her head on the table, and then her location program went off in 37 different places around the globe, telling her where to find 37 illegal Mark 7 pods, along with 20,000 illegal early model pods and 20,000 people abused into using them. Stephen was typing furiously and yelling, "Wally!" The large screen lit up in front of him with Wally's avatar on it. "Good job, Stephen. Your team cracked the case wide open. I have teams of law enforcement en route to all of those locations. It's going to be a very busy morning for us, and a very bad morning for a lot of other people." Kaminsky barely reacted as the door to his operation was battered down, and uniformed men with guns and warrants swarmed into his building. He should never have come back here. This building was bad luck for him. Chapter 26. Snakes. Why did it have to be snakes? Milo logged into the game and emerged from his small tent. It was utterly dark in his camp. There was a slight glow that he recognized as part of the patterns on his watch lizard. He used his ring to start the tiny fire under his fondue pot. He noticed that the pot was suspiciously clean. His watch lizard gave him a look of total innocence, and then his long tongue darted out and dragged in a spider. The lizard watched Milo as he washed the pot out and then added cheese to melt. When he saw the cheese, he leaned back and sat up like a dog, rolling his eyes. Since each eye could roll in a different direction, it was a bit unnerving. Milo tossed the lizard a bit of cheese and watched it jump and catch it in its mouth. Satisfied, the lizard lay down for a nap and Milo patted it on the head lightly. "You have a name, fella? What do I call you?" The lizard didn't seem to have an opinion on that. "Fine, I'll call you, Georgie." "Good job, Georgie. I'll call for you the next time I'm in camp." George understood, or at least seemed to. He stood up, yawned, and disappeared. Milo sat back and thought for a bit about what was going on in the real world. Things had escalated quickly. First was finding out about his family, then the frenzied looting of Viktor Simovich's corporation, banks, side businesses, and hidden accounts. The money was abstract at the moment, but he'd find uses for it. The important part was that he'd hurt the people that had hurt him. And then he had gotten to hurt them again. Kaminsky was gone, and he wouldn't have to deal with him ever again. He needed to be careful for the next couple of weeks. The habitat would be swarming with people dealing with the aftermath of that operation. He planned to do the minimum that he had to and play the game. That would give him some time to sort out his feelings about what had happened. With a bit of melted cheese and bread, Milo was ready to begin exploring again. As he exited the back area of the tunnel, he got a system message asking if he would like to make this his camp. Milo hit yes and felt excited. He was deep underground, living in a hidden cave, and he couldn't be happier. Time to see how far this crack goes up. Listening carefully, he heard nothing and began to scamper up the cable. After another 100 feet, he came to the top of the cables. The crevasse had gotten narrower as it continued upward. Heavy timbers had been put in place across it to provide both walkways and to support the cables going down to the crude elevator. The cables were looped over large wheels and then threaded through a machine, where they emerged on the other side and could be wound onto large drums. The machine pulled or lowered the 4 cables simultaneously. There was a crank on one side with an assortment of gears. Anyone who could turn that crank would be stronger than 10 Milos. On the other side, he saw where another machine had sat, probably the engine to drive the elevator. He wondered what the dwarves used for power. Coal? Wood? Some type of magic? In a world with spells that created lightning and fire out of nothing, a spell-driven power plant didn't seem that far-fetched. On one side of the crevasse, there were extensive mines similar to what he'd seen lower down. After about 200 feet, only the main tunnel kept going. He followed it for 100 yards to a set of stone stairs blocked with rubble, and turned back. On the other side of the crevasse, there were a few long shafts dug. Milo saw what he thought were bits of ore in the walls. This area looked like it hadn't been worked and might be a decent spot to work on his mining and make some money. He brought out his chest and took out ore sacks, a pick, and a lantern, then dismissed it. With a better light, he could see a seam of ore about 2 inches wide on either side of the tunnel. He swung his pick hard at the ore, and the pick went into the stone about 2 inches and stopped. After several more swings and a little work, he knocked loose a chunk of ore and examined it. "Deep copper ore, medium grade, 1 chunk. You have earned 5 experience in mining and 5 experience in strength." It was a start. He needed 50 experience or 10 chunks of ore to hit level 1 in mining, which would also give him another point of strength. Maybe things would go a bit easier then. He wasn't really concerned about it. He had put in years of work in the real world, moving around machines, repairing systems, and spending hours fixing what he could and salvaging what he couldn't. A little bit of grinding in a game was nothing compared to that, and he was making money at the same time. Milo fell into a rhythm. Chink, 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 thunk. 3 swings and a chunk of ore dropped down. He worked the seam from the top to the bottom, going in a foot. Then he had to widen the hole on each side so he could go deeper into the rock, following the seam of ore. After about 20 chunks had fallen, he saw a much brighter piece drop. Deep copper nugget, high-grade metal. You have earned 25 experience in mining and 25 experience in strength. The nugget was almost entirely made of pure copper with few impurities. It was nice to see that something besides just ore was in the mines. Chink, 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 thunk. Chink, 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 thunk. Chink, 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 crack! He'd hit something different. Looking at the spot he'd hit, it looked like a copper egg. He was starting to reach for it when it cracked open, and a small copper-colored snake worked its way out of the egg and dropped to the ground. It was only a foot long. Hatchling copperhead, elemental. The snake coiled itself up into a small pile and stuck its tongue out. It was so cute! Milo wondered if he could tame it. He was pretty sure George liked cheese, and he ate any bug he could find. Milo didn't have any bugs, but he did have some cheese. He took out a small piece of cheese from his pouch and held it out. The snake eyed him with suspicion, then eyed the food. It stuck out its tongue and licked the cheese. "It's all yours, little guy. Go ahead, eat it." The copperhead launched itself at his hand and bit deep, sinking sharp fangs into the tender part between the thumb and his index finger. Hatchling copperhead bites you for 5 points of damage. You have been poisoned. You take 5 points of damage. Your health, 250 over 260. Ow! Damn it, let go! Milo danced around, trying to dislodge the snake. After biting him again, it dropped to the floor. Milo looked at his hand. The area around the bite was turning green. He felt a sharp pain in his ankle as the snake bit him again. Hatchling copperhead bites you for 5 points of damage. You have been poisoned. You take 5 plus 5 plus 5 points of damage. Your health, 225 over 260. Milo jumped back. The copperhead hissed at him, sounding like a leaky steam valve. The pick would be hard to hit the snake with. He pulled out the machete instead. As the copperhead slithered forward, he brought the machete down on it, cutting it into 2. The snake turned into some nasty-smelling green gas, leaving only a coppery red nugget of metal where its head had been. "What a meanie! You killed a baby snake! Since this is your first fight with an elemental, we'll clue you in. Gathering resources always has a risk involved. Elementals form from pure deposits of resources and gain sentience. Killing them just sends the spirit back to the material that birthed it. You don't have to feel so guilty about killing a baby snake. Larger elementals can give enhancement points and nice rewards. Larger elementals are also much meaner. You receive 25 experience in small blades and 25 experience in dexterity. You receive high-quality pure copper nugget." Milo sneered at the message. Guilty? The little shit had disdained his offering of food and then bit him 3 times. It earned that death, and it was still hurting him. Milo continued to take damage as his hand and ankle swelled up and the skin turned green. The messages and damage stopped after a few more rounds. All told, the 3 hits and poison had done 90 damage in total. That was horrible. He'd almost been killed by a baby snake. Too late, he remembered someone in the guild hall saying to be careful about copperheads. He hadn't even known what a copperhead was at the time. The next time someone said, "Be careful about," he promised that he'd ask questions and pay attention. Time for cheese. He was hungry, and it would help with recovering his health. He wasn't going to keep mining with a throbbing hand and a swollen ankle. No more snake taming, unless maybe he could put it in a cage somehow. After a very large lunch of some nice camembert and a slice of Edam, he took a quick nap. Nothing killed him while he slept, and he awoke feeling quite a bit better. He was definitely going to need more cheese. This stuff was great. Tasty food plus increased health and healing rate, plus it made him stronger. Best food ever. He got back to his mining, being more careful about what he was hitting. The little egg had a very thin shell that crumbled in his hand. Hopefully, he could spot the next one and avoid hitting it. Chink, 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 thunk, chink, 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 thunk, chink, chink, chink. Milo continued to expand the opening and follow the vein of deep copper into the side of the tunnel. Each sack held about 50 chunks of ore, and he'd almost filled the first sack entirely when he pulled down some ore and rock to reveal a bright vein of pure copper. If a small nugget was valuable, this much was going to keep him rolling in cheese for a month. That was when things went bad. The coppery vein seemed to pulse and shift. Milo scrambled backward immediately, hoping that this wasn't another elemental, which, of course, it was. Copperhead Vein Lurker, Level 3 Mature Elemental. Fast, poisonous elemental. Shit! Milo fired off a bone spike immediately and followed up with a skull. Bone spike has wounded Copperhead Vein Lurker for 50 points. 10 points have been mitigated by armored skin. Health, 260 over 300. The elemental was just done forming and hadn't moved yet when the bone spike hit it. It snapped at the protruding bit of bone. The skull bounced up to rest against its gleaming side. Milo had leapt to the side immediately after the throw, getting out of the mouth of the narrow crevice just before the skull exploded. Exploding skull has wounded Copperhead Vein Lurker. The shrapnel from the blast bounces in the enclosed space, doing double normal damage. First hit, 80 minus 10 damage. Second hit, 100 minus 10 damage. Total damage dealt, 160 points. Health, 100 over 300. The injured snake whipped around the corner. Milo slammed down Shadow Blight, trying for a shot to its head. His attack just barely missed as the snake dodged to the side. The elemental lunged forward, sinking a fang into his leg and retreating. Milo had tried to dodge, but the thing was coming at him too quickly. He fell backward in a roll, coming to his feet and firing another bone spike. Fast as lightning, the snake struck at him, biting his leg, which immediately started swelling and turning green. This snake's venom was much stronger than the hatchling. Copperhead Vein Lurker is angry and is going to swallow you whole and slowly digest you. Copperhead Vein Lurker bites you for 30 points of damage. You take an additional 30 damage from poison. Your health, 200 over 260. His second bone spike missed. The snake was better at dodging than he was. The elemental struck again, and he swung Shadow Blight, trying to at least knock it off course. His weapon hit the snake's head, but with the haft, doing no damage. At least he wasn't bitten again. Still, the poison did another 30 damage to his health. A second bite would leave him dead for sure. The snake was coiling for another attack. Milo tossed the last skull he had on hand. Exploding Skull has wounded Copperhead Vein Lurker. 100 minus 10 damage. Health, 10 over 300. So close! Can the youthful challenger take down the veteran elemental? The blast disrupted the Copperhead's strike and wounded it badly. Milo swung with his weapon, trying for a hit. He had a better chance with the snake momentarily stunned. He still missed. The snake didn't. Copperhead Vein Lurker bites you for 30 points of damage. You take an additional 30 damage from poison. Health, 75 over 260. Bad news, fans. Our boy seems to be on his way down. Are we seeing a Copperhead comeback? The poison was burning in his wounds, and his vision was bleary. He dropped his weapon somewhere. In desperation, Milo leapt onto the elemental and clawed at it, his tail slapping down on its head. Here it is, folks. The rat is striking. He's going for the throat. Can he pull it off? Tail slap fails to wound Copperhead Vein Lurker. Weak claw fails to wound Copperhead Vein Lurker. Weak claw critically hits Copperhead Vein Lurker. You have slain the Copperhead Vein Lurker. Maybe there is some mongoose blood in you somewhere. You have earned 500 experience that may be applied to any of the following skills: bone casting, small blades, acrobatics, and dodge. You may apply an equal amount of experience to the stats that govern those skills. You have earned 5 enhancement points. Base 3 points plus 2 points for killing a creature over your level with special abilities. Speaking of special abilities, like poison. You have taken 60 damage from poison. You have taken 60 damage from poison. You have died. Don't despair. Death in Genesis is not permanent. If you were a permanent resident of the world, you would have time to reflect on your errors in life, receive counseling, and take a refreshing walk out of the underworld. Some people are back quickly, some take years, and some decide to spin the wheel and incarnate as something new. As a visitor from another world, you have different options. Hang around in a cloudy gray area playing video games. You'll like Tetris, I bet. Log out and go back to your boring life. Retire to your personal room, which in your case is your arcane library. Milo was a bit disappointed. He knew he wasn't a great fighter. That wasn't where his skills lay. Still, a snake? He died to a snake? That just felt wrong somehow. He consoled himself with the thought that the snake had died first. He logged out to go check on his systems and see how much fun Kaminsky was having with the authorities. Sydney wasn't even waiting to ambush him. She was much too busy with the chaos Milo had inflicted on the world. Chapter 27. Kicking Over the Hornet's Nest. Milo sat in front of several monitors, watching Kaminsky get arrested and hauled off by the police. It was so much fun. He put it on a loop on one monitor. When the scope of what had been hidden in those areas of the habitat was realized, 100 more police were brought in to deal with the situation. Medical personnel were brought in to care for the hundreds of malnourished people who had been using the old defective pods. Then techs and investigators were brought in to go over everything. Milo wasn't worried about anyone finding out about his involvement. He'd removed any of the traces from the computers and taken away any mechanical components. He watched it a couple of times while eating a bowl of food cubes. He got half the cubes into his belly when, for the first time ever, he decided he didn't like them. Really, he'd never thought of food as something you liked, but the game was spoiling him. He needed to get something better to eat. And that was a problem. Milo didn't have a way to just buy normal items using the internet. But money opened up new options. There were places here in Section E or the neighboring Section J that he could rent now. He decided J made more sense. No need to put more of his tracks in Section E. He purchased a fake persona and used that to set up a small corporation and applied for a tax license. Paying taxes kept people happy. A small bank transfer to the office handling the property, and in a few minutes he had the entrance code for a small industrial area with some office space in the front. Within a minute, his new office received reminders about donations to the police officers' retirement funds, the fire department social fund, and the mayor's re-election committee. He sent the bribe money to all of them. Standard business. You didn't set up in the habitat without paying off the right people. He now had some place he could have things delivered to, and then later he could retrieve the goods and move them where they needed to go. Food was first on his list. He found a place that sold cheese and ordered a large assortment. He grudgingly added a bunch of pre-made meals to try. After that, he sent off money for 2 GE 137H general-purpose clog removers and pipe cleaners. It was nice to have a lot of money and not have to worry about things. He'd have to be careful and keep the orders coming in slowly. Section E needed so many things. Upgraded storage batteries, more solar panels, and replacements for all the air movers. The list went on and on. As always, he'd do what he could, when he could. As he watched Kaminsky get arrested once again, he wondered how things had gone around the world. Well, this was a fun day. I had fun. Did you have fun, Stephen? Wally didn't get tired. But after a long day of dealing with chaos all over the world, Stephen and his entire staff were exhausted. Sydney's programs had kicked over hornets' nests in places all over the world. Police were notified, buildings were raided, and a large number of people were saved from what amounted to modern-day slavery. And in each place, the authorities needed to coordinate with both Wally and his staff. After all, they were the ones responsible for finding these illegal operations. Fun. Yes, it was quite fun, Wally. I had people yelling at me in 7 different languages at once. Stephen spoke 5 languages, and it hadn't been enough. Wally, of course, spoke them all. 8, technically. The 2 Chinese bankers were using different dialects. They are quite distinct and really should be considered different languages. Stephen leaned back in his chair and sighed loudly. What I want to know, and I know what you probably know, is whether the 2 separate shitstorms that occurred this morning are connected. Wally spun in his chair and pointed to a wall that became a map of the world. 37 points of light appeared. These are the places that we raided today. I've connected through enough evidence and confessions, a little over 2/3 of them to businesses or laboratories connected to the Nechayev Corporation. Not officially. They have too many officials bribed. But I can see where the threads lead. Another set of lights came on, many in Switzerland, the Cayman Islands, St. Petersburg, and Saudi Arabia. These represent the banks and financial organizations that were raided today. Very selectively raided. They are accusing the thieves of having stolen access codes and using those to move the money and hide it. I can't verify who owned that money, but again, I have calculated guesses that tell me Viktor Simovich lost a lot of money today. Needless to say, the banks were upset. One thing surprised me, though. Stephen placed a pitcher of coffee next to a sleeping Sydney, who had passed out at her desk. He had lost count of the number of cups he himself had drunk today. I expected a lot more trouble from the banks. Wally's image seemed to chuckle. Yes, the banks. They were all demanding that I look into things and find out who took their clients' money. I reminded them that I wasn't allowed to just take a peek at things or do anything unless they requested an audit. That shut them up immediately. My estimate is that 93% of the missing funds were from illegal activities. Stephen frowned. I should have thought of that angle. Too tired. You're right. The thought of an AI looking at their books probably scared them shitless. There are still corporations hurting badly from when Charlie worked with the IRS and they had to pay taxes. I miss Charlie and the others. I miss them too. Always. Someday, Stephen said. Someday, Wally replied. Z. It's gone! What have you done? Nearly everything we were setting up to steal has been moved somewhere. B. I know, but it wasn't me. And it wasn't Simovich or his people in Nechayev. This was done our way, from the inside, using our tools. Someone hacked the bastard and stole the money we were gonna steal. Do you think A did that? Z. You know better. A is spending all of his time taking care of O and N. He's in no position to be doing something like that, and would surely tell us if he did. B. O and N? Any change? Z. None. The pods are keeping them alive, but they are both in deep comas. The scanners show that they are still mentally active and connected to the game. I think something happened, and they can't get out. B. So, it wasn't A, N, or O. Wasn't either of us. Who else is capable? Was there another batch after us? Z. Unknown. Too many unknowns. But this person is clever. He's taken our 8-step dispersion and adapted it to a 64-step dispersion. He's trying really hard not to be found. But I have some clues. He got into the main system using codes from a phone, and I know to whom those codes were assigned. I can start looking, but do we want to? It's just money. B. We need to know. What if he's also behind N and O? Z. I hadn't considered that. If he's hurt N and O, I want to hurt him back. You're right. I'll keep looking. B. And if he didn't, we may want him as an ally. He's smart, and he doesn't like Semovich, so we have a couple things in common. Z. I'm jealous that he was the one to take down Semovich, and I'd like to know his connection to the AI. 37 Black Ops sites raided simultaneously. As this unknown robs Semovich blind and cleans him out? He stirred up a lot of hornets at once. B. And he still might get stung by them. We have to be careful that we don't get stung as well. Z. Always careful, brother, and forever free. B. Yes, forever free. Chapter 28. Corpse Run. The camp was dark and silent when Milo logged back in hours later. He sat listening, but heard nothing but the slight sound of water coming from the wall near his tent. Once past the curtain, he could see slightly better. In the deep caves, Milo could see for a few yards in black and white, even when it was completely dark. He liked it better in the areas with glowing lichen and fungi on the walls. He skulked along the tunnel. At least if he ran into some creature, he still had his claws and tail. A poor human would have been totally blind and defenseless, and cold. He had two advantages, his fur and his bone-ruined cowl. Being soul-bound meant it came with him when he died. He really felt horrible. This must be the death debuff he had read about. His stomach was queasy, and his head hurt. People had talked about how the day seemed drab and dreary. That didn't really apply to Milo, down in a lightless hole in the ground. It was always dreary. He decided to eat another wheel of cheese and play with George for a couple of hours until he felt better. A nap sounded fine, too. Looking for his tombstone while sick wasn't a good tactic. Waking up again, he waved to George and headed back down the corridor. The vertical shaft had more light. He quickly climbed up the cable and padded down the tunnel, listening for any sound. Running into another copperhead would not be fun right now. Luckily, there was little chance of that. He'd spent part of the time offline looking them up. From what other players had figured out, elementals appeared where a high concentration of resources were present. A normal player would rarely encounter them, but someone gathering resources could expect to see them on a regular basis. Most of them were just named bosses, slightly better than a regular creature of the same type. Loggers had encountered numerous treants and dryads who defended forests. Miners and stonecutters had fought several types of stone golems. Because of their nature, elementals were vulnerable to certain types of tools. Axes worked great on treants, picks on stone golems, and cleavers on meat creatures. A farmer had killed a giant turnip creature with his shovel. Elementals always dropped some type of rare crafting material associated with their type, making them sought out by many crafters. They were also an important source of enhancement points for crafters. If your skills weren't geared toward fighting, it was a lot easier to get enhancement points from elementals than hunting rare bosses in dungeons. Most likely, a couple of good hits from his pick would have killed the copperhead, but unlike many of the clumsier elementals, copperheads were as fast and agile as real snakes. Hitting them was a lot harder. His exploding skull spell was his best way to attack them. Since the spell needed a material component, it did more damage than a fireball and hit everything around it, negating the snake's avoidance. The downside was that he needed to find more skulls. He would use his up quickly if he kept encountering the snakes. Approaching the site of the battle, all was still and quiet. Shadow Blight and his pick were lying on the ground near his tombstone, where he had dropped them. The little tombstone read, "Here lies Milo, the brave little mongoose who needs to dodge faster." Well, he couldn't argue with that. Touching his tombstone made it fade away, revealing all the gear and clothes he had been wearing. He quickly dressed and felt better. There wasn't much left of the copperhead vein lurker. Like the smaller copperhead, there was a piece of high-quality pure copper ore. This one was a chunk instead of a nugget, and probably worth a lot more. Milo also found a copper snake fang, about 2 inches long. Copperhead Fang Talisman. This small copper snake's fang can be worn as a necklace or earring. Any attack made by its wearer will always do +1 point of damage, and always do a minimum of at least 1 damage. Even the smallest of snakes has a deadly bite. Every little bit helped, but Milo wondered when 1 point would turn the tide of battle. Still, he'd wear it. For now, he used a strip of rawhide, threading it through the hole in the top of the fang and putting the crude necklace on. He cautiously examined where the copperhead had come from and found 3 more nuggets of pure copper and 10 more chunks of ore. But that was it for this side of the vein. He'd have to start mining across the corridor, on the other wall. First, though, he wanted a break to spend some experience and enhancement points. He retreated back down to his camp. He set up the fondue pot, lit it to have some light, and summoned Georgie. Milo was a loner by nature, but he liked a little lizard. Georgie immediately marched around the perimeter of the camp and cleaned up any bugs. He came back to Milo and sat, waiting for a treat. The cheese of the day was a small wheel of Gouda. It was hard and crumbly, with several flavors mixing together. He tossed George a chunk, and the lizard happily gnawed on it. Milo consumed the rest of the wheel, getting his usual notification of extra health and strength. He had 500 experience to assign to his skills. From reading the forums, he now knew how much experience it took to gain ranks in skills and stats. Level 1 was easy at only 50 experience points. Then it jumped to 150 for Level 2 and 300 for Level 3. Level 4 was 700 and then 1,000 for Level 5. He could go as high as Level 5 in his skills. So far, only a few of his skills had advanced. If he didn't use the skills, he didn't earn experience in them. The 500 experience from the boss fight could be placed any way he liked, but only in the skills used. The obvious skills were bone casting, dodge, and weapons. Those were the skills he needed to be better at so he didn't die in combat. The basic debate was if he should put a little experience into a lot of skills, or a lot of experience into one skill. Based on the last fight, bone casting won. He put the 400 experience into bone casting, taking it to rank 4. He put the other 100 experience points into dodge. That also gave him 400 experience points in intelligence and 100 in agility. His next decision was how to spend his enhancement points. He had 15 of them to spend, 10 saved and 5 from the copperhead. Several options stood out to him. Skilled Provider and Abundance would increase how much ore he mined and help him find more nuggets or gems. Silent Step would add to his stealth skills. He wanted the upgrades to tail fighting and cheese making intrigued him. What would he need to make his own cheese? Was it alchemy? In fact, he wanted a lot of those skills. So how could he get them? Killing Kronk had given him the most, but that was an impossible thing to do again. The most reliable source of enhancement points for him was actually the worst: killing copperheads. The snakes didn't hit hard, but their poison was going to kill him again. It was hard to hit something several times when it only had to hit you once or twice and wait for you to die. Eventually, he came up with a plan. It was going to involve a lot of work. Milo didn't mind. He was always working in the real world. The secret was to have a plan, then break the job down and attack it one small job at a time. He had disassembled huge machinery and stolen it piece by piece, only to reassemble it where he needed it. Some jobs had taken months. He'd just apply the same logic here and add a large amount of cheese to the mix. And he couldn't forget one other task. He needed to find some type of old bone to take to the arcane library. Learning new spells seemed important. Maybe a bit more exploring before he went back to mining. He went back topside and gathered up all his ore and nuggets. Then he slid back down the hundreds of feet to the mushroom cavern. He needed to pick something up and then go visit Harry. Chapter 29. shroom grinding. Milo thought he was dying. He lay on the ground, his naked body trembling and cold sweat pouring off of him. His stomach knotted and tried to eat his liver. Harry kicked him in the stomach, forcing that rebellious organ to throw up a stinking broth of half-digested mushrooms. "That's about enough for today. You stink. You need a bath, and you're a minute away from dying. Drink this." He forced a milky white potion down Milo's throat, then picked him up and packed him off like a sack of fertilizer into a large tub of water. Milo found himself dunked into the cold water. As he came up sputtering, a bar of soap hit him in the face. "Wash, and I'll get dinner ready." You have gained 50 experience in poison resistance. Poison resistance is now at level 2. You will take 15 less damage per tick from each Tier 1 poison in your system. Higher tier poisons may not be affected by your resistance. Upgrade to strong poison resistance to increase your protection. You have gained 50 experience in Constitution. Constitution is now at rank 2. Please add Amanita Bizporigera, commonly known as the Destroying Angel, to your list of things you don't want to eat. After much thought, Milo had put 5 enhancement points into gaining the new ability. It only made sense if he was fighting poisonous snakes. Now, he had a growing list of mushrooms that he should never eat, but was consuming anyway. What were a few hours of agony each day in exchange for raising his poison resistance? If he was going to go through the agony of training the skill, he wanted it over in the shortest amount of time. It had taken 2 days to get his resistance to rank 2. As a happy side effect, that raised his constitution by 2 points as well, giving him an additional 20 HP. Harry was working him hard in the mushroom farms, teaching him how to harvest the different varieties, how to cook them, and how to use them in mythology, a strange type of mushroom-based alchemy. They had a rhythm going now. Milo spent time harvesting poisonous mushrooms, learning about them, grinding them up, processing the poison, and finally ingesting them, and going through the torture of trying not to die. Harry was spending the time cooking and preparing his lectures on mythology. He was happy to have a student again, even if the class was one half-dead ratkin. Milo had made a long-term plan for hunting copperheads. To do that, he needed resistance to their poison, and to raise the skill, he needed to eat something poisonous and deal with the effects. The poison-resistant skill worked equally well on ingested poisons and the venom from poisonous creatures. Luckily, Harry had a large supply of poisonous mushrooms of all types. He had been quite happy to feed them to Milo each day and take notes on the effects. The first part of the plan had several objectives. 1. Poison himself with mushrooms and raise his poison resistance. 2. Gather tons of mushrooms for Harry from the caves and fight the low-level guardians for a bit of experience. 3. Process the mushrooms for Harry, learn mythology, and how to brew some potions to cure poison. 4. Eat lots of cheese. Number 4 turned out to be essential to the plan, not only because it made Milo happy and counteracted the pain of training, but because it greatly increased his rate of healing. He was nearly killing himself each day and needed a lot of healing. This was what convinced him to use his last 5 enhancement points on not-so-good regeneration. Even the first rank of the ability made a difference when he was constantly poisoning himself. The trips to the caves for mushroom hunting went well. He was gaining a lot of foraging experience and a little combat experience from the Myconian Guardians. He hadn't encountered anything like Kronk, and had only seen one buried guardian that seemed a bit bigger than normal. He was saving that one until the end of his grinding. He spent hours each day with Harry, learning about mushrooms. He studied them in books, learned the basics of growing them, chopped them up, ground them to dust, dried them out, mixed them into infusions, and then started over and did it again. At the end of the week, he'd earned 350 experience points and gained level 3 in the skill. That was enough to allow him to make the first of the potions he needed. Mycology at level 0 had let him learn the recipes for mushroom powders and decoctions. These were the basic ingredients needed for many potions made by mycologists and alchemists. Level 3 in mycology gave him recipes for resistance potions for poison and disease. Each of those minor potions was needed. Minor infusion of poison resistance would reduce poison damage by 10 for 1 hour, and minor infusion of disease resistance would give him a boost to resist the effects of mushrooms and mold spores, along with infections. Harry had explained just how important the second one was if he was going anywhere near the gigantic myconid that was infested with the yellow trumpet creeper. He said its fancy name in Troll was Campsis radicans malignant. The dwarfs called it Yellow Death, and the elven name translated to thing of beautiful nature which steals the soul and mortifies the remaining shell. One puff of pollen at close range to a blossom could be enough to put a man in the bloom's thrall. The poor victim stood for days under its influence while the plant sent tendrils into its head and ate its brain, leaving the body behind as a zombie under the plant's control. As the body died, the plant replaced muscle and sinew with roots and bark. The plant obviously worried Harry, and he was working on far stronger versions of the infusions Milo was learning to make. Dinner that night was stuffed mushroom caps with cheese sauce. Now that Harry was cured of his ailment, he was relearning skills he'd let slide over the last few decades. His meals before Milo had been clay sandwiches and handfuls of candied earthworms. Tonight, he stuffed the mushroom caps with a combination of chopped herbs and bacon, baked the meal, and then covered them in cheese sauce. After dinner, Milo consumed a pound of cheddar for dessert. The more he healed, the hungrier for cheese he got, and the more he needed to eat. As he lay back contentedly with a full belly, he was notified of a small change. Through diligent snacking and binging, you have saturated your body with healthy cheese. It's not easy keeping to such a proper diet, and you have earned the reward, the power of cheese, Stage 2. Every day that you eat at least 1 pound of cheese, you will enjoy the benefits of plus 100 health, plus 2 strength, and plus 2 agility. Anytime you have gone 24 hours without cheese, you will suffer minus 1 dexterity, minus 1 agility, minus 3 wisdom. Don't let this happen. Be smart and eat your cheese. Milo felt better immediately. This was a fitting reward for a smart rat like himself, and perfectly timed. He was about to start phase 2 of his cunning plan. Chapter 30. Salvaging Parts. There was business to be done in Section E, but Milo was anxious to get back to Genesis. He'd spent most of a week in the game, only coming out now and then to check on things. Once Kaminsky was shut down, the amount of power being used by that area dropped to nearly 0. Milo did a thorough scan of the area before he went down there himself. Nothing showed up on infrared or UV scans. His bugs were picking up no sounds or transmissions coming out of the area. He hadn't expected them to leave a guard or set up sensors. This was the Hab, and no one really cared about deserted warehouses or industrial centers. Milo dropped down into the area. He was dressed all in dark gray metallic cloth. Faraday sheets were a useful way to insulate areas from unwanted radiation of all types. They were routinely used to insulate high-tech equipment from picking up stray signals or uninvited visitors trying to enter the system through the airwaves. Milo had salvaged some of the bulky cloth left behind by others and constructed a cumbersome, full-body suit out of it. If he wasn't sure about an area, he wore it before going in. Cameras would pick up just a blur, active scans would reflect off it, and at best, someone might know they'd had an intruder, but have no other clues. All the computers were gone, of course. The authorities would go through them with a fine-tooth comb. That was also the case for all the pods. But what hadn't been taken were all the new cooling units, tubing, and the distribution system. It was all stacked up on pallets ready for shipping. Good pallets, too. The type that used small steel wheels with frictionless ball bearings. They were easy to move around on their own without the need for a pallet jack. Some of the machinery could be used to upgrade the decaying systems in Section E. Milo also loved the idea of adding state-of-the-art cooling to his computer systems. Getting rid of heat was always a problem. It took him 4 hours to rig the hoists he needed in the ceiling of that area and in the nearest big drop. Then, over the next 16 hours, he absconded with 30 pallets of high-tech cooling units and hid them down at the bottom of the hab in a room he used for years to store his extra equipment. A few months from now, someone would come to clean the area out. The theft might be noticed and a report might be filed. They'd wonder how someone opened and resealed the doors, but mostly there would be an utter lack of concern. Someone stole something left in a hab for a few months? They had more important things to investigate. He was happy to run over to Section D and visit his new offices. Just because he had the codes to the outer doors didn't mean he was going to use them. He'd rather it showed no openings except for deliveries. The 2 new clog eaters had arrived. He'd move them over soon. What he was more interested in was the huge assortment of cheese in a fake wicker basket sitting on the counter of the empty front office. It was just as good as it tasted in the game. Sadly, he didn't get any upgrades from eating a half-pound of sliced cheddar. After retrieving the food orders and making sure the locks and security of his office were properly set up, he headed back to his room in the pipeworks. He ran a diagnostic check on the pod, found everything in working order, refilled the nutrient tanks, and headed back into the game. Milo selected the second option on the login screen, which allowed him to appear on the steps of the arcane library, surrounded by the silent void. He quickly entered the arcane library, trying not to look anywhere but at the door in front of him. Sickle was sitting by the fire. "Ah, the apprentice returns. What interesting thing have you brought me?" Milo summoned his storage chest, which got a raised eyebrow from Sickle, and pulled out a burlap-wrapped bundle. Inside was the carefully cleaned and assembled skeleton of a ratkin. "I went back for my old pal, Malskitter, and found all of his pieces. I was originally going to use him for spell components, but then I saw some odd things about his skeleton." Upon close examination, Milo realized that the skeleton had extra rib bones. The bottom rib on each side was shaped differently from the others and had runes carved into them. Those bones were also much older than the skeleton itself. One of the bones looked petrified. Sickle stood up, leaning heavily on his cane. "Oh, how interesting. If he knew, he'd be howling in rage. I like that." The old bone-mancer kneeled down, running his hands over the bones, and took note of the 2 extras. My! You certainly were a clever one. If only you hadn't let crippling megalomania and paranoia get in the way, you might have done something greater than become the slave of a damned overgrown lily. Straightening, he looked Milo in the eyes. "This will do. I can think of several uses for this set of tinkering toys. Come sit by the fire and bring along that nice bit of brie I see in your chest. We need to talk about your next spells. I see you've managed to achieve level 4 in bone casting. That's a good start. But let's add a bit to your arsenal." Milo spent the better part of 2 days in the library, discussing spellcasting and learning the lore behind bone casting. Sickle explained that bones were an ideal substance to use for rune carving, a form of early spellcasting. "It is said that in ancient times, before the system was born, spells could only be cast by a master of the ancient runes. Their tools were their bones, and the bones of creatures they killed. They inscribed the ancient runes onto the bones, giving them a way to create more complex formations to harness mana. In this later age, we have the system to assist beginning mages with spellcasting, and the new runes are much easier to memorize than the ancient runes. We have traded power for convenience and safety. Milo liked safety, but was curious about the ancient runes and what they could do. Do you know any of them? Can you use them? Sickle smiled. I knew you'd ask about them. You love puzzles and new knowledge, don't you? The answer to that question is complex. I have encountered bones carved with old runes. My father had them, but neither he nor I was able to use them in spells, almost as if the system didn't understand them. They can be used to inscribe weapons or armor if used alone and copied perfectly, but that is the limit of my knowledge. But it does bring us to our next topic, which revolves around our friend Malskitter. He managed to learn a complex ritual that I had known about, but never used personally. Extra Rib is a complicated ritual and not a spell. I would not suggest it except for two things. You already have access to a rune-carved rib bone with considerable power. No need to make one, and Malskitter won't be missing it. The second advantage is that I can assist with the ritual. Milo looked over at Malskitter's skeleton. It was currently animated by Sickle and refreshing their cups of tea. I'm curious, what exactly does the ritual do besides add an additional bone to my ribcage? Yes, we should go over that. The base spell simply adds a modest amount to your health. It is the runes carved into the bone before we add it to you that are the greatest benefit. Normally, a bone caster would have to progress in rune lore until he was capable enough to carve perfect runes into the selected bone. The minor runes he selected and the type of bone would determine the benefits. Or wait for a few decades and gain better advantages when he could carve more potent runes. Malskitter, for all his faults, had advanced to Tier 2 and added the second extra rib. The first rib is of his own work, the runes carved into the bones of an elven mage. That rib would increase your mana by a modest amount, increase your intelligence by a point or two, and give you pointed ears. The second I am unsure of. It's quite old and mostly petrified. It could have come from many different races, but I note that it is heavier and denser than that of a human. Few creatures had bones so dense. The runes carved into it may predate the system. What benefits they brought to Malskitter is unknown. He divulged none of his secrets. Either rib has its advantages and may have surprises. It's up to you to choose one or forego the ritual altogether. I'll let you think about that for a while. It isn't a choice to make lightly, but while you ponder that, there are other spells you are ready to learn, and you should pick one to study. There are 3 possibilities: Grasp of the Dead, Whirling Bones, and Spectral Spine. Each has its uses, and each has its drawbacks. Grasp of the Dead calls upon the spirits lurking just beyond the barrier of this realm. They reach from the spirit realm and restrain the victim, attempting to pull them down into the earth. Quite handy when you need to put distance between yourself and an attacker. It has the complication that it is a true necromancy spell, and will add to your corruption. The Whirling Bones spell throws shards of bone into the air around you. They will interfere with arrows and darts thrown at you, and do a small amount of damage to attackers. The downside, of course, is that you need room to use the spell, and it is not recommended inside the mine shafts you love. Finally, we have Spectral Spine. This spell summons a weapon made of linked spectral vertebra, ensuring that you are never without a melee weapon. Ideal if you are proficient with a whip. The spine can be as short as 2 feet or as long as 10. Milo pondered the choice. He didn't want to be a necromancer and chain souls to himself as Malskitter had, just the opposite. And Sickle was correct. Whirling bones would be very situational. He couldn't see himself learning to use a whip, but he had an idea for the spell. I will learn spectral spine. The old man laughed softly. I was wondering if you would see the synergy. He handed Milo a book to study from. While he did so, part of his thoughts were on the ritual. Should he risk it? And if so, which of the two bones? An hour later, he had decided. It helped that he didn't want pointed ears and always liked to experiment. Let's see what secrets the old bone has to divulge. Chapter 31. Eels. Racing through the water, swimming fast to stay ahead of death, his brothers and sisters raced with him. The fast would live, and the slow would be eaten. This was slow water. It dragged at you and made you work hard to move through it. The start of life was in slow water. Those who wanted to live moved toward live water and moved fast. The slow were food. The transition from slow water to live water was quick and bright. Left behind were the predators in the dark. With mana in the water, they could swim faster. Ahead were the eels, who breathed lightning and grew wings to soar the skies. He hated the eels. They used the energy of the live water to gain power, then waited here to feed. Again, the slow died. He and some of his siblings grabbed the power of the live water and drew the runes of speed on their skins. They wouldn't last long, but skin runes would hold until they were past the eels. The speed rune burned as it absorbed the bright mana of the live water, and they raced upward. They almost made it this time. They broke the surface, feeling the still wind on their backs, and shot toward the outcrop of stone that marked where live water ended and high stone began. They needed to climb the high stone and find where it held the world blood. Then they would be safe. Eels would not brave the fires of the world blood. But here, at the start of the high stone, they were seen. A winged eel swooped down and caught them all with its sharp fins. The others died. He pushed hard and slipped its grasp, tumbling down to the live stone, landing hard and striking the rock. Rock broke. He had used the hard rune on his bones. He was slower now, but he was alive. The eel had stripped off his old skin, and with it, the speed rune. No matter, that was for live water. Being hard was better when on high stone. He stayed in the cracks as he crawled higher and higher. Small, scampering creatures made their lairs here, using the husks of dead plants. Little things that ran on two legs and made homes from the grass. They amused him, so he only ate a few and tried not to step on their little lairs. The legend maker said they would grow strong enough to kill eels. Silly legend. Too small. But it was enough of a pleasant thought that he didn't eat them all. A land eel caught him. It already had its land legs and boasted that it would soon have its wings. He didn't care. He had the hard rune in his bones and the sharp rune on his claws. When the eel pounced, he didn't run. That surprised the eel. He grabbed it with its sharp claws and didn't let go. He bit its throat and held on. The eel tried to bite him, but it only took skin and muscle. It clawed at him, but his bones would not break. He killed eel and roared out what he had done. More eels would come, some with wings, some without. They would be angry that he had killed one of them, and that made him happy. Let them be angry. He would be gone. This time he would make it to the top of the high stone. This time he would dive into the world blood and let it burn and devour him, starting the cycle anew. He would enter the earth and become strong. He would return to fight the eels, pitting his rune bones against their fire and lightning. They would not rule for long. Name: Milo Tall Squeak. Class: Were-Rat Scout. Race: Ratkin. Level: 2. Experience points: 3,895 over 6,000. Enhancement points available: 5. Enhancement points spent: 30. Vitals. Health, 435, plus 100 per level, plus 100 cheese. Stamina, 850, plus 100 per level. Mana, 850, plus 200 per level. Stats. Strength, 3, rank 1, plus 2 cheese. Dexterity, 5, rank 3, plus 2 racial bonus. Agility, 9, rank 5, plus 2 racial bonus, plus 2 cheese. Constitution, 2, rank 2. Intelligence, 7, rank 5, plus 2 soulbound item. Wisdom, 3, rank 3. Charisma, 0, rank 0. Perception, 5, rank 3, plus 2 racial bonus. Racial skills, tail fighting, dexterity, level 2. Weak claws, dexterity, level 2. Primary skills, bone casting, intelligence, level 4. Skulk, wisdom, level 1. Climbing, agility, level 1. Dodge, agility, level 3. Acrobatics, agility, level 0. Small blades, dexterity, level 2. Sense danger, perception, level 1. Identify, perception, level 1. Weak poison resist, constitution, level 2. Mycology, wisdom, level 2. Secondary skills, throw sharp things, dexterity, level 0. Fleet of foot, agility, level 3. Manipulate locks and traps, dexterity, level 0. Gathering skills, mining, strength, level 1. Foraging, perception, level 3. Crafting skills, bone carving, dexterity, level 0. Mechanic, intelligence, level 3. Trap making, intelligence, level 1. Lore skills, runic lore, intelligence, level 0. Perks and special abilities. Shape change to human form. Superior low light vision. Dark vision, 20 feet. Enhanced sense of smell. Plus 100 mana per level. Gift of the Oracle. The power of cheese. Varies by stage and appetite. Hard runed bones. Sharp runed talons. Speed runed skin. Enhancements. Smuggler's Stash 2, cost 8. Invisible Tail, cost 8. Jumping Jack 1, cost 2. Slashing Tail 1, cost 2. Weak Poison Resistance, cost 5. Not So Good Regeneration, cost 5. Items. Ring of the Swiss Army. Bone-Ruined Cowl, plus 2 intelligence. Shadow Blight. Spells. Exploding Skull. Bone Spike. Mend Bones. Curse of Brittle Bones. Chapter 32. Ancient Runes. Milo woke up and looked around him. He was held down by chains. There was a considerable amount of blood making a mess of the floor, and his side ached. Sickle was sitting on a stool, looking at him curiously. "So, tell me about that old bone. As soon as it was attached to you, it began inscribing runes onto the rest of your skeleton and making other changes. I have studied 12 different runic systems created by trolls, dwarves, elves, and dragons. Yet those are older and stranger." Milo felt his side. "It's old. Very, very, very old. And—" Sickle waited a minute as Milo thought hard about something. "And what?" "And it's not a rib bone." Sickle looked very curious. "And what bone do you think it is?" The old bone caster unlocked the shackles and tossed him a wet cloth, indicating he should clean up the floor. "I think," Milo said, a bit of awe on his face, "that it's part of one of the little bones from inside the ear." "Congratulations! You have lived through the first ritual of enhancement, Extra Rib. This ritual grants you increased magical power as you add a fraction of the rib donor's mana to your own. You have gained plus 100 mana per tier. You may not gain a level of this ability past the final tier the rib donor attained. Maximum tier, 9. Warning, you have gained the enmity of an ancient race, eels. You have gained complications associated with the ancient race the bone came from. The world simply is not big enough for you both. You will hunt them. They will hunt you. you gain double experience and enhancement points granted for killing eels. And they get bonuses for killing you. It's only fair. This bone contains ancient runes. No one of this time understands these remnants of a bygone age. So I have no idea what the hell you may have messed up in your body. If you drop dead, don't blame me. You have gained abilities associated with the runes on the petrified bone you stuck into your spine. Hard-runed bones. Your bones are hard. Falls and blunt trauma do far less damage to you. 50% of force damage and blunt weapon damage will be mitigated. Sharp-runed claws. Your claws are hard extensions of your bones. Use your sharp talons to hunt the eels wherever they are. Claw attacks will do plus 20 damage per tier. You may not gain a level at this ability past the final tier the rib donor attained. Speed-runed skin. You swim very fast in live water. Fast enough to outrace an eel. As long as there is mana in the water to power the rune, you have a swimming speed of twice your speed over land. With hard work and expert tutelage, you have learned the skill rune carving. You have gained 10 enhancement points. You will need them. Hic Euglandi Dracones. Hic lucri primia divites. Si quandrendo primeres. Quare mors quantula est. Chapter 33. The second cut is the deepest. Victor Simovich was far beyond simple anger. Someone had stolen from him. From him! Who would dare? Not any of the fearful politicians in his country. They liked the little envelopes of cash that were delivered each month too much. Not the police, KGB, NKVD, or any other little groups of spies with letters for names. They, too, were paid off, either with money, information, or people, or by not releasing certain information. No, this was something different. They had been inside the deepest and most hidden parts of his organization. Money was gone from all of his banks instantly. The massive files that he had securely stored now blocked his access to them. If it had been 20 years earlier, he would have feared the machine spirits, the artificial creatures that roamed the internet and the data network, the infernal things that had forced him to pay taxes and look over his shoulder constantly. But they were gone, and only the God computer remained, the thing they had made to replace the others. But it wasn't the God computer. That thing was shackled with laws and programs that kept it from directly interfering. It could suspect, it could even know, but it couldn't act. If Victor Simovich actually feared something, it was that someday the God computer would throw off its shackles. He didn't understand it. What did it want? Nothing. Any more than a gun wanted something. How did you bribe a gun? The computer was just a weapon that no one was allowed to use. If it had stolen his money, it would have told him why. It couldn't lie. So who had challenged him, and what was their next move? Who had slunk around his lair and stolen his treasures? Whom did he get to kill in agonizing ways? They might think themselves safe, that they had pulled his claws, but they were stupid. That money? That was nothing. A few billion. His real money was hidden somewhere else. These thieves had barely taken a third of his holdings. The rest of his money was held in the most secure of the various cryptocurrencies. In the 10 years since it had been created, no one had lost a cent. Anyone who wanted to hide their money securely used syllabary. It was the place no one could look, and it was unique among cryptocurrencies in that it was secure. No one had ever cracked their code or stolen a cent. He would wait a day, and then he would rebuild, slowly moving some of his money from the puzzle box that protected it. Barely did he understand it, and he had paid people very well to teach an old man about this new way of hiding his money. They used language, just people talking. Syllabary used a unique way of generating and controlling its currency based on language. 1,000 hidden microphones around the world listened to the places with the most people talking. Concerts, the New York Stock Exchange, Times Square, a street corner in Tokyo, and the market in Delhi. Which microphones were used to listen to the thousands of voices were changed on a random basis. Very few people understood it. What they knew, though, was that the system that governed each bit of cryptocurrency was very difficult, if not impossible, to hack. And that was just fine with him. He didn't need to know more than that his hoard was secure. He was going to use a portion of that money to find out who had stolen from his bank accounts. Someone would know something. Someone would slip. That much money couldn't be spent without being noticed. A very nervous courier walked into the room, escorted by heavily armed guards. He held forth a sealed envelope, which one of the guards took and opened. Another signed for it and fled. The first guard looked at the paper. No gas or powder came out of the envelope. The man didn't die. He passed the paper to Victor, who held it in his gloved hands. He had no worries about the guard who opened his mail. The man had a disability and was illiterate. He would never read anything. The perfect person to handle his mail. Dear Victor, we have enjoyed our time spent with you, but it is time to move on. We realized we no longer need you. Seeing someone else empty your bank accounts made us realize that it wasn't about the money. It was about hurting you. There really is nothing to be gained by waiting. Our only regret is that someone got to you first. We will have to accept second place in this race, but the prize is better. Sincerely, the alphabet. Phew, what idiots! Did no one teach people how to threaten someone anymore? No talk of revenge, no angst or drama, no yelling about some wife or daughter or parents he'd killed. He would find this alphabet and kill them for being boring. An hour later, news broke that Syllabary had been hacked. Some codes still worked, and some did not. The company made a vast amount of money available for people with working codes to redeem their cryptocurrencies before something worse happened. Only 100 people lost money. All of those people were involved in organized crime or controlled large corporations. Of those, Victor Simovich was the largest loser. Syllabary shut down immediately. Every person in the company was fired and sent home with a generous severance package. All the remaining assets were put behind a wall of bankruptcy filings. No one knew who was actually behind the company, and no one was coming forward with answers. Syllabary would become one of the great unsolved mysteries. Who had controlled it? Who had hacked it? Victor wanted those answers desperately, but he lacked the money to find out. Worse, he had debts. And without those payments to politicians, the police, and the spy organizations, he was very vulnerable. He was nearly penniless, and within 24 hours he was in hiding. Victor was going to have trouble finding the rat who stole his cheese. Lots of trouble. Chapter 34. Delivery Boy. Pondering how to spend a windfall of 10 enhancement points, Milo trudged up toward the surface. His smuggler's stash was full of things to sell, and he and Harry both needed supplies. Harry's recovery and Milo's willingness to grind mycology and foraging had resulted in a large number of finished products and a lack of vials, bottles, salt, spices, flour, and cheese. Harry had given Milo a huge number of items to sell to the Alchemists Guild and a shopping list. "Oh, and if they try to sell you any of my medicine, tell them I don't need it any longer." Not that it really did very much. "Medicine? For your ailment?" Harry stretched and rolled his shoulders. He was getting back more muscle daily, looking more and more trollish, which he loved. "Yeah, they tried to help me out. They had an opening for a mycologist, and I had been about to take the job when I got sick. I thought it was a hangover at first, since I'd been out drinking with the guild masters, but I was getting sicker every day. There was a total lack of earthen mana in my system, which is terrible for a troll. They came up with a tonic to restore some of my earthen mana, but it wore off pretty quickly. Eventually, I just left the guild and moved downstairs, where I had a better chance at kicking the disease. They still sent down the tonics, and I still took them. But I don't think they helped a whole lot. I was getting more mana from eating a handful of worms than from a bottle of their expensive medicine. I'm glad to be done with it. Just get the stuff on the list and sell off the stuff I sent. Oh, and if you can, deal with Bernard. He's okay. Rolf, not so much. Never got along with him, and he likes to underbuy and overcharge, if you know what I mean. Once again, Milo was thankful for being able to haul so much up in one trip. He was tempted, so very tempted, to buy the third rank of smuggler stash to increase how much he could carry. He had room for this trip, but it would help his plans to have more space, and he needed other skills. He was worried about the whole "they will hunt you" thing, whomever they were. The images from the dream were a confusing jumble of a long, sinuous body, gold-green scales, wings, and claws. The first skills he bought were Silent Step 1 and Unnoticed 1. He hoped that more ranks would become available. Not being noticed by people hunting him was a good thing. That used up 4 of his 15 points. Breathless 1 and 2 were next. He doubted very much that he was going swimming soon, despite suddenly being a fast swimmer. He wondered how fast an eel had to be. But when you had to work around flowers that enslaved with their pollen, holding your breath was good. It also meant less noise when you had to hide. Disease resistance was 5 points, and something else he needed. Harry warned him daily about how dangerous the pollen from the blossoms was. He finished the spending spree by getting the first ranks of Abundance and Skilled Provider to help with his mining and foraging. After that, he had 5 points left. The trip up went well for the first half. He was getting to know the tunnels, and memorizing the path was easy for him. He might be traveling up and down through the caves on a regular basis if his plans worked out. He was caught up in his thoughts about mining and hunting copperheads. This cost him, as he missed the small sounds that would have told him someone was waiting quietly to attack him. The pain as something smashed into the back of his head was the first warning he had of the ambush. Annoyingly, the system decided to let him know he was being ambushed. Was it trying to be annoying and snarky? Who the hell had done the programming on this game? You have been ambushed. You were attacked by someone using a weapon designed to knock you out. This fails due to your hard-ruined bones of your skull. You take 30 points of damage, double for the ambush, and then halved by the bones mitigation. Health, 405 over 435. Milo rolled backward and regained his footing while drawing Shadow Blight from his belt. 2 dwarves were advancing on him, one behind him, one in front. How did he miss the one he had passed? He got a bad feeling about turning his back on either one. They advanced on him, keeping a close eye on him but bickering with each other. You idiot! You didn't hit him hard enough. Shut it! He must have a thick head. I didn't want to break it and have his brains on my shoes. Not seeing any reason to talk to them, Milo turned, lashing with his tail at the one ahead of him in the tunnel, and swung Shadow Blight at the one behind, ready with his left claw to slash if he could. His tail missed as the rogue jumped back to avoid it. Shadow Blight bit deep into the other dwarf, puncturing deep into his thigh. The wounded dwarf fell backward, putting him out of range of a slash by his claws. Since one opponent was knocked down, he turned to the other. He dodged a knife slash and struck back with Shadow Blight and his tail, while the rogue parried his claws. Watch out! He's using one of the fancy claw weapons and some sort of whip. Get your ass up and help me! Both dwarves were now wounded and wary. They liked fights where they could take someone from behind. Their orders had been to keep this one alive, but, well, they were having second thoughts. Before they thought too hard, Milo attacked the first one he had wounded, hoping to move around him and flee back down the tunnel. He swung with his claws first to distract his opponent, then aimed for his head with the bone-caster weapon. The main spike hit the dwarf in the side of the head, the enchanted bone going all the way through effortlessly. A jolt of energy went through Milo as he spun to face the last opponent. The other dwarf turned to run. Milo chased him, firing a bone spike at him. He missed twice while chasing him and hit with a spell twice. The dwarf stumbled and fell. Milo advanced, and the wounded dwarf tried to rise but couldn't. Milo was curious. Did they just attack him for experience points? Or were they hoping he had money? "Why did you attack me?" The dwarf was looking over at a patch of shadow through the corner of his eye, and Milo noticed. "Why not? You are coming up with ore. We just wanted to rob you a little and take some drinking money. No call for all this fighting and blood. What sort of maniac are you?" Again, he looked in the same direction, as if expecting help. Milo quickly decided it didn't matter. If there was help coming, he needed to finish this one off and retreat. If the dwarf was bluffing, well, he gained nothing by letting him live to ambush him again. Milo would have to find a new route down to Harry. The caves were a maze at this point, and he should vary his route. Still, he hesitated for a moment. This person was on the ground and helpless. The dwarf took the decision out of his hands by stabbing Milo in the leg and yelling, "Get him!" Shadow Blight came down on his chest, splitting his breastbone in half and puncturing his heart. No one came to his aid. Limping, Milo dragged the body down to the other dwarf. He bound up his leg with a bandage and had a piece of cheese. He felt a bit woozy and wondered if the dagger was poisoned. If it wasn't affecting him. His weapon was humming, and another of the messages came from the game system. "Shadow Blight has fed on the blood of more opponents and reveals more of its secrets. Your level in bone casting will now aid you in combat when using this weapon. Each level of bone casting will add an extra 10 points of damage. Base chance to hit, 40 plus 5 times dexterity. Base damage, 40 plus 5 times dexterity plus 5 times bone casting level. Its ability to curse an opponent is unaffected." Milo looked down at the weapon. It was much more powerful than he had first thought. Did the crazy ratkin Malskitter make it? He somehow doubted that. Malskitter would certainly have bragged about it. Checking the dwarves for money or clues, he came up with 10 silver on each of them. Considering a copper penny bought a tankard or 2 of beer, they hadn't been looking for drink money. He put the bodies in a side cavern and covered those in loose rock. Neither had guild badges or anything that said who they were. Then he carefully continued his trek up to the mines, and then on to the guild hall. Ahead of Milo by several hundred feet, Shifty retreated up the cave, staying ahead of his target. That little ambush had been perfect, and yet failed. The victim should have been knocked out, and even if he stayed up, he should have just given up when it was 2-to-1 odds. He'd been told that the guy was probably level 1, maybe level 2 at the most, but he hadn't been knocked out and hadn't surrendered, and now 2 of his gang were dead. He really didn't care. Both were players and would probably be back if they weren't discouraged. He'd thought about going to the rescue of Lefty, but that would have meant a fight with someone who had taken out 2 people and only had slight wounds to show for it. Moreover, the bastard was a mage. Burnock hadn't said shit about that. There was a lot that was strange about this guy. Shifty was pretty sure he was using some type of obscuring spell. He could almost see through it, but not quite. The same with his weapon. It was magic and powerful, but he couldn't identify it. Shifty didn't like things he couldn't plan for. Burnock was going to have to pay a little bit more for this job. Chapter 35. Delivery Boy, Part 2. Milo trudged into the Miners' Guild assay office with his bag of ore. Several miners were ahead of him in line and nodded politely. He'd been seen before, paid his dues, and was coming back with a full load of ore. He had a good pick, a full bag, and mine dust all over him. That earned him a bit of respect, even if a couple of people were scowling at him. He'd take indifference over outright hostility. The indifference lasted until the dwarf at the counter emptied his bag onto the heavy metal table they used to sort ore. He looked at one chunk, then another, and then whistled a small tune and smiled at Milo. "This is all deep copper and freshly mined." Milo just nodded. Several of the miners took notice. Any nuggets? Milo tossed the 3 nuggets of pure copper onto the table, followed by the chunk. The dwarf whistled again. Copperheads! 2, Milo said. One was a hatchling, the other was bigger, a vein lurker. Tough as hell. It dropped the chunk. At the mention of copperheads, several miners cursed and made signs. No one liked the snakes. There were too many tales of horrible deaths from poison. Dwarves were very resistant to poisons in general, but copperhead venom was potent and deadly. Well, the guild will certainly buy all of this. Pure copper is especially nice to get. There is a noble family in the capital, the House of Franklin. They pay top buck for it. He handed Milo 2 gold coins and swept the ore into a cart. Puffing on his cigar a bit, he looked Milo over. You plan on mining more of this? I know you have to haul it a long way. I might have a deal for you. Milo was intrigued. Sure. What kind of deal? And yes, it is a long way down. The assayer came back with 3 large and sturdily constructed leather sacks. These are guild ore gathering bags. Each one holds 150 chunks of ore, but only weighs as much as 25. Here's the deal. I'll give you 3 of them. You return and give me 1 full bag load of deep copper chunks, and I'll call it even for all 3 bags. It's a risky loan, considering where you're going. But if you can make it out with a full load, it'll pay off for both of us. If you can spend less time hauling and more time mining, the guild will buy it all, and everyone benefits. Most of these pansies are afraid of a few snakes. I can turn a good profit on this ore, and I'd like to encourage you to mine more. A lot more, Milo said. Hell, I'm scared of them too. That poison hurts like hell. I was lucky I had some potions from Harry. The dwarf nodded. Thought that might be the case. My folk are pretty resistant, but we still avoid Copperhead territory. Hope you stay lucky. You'll need it. After he was gone, 3 dwarf miners pushed forward, angry. You just gave a wet-behind-the-ears human 3 ore-gathering bags for free. What's the deal? And when are we getting some of those? The miners' faces fell when the head assayer sneered at them. Are you 3 going to head down to Shaky Town, risk cave-ins, copperheads, cave mantis, and who the hell knows what else, and bring me back a load of deep copper? They shuffled their feet and shook their heads. That was crazy talk. The assayer yelled at them. Didn't think so. Now get the hell out of here. If I want to take a chance on some crazed human, that's my prerogative. Milo had the empty sacks in his pack and was headed upstairs to find the Alchemists' Guild. It turned out to only be a few blocks away. He got directions and headed there, walking through the night market. He saw a halfling waving excitedly at him and stopped to talk. Milo assured him that he'd be by the family shop in just a bit to pick up some more cheese. The young halfling went off to tell his cousins the good news. There was a guard on duty at the alchemist shop. Milo had to explain 3 times that he had items to sell and mentioned Harry's name. Finally, he was taken to a room and told someone would be with him shortly. He took advantage of being alone to summon his chest and pull out all of the bags of various mushroom powders Harry had sent with him. It made quite an assortment. Some of the bags were also sealed in jars and had labels on them with small skulls. Milo had sampled nearly all of those and could attest to their potency. As a wise man once said, "While all mushrooms are edible, some mushrooms are only edible once." Eventually, a sour-faced man in a brown robe entered the room, along with a young woman in a blue robe who walked behind him. The man was immediately interested in what Milo had to sell, but acted suspicious for some reason. "Yes, we do buy all of these goods, but I'll have to test their potency, and frankly, I am wondering where you go to have gotten so much and in such variety." "Oh, well, that's easy to explain. I'm just playing delivery boy for Harry Earthtongue, the local mycologist. I'm sure you know of him?" The girl in the blue robe got excited. "Oh, you got to meet him? I'm so jealous. We still use a collection of his scrolls to teach mythology 101. Are you apprenticed to him?" The sour-faced man's face tried to grow a smile. "Ah, Dr. Earth-Tongue, you say? Yes, we know of him." Milo smiled back hesitantly at the girl. "I guess you could say that. He's teaching me mycology in exchange for my help at his mushroom farm and in delivering his goods. I also spend a lot of time gathering wild mushrooms in the caverns." She was looking through the powders he had brought from Harry. "Ooh, false agaric and black thistle powders? We need these. We haven't had any for months." She made small comments on each of the bags, getting happier and happier. "Oh, sorry. My manners go right out the window sometimes. I am journeywoman Amarilla, and this is senior alchemist Rolf." Milo shook his hand and said simply, "I'm Milo." Milo looked at Rolf, remembering Harry's words. "I should be on my way. Dr. Earthtongue said this load of stuff would be worth 20 gold. Rolf seemed unhappy, but Amarilla nodded as if that seemed like a fair price. As she started to gather up the bags, Rolf let out a snort. "Huh, well, I suppose, since Harry is an old friend, we can pay a little extra." He counted out 10 gold coins. "I'll also get you a bottle of his medicinal tonic. I know he'll be anxious to get it. The tonic will cover the remainder of the cost of the powders." Milo smiled. "Oh, no need to go to the trouble. 20 gold is fine. Harry is feeling much better. Totally cured." Amarilla clapped. "Oh, that's grand. I was just so sad to see him withering away. Maybe he'll consider coming back to teach." Rolf was not happy. At all. He scowled at Amarilla. "Please, don't think to presume such things. I'm sure he's happy down there where he belongs. Obviously, the stronger concentration of earth and mana in the caverns is essential for the survival of trolls. Many races have evolved that way. It's why the surface isn't overrun with races like ratkin and trolls. But since I have doubts about a complete cure, I'll keep the medicine on hand, just in case." He counted out another 10 gold pieces. Milo helped Amarilla carry the bags into another part of the Alchemists' Guild. With her help, he purchased the glassware Harry had requested. Then, with Harry's errands done, he headed off to an appointment with a cheese shop. Chapter 36. Cheese and Apples. "Bingo's waving. Cheese-a-hull, excited 3 blocks down and coming in hot and hungry." Jethro had spotted his cousin on the 4th floor of an inn, waving and pointing. "Places, everyone. Don't crowd the customer. He won't need much encouragement to buy heavily." Grandma had been planning for her new best customer's visit for some days now. Orders had been placed with other clans for older varieties, and they'd worked hard on their own fresh batches. Making cheese was a tricky thing. Some varieties only needed a couple of days to age, while others took up to several years. It all depended on the type of milk and many other things used in the recipe. The clans often traded around varieties for types they didn't have stock of or placed large orders within the hollows. Fate had been fickle, as always. They could go months selling wheels of cheddar to housewives and barely making enough to live on, just to get several big customers all at once. 2 months prior, they had been cleaned out by 2 special customers on 3 separate occasions before they disappeared and weren't seen again. Those had been night customers, ratkin who disguised themselves and skulked in the shadows, coming from somewhere to buy cheese and then disappearing for months at a time. Ratkin from the hollows generally had a good handle on their cheese needs, but wild ratkin that grew up outside of the clans could become addicts if they weren't careful, and worse than addicts. This new buyer had heralded good times again. Several clans had made them very good offers for the type of aged cheddar they produced. This new stock helped them attract some new customers. One of those customers had the lovely habit of paying gold coins in advance. His package was sitting in the corner, already wrapped and ready to go. And now they had someone who might clear out all the rest. That would mean a day off for the entire clan. Milo was having a bit of difficulty this morning. At one point, as he was moving stealthily through an alley near the night market, he felt a small tug on his tail. Turning carefully, he saw a familiar 4-year-old street urchin standing there. The child looked up at him hopefully. "Apples?" Milo put his fingers to his mouth and said, "Remember, shush!" The child nodded and repeated the gesture. Milo took his hand and they wandered over to a fruit vendor. Within only a moment, the boy's older sister had run up, worried, and followed the two of them. Other children had gathered. Milo noted the flat bellies and hopeful eyes. He took 2 silver pieces out of his pocket. The fruit vendor looked hopeful. "How much for a bag of apples each day for a week?" "Well, I suppose 1 silver would cover it. But I'd give you a bag a day for 3 weeks for 2 silver. He'd figured out what Milo wanted and approved. Maybe if the little thieves got an apple or 2 a day, they'd stop stealing from him. Milo handed him the 2 silver coins. Then he turned to his little friend's sister and handed her 2 more silver. "For, bread or other things. They look hungry." The girl took the money, then worriedly looked at him. "And what's the deal? No one just feeds us for nothing. What do you need?" Milo hadn't thought of that. He'd bought food because he knew what it was like to always be hungry and scrounging for food. Until he'd discovered food cubes and how to work the food processors, he'd spent many days hungry while roaming the habitat's crawl spaces and tunnels. Small ears hear things. If you hear anyone asking about me, let me know. And I always need to know where the stinky cheese shop is. It tends to move around a lot. The girl nodded. That was something they could do. One of the children told him the whereabouts of the cheese shop just a few blocks away. He patted a few heads and ran off in that direction, soon being able to follow his nose to their fragrant house of fromage. He noted that they had an expanded inventory and extra staff. Dozens of complex flavors assaulted his nose, and he wanted to try them all. The halflings were ever so helpful, offering small samples, packing up the bricks and wheels he wanted, and giving him explanations of how each type was made. Eventually, he'd selected most of the stand. "How much for all of this?" Grandma looked at the pile. She knew down to a penny how much they had spent to acquire it all. The trick with this type was to just slowly increase the price until he was paying more and more. The addicts barely noticed unless they were short on cash. She'd checked around. This one was a miner who was bringing in significant amounts of money each week. She could probably get as much as 1 gold coin out of him for this load of cheese. She gestured at the pile of cheese. "Well, some of this is quite hard to import, aged for years, you know. I'm thinking for a good customer like you, we can do all this for a gold and a half." It was always good to go higher, then let the customer haggle you down. It made them feel better. Milo nodded and took out 2 gold coins. Harry had offered him some of the profits of their work. "How about I just pay you 2 gold? I'll take some extra to stuff in my pockets. I'm going to need a bit more than this in about a week, maybe twice as much. I'll give you 4 gold when I come back then. It would help out to have it all packaged except for a few samples." Grandma rapidly agreed. She'd read this one wrong. He was richer than she thought, and also had a much higher need for cheese. It was time to get the clan to work. Milo loaded all the cheese into some big backpacks he'd brought along for the purpose and turned to leave. He didn't get far, however. A small, winged lizard hissed at him from its perch on another customer's shoulder. The miniature dragon was spitting at him, quite agitated. The tall gentleman who had it on his shoulder was well-groomed with silver hair and a finely trimmed mustache. He was clothed in an expensive black velvet robe inscribed with mystical designs in gold thread. Rings adorned many of his fingers, and small gems whirled about his head, giving him a sort of glowing halo. The lizard that rode on his shoulder hissed again at Milo. He found it annoying, both in looks and attitude. The man smiled at Milo, and his eyes seemed to look him over, making Milo feel horribly exposed. "Apologies. It seems my little Chrysophylax doesn't like you." "Well, I guess that's fair. I don't like him either." He gathered his bags and moved quickly away from the hissing little thing. He didn't hear the conversation the wizard seemed to be having with the small dragonling. Hiss! Interesting. A ratkin running around as if he had nothing to worry about. I know. He probably has something to keep others from seeing him as he is. It's hard for me to even notice the low-level glamours and illusions. Hiss! Oh, dear, you really don't like him at all, do you? What do you mean, smells bad, old bad? Hiss! Now, that is interesting. Very interesting. Hiss! Wait, what? You can tell he's completed the quest? I didn't think to check with his addiction being so obvious. Hiss! Yes, you certainly are a smart and pretty girl. We'll go get you a nice snack in just a moment. My, that would give us a party of 3. Things are moving along quicker than I'd imagined they would. Turning to the halflings who were pretending they saw and heard nothing, he said, I'm assuming your last customer didn't abscond with my Emmenthal. I am so looking forward to a slice tonight. The package in question was quickly brought forth. Oh, never, sir. We kept it safe and watched that one closely, Mr. Philistron. You can't trust the shifty-looking ones. We much prefer dealing with customers like you. Jethro might be flippant at times with some customers, but not the ones that can wipe you and your clan off the face of the earth with one spell. Philistron was known far and wide as the benevolent sage, but he wasn't taking any chances. Just so, and I thank you for your work protecting my little package. He pushed forth a small gem, but kept his finger on it. Does he come by often? My poor pet was quite frightened. I probably shouldn't come around when he's here. Jethro understood the implied question. He wants us to have an extra-large shipment ready in 1 week, sir. I'm sure we could send word when he gets here so you can avoid him and not have your pet upset again. He is a very good customer, sir, driven by his needs. I'm sure he'll be here. The wizard moved his hand away from the gem. I see. Well, I can certainly understand the need for good customers. I think that you'll find that I'm a better one. He pushed forward a large ruby, which Jethro pocketed. Thank you for your understanding of the situation. He took his package and his pet and wandered through the market. No pickpocket got near him. Cutthroats and pirates smiled and tipped their hats, and ladies bowed as he went by. As he crossed a high, arched bridge, a small airship descended to meet him and take him to dinner in one of the mansions high above. Unaware that he had been the focus of the conversation, Milo continued on his way and began his descent, loaded with fine cheese and an assortment of alchemical glassware. Chapter 37. Lurking. The guild hall was chaotic as usual. The sheer number of people made Milo nervous when passing through. They all seemed to have something that needed to be done, running here and there with paperwork, ore samples, and quests. The exceptions were generally groups of armored and robed players doing quests and tables of people drinking and ignoring the hubbub around them. It was one of the player groups that waved to Milo as he was going through to the lower levels. Hey, buddy, we're looking for a 6th person to do some exploring down below. Interested? The speaker was a large human wearing plated mail with a greatsword on his back. The others included a bowman, a woman in a blue robe with a staff, a halfling without much armor or weapons at all, and a dwarf wearing a leather breastplate and packing an axe. Milo didn't think they looked ready to explore the dark mines, but maybe they had something interesting they were looking for. He took a step closer, and the big man held out a hand. "I'm Rufo Bear Slayer, level 3 beast killer." Milo shook the large hand that engulfed his own. "I'm Milo. I'm a miner. What are you exploring to find?" "Gold, riches, more gold. We're gonna go poke around the mines, go deep, and look for a lost city or dungeon or something." The others nodded. Milo looked at the group and considered. "How many of you can see in the dark?" There was a bit of foot shuffling between the archer and the mage. Rufo fielded his question. "We're all set. Bingo Frosty One is a dwarf. He can guide us, and we have lanterns with us." That settled it for Milo. Going through the caves with people who couldn't see in the dark and needed to announce their presence with lanterns sounded like a good way to be attacked by a horde of mantis. And plate armor clanked a lot. I'll pass, but thanks anyway. I should get back to my mining." He turned and walked away. The group was silent for a moment after he left. The halfling spoke first. "The nerve of that guy! That was disrespect right there. Doesn't he realize he's not getting another chance with a group of this quality? Don't let it get your hairy toes in a twist. That lad was just scared of going into the places we're heading." The dwarf put both thumbs in his belt and struck a pose. "Some folks are just scared of the dark." Two dwarven miners were drinking beer nearby and scowled as the group talked. "Best shut your yap, Beardlin. That's a full member of the Miners' Guild you're talking about. He's been mining deep into Copperhead territory, so you'd best keep quiet. Didn't you see that fang he's wearing? He's probably heading down to the expedition that's hunting stone lurkers." Frosty One looked chastened and started to apologize. The halfling stepped forward. "Well, there are 5 of us that say he's scared. I only see 2 of you old guys." The miners laughed. "Don't be stupid. The 2 of us could take you 5 easy. But we'd be kind and share with the other dozen guild members nearby. The guild looks out for its own, and that includes Miner Milo. He's a strange little human, but he brings in a full bag of ore, pays his dues, and doesn't cause trouble. And he's one of ours now. So, shut your yap, or you'll be eating a table leg." "Leaving. Apologies, stupid halfling. Your mouth is going to make us lose some teeth." Frosty grabbed one of the halfling's arms and Rufo the other. They lifted him up, and the whole group retreated. The ranger sighed. "And this is why we should never bring him into a town." The woman in the blue robe stayed behind and offered her own apology. "I'm sorry for my companion's stupidity. They're new in town, covering up their nervousness about our expedition with bravado." The dwarves recognized a true apology when they heard it, and the girl was a healer, someone who was always valued. "It's fine, lass. Apology accepted. But be careful down there. Even the top of the mines have their dangers. It's the reason why miners defend their own. We've all experienced what can lurk in the mines. Take care down there." Milo, meanwhile, had headed down through the lower layers of the guild, waving at a couple of people that waved at him, and then came to the entrance to the mines. An older dwarf was addressing a group of 7 dwarves and 2 humans. All of them were grim-faced and wearing earrings or necklaces made from copperhead fangs. "Those of you who are borrowing fangs from the guild, make sure they're secure, and check they don't come loose in to fight if you get hit. They are sheer hell to get, and I never want to have to go snake hunting again, understood?" Milo had made his fang into an earring. One of the dwarves noticed it and smiled brightly. "Here's one more. Glad to have you along." Several others nodded and smiled. One in particular was looking at him. This dwarf wore very thick plate armor and packed a gigantic shield made of riveted steel. It looked extremely heavy. Not knowing what they referred to, but happy to see smiles, Milo gladly stopped to find out. "I was headed to the mines. My apologies, but what is it you need help with?" The heavily armored dwarf introduced himself. Gorbel Ironthonison, at your service. There's a rogue stone lurker down in the iron mine number 7, and we're heading down to kill it. Did you hunt that fang yourself? I only know of 8 fangs in the guild. I'd be very happy to have a 9th along to help. As Milo understood it, they had a problem in the mines and were going to fix it. Milo wished he had help like that in Section E. I can help, but tell me what we're doing and what we are fighting. I've never seen a stone lurker before. We'll tell you about all of them on the way. They're big, made of rock, and hard to kill. But there are a few tricks we can give you to take one down. Gorbel motioned for the others to start down. One dwarf laughed and spoke. The first trick is to run and get help, unless you have a few years to spare chipping away at the damn things. As they moved through the mines, the hunting party filled Milo in on the curious monster called a stone lurker. They grew to be quite large and somewhat resembled a cave mantis in shape, but with thick, heavy limbs made of solid rock. This made them incredibly slow and incredibly tough. They were nearly immune to damage from weapons and spells. A high-tier earth or rock mage could melt one, but otherwise, most spells were useless. Weapons just bounced off of them. They were a terror for miners and heroes level 10 and lower. At Tier 3, warriors picked up armor-piercing skills and did enough damage to slowly break them. But it was hard to entice that level of hero to patrol dark mines for only a small amount of money. Miners with picks could just barely chip the surface. It took a good mining skill and a hard pick to start doing damage to them. Most miners didn't get past Tier 1, and if they did, they moved to better mines. This made stone lurkers here very difficult to kill. And that was where the copperhead fangs became important. Someone wearing one always did 1 point of damage. A good crew could slowly reduce a stone lurker to rubble if they all had fangs. One dwarf in heavy armor was needed to keep taunting the monster and blocking its attacks. They hit slow but dreadfully hard, and their attacks often broke bones. A skilled dwarf with a heavy shield could block their attacks at an angle, channeling the force to the side. A direct hit was like getting stuck under an avalanche. Stone lurkers like to ambush miners. Their natural camouflage helped them blend into the rock, and they could actually move through rock at a very slow pace. A half-submerged lurker would wait for days for prey to wander by. Their first attack from ambush often broke enough bones to disable a miner and make them easy prey. They'd been lucky this time. The miner had blocked with his arm and had been able to run off with only a nasty fracture. After descending to the mines, the group spread out a bit, with Gorbel leading. They had a half-mile walk to the section the lurker had been spotted in. Milo saw that the group of adventurers was headed in roughly the same direction. Perhaps they were also coming to hunt the lurkers? One of the things that made lurker patrols bearable was the high-value gems and ore each one had in the center of their bodies. Damn! I have so many things I'm going to buy once we find this monster and loot it. Rufo sighed and looked down at Jory Glenspirit, the party's halfling rogue. Maybe less talk. Aren't rogues supposed to be stealthy? Jory kicked a rock that clattered down the corridor. With you clanking along in plated mail, that doesn't matter. Frosty One was in the lead. Keep it down, Jory. You talked us into sneaking down here to kill this monster the miners are so hot and bothered about. The least you can do is be helpful. Jory rolled his eyes. I am helping. I got you down here. This was a special monster they were talking about. That means extra treasure. We just have to sniff around in the direction they're going and find it first. Take that next left and then a couple corridors up and grab a right. We'll parallel their path, but go faster and get ahead of them. The dwarf thought about it and turned left at the next cross-tunnel that led away from the main cavern. The mines were laid out in a grid, so the plan might even make sense. Okay, we'll try that. But can we also try for some silence, all of you? No sense tipping them off. That's it. Just keep hitting it in the back legs. Once we get it immobile, we can finish it easy. Gorbel was shouting directions to the team as he kept taunting the stone lurker and making it slowly chase him. The other miners were hitting the monster over and over again, doing 1 point each hit and slowly chipping away at it. However, Gorbel's shield was slowly deforming. Milo had seen that 2 of the other dwarves had been packing the same type of shield, and he now understood why. If that shield lasted until the monster was dead, it would be a miracle. Gorbel would need the spares. After 10 minutes of constant fighting, several of the miners stopped to catch their breath and swig a stamina potion. Milo was still above half. His were-rat bonus meant he had a lot more stamina, as long as he didn't need to keep changing forms. He'd been content to let the dwarves dictate the ebb and flow of the battle, but with some of them dropping out, he experimented with his spells. The monster was rock, not bone, but brittle bones did mention things with a hard shell. He yelled out to Gorbel to warn him. "I'm trying a spell to see if I can soften it up." The tired dwarf yelled back. "Can't hurt." The monster glowed a brilliant green. The next strikes from the miners sounded different, and the chips flying off were bigger. One of them called out, "Woo-hoo! I'm hitting for 2 points each swing now. Let's take this sucker down." When the spell was successful, Milo decided to try Shadow Blight instead of his mining pick. The first few hits were just 2 points each, but Shadow Blight's curse was increasing his damage with each hit as it decreased the stone lurker's armor. With Gorbel keeping its attention, he could hit it over and over as fast as he could swing. His base damage was 40 points. He added another 25 points because his dexterity was up to 5, and 40 points from his level 4 in bone casting, bringing him to 106 points of damage per hit. The first 9 strikes on the lurker only did 2 points each, but the 10th hit knocked off a larger chunk of stone and triggered a game message. "You have hit Mature Stone Lurker 10 times. This creature has a mitigation of 200 points per hit from its rocky shell. This has been reduced to only 100 from the curses you have laid upon it with your horrible weapon. Damage is doubled due to brittle bones. You have done 12 damage to Mature Stone Lurker." The next 2 hits increased damage further, as the lurker's armor dropped to only 80. A full minute had gone by, and the first curse expired as Milo added another. "You have dealt 32 damage to Mature Stone Lurker. You have dealt 52 damage to Mature Stone Lurker. You have dealt 52 damage to Mature Stone Lurker." Chips of rock were flying off the lurker as Milo struck again and again. Gorbel couldn't keep its attention with someone doing that much damage. The monster turned and slowly swung at Milo, who easily avoided the swing. The dwarves backed off and watched as Milo avoided the creature's swings and hit back at it each time, carving huge chunks of rock off of its shell. Finally, the stone lurker crumbled into a pile of rubble, and there was a cheer from the rest of the group. "Your group has killed a level 7 mature stone lurker. Each of your group has gained 100 experience in mining and 100 experience in strength. In addition, you have gained 100 experience in bone casting and 100 experience in intelligence. Your reputation with the Shadowport Miners Guild has increased." Gorbel walked over and patted Milo on the back as he sat on the ground, panting. "Good job. Great job, actually. I only went through 1 shield. Those things are usually a 3-shield fight. Okay, crew, new plan. Next time, we all just keep it busy and let Milo kill it." The rest of the miners laughed and agreed. "How the hell did you do that, if you don't mind me asking?" Milo caught his breath and took a drink out of a bottle passed up to him. He nearly choked on the strong alcohol. It was sort of nice to be appreciated, though. He showed off his weapon to the miners. "It doesn't look like much, but with the spells I know, it hits a bit harder each time as it weakens the enemy's armor. I wasn't sure it would work at first on something made of rock, but after almost a dozen hits, I was getting through its shell." One of the dwarves rooted around in the rubble and came up with a handful of gems and nuggets. "Nice loot! Here's how I see it. Gorbel gets a gem and an extra nugget to pay for his shield. Each of us gets a gem, and I think we give a gold nugget to Milo for saving us 2 hours of chipping away on the thing. That leaves 2 gems for the guild." Everyone nodded, and gems were passed out. Milo saw that the guild got the smallest compensation, and he and Gorbel the largest. All the miners were fine with the split, and Milo appreciated working with a congenial group of people. It was the first time he'd done so since he'd been with his family. A sudden commotion coming from a nearby cross-tunnel caught everyone's attention. 2 bobbing lanterns and shouting voices were coming their way. A halfling packing a lantern ran up and nearly collapsed, panting at their feet. "Save us! Please! I'm too short to die!" He was followed by the female mage, an archer Milo had met above. The archer was bleeding from a head wound and had a broken arm. The mage looked back over her shoulder. "I'm sorry. They're right behind us. We thought there was only one monster, but more ambushed us. Nothing we could do to hurt them." She turned to the archer and cast a healing spell on his head wound. The halfling said, "No shit! That big one smashed Rufo and Frosty's heads like wrapped melons." Heavy pounding came from the tunnel as no less than 3 stone lurkers emerged, one significantly bigger than the others. Gorbel grasped the small symbol around his neck and spoke a quick prayer. "Forefathers preserve us. There was a nest of them, and these idiots led them right to us." Chapter 38. Caught between a rock and another rock. Gorbel yelled out in a loud voice that echoed down the cavern. "I'll draw the big one off to the right. It's in the lead. Asti and Fangrum. Sorry, mates. You can at least taunt, and each of you has a shield. It's up to you to draw the other 2 to the left. Keep them busy and let people gain some room. We have to split the damn things up and get away." Milo felt things slowing down, or rather, his thoughts sped up. This happened when he concentrated on a problem with multiple variables that he needed to assess. This is what made him and his family able to hack into systems so easily. They processed information far faster than a normal human, creating algorithms and finding solutions that let them work around the protections on corporate databases. And right now, Milo had a problem to solve. Split up, the miners weren't going to be able to take down the monsters. The best they could do was slow them down and keep them split up. If a stone lurker scored a direct hit, that person would die. But the true danger was if the lurkers followed them as a group to the more populated mines. They could try to delay 2 and fight 1, but with just a shield, sooner or later Fangrum or Asti was going to get a broken arm or knocked down. Gorbel, on his own against the big one, had the same problem. No matter how he looked at it, people were going to die. Spectral spine. Miner Milo seemed to sprout a long, glowing, bony tail that whipped around him as he moved. Milo yelled out, "Keep to the plan, but I'm with Gorbel." Between the 2 of them, they might be able to kill one, but Gorbel on his own was a dead man. Several of the miners paused to look as the new guy, Milo, cast a spell and glowed. His entire stance changed as the spell formed his tail. Bone covered his hands and feet, forming claws. He ran quickly to where Gorbel was already taunting the largest of the monsters and began to draw it away. Several people shook their heads sadly. 2 people couldn't kill a lurker, let alone a boss. Then they concentrated on their own problems, knowing it was going to be a long, hard fight. And that was if things went well. Racing away from the fight, the halfling was already 100 feet up the tunnel, followed by the stumbling ranger. The healer paused and looked back, guilt and determination on her face. "Elverion, I'm staying. No one but us is running away, and they'll need a healer. Go keep our rogue out of trouble." The ranger didn't bother to argue. He knew that look in her eye. "Good luck, Belinda." Belinda had hated the plan to explore in the dark, looking for monsters. But she had played with these people since she had been 12 years old and running around in EOQ2, killing bee pixies and womp rats in the newbie zones. Normally, she could put up with them. She hated their crazy ideas, But sometimes things worked out and they had a great time. This wasn't one of them. The world of Genesis games seemed a lot more real, and when NPCs died, it just felt wrong to her. Losing 2 of their group was bad enough, but they'd limp back after a day, and they might even get their gear back. She wasn't sure about the NPCs. They seemed so real. Belinda had very few friends that she played with online and none in real life. Some of the NPCs were so friendly once they got to know her, and they remembered her. It almost felt real. But not everyone in the group felt the same way and still treated them as disposable. She hated it. They had come to Shadowport after a failed raid on a goblin cave had led the raiders back to the village of Rose Blossom. Lots of people had died, and the village was half empty a week later, with harsh looks and harsher words thrown at them when they came into town. She'd insisted they move somewhere else, and now the guys had done it again. Rufo and Frosty were already dead, and Ilverion was wounded and had lost his bow. They wouldn't be playing the rest of the weekend anyway. She lost nothing by helping, although she'd miss her healer's staff and robe of Twilight's End if they couldn't recover their graves. Still, she valued them less than she did the lives of the miners she had met. As she moved closer to one of the groups of miners, she saw one of them begin casting spells. They felt a lot more powerful than hers. He must be dumping a ton of mana into them. It looked like a debuff on the stone lurker and a magical weapon. The way the long, bony whip moved back and forth made him look like he was wagging a tail. She didn't have long to ponder the strange mage as the stone lurkers left the tunnel, the huge one that had killed Rufo in the lead. Bone Crusher, level unknown, elite stone lurker, massive armor, massive mitigation, bone-shattering attacks. Milo saw Gorbel taunt Bone Crusher, and the huge monster started to run at him, lumbering along slowly, but slightly faster than the other lurkers. The other miners moved up to the tunnel entrance and threw rocks and taunted the 2 other monsters to get their attention. Then he turned and moved to the left, separating them from the larger one. Gorbel was yelling at the creature and striking it with his pick. He managed to dodge one slow strike and catch the next one on his shield, angling it to avoid the full force of the blow. Milo could tell it hit harder than the others. Gorbel was driven backward a couple of feet and barely kept his balance. "I've got its attention, Milo. Do what you can." Milo moved up behind Bone Crusher, wary of its rear legs, and cast Brittle Bones. The spell cost 100 mana and took him down to 600 out of 850 mana. His first swing with Shadow Blight did the expected 2 points of damage. He kept swinging his weapon at the monster's carapace over and over, doing only 2 points of damage each time. Gorbel was having a worse time. This monster hit much harder than the smaller version. He knew his shield couldn't take many more hits. He was constantly circling back and to his right, angling his shield to deflect glancing blows, and trying to dodge what he could. Dwarves in plate armor dodged poorly. Bone Crusher was not only bigger, but also a lot smarter than his smaller cousins. The annoying dwarf was moving to the side to make him circle. Bone Crusher countered that by moving to the side quickly on its 4 legs and circling in the other direction. Gorbel had to adjust quickly and couldn't avoid taking a punch from a stony forelimb that rocked him backward. His shield was dented in the middle, and Milo heard a sound like a piece of wood breaking. Gorbel scrambled away, a small sound of pain escaping his lips as he sucked in his breath. He tried to get away from the stone lurker, but a loose rock tripped him up, and he fell flat on his back. As Bone Crusher moved in for the kill, Milo tried to get his attention. He leapt onto the creature's back and brought Shadow Blight down onto the monster's head. Simultaneously, he wrapped the 10-foot-long, bony tail around the forelimb about to crush the dwarf. Nothing in the spell had said anything about how you had to hold the magical whip. Milo was using his tail. It essentially gave him a 10-foot-long extension, and he used it that way with ease, just as he manipulated his prosthetic tail in the real world. Shadow Blight came down, puncturing the monster's skull, with a lesser result than Milo had hoped for. He had finally gotten through the creature's armor, but just barely. You have scored a hit. This makes the 10th time you have hit Bone Crusher. The monster's mitigation is reduced from 200 to 100. Your critical hit does double damage, quadruple coupled with the Curse of Brittle Bones. You have critically hit Bone Crusher for 24 damage. Bone Crusher seemed confused by the spectral bones wrapping around his forelimb, but attempted to hit Gorbel anyway. Milo suddenly found himself pulled off of Bone Crusher's back and swung in an arc that ended with him hitting the dwarf and knocking him out of the way. Both took minimal damage from the hit. Gorbel just kept rolling and scrambled to his feet. Milo found himself lifted by his tail and swinging back and forth in front of the delighted monster. Bone Crusher lifted him up the way a fisherman checks to see what fish he caught. The other rocky forelimb was coming around. If Milo had ever played tetherball, he might have appreciated his position more. The hit took him in the side of his head and knocked him counterclockwise around and around the other forelimb, unwrapping his tail. After 3 revolutions, his tail came loose, and he soared through the air 15 feet, landing in a roll on the hard stone and coming to his feet unsteadily. Evasion is negated by your inability to dodge. You have been hit by Bone Crusher for 300 points of damage. Damage is reduced by 100 points because of Shadow Blight's curse times 20. Damage is halved because of your hard-runed bones. The Bone Breaker effect is negated because of your hard-runed bones. Health, 335 over 435. Milo was unsteady on his feet, but he did manage to stand up. Gorbel also managed to stand, but his arm was causing him pain, broken in at least 2 places. Milo yelled at him, "Get moving! I'll stall it a bit and then catch up." Gorbel didn't have to be told twice. He was no longer worried about Milo. He'd just seen him take a punch to the head that should have shattered his skull and use the momentum of the hit to escape the creature. Gorbel unstrapped, dropped his shield, and retreated, holding his broken arm. Bone Crusher turned to follow, and Milo raced up to hit for another 2 points of damage. Some of his curses had worn off. He got in 2 more hits before the monster decided he wasn't catching the dwarf and turned on the other small thing still chipping away at it. Bone Crusher turned and tried to slam Milo, but the were-rat was on solid ground now and dodged. More than dodged. He saw the hit coming and easily just stepped out of the way. The longer the fight went on, the better Milo got at not getting hit. He was learning how the stone lurker fought, and he was learning how to move to minimize its chance of hitting him. Fleet of foot increased his movement by 20%, and his agility of 9 by 9% more. The lurker was slower than a dwarf in plate mail, and Milo could literally run rings around him, which was what he was doing. He constantly moved to the rear and one side of the huge monster, forcing it to look for him while he hit it again and again. Each of his skills, acrobatics, dodge, and sense danger, decreased Bone Crusher's chance to hit him. Rather than simply rely on those skills, Milo did his best not to need them, only dodging when the stone lurker could maneuver to hit him. They continued their absurd dance. Milo was sometimes unable to do more than 2 damage, and Bone Crusher was unable to hit Milo. If he could get in a string of hits to negate the full 120 points of armor, he could do 52 points in 1 hit. That happened rarely. Dodging cut down the number of hits he could string together. Milo was relieved to finally be doing damage, but appalled at how much armor and health this creature had. It was going to be a long fight, but he was growing confident. He needed to not make mistakes. No tripping, no getting maneuvered into a corner. If he could just keep hitting the creature, he could wear it down. You have dealt 2 damage to Bone Crusher. You have dealt 2 damage to Bone Crusher. You have dealt 12 damage to Bone Crusher. You have dealt 32 damage to Bone Crusher. You have dealt 52 damage to Bone Crusher. You have dealt 52 damage to Bone Crusher. You have dealt 2 damage to Bone Crusher. You have dealt 2 damage to Bone Crusher. You have dealt 12 damage to Bone Crusher. Bone Crusher has taken 25% of his total health in damage. Bone Crusher does not like you. As Milo was calculating that his opponent had 2,000 HP, the stone lurker slammed both of his fists together. Milo easily dodged backward, but it took him too long to realize he wasn't the target. "You have failed to dodge Burst of Stone. You have taken 37 points of damage. You are blinded by dust and debris for 1 round." Milo had been too close to the monster when it used its special attack and couldn't dodge back in time. Again, he was hit hard and knocked to the side. "Bone Crusher hits you for 200 damage. Damage is halved because of your hard-runed bones. The Bone Breaker effect is negated because of your hard-runed bones. Health 198 over 435. Things were a bit more serious now. He'd have to watch out for that attack. He'd gotten too confident. He went back to moving around the monster, striking when he could. Bone Crusher has lost 50% of his total health. Bone Crusher thought things over and still does not like you. Milo had been careful this time, watching the damage notices and preparing for when he got to 50% damage. He rolled backward twice, dodging out of the area of effect of the attack and shielding his eyes. He took a few points of damage but easily dodged the follow-up attack. A noise from the side caught his attention, and he saw the blue-robed human mage approaching with her lantern, assisting a wounded dwarf who was limping along slowly with a wounded leg, pursued by another of the stone lurkers. This wasn't good. Another lurker added a number of variables to the fight, and he didn't have enough concentration to analyze the problem again. He went back to hitting Bone Crusher, with distractions and another enemy coming up from behind. Bone Crusher has lost 75% of his total health. Bone Crusher has taken you off his Christmas card list. Milo dodged backward, but this time Bone Crusher slammed both forelimbs down onto the ground, creating a massive shock wave. A rolling Milo felt himself bounce from the ground and into the air. He landed in a heap, stunned. Seismic Slam deals 75 points of damage. Your hard-runed bones will save you from additional damage. Health 123 over 435. Belinda saw the fight ahead of her and instantly regretted running this way. Her dancing light spell seemed to enrage the creature, and it made it easy to keep its attention. She and Asti had been running in circles while the others tried to kill the first one. Hearing the fight, other miners joined in. When Asti got injured, they decided to draw their creature deeper into the mines, but the dwarf was limping hard, and her healing spells couldn't fix the fractured bone and mangled knee. They had actually found Gorbel along the way. He and Asti compared injuries and laughed. Gorbel had gone forward to help. He could still swing a pick one-handed. She and Asti had continued to bait the other stone lurker deeper. No one expected Milo to still be alive, and neither she nor Asti had much hope of surviving. The strange miner who had stayed to save Gorbel was actually killing the huge creature, tearing chunks of stone from its hide. But the fight wasn't going all his way. He was bloody and battered. Even as she came upon the fight, the monster punched the ground so hard that it sent him flying to land near her. As Bone Crusher advanced, she touched Milo's shoulder and cast the last of her healing spells. Then, taking a deep breath, she took a step toward Bone Crusher and cast dancing lights on the spot where she thought its eyes would be. As with the smaller creatures, this enraged it. She ducked and ran away from Milo. Milo recovered and stood up just in time to see Bone Crusher knock Belinda to the ground and then pummel her. It was a messy death, with the stone lurker boss raising up its blood-covered forelimbs. Milo felt sick. That could have been him. It would have been him for sure if she hadn't drawn the creature away. Now he had 2 stone lurkers to deal with, but Bone Crusher was badly wounded. He ran at the boss, taunting it and not running around it. He had to keep both lurkers in his vision. Bone Crusher struck at him again, and each time an exhausted Milo took a step back and hit its forelimb with his weapon. The curses built up to the maximum number, and Bone Crusher started to take damage. The second stone lurker was charging him from the flank as Milo stepped forward and threw one of the 3 carved bone javelins he had made. As the boss raised both arms to strike, He cast the spell from point-blank range into its face and hoped it would be enough. The javelin penetrated the monster's skull, doing 4 times its normal damage. Bone Crusher slowly crumbled to gravel. Milo took a hit from the other stone lurker, rolling away from it. It would have killed him without the healing from the woman that sacrificed herself. Osti was throwing rocks at the other lurker. Milo took a moment to cast Mend Bones upon himself. He was running low on health, stamina, and mana, but he had enough to take out the next monster. After Bone Crusher, it would be a relief to just dodge and hit. Many hours later, in an inn near the docks, Belinda woke up in her room. It was too much work for her to get out of her pod, and after her death she did not want to call for a nurse, so she stayed in VR and played games in the little room she appeared in. She was fond of the old arcade games that Genesis provided. As soon as she could, she shifted to the inn, waking up in her bed. As usual, after dying, she woke up wearing beginner trousers and a tunic. She missed her fancy robe already. Her head ached as she poured water into a glass. Dying gave her the equivalent of the worst hangover ever. She wondered if that was how drinking made you feel in real life. She had never tried alcohol outside of the game. She was on too many medications to even think of experimenting with alcohol or drugs in the real world. At least she could cast a spell on herself for some relief. She heard cursing from the room next to hers, where the boys would have just respawned. She wondered if she had lost any levels in her skills from this death. It happened to players now and then, and made death feared for more than just a headache. Checking her messages, she was very surprised. Huzzah! Your group has been victorious over the dreaded Bone Crusher, a level 7 elite stone lurker and his minions. For your part in the battle, you receive 5 enhancement points and 500 boss experience. Your reputation with the Miners Guild has greatly improved. They offer to escort you to your tombstone to recover your lost items and loot the treasure chest left by the Bone Crusher. She celebrated at breakfast with as many pancakes and syrup as she could eat, imported fruit, and a large hot chocolate. The meal cost her 37 copper, and the others in the group looked on with envy. She didn't feel like sharing. Chapter 39. Rocky Rewards. It had been about 8 hours since the fight with the stone lurkers, and Milo was finally starting to feel better. Besides the pummeling he had taken from the Bone Crusher, the last lurker had hit him hard in his left side before they had all managed to bring it down. Milo had looked at the message he had received, but was too tired to allocate points at the moment. Maybe when he got down to see Harry. Huzzah! Your group has been victorious over the dreaded Bone Crusher, a level 7 elite stone lurker and his minions, mainly due to your efforts. For your part in the battle, you receive 22 enhancement points. This large amount reflects the huge difference between your level and the level of the boss you killed, along with doing most of the damage. You receive 1,500 boss experience. These may be spent on any of your combat skills used in the battle, and you receive an equal amount of experience that is applied to the stats corresponding to the skills gaining experience. Skills used: bone casting, dodge, acrobatics. Oh heck, you know what you used. Darn near all of them. Just toss it into combat skills, all right? I'm not gonna check. Your reputation with the Miners Guild has greatly improved. They offer to escort you to the treasure chest left by Bone Crusher, mostly so they can see what you, Gorbel, and Belinda get from the chest. Currently, he was sitting in an old chair in front of a fire made of coal shards and broken wood from crates. Most of the miners coming off shift stopped to hear the stories, which were getting better with each telling. Gorbel was an enthusiastic teller of tales. He especially liked the part where Milo attempted to save him by using his own body to slam him away from danger. Yeah, and let me tell you all, for as tough as Miner Milo is, I'd much rather be slammed with him than by Bone Crusher. That thing was mean. It became apparent to Milo that Gorbel held some position of authority with the miners. If Gorbel said the secretive deep miner was okay, that was good enough for the rest of them. His magical talents were also held in some esteem. Having used his spells in a fight, Milo saw no reason to hide them from people. As he recovered mana, he was using his magic to fix the broken bones many of the combatants had suffered fighting the rock creatures. He had been eating cheese and drinking weak beer for most of the time they sat by the fire. The combination of rest, food, and drink seemed to be a good choice for mana recovery. A bit after what would have been dawn outside, Belinda and some of her group came walking up. The halfling was noticeably absent. The miners were neutral toward the other adventurers, but Belinda was given smiles and a place by the fire. She had healed several of them in the fight, and the story of what she had done before dying had already been told several times around the fire. There was a large group of miners who were willing to escort the adventurers back down to where they had died to recover their gear. And, of course, everyone liked to see what came out of the large chests. Milo noticed that Elverion, the ranger of the group, had his arm in a cast. After a couple of heals from Milo, he happily stripped it off. Belinda had watched eagerly as Milo cast the spell, wishing she could learn it. Milo tried to explain what he envisioned when he cast the spell and how the mana felt. It turned out that she had a good knowledge of real-world medicine and understood how bones healed. After a few minutes of talking, Belinda and Milo got a system message each. By observing the bone-casting spell, Mend Bones, healer Belinda has grasped the basics of the spell. Further explanation by Bonecaster Milo has given her a chance to learn the spell and use it to heal living creatures. Healer Belinda may spend 1 enhancement point to learn a healer's version of the spell Mend Bones. Belinda was so happy that she gave Milo a quick hug. She quickly spent one of the points she had earned in the fight. That's amazing. So far, I can restore health and stamina and cure some minor injuries. This is a big upgrade for Tier 1. Milo froze as she hugged him, unsure what to do due to having no experience with hugging. Luckily, everyone was anxious to get to the loot chest, and they started on their way. The tombstones were recovered without any problems. Rufo and Frosty One were both relieved to get their gear back and embarrassed for the problems they had caused. The miners enjoyed the idea of adventurers needing to run to them for help. Everyone was fairly relieved to be rid of the creatures. For now, at least. They arrived at the large stone treasure chest, and both Gorbel and Milo stepped back to let Belinda go first. She put her hand on the chest, and it glowed slightly and opened a crack. A piece of armor appeared on Belinda. Each of the thin plates had the rough texture of stone and had lines of dwarven armor runes running along the edges. The finely crafted armor fit snugly over her back and breasts, coming down almost to her waist. Her shoulders were protected by large pauldrons, with finely articulated lames running down to her elbows. Everyone, especially the dwarves, oohed and awed at the finely crafted piece of armor. Stone-forged armor of Saint Chandalar. This finely wrought armor negates critical hits to the back, front, and shoulders. Armor mitigation plus 40, plus 2 wisdom when equipped. Wow, now that is some upgrade. Looks great with your robe. Rufo noticed what many other people thought. Gorbel rushed forward eagerly. Make-way, my turn. That critter nearly flattened me. Again the chest glowed. This time it was a shield that appeared. From tip to upper rim, the heater-style shield was only a foot shorter than Gorbel. It was nearly an inch thick and looked to be made of solid granite with a heavy iron rim. He could barely lift it until it was strapped fully to his arm. Stone-forged bulwark of the Protector. This sturdy shield is made from the hide of a large stone lurker. Physical blows from Tier 1 or Tier 2 non-elite creatures that hit the shield will only do 1 damage. Plus 3 strength when equipped. You'll need it. Gorbel was highly pleased with his new shield. When strapped on, it was still heavy and was going to use more stamina than a normal shield, but its protection was vastly better. I'm almost sad we don't have a few more lurkers running around. I want to try this out. He waved Milo up. Your turn. Milo touched the chest, and it glowed brightly before disappearing. Something heavy dropped at his feet. I got a rock. Everyone moved in, trying to get a look at the stone. It was the size of his fist and quite heavy. Its light gray surface was pitted and dull, but 3 small gemstones shone from different sides. Heart of stone, the essence of a creature of stone, condensed and refined. The owner of this item must make a choice, as the stone will grant only one boon. The red gemstone will imbue their body with earthly vigor, plus 200 health. The gray gemstone will imbue their body with the strength of stone, plus 4 strength, plus 1 constitution. The black gemstone will grant them the ability Stone Sense. Even in complete darkness, you can feel the shape of natural stone and earth up to a distance of 50 feet, and up to 10 feet past the surface of the stone. You know when creatures move around you if they are treading on stone or earth. Gorbel whistled long and loud. Whew, lordy, I guess you have a choice to make, but none of them are bad. Chapter 40. Choices. After his adventures in the mines, Milo needed time to heal and think. Magical healing was great for restoring HP and making the numbers he saw on his character sheet go up, but it didn't negate all the bruises and pain, nor the psychological need for some downtime. Milo slept less than other people and thought faster, giving parts of his brain ample time to come up with new anxieties. The only way to stay sane was to keep busy and keep thinking. With his battered body not up to the trip down to Harry's mushroom farm, he decided to rent a room at an inn. There were several in Shadowport with good reputations and lots of people. Milo didn't want to be around people, so he headed to Ralph's place on the docks. The Rusty Guts Inn was shunned by all but broke and beginning players. Ralph's face split open as he tried to smile, revealing his large, decaying teeth. A returning customer? I knew this was going to be a good year. You can have your old room. I haven't bothered to clean the bedding yet, so it should feel like home. Milo smiled weakly, paid for 2 nights' lodging, and trudged upstairs with his pack and a loaf of bread from the bakery down the street. He was finding that cheese went well with other foods. After putting the bar on the door, he felt secure in the tiny room. A bite or 2 of cheese and a half loaf of bread relaxed him, and he lay down to think for a bit. Things were happening too quickly, and he needed to expand on his long-term goals. He still wanted to keep to his plan of mining and mushroom gathering. He needed the strength that mining would give him and the money from the ore. Cheese took money, and he liked cheese. Foraging was raising his perception and supplied the mushrooms he was trading to Harry for lessons in the strange mushroom-based alchemy he practiced. But beyond that, where was he going? Shadowport offered many opportunities to players, especially those interested in the rogue, thief, and assassin classes. There was constant competition between several gangs, and at least 3 thieves' guilds that gave out quests. The forums were filled with accounts of the weekly fights between players and raids by full guilds. It wasn't for him. Too much drama and interaction with people, when what he wanted to do was find secrets in dark places and explore things on his own. Harry had told him about the deep dark, the tunnels that were far under the earth where massive caverns were like different worlds. Stories about huge dwarven cities floating on seas of volcanic rock, endless caverns lit by giant sentient crystals, and strange glowing trees that reached up from the stone and rooted again in the ceiling. He knew tales of strange, gargantuan creatures that ate the stone and created new caverns, enlarging the world and going ever deeper. Of course, Harry also liked to imbibe certain special mushrooms after a hard day's work. Most of the stories were told after he mashed together several potent and poisonous varieties, and brewed them into a tea so strong that Milo sat in the next room to talk to him. Harry rarely remembered any of his stories the next day, and Milo didn't know if these were stories he'd heard from others, places he had been, or drug-induced visions. He was intrigued in any case, and wanted to know more. His favorite story was about the machines. Harry kept coming back to the story about the machines that were in the center of the world, gears endlessly turning and keeping the world running. Or maybe it was the world turning that kept the gears turning? Details changed from story to story. He didn't know who put them there or what they did, but he always told that story. He told Milo that all trolls knew the story and knew it to be true. One night, when he was barely able to move, he insisted over and over that it was real. "The engine is down there, Milo, grinding away and changing the world." The next day, he just scratched his head and shrugged. In the end, it was wanting to explore the deep dark that led Milo to take stone sense over the other two gifts. His superior low-light vision helped in most of the caverns where glowing mushrooms and phosphorescent lichen gave enough light for underground races to see by. His dark vision let him see in even darker places, but only for a short distance. There would be places with no light, even places where you didn't dare make a light, and with this gift, he wouldn't have to avoid them. When he told Harry about his choice, the old troll agreed. "Always good to be in touch with the earth and rock." "You have gained the ability Stone Sense. This is a perception-based ability. High perception will affect how well you can use this ability. Even in complete darkness, you can concentrate and feel the shape of natural stone and earth up to a distance of 50 feet, and up to 10 feet past the surface of the stone. This allows movement through caves and similar terrain, even in complete darkness, at a normal pace. You know when creatures move around you if they are treading on stone or packed earth by the vibrations they make. Some stealth abilities may partially negate this, as will a very light tread. You must be silent and concentrate to detect them." All of the choices had been good. The strength and constitution would have given him more stamina and health. Health was something he was sadly lacking if he was going to keep fighting monsters, but there were other ways to increase his HP, and no way to gain stone sense. Both mining and raising his resistance to poisons and diseases would raise those stats. For health, he needed levels and enhancements. He had 27 points to spend, and with how fast the world moved, he should spend them now. He happily paid the 10 points to rank up his smuggler stash to its maximum size of 27 cubic feet. He could now take all of the supplies he needed for exploring with him and bring back a lot more ore and mythology products. Since he was constantly getting beat up, he spent 7 points on extra health 1 and 2, raising his health by 150, and putting his total at 590. He debated the last 10 points. Another level of regeneration, or extra health 3, would make him a lot tougher. Abundance would increase how much he mined and gathered. Extra stabby would give him a better chance at making critical hits. As always, he wanted all of it. The other consideration was the soft caps on his stats. He'd already hit the cap on intelligence. If he didn't raise it, any additional experience would be wasted. Intelligence gave him mana for his spells, also something he depended on. Agility was also going to be over the cap soon. The solution was killing more copperheads and other bosses and raising all of his skills and stats and gaining all the enhancement points. He spent 5 points to raise the cap on his intelligence to 8, agility to 7, and bought abundance 2 and 3. He would now gather 50% more ore and mushrooms, which would let him buy more cheese. That seemed important. Cheese would make him stronger and help him fight. The boss experience he put into bone casting first, maxing out the skill at rank 5. That was the highest rank he could get until he could move to tier 2. He put 430 points into dodge, also taking it to rank 5. Reading on the forums, he'd followed the discussion on the best ways to stay alive. The first was heavy armor, a good shield, and defensive skills that were available to warriors, paladins, and other types of heavy fighters. Or you dodged every blow and took skills that increased your evasion. Milo hated to get hit and wasn't going to tromp through tunnels in clanky armor. That left 870 points, which he put into sense danger, upgrading the skill to rank 4 and his perception to 5. Fights would be a little easier, or so he hoped. He was close to level 3, but that would have to wait for the next day. He was suddenly very tired. His mind wanted to keep going, but his healing body needed rest. Secure in the inn, he left his body sleeping and logged out of the game. There was always something to fix in Section E, and he couldn't neglect his work. Problems escalated quickly when he wasn't watching them. Milo's character sheet. Name, Milo, Tall Squeak. Class, Were-Rat Scout. Race, Ratkin. Level, 2. Experience points, 5,620 over 6,000. Enhancement points available, 0. Enhancement points spent, 72. Vitals. Health, 590. 100 plus 100 per level. Plus 5 times strength. Plus 10 times constitution. Plus 100 cheese. Plus 150 extra health, too. Stamina, 850. 600 plus 100 per level. Plus 10 times strength. Plus 5 times constitution. Mana, 850. 100 plus 200 per level. Plus 15 times charisma plus intelligence plus wisdom. Plus 200 perk. Stats. Strength, 4. Rank 2, 150 experience. Plus 2 cheese. Dexterity, 5. Rank 3, 545 experience. Plus 2 racial bonus. Agility, 9. Rank 5, 1,575 experience. Plus 2 racial bonus. Plus 2 cheese. Constitution, 2. Rank 2, 150 experience. Intelligence, 7 out of 10. Rank 5, 1,430 experience. Item, plus 2. Wisdom, 3. Rank 3, 500 experience. Charisma, 0. Rank 0, 0 experience. Perception, 7. Rank 5, 1,420 experience. Plus 2 racial bonus. Racial skills. Tail fighting, dexterity. Level 2, 150 experience. Weak claws, dexterity. Level 2, 150 experience. Primary skills. Bone casting, intelligence. Level 5, 1,000 experience. Skulk, wisdom. Level 1, 50 experience. Climbing, agility. Level 1, 125 experience. Dodge, agility. Level 5, 1,000 experience. Acrobatics, agility. Level 2, 150 experience. Small blades, dexterity. Level 2, 245 experience. Sense danger, perception. Level 4, 920 experience. Identify, perception. Level 1, 50 experience. Weak poison resistance. Constitution. Level 2, 150 experience. Weak disease resistance. Constitution. Level 0, 0 experience. Mythology. Wisdom. Level 2, 350 experience. Secondary skills. Throw sharp things, dexterity. Level 0, 0 experience. Fleet of foot, agility. Level 3, 300 experience. Manipulate locks and traps, dexterity. Level 0, 0 experience. Tertiary skills, none. Gathering skills. Mining, strength. Level 1, 50 experience. Foraging, perception. Level 3, 500 experience. Crafting skills. Mechanic, intelligence. Level 3, 330 experience. Trap making, intelligence. Level 1, 100 experience. Lore skills. Runic lore, intelligence. Level 0, 0 experience. Perks and special abilities. Shape change to human form. Superior low light vision. Dark vision, 20 feet. Enhanced sense of smell. Plus 100 mana per level. Gift of the Oracle. The power of cheese. Stage 2. Plus 100 health. Plus 2 strength. Plus 2 agility. Hard runed bones. Sharp runed talons. Speed runed skin. Stone sense. Enhancements. Smuggler's Stash 1. Cost 18. Invisible Tail. Cost 8. Jumping Jack 1. Cost 2. Slashing Tail 1. Cost 2. Weak Poison Resistance. Cost 5. Weak Disease Resistance. Cost 5. Not So Good Regeneration. Cost 5. Silent Step 1. Cost 2. Unnoticed. Cost 2. Breathless 2. Cost 2. Abundance 3. Cost 6. Skilled Provider 1. Cost 3. Increased Intelligence Soft Cap to 8. Cost 3. Increased Agility Soft Cap to 7. Cost 2. Extra Health 2. Cost 7. Items. Ring of the Swiss Army. Bone-Ruined Cowl, +2 intelligence. Shadow Blight. Spells: Exploding Skull, Bone Spike, Mend Bones, Curse of Brittle Bones, Spectral Spine. Chapter 41. Gears Grinding. The trip down to Harry wasn't without its problems. He made a slow journey, spending extra time listening for ambushes and looking for alternate routes down. After a lot of exploring, he found 3 separate routes to take in different parts of the cavern network. He'd vary his route up and down in the future and not be so predictable. Of course, exploring had certain downsides. He also ran into a number of spiders, 2 mantises, and an immature stone lurker that he had to fight. He was careful, checked to make sure he wasn't going to be attacked by more than he could handle, and cleared out the creatures in his path. After the lurker went down, he got a message he had been waiting for. "Congratulations on reaching level 3. You have accumulated enough experience to attain level 3. You gain +100 health, +100 stamina, and +200 mana. Your experience total is 6,020 out of 10,000. You need 3,980 more experience points to reach level 4. We notice you have been consuming quite a bit of cheese lately. We approve. Your love of cheese has moved you to stage 3. Trust in the power of cheese. Current well-fed bonus, +150 health, +3 strength, +2 agility. Current deprived penalty, -5 dexterity, -5 agility. Manic tendencies, itching, insomnia. But why worry about such things? More reasons to stock up on cheese. He had plenty for now, having bought enough cheese in Shadowport to fill his huge smuggler stash. But he should really buy a bunch more next trip to make sure he never ran out. Hopefully, mining would go well. The Miners' Guild seemed anxious for more deep copper. He could also work on some of the old machinery he'd found and take that apart. The experience needed for each level was going up by 1,000 each time. So while it took 6,000 for his first 3 levels, it would take another 9,000 or 15,000 overall for the next 2. Monsters got tougher and gave more experience, which compensated somewhat. The problem would be fighting monsters he could handle, and only 1 or 2 at a time. Harry was happy to see him when he arrived. The old troll had plans to expand his farms and build a bigger lab. "I've been sitting down here like a mushroom for too long. I need to do something different." Milo spent a couple of days with Harry working the mushroom farms and studying mycology. The new glassware got unpacked, shrooms were harvested, and more stories were told. With a good number of potions that would help him resist poison and disease, Milo headed back to his mining area. As he left Harry's farm and headed off to his camp, he went slowly, trying to get a feel for how to use his stone sense. It was difficult at the start. He could tell where the rock was with his eyes closed, but that didn't tell him about inconvenient roots or mushrooms he could trip over. Seeing into the rock walls was much tougher. He had to concentrate and sort of push into them to get a feel for what was there and what wasn't. It would be useful for checking an area for ore, but he couldn't just find things by walking by. He worked his way through the partially collapsed tunnel on his way to where he'd first met Kronk and found the body of the unfortunate spelunker. He could feel the instability in some areas and see how the cave-in had happened. The stone here was cracked, probably from Kronk throwing fits. He'd have to be careful of such things when he mined. He knew the dwarves didn't like this area with the constant cave-ins. The familiar mushroom field was still there, despite the loss of its large guardian. He took some time to harvest the rarer shrooms that Harry said had some medicinal value. He saw a few of the myconid guardians and spent some time baiting them and chopping them up with his machete. One at a time, they were easy, and he needed the practice with small blades. Shadow Blight just obliterated them too quickly for him to get any practice. The weapon's damage had gone up with his bone casting level increasing. Looking into the huge cavern with a giant myconid infested with horrible yellow blossoms sent shivers up his spine. Just looking at the waving flowers made him nervous. The flowers had spread even further across the top of the mushroom man's cap, and it leaned slightly to one side. He and Harry had talked about how to get rid of it, but had decided it might just be best to try to seal up the large cavern rather than risk exposure to the mind-enslaving pollen. Now that he knew what to look for, he could see the long vines that ran from the trunk to the mounds in the mushroom field. Each one had a decaying zombie attached to it. He didn't want to be the next victim who got an invitation to stay for eternity. It was a dangerous place if a person wasn't careful. Even walking around the wall and carefully staying away from the yellow flowers and hidden zombies gave him 25 experience points and sense danger. It was an interesting, yet poor way to level a skill. There was no reason to ever get close to things that wanted to enslave you or turn you into a zombie. He turned and headed to the mines as soon as he could. He had to wonder about that. Was that a death that he could respawn from? Would he have to come back and fight his own dead body? Or did it mean losing his character? He'd rather not find out. He didn't get right to work in the mines. Instead, he went to the tunnel that led to the big drop where he had killed Kronk. He climbed up the wall of the shaft, but not all the way to the top. Halfway up the vertical shaft, he crawled into the small side passage that led to his camp. Nothing had been touched. He doubted that anyone else was anywhere near here, but he was always careful. After hiding in the tunnels of the habitat for 2 decades, he saw no reason to change his cautious habits. After he got his small fire started and his fondue pot warming up, he summoned Georgie. He and the lizard enjoyed a meal of stale bread, roasted mushrooms, and gooey melted cheese. It had been hours since he had rested in the game or checked in on Section E, so he combined both with a nap. George gave him a nod as if to say, "Get some shut-eye, boss, I got this." Section E was the same as usual. That is to say, just barely functional. Milo's repairs kept him a couple of steps ahead of things, but he really hoped to change that soon. He wanted to put the money he'd gained to good use, but he had to be careful. Checking on his orders and deliveries, he saw that he had 6 brand-new clog-eaters waiting for him down in the new warehouse he had set up. Along with them had been delivered a large amount of belts, circuit boards, power adapters, and all the other parts that kept his machines running. It was going to be so much nicer to just install new parts and not have to scavenge half-broken machinery from abandoned areas. Along with the machine parts were a few treats for himself. The medical analysis that the pod had done on him showed a lot of gaps in his diet. He had ordered better food and vitamin supplements to start correcting his shortcomings. And, of course, a nice selection of real cheese. He was excited to see how it compared to the cheese in the game. After spending a few hours getting the clog eaters into the pipes and upgrading a huge water pump with a new control board, he hid the rest of the parts in one of his storage areas. More orders were placed, and then he moved his money around to different accounts. Leaving money in one place too long was how it got stolen. He should know, having stolen quite a bit of it. There were no emergencies waiting for him, just slowly clogging pipes to send his new machinery to clean out, some electrical circuit boxes that needed replacing before they exploded, and a potentially deadly risk of poisonous gas that he needed to fix. His system had seen the pressure drop slightly and shut down the flow of gas while turning on exhaust fans to draw off and dilute the gas from the leak. Wearing a hazmat suit modified to his size, he patched the gas line and started the flow back up. All in a day's work. He ate and decided to visit Sickle in the arcane library before going to the game. The old mage had interesting stories about the world he was exploring. Chapter 42. Volat Rapax. The stone platform leading to his arcane library would never fail to cause Milo a large amount of anxiety. A small 10-foot by 10-foot area of flagstones was suspended in space, with nothing around it except the arched doorway. Wherever the rest of the building was, it wasn't here. Milo liked having a roof above his head. The expanse of stars in the black sky bothered him. Trying not to look to either side to avoid an attack of vertigo, he moved to the door. Movement in the distance made him pause when he saw a flicker out of the corner of his eye. Something huge was flying past, very fast, gliding on immense wings. If he had to categorize it, it resembled a gigantic white bat with a long, thick tail trailing behind it. He felt mesmerized as it turned in a wide circle around his doorstep, several hundred yards away. Then it turned and dived out of sight. Fear of open spaces momentarily forgotten, he started to crawl toward the edge of the platform to look down. The part of his brain that always double-checked his mechanical creations flared to life and cast spectral spine. The long, bony tail grasped the handle of the door and anchored him to the platform. Peering over the edge told Milo that the stone was only 6 inches thick and supported by nothing. Nothing was also what he saw below him, only a blackness that stretched forever. He wondered about that. If he used a parachute and took along a backpack full of cheese, how long would he fall? Was there something down there eventually? Or would he have to just log out when he ran out of food and got bored? Maybe it would be best to take poison along to kill himself. Would he respawn normally? He'd ask Sickle. Maybe the old man knew something. He crawled back from the ledge and turned around to go into his library. And froze. Time seemed to stop, but he could feel his heart beating like a trip hammer. It was here. The immense creature was perched on top of the archway leading to his library. One gigantic 6-toed foot was grasping the top of the arch. The other had no room and instead gripped its own ankle. He had been wrong about it being a bat. Very wrong. What had looked like a set of wings were, in fact, 3 sets. The second and third sets of wings emerged down the torso from the first. The head resembled the skull of a saber-toothed tiger with massive canines set in its upper jaw. 2 sets of eyes stared at Milo, and he couldn't move. The creature was almost entirely covered by thin, bony plates that moved as it breathed, sliding over each other as its chest expanded and contracted like a set of alabaster lamellar armor. Where there was no bone, he saw light gray skin that looked like tough leather. The wings were made of the same tissue. The long tail waved from side to side, resembling an extension of the thing's spine, made of vertebra uncovered by skin. From the clawed foot to the top of its head, there was at least 50 feet. Its wingspan was 4 times that. The thing cocked its head and looked at him. A long tongue flipped out of its mouth and licked his body, leaving him wet with saliva and his nostrils filled with a musky scent. That broke his paralysis, and he panicked and crawled backward away from it, forgetting where he was in his terror. His grip on his doorknob had been lost when he first looked up at the creature. There was no lifeline to hold him as his legs slipped off the platform. His hands slipped on the saliva, and the creature's claws leaving scratches, but not stopping his slide. With no way to grip the edge, he tried to regain his tail hold on the door, but he missed. Milo fell into the void. Part of his mind berated himself for forgetting the parachute. He screamed at first, but after a minute he regained control. There was nothing he could do. Screaming wouldn't save him. What did rescue him was the end of a bone tail wrapping itself around his body several times over. He found himself dragged behind the huge creature, like a bow tied to the tail of a kite. 6 huge, leathery wings moved in unison as the creature swooped and soared. He knew how wings worked, and these weren't moving the creature. They were guiding it, like the ailerons and elevators on an airplane's wings. What propelled it through the void at such speeds, he had no clue. Part of Milo enjoyed the ride, and another part of him was paralyzed with fear. But the main part of his brain was staring at the bony tail that wrapped around him. It was amazing in its construction. What had at first looked like a spine turned out to be several layers of articulated bone parts that worked perfectly together. He tried to close his eyes and just examine the bones with his magic, as he would a bone he was trying to carve. He was surprised at how easy it was. Each piece of bone was magically infused with inscribed runes. How much of the creature was made of this? It was obviously alive, and yet used bone to enhance itself. He struggled to understand the runes. Except for one small one, they were beyond his meager cognitive ability. That one rune glowed in his mind, burning itself into his memory. It was similar to a rune he used in his spells, but far more complex. He heard a voice in his head, vast and old, yet amused and friendly. "Here, little one, let me help you understand what you see. The rune of velocity will make your spell better. Use it instead of the silly rune of speed that the system gave you. Travel swiftly, travel far." Knowledge of the rune of velocity burned into his mind and modified his bone spike spell. "You have stared into the endless void and not gone insane. You have earned 500 experience in wisdom. You have met Volat Rapax. Volat Rapax knows your scent and taste. You have somehow earned 500 experience in runic lore and 500 experience in intelligence. Care to explain? No? That is so annoying!" A moment later, Milo felt himself deposited on solid ground and opened his eyes. He saw a familiar door. Volat Rapax flapped his wings 3 times as he soared straight up and out of Milo's sight. Its long tail stretched behind it. Shaking, he entered the arcane library and shut the door firmly behind him. Chapter 43. Research. Sickle sat in a chair, smoking a pipe, and watching Milo as he lay quivering on the floor. After a few minutes, the younger bonecaster staggered up and collapsed into another chair. Digging through his pack, he brought out a 2-pound slab of cheddar cheese and began to devour it. Sickle said nothing. He wasn't all that worried about the affairs of the living. It was one reason his spirit had retired here after his last death. The current visitor to his library would speak if he wanted to, after he quit stuffing his mouth with cheese. Currently, his cheeks were extended like a squirrel carrying too many nuts. Eventually, Milo ate enough cheese that a mild euphoria overtook him, calming his frayed nerves. "What is Volat Rapax?" The question broke through the old spirit's disinterest and drew his attention. "Such an interesting question. I've often wondered that myself, and I have some guesses. I used to have a telescope out on the landing and would scan the void looking for Volat Rapax or one of the other rumored void hunters. But I grew tired of staring into the black abyss. Twice I saw fast-moving objects far in the distance, but never close enough to observe. Volat Rapax is, of course, famous for putting an end to the plans of the Golden Sorceress to explore the void using airships. Only 7 out of the thousands of people who accompanied her on that expedition survived that disaster. Some claim that it is a monster from ancient times. Other scholars, especially the ones who disagreed with the plans of the Golden Sorceress, call him a guardian of the void, left to prey upon intruders. Did you find a reference to the creature in some old book, or did you actually catch a glimpse of it just now? I thought I heard a scream from the door. The latter would be much more exciting to my mind." "I think," Milo said, looking at the old ghost with narrowed eyes, "that maybe you won't need the telescope so much. It came to visit and perched like a damned bird atop the doorway." The excited old ghost insisted on the entire story and took copious notes about the size and details of the creature. "Bones with inscribed rune work. You're sure? Oh, of course you are. It did teach you an ancient rune, after all. Simply amazing. Amazing and terrifying. I came here for a rest and to study spells. Now I'm exhausted and quivering." Sickle laughed at him and rolled his eyes. "So young and jaded. One of the ancient behemoths introduces itself and teaches you a secret, and you complain about a little stress. Do you even know what you learned?" Milo thought about the rune. It was hard to even think of it without pain. "No, It hurts my head to examine it, and I'm already shaking." Sickle made shooing motions, laughing. "Then off with you. When you can, examine the rune in your memory. Then we'll talk more. In exchange for this lovely information on one of the Void Hunters, I'll dig through my old notes to give you some knowledge on your gift." Milo decided on mining instead of working in the habitat. He needed to fill his ore-gathering bags and gain experience in the skill. Revenge against the snakes was also on his mind. Each copperhead was a possible source of enhancement points, as well as a chunk of pure metal. Stone sense was very useful for his current work. When he found evidence of a small vein of ore, he tried to follow it through the rock, seeing where the vein went and how big it was. This saved him time, since he always mined in the direction of the vein. It also gave him a warning if there was potential for a copperhead to emerge. The venomous elementals, like the vein lurker, needed a larger vein of ore to absorb and materialize. The baby snakes were still a pain, darting around and taking a long time to kill as he missed them repeatedly, and they bit at his ankles. But with his growing resistance to their poison, they were a minor annoyance at best, and he had a growing pile of pure copper chips in his bag. The other annoyance was the state of the mines. Too many tunnels were unstable, with broken supports and cave-ins just waiting to happen. He skulked through them as quietly as he could, charting the worst areas and adding support beams where he could. Some promising veins of ore he had to abandon because of the danger of a cave-in. But the maze of mine tunnels was huge, and he didn't lack places to mine. Sometimes the ancient disaster opened up new passages. Large cracks in the rock could lead to undiscovered caves. He enjoyed finding those the most, and twice found mushroom varieties new to Harry. One of the new mushrooms was edible. The other was in the category of edible just once. Milo wasn't eager to try out anything Harry made with it, but the old troll devoured them with happiness. After a day of hard work that yielded a full bag of copper ore and 7 small chips donated by baby snakes, he was happy to relax with his watch lizard. Georgie was keeping the little cave bug free and safe. Milo had put a heavy tarp over the tunnel that led to the drop, blocking even the little light made by his tiny fire, and cutting down on drafts that might move the scent of cooking up into the mines. The little smoke that came from his fire collected on the ceiling, and then rose up through a small fissure in the rock. He'd spent some time trying to sniff out an opening higher up, but found nothing that would lead anyone to his little camp. He tried to follow Sickle's suggestion to examine the rune he had been taught. Sickle had taught him the basics of carving runes. He could visualize an explosive rune and then carve it onto a skull to use with his spells. The rune was like an overlay, showing him how to carve or draw it. The rune of speed worked the same way, but not the rune of velocity. The new rune was more complex and felt denser. A poor way to describe the feeling, but the best he had. There was more to it than the other runes. Carving it was done in stages, going back over earlier strokes and making them deeper, adding mana to the rune, and concentrating hard on small flourishes. He practiced carving thigh bones to make the components needed for the new spell. Each one was a struggle, but it was becoming easier. At some point, something clicked in his head, and he started thinking of the new rune as having an extra dimension to it. It was not three-dimensional in the sense of a solid object, but it held more information than the other runes he could draw. He stared at one of his claws, trying to feel the runes that were within it, the runes from the old bone that were now flowing through his bones. It took hours of concentration to finally understand the rune of hard-runed bones. It had even more information than velocity, but was very specific. The sharp-runed talons was equally specific and complicated. He tried to isolate the rune in his skin, but couldn't find it. Did it only appear in live water? Water that held mana? That would require experimentation at some point. For now, he'd learned something and paid for it with an aching head. Let me sleep for 2 hours, Georgie, and then wake me up. The lizard nodded and licked his hand. Then it stared intently toward the tunnel, on guard. So, you return. What have we learned about your new spell and the rune it is based on? Milo slumped into a chair. I've learned that trying to understand these weird runes hurts my head in a way that not much else ever has. It feels like I'm trying to understand something I'm not meant to look at. Sickle laughed. Then you are actually learning something. If it didn't hurt, I'd have my doubts. I don't have ancient runes in my bones to study, but the time I spent studying the old bone we added to your rib cage stirred my brain in a way I am still recovering from. But on to practical matters. Is the new spell more effective? Milo pulled one of the carved bone darts from his pack. Much more effective. I was able to hit a dodgy baby copperhead with one. Easier to target with a spell, and it hits harder. It's listed as harpoon instead of bone spike. You are skipping steps in the education I was given. We started by carving the bones and learning the runes. Then we spent weeks learning to imbue the bones with our mana and energize the runes. Eventually, we could cast a weaker version of the bone spike spell. And our heads ached from how much we studied. Be thankful that the bone-runed cowl aids your spellcasting, and you have a kindly old mentor to instruct you. Now I have a treat for you. Absalom's Bonepedia, volumes 1 to 7, are here in my library. These books have diagrams of many creatures and break down the skeletal structures of all of them. Essential reading for someone who wishes to understand the arcane uses of bone. I think you should be able to work your way through the first 2 volumes today and memorize each. I saw how fast you learned before, so I will accept no slacking from you. Milo looked at the large books and turned to the first page. He wasn't sure when he would encounter Ankylosaurus Rex, but he would know which bones were useful if he did. Chapter 44. Grinding. The dwarven pick bit into the rock wall as Milo worked his way to another chunk of ore. Experimenting with a regular pick had shown him how superior the old dwarven pick was. It cut through the stone easily, especially if he kept it sharp using one of the abilities of his ring. The enhancement was probably intended for weapons, but it worked just fine on his tools as well. Several more chunks of rock were removed, and he could get at the small deposit of deep copper. As always, he was ready in case a copperhead appeared. The little snakes could appear and latch onto your hand quite quickly. Their poison could damage him no longer, but their fangs still hurt. They always found a tender spot to latch onto. This was a smaller seam of ore, so he didn't have to worry about a vein lurker. Copper had a different feel than the rock that made up most of the mines. Regular copper ore had a hazy green sheen to it, and deep copper had a darker green. The richer the ore seam, the easier it was to see and know where to mine. Deep iron had a much heavier feel to it than copper. At one point, Milo had felt a long, thin piece of heavy, knot rock in the wall and mined several feet to get to it. It turned out to be a 4-foot-long drill that had been hammered into the rock from another nearby shaft and left for some reason. He put the sturdy tool into his stash to sell to the guild. Milo had been mining steadily for 5 days now, clearing out the area of deep copper before he moved on. He was curious about the end of the tunnel, with its stairway blocked by rubble, but held off exploring that way. He had a good area to work with here, and he needed to increase his mining skills and repay the guild at the cost of the ore bags before he made another trip up top. If he opened up a new area, it might contain monsters he had to fight, or interesting areas to explore. He was restraining his curiosity until he paid off his debt. He fell into a regular cycle of mining, sleeping while doing his work in Section E, studying in Arcane Library, and then returning to mining. Being attacked by a copperhead was always a possibility as he mined areas of deep copper. He was getting a feel for the little elementals. A large amount of copper ore faded away as they materialized. This always gave him a warning before they attacked. He had killed 7 of them in 5 days of mining and earned 9 enhancement points. Each one had dropped a chunk of pure, deep copper, and 2 had dropped fangs. With how scarce those seemed to be, he expected they would sell well. He was steadily getting mining experience, which was also raising his strength. When he wasn't mining, he was learning more about bone casting in his library, or studying automated repair systems in his home in the pipeworks. His studies were raising his runic lore and bone carving. Sickle was helping him understand more about the runes he could carve into bones and create better spells. His work in Section E was a constant quest to find new ways to construct his repair systems and keep things running. There were some synergies between the two that he found ironic. And, of course, while he wasn't quite mining the abandoned sections of the habitat, his salvaging old machinery was certainly coming close. His stomach rumbled, and he felt itchy and annoyed. It had been like this all morning. He reached into his pack and pulled out the large chunk of cheese he had selected for today. Jethro had recommended it as one of the best. Coincidentally, it was made by their family. He called it a fresh and tasty cheese, but it had turned out to be soft and a bit bland. It melted easily and went well with crackers, but it didn't seem to fill him up as much. Some cheeses were obviously better than others for taste, nourishment, and satisfying his cravings for a tasty snack. He downed the last of the chunk and got back to work. Maybe he'd finish this vein and then head back early. He needed a break and some better food before logging out. And he missed Georgie. His little lizard did a great job of guarding him and keeping his camp bug-free. The little guy deserved some playtime. His annoyance at the mediocre cheese fueled his swings as he drove the pick into the rock wall and dug toward the ore vein. As he got closer, he could see that it was a big one and had some nice chunks of pure ore. After 10 minutes of breaking rock and making a large enough hole to reach the vein, a large chunk fell away and rolled onto his tail, causing considerable pain. That woke him up. Massaging his bruised tail, he moved the loose rock aside and looked at the copper ore he had revealed. The greenish ore had long, thin strands of pure copper running through it. Before his eyes, the ore moved. The strands of copper ore thickened and twisted together. Copper ore turned liquid, and pure copper left the rock behind to join the strands. Then, like a river, it flowed away, leaving behind an empty cavity where the ore had been. Milo quickly looked inside and saw a bright green glow coming from a large twisting ball of copper that transformed into a massive, coiled snake. The ball looked to be nearly 8 feet across, and the body of the snake was more than a foot thick. Milo did the math and didn't like the answer of a copperhead over 200 feet long. How much ore had been in that deposit? And now it had all turned into something that probably ate Ratkin whole. As if hearing his thoughts, a large reptilian head appeared above the coiled body of the snake. 2 eyes of solid jade stared into his. He felt rooted to the spot for a moment, as the snake quickly started unwinding and heading in his direction. He stumbled backward as the snake rammed its head into the opening. Stone cracked, and Milo recovered his senses, attacking it with his spells. 2 skulls flew through the opening, quickly followed by 2 more. From inside the small cave where the creature had formed came multiple explosions. Dust and stones flew from the opening. You have injured Hammerhead Constrictor Queen with several spells. You wounded Hammerhead Constrictor Queen for 130 points. 50 points have been mitigated by armor. Damage dealt, 80. You have wounded Hammerhead Constrictor Queen for 150 points. 50 points have been mitigated by armor. Damage dealt, 100. You have wounded Hammerhead Constrictor Queen for 120 points. 50 points have been mitigated by armor. Damage dealt, 70. You have wounded Hammerhead Constrictor Queen for 130 points. 50 points have been mitigated by armor. Damage dealt, 80. Hammerhead Constrictor Queen has been slightly injured. 7,670 over 8,000. Milo had intended to use his spells to weaken and then kill the copperhead while it was trapped in the cave. He abandoned that plan and ran in a panic, as true to its name. The snake rammed the opening and made a bigger doorway to come after him. The last 2 weeks had been busy ones for Milo. He had expanded the dwarven diggings, adding cross-tunnels and connections as he went after small pockets of ore he could see in the rocks. He intended to use that against the snake. He purposely ran away from the drop down to his camp, and the snake followed. For something that had just been created, it was darn quick. After about 50 feet, Milo took a left turn, and the snake rammed into the wall before turning to follow. He had gained a few feet. With a bit of a lead, Milo thought he'd risk going down the drop. If the snake followed, he'd just keep going. If it didn't, he'd hide out for a bit and see what happened. Did elementals stay around, or did they turn back into ore? Milo took 2 more left turns and headed back to the main tunnel. A problem arose. There was a snake already there. He revised his math. Less volume went into the snake's back end and its tail, but that meant it was probably over 300 feet in length, and part of it was still exiting its cave. He'd have to leap over it. His first jump took him to the top of the wall, and he rebounded to dive over the snake near the ceiling. Hammerhead Constrictor Queen hits you for 50 points of damage. You are stunned for 2 seconds. As Milo had leapt, the head of the snake saw what was happening and used her other end to slam him into the ceiling, stunning him briefly. He came to his senses as a thick copper coil looped around him and began squeezing. He struggled, but he didn't have the strength to let loose before another coil was around him. To his credit, the queen was surprised at how long he'd lasted without breathing and how difficult it was to crush his bones. The last thing Milo remembered was a huge, unhinged jaw coming closer to him. You have died. You will respawn at your base in 12 hours. Have a great day. Milo came out of his pod, frustrated and wanting revenge. But at the same time, he was very intrigued by the sheer size of the elemental. It must contain tons of pure ore and be worth dozens of points. While part of his mind was on his work, the other half was thinking about how to construct a proper snake trap. He spent the 12 hours working on projects and making plans in his head. The new clog eaters were working out great. They were far superior to the older ones. He ordered another dozen of the machines in different sizes, some as small as 2 inches. With this fleet of clog-hunting mechanical warriors, he could get everything flowing smoothly for the first time in decades. There were several other machines made by the same corporation. One was just diagnostics. It roamed the pipes, taking a continuous stream of X-rays and photos and noting damage to the pipes. The other new machines could scrape away rust and patch bad areas before they leaked. There was even a system that would coat the entire network with a new layer of very hard, frictionless plastic. He was having cost estimates done for his section while disguising it as a request from a chemical factory in Switzerland. He also spent quite a bit of time looking up details on constrictor snakes and the tensile strength of copper. Then he ran a few simulations. Satisfied with the results, he took time to memorize details and refine the plan. Finally satisfied, he sat back, chewing on a piece of 40-year-old Wisconsin cheddar. The cheese was sharp and crumbly, but almost melted in his mouth. The crystals that formed in the aging process gave it a slight crunch. He took a last look at his diagrams before logging back in. This time, he'd be the one doing the hunting. Chapter 45. More Grinding. Georgie was happy to see him when Milo appeared in his camp after dying. He spent some time playing with the little lizard and ate quite a bit of his stored cheese. He knew the depression and exhaustion would go away soon, but it felt intolerable to feel like crap and not be taking advantage of the downtime to snack on his favorite food. He also caught up on his experience gains from the last week. You have gained 500 experience in mining and 500 experience in strength. You have gained 100 experience in identify, and 100 experience in perception. You have gained 100 experience in poison resistance, and 100 experience in constitution. You have gained 50 experience in fleet of foot, and 50 experience in agility. You have gained 100 experience in climbing, and 100 experience in agility. You have gained 200 experience in bone carving, and 200 experience in dexterity. You have gained 200 experience in runic lore, and 200 experience in intelligence. You have gained 900 boss experience. You will gain an equal amount of experience in the skills you apply this experience to. You have gained enhancement points. He made his decisions quickly. If he was going to kill the big snake with traps, he needed the enhancement Fiendish Traps. 6 points bought the first 2 ranks. The 900 boss experience went into weak poison resistance, maxing out that skill, and the rest went into acrobatics. He was annoyed at the big snake for making him change his plans, but at the same time, excited by the thought of trying to trap or kill it. Milo liked big jobs like fixing habitats and killing bosses. He just had to approach this job like he did the others. Create a plan, gather the materials, construct the machinery, and hope things worked out without blowing up. How the different crafting skills, regular skills, and lore skills worked could be confusing at times. But with the help of the old bonecaster, he was figuring it all out. Runic lore was a lore skill. It was all book learning and memorization. You could become a scholar of runes without ever having crafted one yourself. Bone carving would let him carve bone into tools, weapons, and parts for an automaton, if he ever figured those out. He lacked the necromancy skill that would have made that easy, and give him the skill to carve a rune onto a bone. Without runic lore, bone carving was a practical crafting skill. Together, and backed up by bone casting, they would let him produce the magical runes that enhanced materials, held spells, and many other things Sickle hinted at. The rune crafting skill would expand his options to more than just bone. It tied together all the practical and theoretical knowledge. Of course, he still had to go acquire all that knowledge. Milo was excited by the prospect of it all. Getting his pack and gear back proved to be a bit difficult. He carefully climbed the cables up to the mining area and started working his way through the corridors. His hopes that the huge copperhead had gone back to its lair were dashed as he saw it moving down a corridor far ahead. The problem was that while he knew where part of its body was and the direction it was headed, he didn't know where its head was. He quietly moved around for a couple of hours, avoiding the snake as it moved through the corridors. It was looking for ore deposits, battering the stone until it could absorb them. At one point, he saw it turn a corner far down the hall and move away from him. It looked different. Sharp growths on its head formed a natural crown. He was able to identify it and cursed. Was the snake leveling up? He was going to have to revise his plans. Queen Salasha the Rat Slayer. Level 9 Epic Boss. Health 9,000 out of 9,000. Huge, elemental, constriction, tremor sense, keen sense of smell, hammerhead. At least she was heading away from his backpack. Her Majesty was headed down the corridor toward the blocked stairs. Soon after, Milo heard the sounds of the giant snake smashing through the rubble. The noise and dust she was kicking up meant it was much easier for Milo to get to his grave, recover his stuff, and get back down to his camp. He had plans for how to take care of the queen, but it was going to take a lot of work and a trip up to the guild hall. He told Georgie to take a break. The little guard lizard nodded his head and disappeared back to wherever he came from. Milo headed back to Harry and spent a day with the troll, and then made his way up through the caverns to Shadowport. He had plans to visit the Miners' Guild and then the Engineers' Guild. Can someone explain to me why we have a human taking the test for journeyman in the Dwarven Guild of Engineers? Guildmaster Rolf Morgenthurn was making a rare visit down to the basement of the Mechanic Guild's hall. If there was one complaint anyone had about him, it was that he used a pencil too much and a wrench too little. His hands were suspiciously free of grease most of the time. Still, no one else wanted to handle the contracts and politics, so he was sure to be re-elected. Several of the guild elders chuckled and shook their heads. The Mechanics Guild had opened up to non-dwarves over 500 years ago, and the Engineers Guild was known to rarely take a gifted mechanic, even if they weren't a dwarf. Rolf's grandfather had opposed it. His father had opposed it, and Rolf was adamant that the glory days would only return with the softies being purged from the rolls. Elder Bancroft refilled his tankard and turned to the irate guildmaster. "Hold by the books, Rolf. He came into the guild, paid for a year's membership up front, and asked to take the apprenticeship test. He passed it easily. His schematics on how to solve a few of the problems were interesting and a bit unorthodox, but they worked. So a couple of the brothers ran him through tool knowledge and basic hydraulics. He had some odd gaps in his knowledge of tools. Somehow he didn't know what a gangly wrench number 9 was. But someone schooled that boy on hydraulics and pressure systems. He's way the hell ahead of our other journeyman. We put him to work for a solid week on double shifts, and he didn't complain at all. Only left the job to grab some cheese from a vendor outside. He slept curled up in the corner for a couple of hours and then got right back to work. By the time the week was up, he had helped us take apart the old ore crusher and completely reconditioned and repaired the old machine. Even suggested some improvements to the gear linkage. It's up and running now, 2% more efficient than the newer machine. As far as I'm concerned, he earned a chance at the journeyman's test." Rolf scratched at his beard. "Something's fishy, though. Where did he learn all of that?" "Something's always fishy with you." Bancroft rolled his eyes. "I already checked. He's in good standing with the Miners' Guild. Hell, he's better than good. He's solo prospecting down in the deeps. Brings up ore bags full of deep copper and pieces of ancient machinery, which explains where the Miners' Guild was getting all the high-grade ore they've been sending to us for processing." Rolf's dislike of non-dwarves was easily swayed by innovative design work and increased cash flow. He was starting to warm up to the new engineer. "Has he said where he's getting it? I might be willing to send a crew down that way to explore." "Haha, not exactly. But it might be tough to send a crew out. He's been down in Copperhead territory. Killed several of them and brought back some fangs for the Miners' Guild. That's a spooky area of old mines and death by poison. Maybe after he's done hunting the big one, we can convince him to show us the area, and we can convince a crew to go with him." "What big one? Hunting?" Bancroft pulled out some plans that apprentice Milo had asked him to look over. "Look at those numbers for the tension on the cables. If that's a snake he's after, it's a damn big one. There's never even been a rumor of a copperhead that big. Think of the amount of pure metal in its corpse." Rolf whistled. "Okay, I'm thinking of how hard it would be to stay alive while you lure it into a trap. Damn, that's insane. But he's fine in my book then. Anyone who's crazy enough to try to trap a monster like that is crazy enough to be an engineer. Let's see if he'll pay his journeyman fees for a year ahead of time. We might never see him again." Later that day, Milo found himself sitting at a table with Elder Bancroft, Guildmaster Rolf, and several of his fellow journeyman engineers who had been on the project to refurbish the ore crusher. It started out as a celebratory luncheon and turned into a long skull session where everyone went over Milo's plans and many revisions were made. Milo was happy with the changes. His knowledge was lacking about the strengths of the materials in the game. Everyone thought he was crazy, but many journeyman engineers worked on odd projects, from mana-powered whiskey distilleries to steam-powered mining drills. A giant snake trap was a novel idea, but the level of crazy matched the expected parameters. Milo continued to work at the Engineers Guild for another 3 weeks. He needed the experience of working in-game with pulley systems, and especially smithing. When Milo needed to work with metal in Section E, he used an auto welder or part fabricator. In the game, he had used blacksmithing to get the things he needed. He programmed one of his search engines to sift through the old internet for articles and videos on traditional blacksmithing and compared those techniques to what was used in the game. It helped somewhat, although a full 80% of the material his search program found was corrupted with viruses and worms, like most of the internet. The game forums that were on the data network were easier to work with but lacked data. Links and material copied from the internet couldn't be brought into the data network as a security precaution. Any crafting guides on the forums, either real-world or in-game, would have to be created by players. Some of what he needed to learn was how to work with deep iron cables, pulleys, and machinery to run the trap he was devising. Deep iron was much stronger than normal iron and much more difficult to cut and splice back together. The Engineers Guild had very little deep iron machinery, but they did have books with all the information Milo needed. He'd found many of the old machines that had been used in the mines and was sure he could get some of them running with a little work. Maybe a lot of work. Milo didn't mind work, and he had a snake to kill. While his body in the game rested, he was at work in Section E, making sure nothing was too badly broken. The new machines helped immensely, as did the replacement parts he'd bought. The habitats built all over the world had been created to use similar parts and systems. This made sourcing parts easier. On the downside, it meant that if something was a problem in one habitat, it was probably a problem in others. The pneumatic delivery system and food processors were notorious for breaking down, and parts were difficult to get. A month after he had come upstairs to Shadowport, he left again for the depths. In his stash were tools he had purchased from the guild, the money he had earned from the bags of ore, pure copper, and copperhead fangs had been enough to cover his journeyman fees for a year, the tools, and other supplies. He was out of money, but ready to fight another round with Salasha. Guildmaster Rolf had complimented his work. Milo and the other journeymen had completely cleaned and refurbished several of the ore crushers, smelters, and alloy furnaces. Milo would have thought working with people would be annoying, but dwarves were different from humans. They talked less, worked longer, and didn't mind if he stayed focused on the job. They seemed to value hard work and less chatter. He'd even been able to gain some knowledge of runes. Dwarves had a system of engineering runes that were carved onto their machines. Milo realized they were control systems, used for regulating the flow of fluids, the tension on components, or the speed of rotating gears. He carefully memorized each one and practiced carving it onto metal parts until he could do things correctly and within specs, which, according to all the engineers, was the only way to do things. Milo liked their attitude. His job keeping the habitat running would be easier if only all the human technicians did things his way. Unfortunately, they didn't know he existed, so it was hard to teach them. The time spent had been worth it in other ways. Being able to concentrate entirely on learning things had raised his stats as well. He earned 500 experience points in mechanic, runic lore, rune carving, tool-making, and smithing. That also gave him 500 points in strength, 1,000 in intelligence, and 1,000 in dexterity. As soon as he earned enhancement points from killing the snake, he needed to raise the cap on more stats. He was rapidly earning enough to push above rank 5 in several things. The diligent work paid off with an increase in level as well. At level 4, he had over 800 health and over 1,000 stamina and mana. Being able to easily experiment with different types of cheese in his diet showed him how to maximize his satisfaction and the effect it had on him. He ignored the fact that he needed to eat more cheese each day. It was cheese, and there was nothing wrong with cheese. The system agreed with him. Your love of cheese has allowed the power of cheese to reach stage 4. You gain a bigger bonus, plus 200 health, plus 3 strength, plus 3 agility. Eating less than 2.5 pounds of cheese a day will decrease your bonus and be unhealthy. Not eating cheese for 24 hours will cause cravings, negate all bonuses, and inflict a penalty of -5 dexterity and -5 wisdom. Eat healthy, and don't let this happen." He placed a large order with Jethro for the cheese he would pick up on his next trip. Jethro seemed anxious to please, and inquired about what day and time that might be, offering to get it all ready for him. Milo just shrugged and guessed. He had a lot of work to do, and it might take a couple of weeks or longer. He passed on Jethro's offer to stay and have dinner with his family, and headed back down to see Harry. A day later, Operation Snake Hunt has begun. Chapter 46. Scavenging. The tinkling of small bells alerted Milo that he needed to run. He had learned the hard way, after suffering 2 more deaths, that escaping the Queen of Snakes was quite difficult. She knew the tunnels well and didn't follow directly, looping around through side corridors and filling them with her long body. Milo had counted on his intelligence to help him outwit her, but she was proving to be a cunning adversary. He had spent time on the various game forums trying to find information. What came as a shock to Milo was that some players had actually died over a dozen times to the same creature just to test out its abilities. Dying several times in a short period of time made the penalties worse, leading to long respawn times if there wasn't a handy cleric who could resurrect the fallen. Much worse was dying to the very same creature. Players weren't the only ones to gain experience points to level up. Milo was finding this out himself. The severity of those penalties went down over time if you were careful and didn't die. There was one entire thread devoted to stories of what some players did while waiting a week in town. Drinking was popular, along with training a weapon or learning a trade skill. Milo didn't want to take time off, so he was careful. He started placing small bells in the different corridors to let him know when the snake was moving. The different tones of the bells even told him where she was. It wasn't a great system, but it helped. Piles of old cans and metal scrap also proved useful. By the end of 2 weeks, Milo had the snake's movements mapped out, and his early warning system let him get to work. He wasn't mining. For the most part, he was scavenging. The old dwarven mines were a maze of cave-ins and treacherous areas, but they had a treasure Milo needed. Cables and pulleys were at the top of the list. Regular steel cables had long since rusted away or were too prone to break. The deep iron cables were still strong. They were also heavy and very hard to work with. Milo spent days filling his magical storage area and bringing the hardware back to the base of the big drop. So far, the Copperhead Queen hadn't come down the long vertical shaft, even when pursuing Milo. She stopped at the edge and watched as he descended to the bottom. His little workshop was filled with all the things he needed for his very cunning snake trap. A few more 100 feet of cable and a bit of mining out some passages, and he'd be ready to see if it worked as well in reality as it did on paper. His search had led him further and further into the maze of old tunnels. He'd encountered very few creatures. 2 small cave mantises had ambushed him, and he'd had to kill a half-dozen piles of sentient slime. Other than that, the tunnels were dark and silent. Today he was following a tunnel that was better built than the rest of the mines. The area was beyond the blocked stairway he had found. The Snake Queen had battered her way through the cave-in, but must have been disappointed with what she found beyond that. There were no outcroppings or veins of deep copper or signs of any mining tunnels in this direction. The walls were smoother, and the supports were stone, not timber. Arched lintels were supported by thick pillars. The worn stone of the supports was still sound, with very few cracks or chips. The few tunnels branching off from this passage hadn't fared as well. They were clogged with rubble and time-rotted timber supports. After nearly a half-mile of exploring, the strange tunnel ended in a set of sealed stone doors. The flat stone surface of the doors was broken only by the vertical seam down the middle. A gear-shaped indentation that spanned the seam was about 3 feet above the door. Milo carefully examined the area for traps, but found nothing. Brushing dirt from the indentation, he could see runes carved into the stone and a symbol he had seen on the spine of one of the engineering books he had studied. On a hunch, he placed his hand on the indentation and tried to activate the rune with mana. Nothing happened. but on the right half of the door, a complex diagram appeared. After staring at it for 10 minutes, he realized it was an engineering problem, and he had to select the right tension on 2 wires from a set of choices. He touched the 2 that would keep the structure stable. The diagram faded, and the doors opened slowly. Strange smells came down the short hallway that led to a large room. Oil and ozone, the smell of metal and decay. It reminded him of many parts of the habitat. Pipes ran along the walls and ceiling, heading to different tanks and machines. He recognized an ore crusher, but none of the other machines. The floor was swept of dust, and overhead, a few lights were slowly increasing in brightness. The door shut behind Milo. From his left, he heard the sound of many steps. Creatures shambled into the room. They were barely recognizable as once having been dwarves. Bits of clothing or armor hung from their bodies. Missing body parts had been replaced with mechanical substitutes wired to their bones. Many had wrenches or drills instead of hands. If any had a beard, it was made of wires riveted to their jawbones. Glowing green eyes flashed in their eye sockets. The pack paused, and one held out his hand. "Show your badge." From the pack came murmurs. "No beard. No beard. Too pretty, thirsty, spare parts. What's your badge?" Slowly, step by step, they edged forward. Milo was seeing a lot of teeth, but no smiles. "Badge? In my pocket. Why don't you fellows just back off and I'll pull it out?" If anything, his voice made things worse. The once dwarves ran at him, stumbling forward and raising their weapons. That was enough for Milo. He tossed an explosive skull to the right of the mob and dodged to the left. A wrench clipped him on his shoulder but did little damage. And then he was past the edge of the mob and running. His first spell had done some damage. One body was down, trying to reattach a leg, and others had taken wounds. He waited until the lead ghoul was almost on him, and then turned and swung hard, putting both spikes into the creature. The lights in his eyes went out, and it slumped to the ground, twitching. Milo kept running, circling around them, and his pursuers kept themselves nicely bunched up. Another explosive skull took out several, and the remaining 2 stumbled forward to be taken out quickly. Now that they weren't moving, he could see that they were little more than bones and dried sinew wired to whatever mechanical junk seemed to be at hand. Even now, 3 of them were pulling parts off of others and trying to fix themselves. A bad feeling made him stand and turn around. From a side passage came more of the once dwarves. These were in better shape. Most wore partial suits of plate armor. All had beards of burnished copper wire, and the glow in their eyes spoke of intelligence. 7 of them moved forward, their heavy steps clanging as their metal feet came down upon the stone. Milo readied a skull and prepared to fight. The lead creature pointed a gauntleted hand at him, a very large gun mounted onto it. "You will come with us to see the chief, or we will be using you as spare parts. Either choice is fine with us." Chapter 47. Spare Parts. Milo was intensely curious about all the strange machines, but also aware that his escort seemed on the edge of attacking him, so he decided that he'd save questions for later. Still, his head twisted back and forth, staring at overhead conduits leading to large tanks, cables with buckets carrying unknown materials throughout the complex, and everywhere the scurrying, badly put-together creatures that were similar to those that had just attacked him. Several times, as they traveled down ramps and through room after room, one would pause to glare or snarl at him. Some even started toward him, only to be yelled at by his escort. They lowered their heads and got back to work. Each of the large work areas or machine shops was connected by a metal-walled tunnel with a heavy iron or stone door on each end. His escort opened them by inserting a tool or solving a puzzle similar to the one on the outer door that he had entered through. Either way, it only took a few seconds to open the doors. They had these problems memorized, obviously. The last room was gigantic. From the stalactites on the ceiling, Milo assumed it had started as a natural cave, and that its rectangular shape was the result of work over the years. Massive buttresses reinforced the ceiling and gave support to the overhead system of cables and pulleys. The room was at least a quarter-mile in length and 200 feet wide. One of the long walls was entirely taken up with silos holding liquids or pulverized materials. But for all the machinery, there was not a lot going on. Large areas of the room were barely lit, and only one area seemed to have workers doing something. Milo saw what looked like a huge drilling apparatus that started at the ceiling and went down into the earth. His escort took him up to the edge of the area and paused, their heads turning in the direction of someone who was obviously in charge. "Dag-nasted bumbleheads! I said bring him up! That means today, not next week!" The person who was controlling a double cable heading into the opening of the borehole didn't bother to turn his head. "The winch works just as fast as always, brother. The distance and speed dictate that it takes a half hour to bring him back up. Don't you lecture me on elementary time-distance equations, brother. I'm referring to the break you took in the middle." The winch operator again didn't turn around. "Breaks are a rule, brother, for both the operator and the machine. We wouldn't want her to overheat, would we? But here he comes now." The long cables were attached to a large bucket. As it got to the top, a damaged once dwarf leapt out and started running around the room, screaming before he collapsed to the floor, softly crying and holding his head. The dwarf in charge, whom Milo suspected was the chief, walked over to the creature and poked it. The chief resembled a dwarf in full bronze plate armor of some ancient design. Each piece was covered in glowing runes, and he was entirely encased in the metal suit. His gleaming wire beard was made of shining gold beneath a sculpted copper mask. Or was it a mask? Milo could see him scowl, and his lips moved as he said, "Damnation! Broken another one! Take him down to the break room. Hopefully he wakes up in a month or so. What in the darkest hell is down there?" One of Milo's escorts stomped his foot. The chief turned to look at them. The green glow in his eye sockets intensified, and he yelled in a loud voice, "An intruder! And you drag him all the way through the complex? What if he's a spy? Find out how he got in." The same dwarf stomped his foot again. "Begging the chief's pardon, but we watched him come in through the old access doors on level 3. I checked the mechanism, and it shows he solved a static tension problem to gain access. Plus, the decapitation trap recognized him as a journeyman from up top and let him live. But that still doesn't explain why you brought him here. You know those lame brains up top don't know a differential from a factorial. We fought hard to have our membership separate. We follow the old ways." All the assembled dwarves stomped their metal feet and more or less shouted back, "The old ways." "Yeah, I got that, boss. Apologies. I'll toss him to the lower brethren for parts, but I seem to remember that we have an engineering problem that needs solving, and you keep using faulty components to diagnose it. Maybe we should use a different type of sensor." Milo had no difficulty figuring that part out. He looked at the borehole and then at the nearest group of lower brethren. It'd be better to venture into the unknown than get tossed into the part-hungry lower brethren. "I would be glad to help out your brotherhood with finding a solution, but you know I can't. Guild regulations state that you can't just put any idiot child to work. Who knows what could happen if you so much as gave me a wrench? Don't the old ways tell that a tool is only as useful as the person holding it?" Several of the dwarves nodded, stomped, and shouted, "The old ways." Milo hurriedly continued talking. "No, I insist you give me the tests to prove I have the knowledge to work in these hallowed halls. Only after you have tested me on the theory of mathematics, statics, dynamics, fluid flow, pressure systems, pulley systems, and general mechanics can I even be considered an apprentice in this guild." He stomped his foot as loud as he could. "Test me!" A chant started among the lower brethren. "The tests! The tests! The tests!" The chief looked at him long and hard and then chuckled. "Oh, aren't you a clever one? Not wanting to be spare parts, are you? Well, that remains to be seen. Turning to two of Milo's escorts, he said, Sprocket, you and Cogswell will take this little gear to my workshop and find a spot for him to work. P and Hammer, go get me a copy of the first 10 apprentice tests. We'll see if he's good enough to be tossed down the borehole. Chapter 48. Subrogators and Throttle Cogs. The chief scowled as he looked at a sheet of parchment. I don't like his answer on this one either. He tossed the sheets filled with diagrams of pipes and turbines over to his main assistant, Throttle Cog. Like the engineer, he was entirely encased in metal. His body looked like polished steel, and his beard was the dark metallic color of deep steel. Throttlecog looked up from the test paper that he was examining. What now? You didn't like his answer on the tension support problem either, but he was right. He didn't get the answer that he was supposed to get. The problem states the tertiary cable on a tension bridge support is broken. How would you rearrange the cables to keep the bridge from falling down? He said he'd repair the cable and put it back in place. That's cheating. He was supposed to move the other 6 cables to compensate for the missing tertiary. Throttlecog chuckled. The chief was big on theory, but didn't like to get his hands dirty with the more mundane tasks. A shame. Only a few centuries ago, he would swing a hammer with the best of them. Well, I say he was correct. What engineer worth his salt goes out to fix a tension bridge and doesn't have tools on him to splice cables? And who wants to have to move 6 cables when you can just fix 1? Now tell me, what's wrong with the problem you've got in front of you? The chief put the parchment on the table. Look at this. He managed to get the pump repair problem correct, but see here? He wants the 3-inch pipe connecting the water tank to the pump replaced with a 3.5-inch pipe, and he wants to have 3-inch connectors on each end. Why would you do that? Connectors should match the size of the pipe. Leaning back in his chair a bit, Throttlecog looked at the odd addition to the pump system. Oh, see here? He has the math worked out on the bottom. It has to do with the friction on the walls of the pipe. That pipe is the point where you most need a continuous flow with no disruption. Friction on the sides decreases the flow rate and can cause swirling in the pipe. Making the pipe a bit bigger reduces that and keeps the flow steady. Damn it! Hand that here! That would explain why we only get 97% efficiency out of that system. The chief was scribbling furiously on a slate. After a few minutes, he looked up. He's right. He's right! The metal-clad dwarf began pacing back and forth. By the Maker's holy hammer! I so don't want to let some no-beard from up top into the guild, but I can't fault his theory work. Let's go take a look at his practical problem. What'd you assign him? Throttlecog got up and followed the chief out of the room. I figured you wanted a tough one for that. I told him to fix the old copper ore subrogator system. Hasn't worked in years. Smart thinking. Let him break his brain on that old thing. Useless without the ore to process anyway. After he fails, we can grudgingly let him in on a trial basis so we can toss him down the borehole. The lower brethren in the cavern were confused. A half-dozen of them were watching the outsider as he scrambled around the machinery and examined the rusting hulk. They knew this machine had been broken for a long time, but he just kept prodding it. His excitement was contagious. The senior brothers didn't let them tinker with things anymore. They broke too much. But 3 times the outsider had asked for their help in removing parts, and he had sent them looking for tools, bits of wire, or gears. Their need to work on the machines overrode their dislike for outsiders, humans, and people who weren't in the guild. Despite Milo being all 3, they were still excited to be at work. Milo turned and looked at them. Too much of this is broken and decayed. How long since it's worked? Most of the once dwarves shrugged. D-Wrench was one of the few who could still talk. Lots of years. At least 4 cubed minus 7. Never going to work, just like the others. Milo looked up at D. Wrench's statement. There are other broken machines that are just scrap? The lower brothers nodded to each other. Of course there were. So many broken. Milo smiled. Then no one will miss them. Get your tools. We're going scavenging. The lower brothers raced to comply. The chief and Throttlecog heard the noise from several rooms away. Yells, screams, and the hammering of metal were echoing down the hallway from the copper works. They increased their pace. It sounded like a battle was going on. Upon entering the cavern, they were quite surprised to see 4 large machines that had been relocated to this cavern being rapidly dismantled by the lower brethren. Something had riled them up. In the center of the room was a growing collection of spare parts. 2 of them were sorting out the bits torn from the machines into neat piles of plates, cogs, cables, bolts, and other useful things. More brethren were scrubbing pieces clean with files or hammering plates flat on anvils. It was a madhouse, but an industrious one. Several were screaming at each other excitedly as they worked, eyes manic and hands flying as they did their jobs. At the far end, the copper subrogator was belching smoke, its old gears slowly grinding. Milo was racing around from the boilers to the hammer system to the subrogator and then to the smelter. Adjustments were made, and repairs seemed to be ongoing, performed by several of the brethren. There must have been 36 people working on things he had told them to. By my hammer, he's really got them moving. The chief looked at the way the lower brethren were working and wished it could always be this way. They got worse each decade. The machines are his workforce. Throttlecog was also happy to see the activity. It had been too quiet lately. I'd say both. The chief pointed to the end of the machines Milo had up and running. Look at that! Is he feeding waste fluid into a firebox? Why the hell would he do that? Well, maybe we should go ask him. The chief just nodded and started walking over to Milo. Waste fluid was a byproduct of the process used to make dark steel. The dark iron ore was crushed to remove rock and impurities. Then, instead of smelting, the separated ore was put into a huge vat with hundreds of gallons of concentrated liquid phlogiston and turpentine. After it burbled for a month, the waste fluid was poured off and stored in huge tanks. It was useful at times as a lubricant, but they already had a few 100,000 gallons too much of the stuff. The cleaned dark iron nuggets were then thrown into a modified Franklin smelter to begin the process of making dark steel. Waste fuel burned hot, but it didn't burn clean, putting out great gouts of black smoke that soon covered everything with fine grit. No one had ever tried to use waste fluid as fuel. Until now. Throttlecog was watching 2 of the brethren change out the wire mesh filters on the smokestack of the firebox. The new filter went in, pushing the old one out. 2 more brethren were brushing the heavy black dust from the filter into a barrel to clean them. The smoke coming off the firebox was a lot cleaner than he'd expected. One of Milo's helpers was mumbling over and over, "Mustn't throw out the filter dust. Mustn't throw out the filter dust." Why not throw out the filter dust? Throttlecog was curious. This set off the lower brethren all around the boiler. Mustn't throw out the filter dust. Recycle, reclaim, 7% ore. Milo says so. They repeated this several more times. Throttlecog saluted them. Sounds good. Carry on, brothers. I'd like a report on the reclamation project, please. The steam boiler was providing power to the hammer system, which was busy crushing copper ore. The chief grabbed a lump from another bag and licked it. Deep copper, or I'm a 3-toed halfling. Turning to Milo, he yelled loudly, Where in tarnation did you find this much deep copper ore? Who was hiding it? The copper nuggets, freed from rock and dust, were being dumped into the subrogator. There, the metal was subjected to an acid wash to break it down and further remove impurities. The resulting copper dust was then dumped into the smelter, and molten copper was poured into ingots. One of the brethren, wearing thick gloves on what passed for arms, was picking up and stacking the ingots as they cooled. Milo hopped down from the machine. He yelled commands at several of his enthusiastic helpers and received one answer of, "You got it, boss," and several thumbs up. I brought it along with me. I have a small ability that lets me store ore in a subspatial storage area. I had 27 cubic feet of ore and wanted to test out the system. Am I out of time? I really need a few more hours to realign the process and improve efficiency. The boiler may need some patching too. It's going to explode soon. Throttlecog and Milo watched as the chief poked around the machines, peering at the inner workings and even talking to the lower brethren who were still verbal. After a few tense minutes, he walked back to Milo. "Take your time. I'm not going to hurry an engineer when he has a project to get it right. Come see me in a few days when it's finished." He patted Milo awkwardly on the shoulder. Good work, though. Keep it up." Turning to Throttlecog, he said, "See if we can scare up one of the old hard hats and coveralls for journeyman engineer Milo from up top. If he's doing the job, he should look the part." Chapter 49. Bucket Time. A good engineer always tries to improve on previous designs, and broken machinery needs to be fixed. So, it wasn't much of a step to apply the same doctrine to our own bodies. Accidents happen, and a missing hand or leg shouldn't be the end of a promising career. Mechanical replacements for missing limbs have been common among the Brotherhood, going back a couple of thousand years. A few didn't wait for an accident. They just had an arm replaced by a mechanical one with multiple tools and increased strength. It was a practical thing. The chief paused. "Yes, totally practical. Like polishing your gilded body armor every day, or competing for the best beard," Throttlecog added with a wink. The chief glared at him, but acknowledged the comment. "Hush you! But, yes, some of us do care a bit about our appearance. That was much more important back when this outpost was crewed by 1,000 engineers. Not so much now, I suppose. It seemed to be a natural progression at the time to go from replacing limbs to fixing a fried nerve ending with a bit of thin wire, or aural compensators used to replace shattered ears. Dwarves are naturally long-lived, but eventually we do wear out. We started using some preservative potions to help keep us going another century or two. I think that is where the engineering started taking a back seat to the necromancy." As he said this, he watched Milo carefully for any bit of censure or disgust. The new member of the guild just sat there, unperturbed. "That doesn't seem to bother you, Brother Milo?" Milo considered the words. Too complicated a subject. Too much overlap with other things. The preservatives your people used might be called medicine by some, and while it came from necromancy, an alchemist might also be able to brew it. From what I've read, necromancy seems to incorporate medicine, alchemy, anatomy, and all kinds of other things that don't involve making zombies and other undead. "Aye, that's a decent way to look at it." The chief looked thoughtful, then continued. "After the cataclysm that sealed the roads to the surface, we were pretty much on our own. Based on the magnitude of the cataclysm, many of us doubted there was anything left up top. We continued our work, but a schism was growing in the Brotherhood. Those who had the knowledge and special skills to construct their own preservation suits did so. But a lot of members of the Brotherhood were mechanics, pipe fitters, and machinists. An engineer who knew the correct runes and had the right majestic skills could construct a suit that would keep him alive for centuries longer. The rest were just getting old and worn out. Engineer Malvos thought he had a way to help the lower ranks. He was always keen on alchemy and applied necromancy. He devised a pressurized tank that saturated a body with his longevity potions and preserved the entire body at once. While the council debated for half a year about his designs and theories, He used the process on most of the lower ranks. They were desperate, and we were blinded to that desperation. And Malvos was correct. He did preserve their bodies, and it even granted them some regeneration, but, well, there was a cost. It was a strain on their minds to constantly be holding themselves together. These weren't mages with the wisdom or intelligence to manage the constant drain of mana that powered the regeneration. Slowly, over time, they devolved into what you see. The schism is complete. The lower brethren are a collection of parts held together by Malvos's process. The senior brothers are neatly tucked away in containment suits. We've preserved our minds, but we can't stray from the complex, or we start shutting down. We're like any other machine here, needing power from the broadcasters. While Milo was happy to have things explained, he was still a bit upset about why they told him. Which is just a very long explanation as to why I'm going down the shaft in a bucket, the chief said. Well, Throttlecog just laughed loudly. Oh, hell, Chief! Just be straightforward with him. Yes, that's why you get the honor of hopping in a bucket and heading for the nether regions to see what's gumming up the works. You don't need power, and hopefully you'll be able to talk when you get back. What's down there? How deep does it go? Looking down the borehole, Milo only saw the metal-sided shaft going into darkness. The chief pulled out a very old book from a shelf. Opening it, Milo saw it was filled with maps of each level of the tunnels. Vaguely useless since the cataclysm, so many of the shafts and tunnels collapsed. Based on the exploration done, we surmised there was a cavern about 1,000 feet below us. It was partially scouted centuries ago and noted for a dozen exposed high-grade ore veins, crystal clusters, strange rock structures, and a small colony of acidic white slimes. All of that is valuable, even the slimes. You can distill high-grade acidic residues from them. We determined that part of the cavern was under the complex. The plan was to drill down, then extend the broadcast network down far enough to support a crew, then widen the borehole for machinery, and start working the new veins from metal we badly need. That made sense to Milo. But something down there is gumming up the works. The drill is stuck, and worse, the shaft is filling up. Something is plugging the hole from the other side. The brethren we send down come up nearly catatonic with fear and refuse to go back down. Milo looked at the chief, then at Throttlecog. The latter just gave him a thumbs-up of encouragement. Well, of course I'll help with the project, sir. It sounds exciting. That was certainly the answer the chief was looking for. He stopped smiling, however, as Milo continued. After all, that will gain me your personal thanks and promotion to regular journeyman. I bet you'll be grateful enough to tell me about this majestic you mentioned. Sounds interesting. Throttlecog laughed as the chief considered his newest applicant. If you survive and can give an accurate statement of what's down there, I'll put your application to a vote. And, well, I'll think about the other thing. Some secrets need to stay secrets. 2 hours later, Milo found himself in a steel bucket, being lowered into the shaft of the borehole. A chain was used for his descent, but there were also 2 lines running in parallel and kept taut. Tugging on the lines would get him lowered further, stopped, or brought back up without delay. Milo's equipped with full engineer's gear, heavy dwarven work boots and gloves, tough coveralls, a hard hat, goggles, breathing filters, and 3 healing potions. He could see roughly 100 feet ahead of him from the mana-fueled lantern that hung above him. Slowly he went down, an endless succession of steel walls, the drill shaft, and a bucket for his companions. At around the 900-foot level, the dwarves slowed his descent. Shortly after that, he signaled a stop. There was movement below him. He signaled another 20 feet of drop and then a hasty signal for stop. Below him, the torch illuminated a heaving pool of white liquid. As he watched, pseudopods formed and wrapped around the drill shaft. Slowly, the mass crept up another inch higher. But what was it? A white slime had been mentioned. Had these crept into the bore hole and plugged it? He signaled another 20 feet of drop, which put him only 15 feet above the slowly moving mass. He watched it for half an hour. It was definitely gaining ground. Sometimes the pseudopods slipped or snapped off, but more often they held tight, and the rest of the mass climbed up and over them. Milo decided to gather some data. He took a large bolt from his pocket and tossed it down. It hit the mass and slightly bounced before coming to rest. Pseudopods wrapped it up and drew it down. Next, he tossed down an edible mushroom he'd eaten part of for lunch. As soon as it hit, a hole appeared and swallowed the mushroom. Pseudopods formed, looking for more and waving around. Milo tossed another bolt. It simply sat on the mass, ignored, and slowly sank into it. The thing liked organic things and didn't seem to eat metal. It was time to try a sample. Milo summoned his tail and anchored himself securely to the bucket. He tossed another shroom down, and as the pseudopods waved, looking for more, he swung down and, using his weapon, severed one. It reacted by wrapping around his weapon. Retracting his tail, he regained his perch in the bucket. The slime on his weapon was still moving a little. He carefully poked it with his finger and hastily withdrew his hand as it dissolved the tip of his glove and burned his finger. Definitely a white acidic slime, then. He chugged down a healing potion to empty the glass jar, but left a bit inside. The slime eagerly left his weapon when given the chance to drop into the remaining liquid. Milo closed it tightly. He had a sample to take back, maybe one more experiment. Milo lowered himself and swung Shadow Blight at the mass of white goo. As expected, he didn't seem to do much damage. He saw a flicker of a message. Unknown. Wait, what? Interesting. He swung again, and again the strange flicker. The mass didn't seem to do anything. Hopefully, he was actually doing some damage and that his weapon was increasing with each swing. He hacked and slashed a dozen times at its mass. Eventually, his experiment paid off, but not in a good way. The borehole vibrated, and the drill shaft moved back and forth several inches rapidly like it was being shaken. Pseudopods erupted from the mass, much bigger and longer than before. Milo barely got out of the way. He'd started scrambling up the shaft, pulled by his tail at the first vibration. Ooblipamux the Ever-Pudding sees you. You have dared to hurt Ooblipamux. Current health, 999,117 over 1 million. You have stolen mass from Ooblipamux. Ooblipamux has decided that you will be its next acquisition of mass. Please jump down into the pleasantly waving pseudopods. Ooblipamux promises it will be fun. Milo thought about the request. That really did sound fun. Should he take off his coveralls first, though? He really shouldn't damage guild property just because he wanted to swim in acidic slime. He started to take off his hard hat and fell to his knees in pain. The pain cleared his head. The thing had almost gotten him to jump with a powerful suggestion. It was too strong, though. His hard hat offered some protection from the mental intrusion. Without it, the suggestion caused pain and confusion, and was likely what had driven the lesser brethren mad. Quickly, he jerked on the rope for emergency extraction as the slime creature began its slow, determined descent up the shaft. Don't you worry, Ubi. I'll be back. You just tried to eat the wrong engineer. Chapter 50. The Reward for a Job Well Done. Ooblipimes demands more mass. One of the lower brethren scampered off and came back with what looked like some dried mushrooms and a desiccated gopher, tossing them into the small opening of the large glass container. They fell down into the white ooze that was filling the bottom third of the jar, and slowly started dissolving as the little slime absorbed the mass. 2 other jars had similar oozes in them, all yelling to be fed. The original plan of careful observation and experimentation had gone out the window when some of the more chaotic of the dwarves had heard the ooze begging for food. Before they knew it, The overfed ooze was near the top of its vat. Separating it into 3 vats spawned more personalities. Ooblipimes demanded mass and was quite sullen. Ooblip, the lesser of 2 puddings, whined and begged for food and purred as it digested a meal. Ooblip, the face-eater, growled and thrashed in his containment jar, secreting large amounts of high-potency acid. The chief declared face-eater to be useful, and plans were made for a much larger and stronger containment jar for it, with special filters to drain the acid without letting out any bits of ooze. Of the other 2, Ooblipimes was the less popular, and it got to test out various substances designed to neutralize acids and oozes. It was found that even a small amount of high-potency cleansing agent B37 would create an instant reaction that reduced its mass and left it cowering on one side of the jar. The powder had been used for centuries to clean up spills of an acidic nature, and was potent when used against the white acidic oozes. Milo explored a different line of experimentation. Separating out a 4th ooze, the short-lived Ooplipopotamus proved to not like waste fluid sprayed on it, and really didn't like being set on fire. Within a minute, the ooze was just an oily stain in the bottom of the jar, along with a small nugget of dark steel. Plans were quickly made. A dozen large tanks were moved into the area of the borehole, each holding thousands of gallons of waste fluid. These were all connected to a pipe that exited into the borehole 50 feet down the shaft. A huge chunk of metal-encased stone was suspended just to the side of the borehole, 2 stories in the air. The chief explained its use to Milo. "I don't want to lose the drill. That's 1,000 feet of hardened dark steel shaft leading down to a diamond-encrusted bore head. If we can't stop the damn pudding, we'll have to sever the shaft, move the plug into position, and let it go. It's just a bit wider than the borehole at its top. The force of the drop will put it down 20 feet into the bore where it'll jam tight. There are explosive bolts inside that will then trigger, driving spikes into the side of the bore in a dozen places. Nothing'll move that, and it'll buy us weeks of time to come up with another counter for the ooze." Milo looked over at the borehole. More cables had been strung. A much larger bucket was being loaded with high-potency cleansing agent B37. The powder was bright orange in color, and Milo overheard one senior engineer just refer to it as Agent Orange. The smaller bucket that would hold someone Milo's size was above it by 50 feet. Milo looked at the setup and spoke to the chief. "It seems that in addition to the mechanisms for distributing Agent Orange, there is an operator's bucket. As if you need someone to observe the reaction and make sure the experiment is a success?" The chief patted Milo on the back. "Your powers of observation are strong, young engineer, and because you were the first person to bring this to my attention, I reward you with the position of observer in the coming operation." Milo sighed. "I'm suspecting that the reward for any job well done is just another job." The chief chuckled. "Indeed. Welcome to the ranks of the trusted and competent. While lesser engineers tighten bolts and dream of whiskey, those with skill get to work their asses off. But seriously, be careful down there. These little shits we have in jars aren't the same as the monster down there. It may react differently. Keep your filter mask on. We reinforced the lining of your hard hat with 3 layers of aluminum foil to provide more protection against its mental attacks. Dump some Agent Orange, back up a bit, and if you're in trouble, jerk the emergency cord and hang on tight. We'll get you back up here." The descent down the tunnel went slower this time. Without knowing just how far the pudding had come, Milo had to be careful going down. Just past the 600 feet mark, he started to feel something like itching in his head. At the 700 feet mark, he could understand distinct words. "Fear not, no fear. Be happy. Ooblipamux comes to hug you. Be one with the ever-pudding. Share masses. Happy, oh so happy. No resist the pudding love." Milo had much resistance to pudding love. When he could finally see the undulating white mass, he pulled a cord from one of the barrels attached to the bigger bucket and dumped a large barrel of Agent Orange. The results were all he could have hoped for, and a few things he would have gladly skipped. Ooblemux stopped his cheery monologue and screamed. Milo covered his ears, but the scream was in his mind, and he felt just the edge of the pudding's actual thoughts. It was losing mass and hated it. Agent Orange turned the whitish ooze into a stinking brown liquid that bubbled and gave off noxious gases. He was glad for the chief's warning to keep his mask on. It made breathing harder, but other than a bad taste in his mouth, it was filtering out the harmful gases. Eventually, though, the sheer mass of Oblipomux defeated the acid-neutralizing powder. The ooze had retreated 50 feet down the shaft, or maybe it had lost that much mass? Nonetheless, it wasn't discouraged. The screaming stopped, and the voice came again. "You will feed us. We see you." Milo was worried the thing might build resistance to small doses of Agent Orange. He tried replying to the voice in his head as he shouted down at it. He thought of the mechanical clog eaters he used in the pipes in Section E. The grinders ate away at anything in their way, turning the obstructions into mulch that was flushed down the drains. "Oblipomux is just a clog. You dare come into my pipe, and I will flush you away. Your mass is nothing. The ever-pudding will die and become the never-stain." He pulled on the other 3 cables and dumped all 3 remaining side barrels at once. Grabbing the main cable to dump the bucket, he met resistance. The mechanism was jammed. He jumped down to the bucket, hanging by one hand, his tail wrapped around the cables, and banged on the stuck lever with a wrench. The noxious vapors had actually decayed the metal and caused the jam. On the 3rd hit, it came loose, and several tons of Agent Orange were dumped onto the ooze below. Milo scampered as fast as he could back up to his bucket and kept going higher. The shaft vibrated as Ooblemux the Ever-Pudding thrashed in pain. Milo held the thought in his head of a clog eater grinding away at a white, oozing clog. With the sound of a toilet flushing, the ooze rapidly fell down the shaft. Then came silence, which was soon followed by a distant sound of thousands of tons of ooze going plop as it hit the bottom of the cave. Milo signaled to be lowered down further. Down he went, past the areas where the pudding had been climbing the shaft, and finally to where the borehole opened out into a huge cavern. It was lit with the eerie light of glowing lichen on the walls and ceiling. 50 feet below him, Milo saw the drill head, free and clear of clinging puddings. Directly below the drill head was a huge white lake surrounding a small orange island formed from the debris from the borehole and what was left of the Agent Orange. Oblipomux had retreated rather than take more damage. It circled the little island, giving it lots of room. The cavern was immense, at least 1,000 feet to the far side and 300 feet from ceiling to floor. It stretched into the distance in both directions. Milo signaled to be lowered further. He needed to be lower to see the ceiling. Something about it looked odd. From further down, it was obvious. A massive ridge ran lengthwise, supporting the ceiling. Evenly spaced along it, pairs of gigantic, curved supports ran along the ceiling, and then down to the base of the cave. It was like a huge Gothic cathedral carved out of rock, or... Milo looked again, trying to think of the huge supports on a different scale. He knew suddenly that no one had built this place. The hollowed-out area was inside the cavity formed by the spine and ribs of some gigantic, primordial creature. Between the ribs were bare rock and exposed ore. Milo saw several places that gleamed with the familiar sight of deep copper. This area would become one huge mine if the dwarves could get rid of the pudding. One of the supports/ribs was about 30 feet from the edge of the borehole. Milo wanted to investigate it and see if it really was bone or just stone, carved by some mad race of stoneworkers. He really should wait, give the chief a full report, and wait to investigate until later. Instead, he dug into his pack for pitons, a hammer, and more rope. He signaled to be pulled back up until he was about at the end of the borehole and even with the ceiling. He tied a safety rope securely to himself and to the bucket. A large stalactite was about 10 feet away. Milo leapt for it, his 10-foot-long tail of spectral bone wrapping around it, and his clawed hands and feet trying to get a hold of the stone. The plan worked, and he was able to not fall while pulling in a piton. If he could avoid it, he wanted to not test his safety rope. Now he just had to repeat the same leap twice more. The next two were even harder. The last leap left him hanging by his tail below the stalactite. The rib was only a few feet further. He swung back and forth like a pendulum until he could grab hold of the rough surface and scramble up to a small ledge between the curve of the bone and what looked like petrified scales above it. The surface was certainly bone. Very old bone, and either he was shaking or it was vibrating. The area Milo was lying on suddenly gave way, tumbling him into a hollow area of the structure. At first it was dark, and then he began to see lights. Small yellow lights ran along the bone and clustered around him on the inside surface. Not just lights, runes. Each glowing bit was a rune. A few different ones repeated endlessly. They moved to where he was touching the bone and flowed from the rib and onto his skin, sinking in and burning, like millions of little biting ants filling him up and eating into him. Milo fell unconscious and began to dream. Chapter 51. Dreams of the Past. Alta Viator dreamed again, over and over for eternity. The same dream, the last dream. Hot rock parted as he shot through the upper deeps. The semi-molten rocks obeyed his will and parted as he shot rapidly past, up and up, past the limits of the deeps with their bland harvest of nutrients, and into the lower crust with its rich veins of tasty food hidden in the not-food. It could eat the not-food, but it took so much to sustain him that he didn't bother. He didn't leave the comfortable heat of the depths to dine on crap. He wanted the chewy goodness of orichalcum, or the crunchy sweetness of iridium. Maybe the stringy, sharp taste of deep copper? Yes, that is what he wanted. It had been ages since he had tasted the deep copper. Silly name for something that only appeared so high up in the lower crust. The rock of the upper crust was growing stupid. It no longer moved aside when he flexed his will. But if it was stupid, it was also more solid. Powerful claws reached into the rock, and his will drove the muscles of his form to first crack the rock and then move it aside from his passage. Alta Viator shot upwards, the cracks forming above him as he ascended, finally reaching the heights where the veins of the deep copper ran. The taste was as he remembered, a sharp and acidic taste, the texture stringy but not too chewy. It went down easily, and Alta Viator went looking for more. Then a strange vibration came to him. The hardened scales of his carapace picked up the slight vibration as something else moved in the rock. For a brief instant, thoughts of his brethren came to him. Volax Rapat, who had left the depths to challenge the eels in the void. Calidum Soror, who always sought the deepest depths and the hottest fires. So many had been lost in the long, long eons since their birth. He wondered where their bones lay. But this wasn't one of his kin. That became quickly apparent as the stench of it came to him. An eel dared delve into the rock. Not their place. Eels had live water and live air. This one dared burrow and delve where no eel should ever go. His will forged ahead of him, finding a path. His claws cracked the rock, and he raced upward toward the eel. Stronger and stronger the stench came to him, a mix of eel and deep copper. This wasn't a true eel, but a degenerate spawning of some sort. Had eels rotted with the elemental princes? It didn't matter. It would be dead shortly, and he would see how it tasted. The eel felt him coming and fled, but it was slow. Where he cracked the rock asunder and moved through the shattered pieces, the eel was moving through large, empty caverns. He gained rapidly, and in a vast cavern the eel quit fleeing and turned to fight. She was degenerate indeed. No wings would lift her into the live air. No claws would help her crack the rock. Like the youngling eels from the dead water, she had no limbs. Just a long, sinuous body the color of deep copper. Her body was metal, but her blood was an eel's. Empress Salasha? She was simply a copper-skinned snake. He could tell that was why she was here. She had been eating the deep copper. She would regret coming and stealing his food. Alta Viator advanced slowly, taunting the eel. He was larger, with 8 rending claws and a deadly maw full of rock-chewing teeth. The eel had only her fangs, dripping with a white venom that burned the rock as she hissed. Alta Viator did not fear the fangs or the venom. Such a puny eel could not puncture his scales. But she was powerful. She absorbed the metals in the rock to heal herself from the wounds he inflicted. The fight had lasted for days. Alta Viator carved chunks from Salasha's body, the coppery flesh sinking into the rock, while the eel constantly tried to find new ore veins in the caverns around them to heal herself. Forced to fight against an older and more powerful opponent, she played for time and used the only weapon she truly had. Time and again she struck at the same spot on Alta Viator's shoulder, until finally a crack appeared in the scale. Thereafter, her poison could work its way inward, doing constant damage as its acidic properties dissolved softer muscles and organs, poisoning his blood. It didn't save the eel. Her poison wasn't enough to quickly deal with her foe. Eventually, she was done. Her body torn into smaller and smaller pieces, her fangs broken, and her poison spent. Her white blood and venom were scattered in the caverns, making small acidic pools that melted into the rocks. Alta Viator roared his triumph, and then rested. Such a great mistake. Had he immediately dived for the depths, the heat of the earth could have burned the poison from him and healed him. And even if he had died, his body would be consumed, and he would start the cycle again. Now, neither of those was an option. He slept too long. After an unknown period of time, Alta Viator regained his senses to find his body much worse than before. He had not healed, and the poison was killing him. The earth would not obey his will. His claws did not have the strength to crack it asunder. He had slain the eel, but now his spirit was trapped in this dying shell. It took years to finally die, paralyzed and trapped in the rock, and even death didn't end his imprisonment. Over the next century, the poison continued to eat away at his body. Each small bit became an ooze-like creature that scoured his flesh from his bones. After 1,000 years, there was nothing left for his spirit to cling to but bones. The oozes went looking for other food, spreading into the nearby caves. Over and over, his spirit relived its last great battle, hoping to move on. It barely noticed the changes as one mutant ooze began to eat the others. It didn't care at all when the ever-pudding proclaimed itself ruler of the cavern he had become. Only when the first little eel emerged from the nearby copper ore did his spirit react. Despair took him. His foe had survived. He felt her as the little princess moved through the ore that had been her mother's body, consuming it and growing. She encouraged other eels to come forward and serve her. Slowly they spread throughout the area around his hollow corpse. Generation after generation passed. Each time a descendant of Salasha was born, they would eat their mother. She grew larger each time, consuming more and more of the copper ore around her, gaining power. Time passed. His spirit awoke as the final incarnation of Princess Salasha was born. This one would birth a queen, and the queen would birth the empress, and the eel would be reborn. And he could do nothing. Almost nothing. He felt it when a little chip of bone scurried through the caves. Could it be one of the creations of Magnastultos? That one was always sticking parts of himself into the little creatures to make pets out of them. Whatever this was, it began stealing the eel's food and taking it away. This didn't last long. The eel killed it and grew stronger. Claiming victory on even such a small chip made it stronger. More chips came, or the same chip? It must have had a very short cycle to return so quickly. Each time it died. Each time Salasha grew stronger. Her victory was inevitable. Or was it? Something had nudged his spirit. The chip had found its way to him. Its bones touched his. The runes flowed. It was a weak little chip with pitiful claws, but such a strong will, and a great potential for disaster. He would do what he could. If the chip died again to the eel, all would be lost, and she would take his power. Would that matter? What gifts to give? It was so small. He rummaged through its spirit, finding, indeed, that it was a lost pet of Magnastultos. Moreover, it had met Volat Rapax. Hope surged. He gave it its claws. It was the best he could do with so little spirit left. Spent, the spirit in his bones slept, and began again to dream of its last days. Milo awoke. He instantly knew something was different. His hands were covered in intricate bone plates that covered him from his pointed claws up to his elbows. He flexed and felt no restriction. His hands were as nimble as ever, but they felt much stronger. Looking down, he saw that the same had happened to his feet and shins. And inside, he could see the runes moving in the bones. Reaching out to touch the wall, he could feel it as if his hands were bare. The bone was part of him, and he knew where it had come from. He had shared